In the world of pirates, you have awakened the panel of the 6 paths of pain. However, due to offending the nobility before awakening your powers, you find yourself imprisoned in the dark depths of Impel Down. Fortunately, your declaration to eradicate the celestial dragons and overturn the world resonated with the essence of the 6 paths of pain panel, achieving a fusion rate of 5. This granted you the ability of the hungry ghost path, capable of absorbing all forms of energy. Within the confines of the prison, you observe the system panel of the 6 paths of pain, host fusion rate 5. The greater the host's embodiment of this power, the higher the fusion rate. The ability of the hungry ghost path has been refined to align with the world's power structure, allowing the absorption of all energy. However, the host can only wield half of this power, as a puppet is required to unleash its full potential. The shock value stands at 0, as the astonishment of others can be harnessed for lottery draws. The capacity to absorb all energy is indeed remarkable. According to Einstein's theory, matter is energy and energy is matter. This concept also exists in the world of One Piece, akin to the awakening of the Superman type, which can alter the surrounding environment by assimilating its energy through the power of the fruit, transforming them into the same substance. Yet now, you distinctly sense that your physical state is far from optimistic. Clenching your teeth, a hint of madness gleams in your eyes, and you disregard the pain in your wrists. With all your might, your frail forearms swell as you exert force, veins bulging as if shackles encircle them. With a resounding snap, the already tattered ropes finally fall to the ground. You shake your arms, flinging away the blood that stains them. The crimson droplets stand out vividly against the dim surroundings. Upon regaining your freedom, you begin to assess your battered body, a vessel ravaged and riddled with wounds. Were it not for the hatred of your former self fueling your existence, you might have succumbed long ago. Suddenly, your gaze shifts to a corner where a few snail shells lie left behind by the celestial dragons for real-time observation of your torment. They could provide you with the energy needed to restore your body. Approaching the corner where the Den Mushy rests, you place your hand upon it and activate the ability of the hungry ghost path. As energy flows into your being, your injuries begin to mend, a tingling sensation coursing through you as scabs form over your wounds. Gradually, several snails are reduced to empty shells, but it is still insufficient. Your body yearns for more energy. Suppressing your immediate desires, you contemplate your future path. Having vowed to annihilate the celestial dragons and let the world taste suffering, you must see that promise fulfilled. From your innate memories, you recall hearing whispers of Crocodile's defeat during your capture by the Marines. Thus, the present time is likely just after Luffy's battle with Crocodile, before the onset of the Marineford War. The native was captured and brought to Impel Down, not to Marijoys.It was due to Sengoku's assertion that he was a prisoner of the Navy, not a slave of the celestial dragons. He absolutely must not be taken to Mariewa. This pertains to the dignity of the Navy. Contemplating this, a surge of indignation ignited within you. If the Navy holds such dignity, then why act as the lackeys of the celestial dragons? You incessantly proclaim justice, yet turn a blind eye to the lives of civilians on an island. A ludicrous celestial dragon reduced an entire island to ashes, as the flames of fury threatened to engulf your rationality. You inhale deeply and resolve to suppress them, a glint of cold light flashing in your eyes. If that is the case, let's begin by inflicting pain upon the Navy. The Marineford War presents an opportune moment. During this battle, let the entire Marineford sink into the depths of the sea. Let me witness how the Navy can still claim dignity then, and allow me to expose the truth of their servitude to the celestial dragons. However, the immediate task is to escape from Impel Down, starting with Magellan. Yet, as you recall Magellan's devil fruit abilities, a smile creeps upon your lips. The powers of the devil fruits are derived from the energy of the body. Thus, Magellan's poison should also be absorbable by the devil fruit known as the Oni path. A sound of unlocking echoed through the air, followed by a grotesque laughter. Little darling, here I come. You know it's time to torment the native. In the director's office of Impel Down, a tall man, resembling a baboon with twisted black and white horns, donned in military attire and sporting a pair of bat-like wings, sat beside a toilet, gripping something tightly in his hands, his face contorted in agony. Blub blub blub. Upon hearing the sound, the towering figure relaxed his grip and opened a nearby window, retrieving a masked snail. Magellan, are you ready? Charles Markson, impatient, expressed his eagerness to witness the torment of that individual. Hearing the voice on the phone, Magellan smirked. Of course, as long as Charles Marson is prepared, we are ready to commence at any time. We look forward to your performance. A chuckle resonated over the line before Magellan hung up. Glancing at the surveillance screen that revealed Impel Down remained tranquil, and he resumed his activities. On the opposite side of Impel Down, the lock fell to the ground with a clatter as the cell door swung open. A woman entered, her head adorned with two large, lavender-pink feet and cascading orange, curly hair that obscured her eyes. Clad in tight leather, she wielded a spiked whip. Upon seeing her, you felt your body tremble. A conditioned reflex developed over the past few days. Do you think you know who I am? I'm the true master of this body. With a steely gaze, an aura emanated from you, and your previously trembling form settled, akin to a flock of sheep encountering a wolf. Information about the woman before you surfaced in your mind. The head jailer of the advancing city, Little Suddy, relished tormenting the prisoners, finding delight in their groans of anguish. For the past few days, the original body suffered under his incessant cruelty. Thus, upon encountering him earlier, involuntary tremors coursed through the body. However, the tides have turned, and no longer is the original body defenseless. The phone bug within the cell has been absorbed, providing a much-needed energy source for the restoration of this form. This Little Suddy has unwittingly delivered himself as a meal to be savored. Allow me to reclaim a portion of my interest. You lift your gaze, scrutinizing Little Suddy. Initially, upon receiving the news that his favorite toy was to be executed, he felt a pang of sorrow, for the toy's groans had been his greatest delight over the years. Without exception, alas, being a celestial dragon, he was compelled to order the execution, forcing him to part with his cherished possession. He hurried to your cell, eager for one final taste of enjoyment, only to find you had freed yourself from your bonds. Little Suddy glanced at the severed ropes on the ground, then playfully rolled his tongue around his mouth. My dear, I did not expect you to escape your restraints. It appears you have regained a considerable amount of strength. Please, entertain me to your heart's content. Let this final encounter linger in my memory forever. He tugged at the whip in his hands, grotesque and twisted, raising his gaze to you. Upon meeting your eyes, he froze, his actions halting. He beheld a pair of tranquil eyes, deep as a still pond, quietly observing him, as if gazing upon an inanimate object devoid of significance. Yes, it felt akin to scrutinizing the lifeless forms after each execution. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, retreating a step. Quickly, Little Suddy's ire surged, a mix of embarrassment and rage flooding his heart. How dare he? He was the master of this cell. Resolute, Little Suddy lifted his eyes to meet yours, intent on asserting his dominance. Yet, you remained unchanged, simply watching him with quiet intensity. As Little Suddy prepared to lash out, you summoned your strength, your legs coiling like a spring. The wounds on your legs, previously scabbed, began to reopen, blood seeping forth, yet your expression remained utterly unchanged. Before Little Suddy could utter a word, he felt a hand clasping his throat. Lifting him slowly upward, he attempted to resist, bewildered by the unexpected lack of strength coursing through him. Gazing down at you, he noted the eerie calm in your eyes, a tranquility that instilled fear within him. In that moment of shock, Little Suddy sensed the oxygen dwindling within his body. He struggled to grasp your hands, seeking to break free, but his strength was waning. Helplessly, he flailed his limbs, hoping to escape your grasp, yet proved futile. Gradually, Little Suddy's vision of you began to blur, his consciousness dimming. How could it be that this seemingly feeble figure was not as powerless as he appeared? How has one become so formidable, seemingly endowed with extraordinary abilities capable of siphoning my vitality? Damn it, Director Magellan will surely reward me for this. Little Suddy's eyes bulged, as if making a final effort, yet it proved futile, and he could only slowly close his eyes. His face, marred by struggle, transformed into a grotesque visage, with viscous fluid oozing from his mouth, nose, and eyes, marring his once exquisite features. Sensing that Little Suddy no longer resisted, you released him and commenced the absorption of his life force. After a while, you felt your wounds had completely healed, and your strength had significantly increased. Regrettably, Little Suddy lay lifeless on the ground. Otherwise, you believed your power could have continued to grow. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. It was time for Impel Down to experience torment. You glanced at Little Suddy on the ground, a flicker of emotion crossing your eyes. Moments later, a brand new Little Suddy stood before you. You transformed him into a puppet, endowing him with the abilities of the demon path, infusing your consciousness into him. You felt as though you had become Little Suddy himself. With a mere thought, his hand lifted, brandishing a whip forward, the sensation akin to controlling your own body. Your mind was consumed by a singular thought. This was indeed your body. You had previously inquired of the system, which confirmed that the puppets could be swapped. The greater the strength of the puppet, the more formidable the abilities it could wield. Little Suddy's power could not fully unleash the entirety of the demon path's might, yet it was adequate. He had mentioned this was his last chance, indicating that the celestial dragons had grown weary of tormenting him and were preparing to execute him. His time was limited. He could only resort to this expedient method of rapidly augmenting his strength, with no time to meticulously select a puppet, knowing he could ultimately exchange it later. Most crucially, Little Suddy belonged to Impel Down, allowing him to silently approach anyone within the confines of the prison and potentially lead others to you, enabling the absorption of their energy to enhance your power. Contemplating this, you began to guide Little Suddy out of the cell, exerting a subtle influence to navigate through Impel Down. Your consciousness delved into the system, recalling the notification you had heard when seizing Little Suddy, though you had no time to acknowledge it then. Host compatibility. 7. The higher the role-playing degree, the greater the compatibility. Shock value. 150. 1,000 shock points grant a lottery opportunity. Lottery attempts. 0. Compatibility increased by 2. Reflecting on your actions, you pondered what you had done to align with Pain's behavior. The only thing that came to mind was transforming Little Suddy into a puppet. After all, Pain is fundamentally the leader. Pain is merely the code name for the 6 paths of pain. The leader possesses 6 puppets, and having crafted one, your compatibility increased by 2, indicating you were, in essence, embodying the leader. Should you seek a wheelchair? Yet, upon further contemplation, that seemed inappropriate. Otherwise, this system would transform into the Longmen fusion system. It seems only fitting that I should possess a pair of Rinnegan. Is it not due to my decisive nature? I directly eliminated Little Suddy, which aligns with Pain's characterization of inflicting suffering upon the world. After a moment of contemplation, I could not derive a coherent rationale. Nonetheless, he leans toward allowing the world to experience anguish, thus achieving fusion, for this is indeed the crux of Pain's essence. As for the reason behind the increased shock value below, it likely stems from Little Suddy. He was astonished by his own actions of breaking free from the ropes, capturing and slaying him. In this light, it appears that to accrue shock value in the future, I must endeavor to draw the attention of others, inciting their astonishment. I remain uncertain, however, whether the shock value derived from different individuals varies. This is something I shall have the opportunity to test later, for the celestial dragons would certainly not miss the chance to derive amusement from my impending execution, likely insisting on a live broadcast of my demise, just as they previously demanded a live stream of my torment. This presents a clear opportunity to discern the differences in the sources of shock value, a chance to amass it in abundance. Regarding the lottery, it requires 1,000 shock value for a single draw, which is not exorbitant. However, there is no display of prizes or probabilities, leaving me at a loss as to what I might obtain. Nonetheless, this remains a potential avenue for enhancing my strength, a means through which my aspirations could be more readily realized. I ponder the implications of the system. Little Suddy encounters his first creature. I withdraw my consciousness from the system and project it onto Little Suddy. Before my eyes appears a bovine creature, with a string of glistening mucus dangling from its nostrils, wielding a spiked club in its right hand, and adorned with a boxing champion's belt at its waist, its legs clad in red and white striped beach shorts, a standing minotaur. Recalling memories from my previous life regarding this creature, I recognize it as Minotaur, a failed awakener of a zoan-type devil fruit, having lost much of its consciousness and become irritable and volatile. It serves as a vital line of defense within Impel Down. Within this prison, there are 3 other awakeners of devil fruits, likely possessing significant life energy. If I were to thoroughly absorb its life energy, I should be able to considerably enhance my own prowess. The Minotaur stares vacantly at Little Suddy, recognizing him as his superior. Though it cannot consume him, its instincts convey that something is amiss about its superior. Dismissing these thoughts, the creature decides it is best not to overthink and to simply obey orders. With this in mind, a foolish grin spreads across the Minotaur's face. Minotaur, follow me. Little Suddy's voice is soft yet dispels any doubt from the creature. Little Suddy turns and proceeds towards my cell, prompting the Minotaur to scratch its bovine head and sniff back the mucus beneath its nostrils, trailing closely behind. After approximately 8 minutes, Little Suddy leads the Minotaur to the front of my cell, where I stand. Having freed myself from the restraints, the Minotaur raised his spiked club, ready to strike. After all, his duty was to patrol and ensure that the prisoners had no chance to escape from Impel Down. Stop, called out Little Suddy. The Minotaur's club struck the top of your head. Come here. The Minotaur approached Little Suddy. As he turned, you placed your hand upon him, invoking the path of the evil spirit. A wave of weakness washed over you, causing the Minotaur to scratch his head in confusion. Yet he continued towards Little Suddy. The Minotaur collapsed to the ground, a look of astonishment etched upon his face as he felt the overwhelming vitality surging through him. You sense that you could now defeat 1,000 of your former selves. Congratulations, host. You have earned 50 shock points. Only 50? Yet, considering the Minotaur's limited intelligence, it was impressive that he could experience such astonishment at all. It seemed that the degree of surprise was indeed a factor in determining the quantity of shock points. Gazing upon the Minotaur's massive form, you had originally intended to transform him into a puppet, subsequently transferring the power of the evil spirit from Little Suddy. However, upon reflection, Little Suddy's higher position allowed him to deceive more individuals and access greater places. There would be time to arrange this before the battle commenced. You redirected your consciousness back to Little Suddy, exiting the cell. After a few more deceptions, you managed to eliminate all the guard beasts similar to the Minotaur within Impel Down. Feeling your strength had reached a plateau, you felt a twinge of regret. Yet, with his current physique and power, the Minotaur's strength, while perhaps not surpassing Magellan's, could at least contend with him. Coupled with your evil spirit path, defeating him was within the realm of possibility. According to your conjectures, the superhuman-type Devil Fruit utilized the energy of the Devil Fruit to execute various attacks. A significant portion of Magellan's strength stemmed from his Devil Fruit abilities that in the original narrative. Most of Magellan's techniques were executed through the powers of the poison fruit, with no demonstrations of physical combat or hockey, indirectly affirming this fact. Moreover, the Minotaur, once transformed through the evil spirit path, would possess combat capability. You surmised that you now had a chance to breach Impel Down. Furthermore, given the current timeline, realms.Ding had already been imprisoned on the 6th level, and there were no formidable martial or swordsmanship masters within the entire Impel Down. Thus, you resolved to have Little Suddy locate Magellan's position. After transferring the evil spirit path's abilities to the Minotaur, you would take him to defeat Magellan, breach Impel Down, and escape, while also reaping another wave of shock. Points that in the director's office of Impel Down, a man sat at the desk, adorned with a yellow and green pharaoh headdress, his brow extending outward like feet, his face resembling that of a fishman, bare-chested, his round belly protruded, and a pair of bat-like wings sprouted from his back. He gently caressed the desk, even rubbing his face against its surface. When will Magellan retire? When shall I ascend to the position of director and occupy this office? The man murmured to himself, his visage adorned with an expression of rapture. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water echoed, and a small door within the office creaked open. Magellan emerged through the portal, and as he closed it behind him, one could still faintly perceive a purplish-black mist seeping from without. "Hannibal, what are you up to?" Magellan inquired, observing Hannibal as he busied himself with his tasks. Magellan's expression betrayed his bemusement. He was well aware of Hannibal's ambitions to usurp him. However, he knew Hannibal lacked the requisite strength to safeguard the entire Impel Down. Had he possessed such capability, Magellan would have long since entrusted the fortress to him, allowing himself the luxury of rest and the opportunity to cleanse his body of toxins. The poison fruit had its merits, yet its side effects were undeniably severe. Contemplating this, Magellan rubbed his abdomen. Upon hearing his voice, Hannibal sprang from his chair and rendered a military salute. "Director Magellan, I harbor no intentions of usurping your position." The instant the words left his lips, he realized their inappropriateness and hastily attempted to cover his mouth, but it was too late. Magellan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Well then, how is the preparation for the live execution proceeding?" "This is a request from the Celestial Dragons." "Report, Director." "Everything is ready. We are merely waiting to escort the prisoner." Magellan nodded and retrieved a din mushy from his pocket. If recalling something. He looked up at Hannibal again. "By the way, please advise Little Suddy not to be too reckless. We cannot afford for him to inadvertently cause harm before he has even begun to flourish." Hannibal was taken aback, remembering that Little Suddy had previously mentioned wanting to have some fun. He hurriedly opened the door and dashed outside. Magellan rubbed his forehead and proceeded to contact the CP organization in a corner of the 5th level of Impel Down. Ivankov, the audacious individual who had provoked the celestial dragons, was observing with anticipation a man whose hairstyle resembled a clover, adorned in orange on the left and white on the right, with a lightning bolt etched upon his forehead. He sported a pair of sunglasses, one lens orange and the other blue, and wore a coat of the same color scheme, holding a glass of red wine while gazing eagerly at Ivankov, who lounged upon the sofa. Ivankov, possessing a colossal visage and a mane of voluminous, deep purple hair, was heavily made up, clad in a form-fitting, low-cut ensemble, and encased in fishnet stockings. Atop high heels. Lightning, it is not that we refuse to save him, rather. He has already caught the attention of the celestial dragons that in the past, we might have rescued ordinary prisoners without consequence. But to save him would arouse the vigilance of the world government, exposing us to danger. Moreover, the entirety of Impel Down is currently teeming with den mushi, leaving us without a viable opportunity. Yes, he spoke. A look of regret crossed Ivankov's face. He too yearned to rescue the lad, fully aware that the boy's capture stemmed solely from the oppressive hand of the world government, bearing no guilt whatsoever. He epitomized the very essence of the Revolutionary Army's mission to liberate the innocent. Yet from the moment he had entered, he had been subjected to relentless torment, all while being monitored by countless surveillance devices. They could not find an opportunity to rescue the young man. Once they made a move, they would be captured by the surveillance devices. Unless they could ascertain the activation time of these newly installed bugs, the young man would face execution. It was a pity. Upon seeing Ivankov's expression of regret, Lightning could only shake his head helplessly, lifting the glass to his lips. He understood well that rescuing this young man was no simple task. He merely wished to test the waters. However, Ivankov insisted there was no way, and indeed there was none. Nevertheless, he could preserve the young man's experience as a propaganda piece for the Revolutionary Army. Ivankov, have you secured the live broadcast signal? Yes, it is ready, but are you certain you wish to watch it? Their methods are exceedingly brutal, yet it is precisely this that will awaken the masses. In the office of Marshal Sengoku, a man adorned with a seagull atop his hat, sporting round glasses and a braided beard, was speaking on the phone, his expression grave. Sengoku emphasized that this trip must be witnessed by the entire Navy to instill the notion that the Celestial Dragon's authority is not to be trifled with. Do you realize that when the Navy initiated the demon suppression order to capture this young man, it had already stirred dissatisfaction among a significant portion of the sailors? After all, these soldiers were summoned from various seas, each hailing from ordinary families, sharing commonalities with the young man. Most importantly, their methods starkly contradicted the justice the Navy had always espoused. Even now, he could sense the confusion among the soldiers executing this mission, while the officer in charge seemed utterly oblivious to the ramifications. Compared to the aftermath of the O'Hara incident, the atmosphere was even more languid, as if they were perpetually evading accountability. Now, Old West demands had grown increasingly excessive, insisting that all Navy personnel view the broadcast. Was this not tantamount to trampling on the very justice of the Navy? Furthermore, was he not flaunting this before them? This could very well incite further discontent among the sailors and deepen their confusion, potentially endangering their Levisa scenario he absolutely could not permit. Your proposal, Lord Satan, is one I fear I cannot accept. Every Navy soldier has their own duties. They cannot afford the luxury of time to watch a live stream. If they were to abandon their tasks, chaos would ensue across the seas. Sengoku, you must abandon your ludicrous notions. The Navy is the military arm of the world government, not your personal army. Cease your talk of justice. The world government requires a compliant Navy. Satan's words left Sengoku's expression fluctuating between shadows of doubt and defiance. Very well, Satan, Sengoku has his own challenges. Another voice emerged from the receiver, since Ness has also expressed his agreement. Another voice came from the transponder snail. Since Admiral Sakazuki said so, Sengoku, you must at least ensure that all the generals can watch. After saying this, Admiral Akainu directly hung up the transponder snail. Looking at the transponder snail in his hand, Sengoku sighed. He remembered when Admiral Akiji handed the Navy over to him. Admiral Akiji, being the fleet admiral, is truly not easy. Chapter 5. Jiang Zhe seems to have changed in a luxurious palace in Merigios. The esteemed Charles Maxine announced that Magellan's side was ready and that they could start the live broadcast at any time. A man wearing a white, full-face mask, dressed in a pure white suit and black leather shoes, was kneeling on the ground, speaking to a nearby man who was indulging in pleasure. Magellan and the others are a bit slow, but it's just right now. A chubby man, whose face looked like a pumpkin with hair, standing erect and curled at the front, replied while wearing a spacesuit. Go bring up the live broadcast screen I just acquired and the slave I just bought. Let them see what happens to ants that offend the celestial dragons. Charlemagne Saint recalled Jiang Zhe's father and felt a slight pain in his hand. Damn ants. I see your daughter as your blessing, yet you dare to resist. Truly despicable. Charlemagne Saint pulled out his golden pistol from his waist, aiming it at the trembling slave beneath him. Please, Lord Charlemagne Saint, spare my life. I can serve you very well. Seeing the terrified expression on the slave's face and his desperate pleas, Charlemagne Saint felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Indeed, ants should tremble under the majesty of the divine, allowing the divine to take as they please. A sickly expression appeared on Charlemagne Saint's face as he slowly pressed the trigger. Bang! The slave who had just been pleading on his knees collapsed, a pool of blood spreading slowly on the floor beneath him. The other slaves trembled at the sight, while the guard beside Charlemagne Saint acted as if this were completely routine, dragging away the corpse, cleaning up the blood, and spraying air freshener as if they had done this countless times before. After a long time, C0 returned with a group of people and a large screen to the palace. In Impel Down, Jiang Zhe finally learned from Little Suddy about Magellan's location and obtained the key to the prison. After controlling Minotaurus to stand up again, Jiang Zhe transferred the ability of the Hungry Ghost Path from Little Suddy to Minotaurus. Once everything was settled, Jiang Zhe led Minotaurus out of the prison cell. Just as Jiang Zhe stepped out of the cell, he saw Hannibal running from a distance with a knife in hand. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus behind him, Hannibal froze for a moment before recalling who Jiang Zhe was. Bold prisoner, you dare to escape. Hannibal shouted at Jiang Zhe, brandishing his knife. Hearing Hannibal's words, Jiang Zhe did not respond, but simply stared at Hannibal silently. No, if I let him get away, wouldn't Magellan be dismissed? Then I could take his position and become the warden. Seeing that Jiang Zhe ignored him, Hannibal first felt confused, then started muttering to himself. Minotaurus, I'll leave him to you. Jiang Zhe spoke. Minotaurus directly blocked Hannibal's path. Minotaurus, what are you doing? Do you also want to let this prisoner go and become the warden yourself? Minotaurus did not answer, raising his spike club high and swinging it at Hannibal. Bang! Hannibal was sent flying. Jiang Zhe coldly walked past Hannibal without caring about his situation. He could no longer enhance his strength by absorbing the life energy of others unless that person's life energy was superior to his own. As for Hannibal, he was just an ant, not worth stopping for. He needed to defeat Magellan and make Impel Down feel pain. Moreover, he had to hurry. He believed the Navy would soon receive news, and by then, he might really be unable to escape. Watching Jiang Zhe walk past him, Hannibal was stunned. He clearly sensed that Jiang Zhe exuded an air of disdain for the world, a desire to destroy everything. He remembered the Jiang Zhe who had just been captured. So timid and submissive, completely different from now. What was going on? And why was Minotaurus listening to him? Unable to figure out these questions, he could only let Magellan worry about it. Hannibal pulled out a din mushy from his pocket. Moses! Hello. Director Magellan, it's bad. That prisoner has escaped. On the other end of the din mushy, Magellan showed a puzzled expression. He was familiar with this prisoner. He was just an ordinary civilian who had been captured because he offended the celestial dragons. While he felt sympathy for him, they only followed the orders of the world government. Now, Hannibal said he had escaped. What gave him the right to escape? There were so many guards around, and there were cameras. Could Hannibal really not handle an ordinary person? Hannibal, can't you deal with an ordinary person? No, Director Magellan. I don't know why Minotaurus helped him, and he seems to have changed. Then you stop him. I'm coming over now. No need, Director Magellan. He's heading in your direction. Hearing Hannibal's words, Magellan was stunned. Minotaurus was listening to Jiang Zhe? This was impossible. Minotaurus was a failed awakened Zoan fruit user, with only the desire to fight and the instincts of a beast left, along with the implanted thought of obeying their orders from Dr. Vegapunk. Besides those few, Minotaurus would not listen to anyone's orders. How could he help Jiang Zhe, even listen to him? As for Hannibal saying Jiang Zhe seemed to have changed into a different person, Magellan couldn't comprehend that either. It had only been a few days. Even if a person were to change, it wouldn't be that drastic. Could it be that he had been pretending all along, and that he could command Minotaurus because he had the power of a devil fruit? Now that he knew he was to be executed, he no longer pretended. But wasn't he a bit overconfident? Since he had already escaped, why not make a clean break instead of coming toward him? Did he really have the confidence to defeat him? Magellan seemed to realize something absurd. His own strength wasn't too strong, but his fruit ability was powerful. especially in the narrow confines of Impel Down. As long as he used his fruit ability, no one could escape. Moreover, his poison was deadly. Once it touched someone, there was basically no cure. Sengoku and Garp had been poisoned, and they could only obediently beg him to save them. To cure his poison, only a specially made antidote could do it. Within Impel Down, his strength surpassed that of a vice admiral, which was also why he could be a good warden. Now Jiang Zhe was walking straight towards him. He didn't know whether to call him ignorant or fearless. Now, he just needed to wait for him to come over, catch him, and then execute him. Chapter 6. Jiang Zhe's appearance. On the other side of Push City, Magellan was sitting on a chair, staring into the deep passage ahead as if waiting for someone. Beside him was a makeshift execution platform with 2 executioners, one on the left and one on the right, each holding a sharp long knife that glinted coldly under the light, appearing extremely sharp. Surrounding the execution platform were about 10 telephone bugs, their eyes fixed on the platform and emitting a faint glow. Next to each telephone bug stood a prison guard. Director Magellan, why hasn't he arrived yet? Doesn't he fear escaping? Don't worry, Domino. That guy will definitely come. He's just a pathetic creature who can't recognize his own strength. Hearing Magellan's words, a woman next to him, wearing a wide-brimmed hat with long golden curly hair, red-brown sunglasses, prison guard uniform, deep red long gloves, and deep red high boots, sighed in relief. After all, Jiang Zhe's cell was under her supervision. Hannibal had called earlier to say that Jiang Zhe had escaped, and she was the most anxious. Regardless of whether it was her fault, if a prisoner escaped under her watch, she would certainly be punished, and it would be disastrous for her. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe had not run away, but was instead coming toward Director Magellan. This eased her mind. As for Hannibal saying that Minotaurus obeyed Jiang Zhe's commands, she thought it was just Hannibal looking for excuses for his incompetence. She had spent a long time with Minotaurus and understood its personality well. Although it was irritable, it also had biological instincts, such as a love for food. She had often used food to tempt Minotaurus to help her with hard labor. Regarding Jiang Zhe's supposed transformation, she scoffed. After watching little Sadie torment him for so long, she knew exactly what kind of person he was. He was said to be honest, but in reality, he was just timid. As for him daring to come this way, it was most likely that he didn't know the way and had gone the wrong direction. With Director Magellan here, she didn't believe Jiang Zhe could escape. People outside could not know the power of Director Magellan. They thought Push City was impregnable and that no one could escape because of its unique geographical position and sturdy walls. In truth, those of them working in Push City knew it was because of Director Magellan that it was so indestructible. Over the years, no one had successfully escaped, not because they couldn't, but because there had been countless riots and numerous escape attempts that had all been easily suppressed by Director Magellan. In Push City, Director Magellan was like a god, and no one could challenge that. She was eager to see Jiang Zhe's expression when he reached this point, and saw them all poised for his arrival. It was bound to be spectacular. Here he comes. A voice interrupted Domino's thoughts. Domino looked up towards the passage facing Magellan. She saw a young man in tattered Push City prison attire walking out of the passage. He was thin, but through the rips in his prison uniform, she could still see his faint muscles. His face bore no expression, appearing solemn, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. The most striking feature was his eyes, calm yet deep, drawing one in if stared at for too long. Once this figure completely emerged from the passage, Minotaurus followed closely behind, standing silently beside him like a knight beside a king. He was indeed different. Domino recalled Jiang Zhe's previous appearance, extremely frail, full of fear, with anger in his eyes that he dared not show, always instinctively avoiding her gaze. She despised this behavior of harboring hatred, but not daring to express it. Now, Jiang Zhe not only appeared stronger, but also exuded a changed aura. No longer timid, he looked down on everything with an air of equality. He still harbored hatred, but it was expressed subtly, as if he had the strength and confidence to retaliate, even to retaliate doubly. His eyes had become incredibly profound, instilling a feeling of intrigue in those who looked at him, yet remaining utterly unfathomable. Even Minotaurus beside him had transformed in demeanor, expression, and gaze, becoming similar to him. However, no matter how they changed, the outcome would still be the same. Director Magellan was undoubtedly the god of Push City. Magellan was taken aback upon seeing Jiang Zhe, this aura that kept others at bay, this sense of confidence. He had only seen in some great pirates. Magellan was startled by his own thoughts. Great pirates? He must be losing his mind. This kid is at most somewhat strong. How could he be a great pirate? Otherwise, he wouldn't have been caught by the Navy. Even if he were a great pirate, so what? There were plenty of great pirates in Push City, and they were all doing just fine. Once in Push City, whether a tiger or a dragon. They had to lie low. Magellan was the true ruler of Push City. He didn't believe anyone in Push City could withstand his poisonous fruit abilities. Kid, you managed to escape from your cell by luck, and instead of fleeing, you come toward me. Are you really that confident? Jiang Zhe ignored Magellan's words, turning his gaze to the telephone bugs surrounding him. Noticing the faint light in their eyes, he knew they were activated, which perfectly satisfied his need for shock value. Then he looked back at Magellan and observed the people around him. It seems you people in Push City are quite organized, saving me the trouble of running around. Today, let you all feel my pain, Jiang Zhe said calmly, his expression still serious, and his eyes remained tranquil, showing no change. As soon as Jiang Zhe's words fell, Magellan felt a wave of killing intent wash over him, almost instilling fear. Domino, lacking Magellan's strength, felt as though she was confronted with a sea of corpses and blood, relentlessly assaulting her will. Domino suddenly fell to the ground. The surrounding prison guards were in the same condition, all unexpectedly collapsing to the ground. Even the telephone bugs broadcasting live began to tremble. Chapter 7. Battle with Magellan, what have you done? Seeing his subordinates and Domino all lying on the ground, Magellan panicked. He wasn't particularly caring towards his subordinates, but now it was being broadcast live, and both the Navy and the Celestial Dragons were watching the scene unfold. If he were present and failed to effortlessly take down an unknown brat, while allowing his subordinates to suffer casualties, it would imply he was incompetent, something he absolutely could not allow. Now he was certain that this kid was a devil fruit user. His devil fruit ability should be of the paramecia type, capable of affecting and controlling the minds of others, which explained why he could control Minotaur and intimidate his own subordinates, leading to this situation. However, in front of him, no devil fruit ability would be effective. In Impel Down, Magellan was the law. Even if he couldn't use Haki, he could easily deal with any devil fruit user because his poison was invincible. Jiang Zhe still ignored Magellan and turned his gaze towards the trembling soldiers on the ground and the screaming Domino. Unexpectedly, he had only extracted a small portion of killing intent from the pain template, and with his words, it had such an effect. His confidence in the potential of the pain template soared even higher. Seeing Jiang Zhe not pay attention to him, but instead focus on his trembling subordinates, made Magellan feel that Jiang Zhe was provoking him. You have completely angered me. As he spoke, Magellan unleashed his full momentum. In an instant, strands of purple-black gas began to rise from his body, and drops of purple-black liquid dripped from him. Magellan appeared like a melting ice cream, except the mist rising from him was poisonous gas, and the liquid dripping was venom, creating deep black pits on the ground that hissed with white smoke. As the venom dripped more and more, 3 gigantic dragons made of purple-black poison emerged from behind Magellan, resembling creatures that had crawled out of a poison pit, continuously dripping venom. The 3 dragons opened their mouths towards Jiang Zhe, as if roaring, and in a daze. One could almost hear the sound of dragon roars. The guards who had been trembling on the ground suddenly snapped back to reality, fleeing from Magellan as if their lives depended on it, then looking at Jiang Zhe with glee. Look at Director Magellan's poison dragon, so terrifying and fierce. Yes, it's still dripping venom, and the ground has been corroded into deep pits, smoking. Remember the last time someone angered Director Magellan? They screamed in the venom for 3 hours before dying, leaving no bones behind. How long do you think this kid will scream? Domino, standing aside, looked at Jiang Zhe with sympathy. She knew all too well the power of Magellan's poison dragon. Sometimes death is a kind of relief. As the guard said, the outcome of being hit by Magellan's poison dragon is to be unable to survive or die for a long time, and then die in agony. She could already imagine what this person would look like while screaming. After summoning the poison dragon, Magellan glanced smugly at Jiang Zhe. The poison dragon was his second strongest skill. Generally speaking, as long as he unleashed it, even if it didn't hit, those with weaker physiques would already collapse. Only those with sufficient strength could withstand his poison dragon. And how much could Jiang Zhe really hide his strength? Just scream under my poison dragon. Not seeing the reaction and emotions he wanted from Jiang Zhe, Magellan directly unleashed his poison dragon. In an instant, 3 poison dragons roared towards Jiang Zhe from different directions. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the poison dragons rushed towards Jiang Zhe, they continuously dripped venom onto the ground, producing a hissing sound and releasing countless white smoke, filling the air with purple-black poisonous mist. In the blink of an eye, the poison dragons surged forward with a strong wind directly at Jiang Zhe. Minotaur. As Jiang Zhe's voice fell, Minotaur charged in front of Jiang Zhe, raising his spike club to strike at the 3 poison dragons. Jiang Zhe and Minotaur appeared incredibly small in front of the poison dragons. When a spiked club collided with the poison dragons, a cloud of white mist rose from the club, which vanished instantly, leaving only a small handle in Minotaur's hand. And then both Jiang Zhe and Minotaur were engulfed by the poison dragons. In an instant, the area where Jiang Zhe stood was filled with venom, countless white smoke billowing, while the tail of the poison dragon slowly entered this pool of venom. Magellan watched as Jiang Zhe and Minotaur were completely swallowed by the venom, sneering in disdain. He had just exerted all his strength, fearing Jiang Zhe might have some hidden ability that would embarrass him in front of everyone. But unexpectedly, it was like this. Simply pathetic. Did you see that? This is Director Magellan's poison dragon. So large, this kid is already gone. Yes, look at the deep pit it has corroded into on the ground. And that hissing white mist, it looks painful just to watch. Domino sighed in relief as she saw Jiang Zhe and Minotaur being completely swallowed. It was all over. However, not hearing the kid's screams left Domino a bit disappointed. That kid had embarrassed her. Thinking about how she had been scared and screamed wildly on the ground earlier made Domino grind her teeth. No, wait. Why are the venom and poison smoke disappearing? It must be that Director Magellan is retracting them. After all, it took a lot of his stamina to create them. No, look quickly. Hearing the guards' voices, Magellan looked toward the location where the poison dragons had struck. He saw the range of poison mist created by the poison dragon was continuously shrinking, and the area of venom on the ground was also decreasing. It was as if someone had opened a hole in the ground, allowing the venom and smoke to flow out, causing them to surge towards that hole. When the poison mist completely dissipated, Jiang Zhe and Minotaur reappeared on the scene, looking just as they had when they first arrived, except for Minotaur's corroded spike club. Everything else was unharmed. How is this possible? The guards gasped in surprise at the unscathed Jiang Zhe and Minotaur. Domino stared blankly at Jiang Zhe and Minotaur on the scene. How is this possible? Her mind was also filled with questions. Marine Ford, Marshal's office. All the Navy generals were staring at the screen. Sengoku suddenly stood up from his seat. Akainu, you must take a team to Impel Down immediately and eliminate this guy from this world. Hearing Sengoku's order, Akainu stood up from his seat without saying a word and left the Marshal's office. After seeing Akainu leave, Sengoku sat back down in his seat. Chapter 8. The Giant of Poison Magellan looked at Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus, who were unscathed on the field, with a look of astonishment. He had originally thought he could definitely take down Jiang Zhe with his move, but it did no damage at all. No, there was damage. At least it knocked off Minotaurus's mace. However, Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus showed no signs of injury. What kind of devil fruit is this? It can control and influence others' consciousness and can absorb poison. He could clearly feel his poison as if it had vanished from this world, leaving no trace behind. Combined with the earlier commotion of the poison, it was evident that this kid had the ability to absorb poison. What kind of paramecia devil fruit has such a complete ability? Could it be a mythical zoan? But how is it that Minotaurus can withstand his poison dragon? Magellan, as the warden of Impel Down, knew Minotaurus' strength all too well. He was just a brute with terrifying recovery, lacking intelligence, and had quickly succumbed to his toxins before. But now it was completely different. He could withstand his toxic assault. Magellan had seen clearly that his poison had completely enveloped Minotaurus. It was definitely not some barrier blocking the toxins. This means Minotaurus, like this kid, can absorb his poison. But what does that change? This doesn't alter the outcome at all. Even if you can absorb my poison, it's because the poison dragon only has strong toxicity without any additional abilities. I still have another ultimate move, which is not only more toxic, but also more corrosive and can launch physical attacks. Thinking of this, Magellan smiled and looked up at Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe stood calmly behind Minotaurus, his eyes still as tranquil as water, as if he had just done something trivial. The corners of Magellan's mouth twitched as he glanced at the surrounding phone bugs and his retreating subordinates. A surge of anger filled his heart. This kid is still pretending, making him lose face in front of his subordinates, the Navy, and the Celestial Dragons. But soon you'll know how to write death. With that thought, Magellan's expression darkened completely. Giant of poison, judgment of hell. Magellan seemed to meld away, with countless poison seeping from his body. Unlike the previous purple-black, this time the poison was bright red, even redder than blood. Slowly, a head made of bright red poison began to appear behind Magellan. As the head rose, the body beneath it started to emerge. Neck, chest, arms. Soon, a giant made of poison appeared behind Magellan, continuously dripping bright red poison onto the ground, leaving deep pits on the floor. The entire giant looked terrifying, as if it had crawled out of hell, Its mouth opened in a roar, and a cloud of red smoke billowed from it. Seeing the giant appear, the guards retreated even faster, but the fear on their faces was replaced by excitement. This was Magellan's ultimate move, the Giant of Poison, which looked incredibly frightening. I have only seen Warden Magellan use this twice in Impel Down, and each time it was awe-inspiring. His enemies faced terrible fates. Since Magellan has unleashed his ultimate move, I don't believe this kid can survive. He will probably be reduced to ashes. Domino, upon seeing the Giant of Poison, quickly covered her mouth and nose, retreating continuously. She believed that this time, Jiang Zhe was undoubtedly doomed. Magellan's ultimate move was something even admirals dared not face head-on. In this narrow space, there was no room to evade, and the Giant of Poison was incredibly fast. Jiang Zhe had no choice but to take on the Giant's attack directly. Moreover, from what she understood, this Giant of Poison was not the same as the Poison Dragon. Its impact was stronger. This meant Jiang Zhe had to face both the onslaught of poison and the impact of the giant. Even if he could absorb the poison and was immune to toxic attacks, he could not withstand the massive force of the poison assault. Domino stopped, excitedly watching Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus on the field. The Giant of Poison strikes. The poison giant behind Magellan raised its arm high into the air. The giant hand continuously dripped bright red poison onto the ground. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air came. In an instant, the giant hand descended upon Jiang Zhe's head. At that moment, the area where Jiang Zhe stood darkened, making him and Minotaurus appear incredibly small beneath the giant hand. From a distance, Magellan watched as Jiang Zhe showed no reaction, smiling slightly, raising his right hand to make a downward motion. The giant hand that was once raised above Jiang Zhe's head came crashing down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of wind sounds rushed in, blowing Jiang Zhe's long hair around while Minotaurus's red and white shorts flapped in the wind. Jiang Zhe raised his head, calmly looking at the giant hand above. He had been focusing on the sound of shock values ringing in his system, not paying much attention to the outside situation. However, upon hearing the shock value of Sengoku, he knew the Navy was about to arrive. He needed to resolve the battle quickly, or getting trapped and Impel Down would spell disaster. A smile crept onto Jiang Zhe's lips. Minotaurus, enough playing around. Let us finish this. Minotaurus's leg muscles bulged, and the ground beneath his feet cracked. Boom! With a loud noise, Minotaurus disappeared from his original spot and appeared in the air, leaving behind a deep pit filled with cracks on the floor. In the air, Minotaurus extended his arms straight toward the giant hand, and the air that was constantly being disrupted formed a shield in front of him. Before long, Minotaurus made contact with the giant hand. However, unlike what Magellan and the others expected, Minotaurus did not get swatted away. Instead, he stood firm against it. Not only did he hold his ground, but he also began to absorb the giant hand. Before long, the entire giant hand began to deform, as if Minotaurus was an unfathomable pit on the ground, continuously drawing the giant hand into himself. From a distance, Magellan showed a look of astonishment. Then, he raised another hand, and the poison giant behind him lifted its other hand to strike at Minotaurus in the air. But still, Minotaurus acted like a massive abyss, absorbing all the poison that came his way. Eventually, having absorbed both giant hands, Minotaurus landed steadily on the ground. He turned and calmly looked at Magellan with his bull-like eyes. At the Marineford port, Akainu stood on his warship, lighting a cigar, taking a deep puff, and casting a grim look into the distance. To him, Sengoku's orders were military orders, regardless of right or wrong, as long as it was a military order. He must execute it. That is his justice. Report to Admiral Akainu. All preparations are complete. Shall we set off? Set off. Chapter 9. Defeating Magellan and warning the Navy and Celestial Dragons. How could it be that Magellan's poison was completely absorbed in an instant? How is this possible? My goodness. Is this still the Minotaur we know? All the guards began to panic. After all, the entire Impel Down relies on Magellan's poison fruit to be unbreakable. And now that Magellan's poison has no effect, they were at a loss. Moreover, the Minotaur felt unfamiliar to them. The Minotaur did not possess such strange abilities and strength. All these changes stemmed from the man on the battlefield. All the guards turned their fearful gazes toward Jiang Zhe. Domino stared blankly at Jiang Zhe and the Minotaur on the battlefield. She realized that this man had been standing still since the beginning, showing no signs of movement or change in expression, exuding an air of confidence. Initially, she thought he was just putting on an act, but now she had completely abandoned that thought. Jiang Zhe truly had confidence and strength. His power probably surpassed Magellan's by a large margin. Magellan stood frozen, staring at his giant poison soldier that had been drained completely. He had initially thought that even if the poison couldn't kill the two of them, the impact from the giant poison soldier's massive size would easily knock them down, allowing him to deal with them effortlessly. Unexpectedly, the Minotaur's strength had increased so much that not only could it absorb his poison, but it could also easily block the giant soldier's impact. Moreover, the most crucial point was that he could no longer feel the presence of his poison. Losing so much poison was something even he found hard to bear. He was starting to feel physically drained. The previous Minotaur would never have been able to do this. And the one responsible for all these changes was the man calmly standing in the arena, Jiang Zhe. However, as the warden of Impel Down, he could not back down at this moment. After all, the live broadcast was still ongoing, and he hoped that the Navy and the world government would see it and send help to Impel Down. Magellan picked up a phone snail wearing a gas mask from the nearby table. Brew, brew. All soldiers, seal off all passages in Impel Down. No criminal is to be released. Our reinforcements are on the way. After saying that, Magellan tossed the phone snail aside and charged at Jiang Zhe. All the guards present, influenced by Magellan's momentum, picked up their weapons and followed behind him, launching an assault on Jiang Zhe. Seeing Magellan and the guards charging at him, Jiang Zhe spoke softly. Feel the pain. Then he and the Minotaur disappeared from their spot. Moments later, Magellan, Domino, and the guards all fell to the ground, unaware of their fates. Jiang Zhe turned to the still glowing phone snail. Hypocritical Navy and world government, get ready to feel pain. And celestial dragons, I will eventually kill all of you. Jiang Zhe said calmly before walking toward the exit of Impel Down, leaving behind a scene of the unconscious and the devastated ground. At Marine Ford, in the marshal's office, Sengoku watched Magellan and the guards charge at Jiang Zhe, remaining silent for a long time. He had watched the entire live broadcast from start to finish. From the moment Jiang Zhe appeared, he sensed something was off. He wasn't a prisoner? How could he move freely, especially with the Minotaur following him? After some thought, Sengoku assumed this was a new execution method by Magellan to please the celestial dragons. After all, the punishments in Impel Down were varied and creative, and he had praised many of them for their ingenuity. Jiang Zhe's own changes also prompted his reflection. If he remembered correctly, when Jiang Zhe was brought before him, he was desperately begging for mercy, hoping the Navy would spare him. There was hatred in his eyes, but he was timid and didn't dare to show it. Sengoku could see at a glance that Jiang Zhe was just a simple character, like many ordinary civilians ruined by the celestial dragons, burying their hatred deep within due to their powerlessness. He had softened for a moment, requesting that Jiang Zhe be imprisoned and Impel Down instead of being sent to Mariewa. Otherwise, he would have been killed within 2 days. This way, he could live a few more days, which was one of his few acts of mercy. However, the Jiang Zhe he had just seen was completely different. His face showed little expression, and his eyes were calm as water, yet frightening. Because Sengoku could clearly sense the hatred and unrest hidden beneath his gaze. Once it erupted, it would be catastrophic. In just a few days, how could a person change so much? At that moment, Sengoku speculated that Jiang Zhe must have been pretending. He must have had some scheme for allowing himself to be captured, possibly directly targeting the celestial dragons. His moment of compassion had disrupted Jiang Zhe's plan, so he had been waiting for an opportunity. Today, when he could no longer hide, he chose to reveal himself. Jiang Zhe's appearance had frightened all the guards. Further validating his thoughts, he picked up his phone snail, wanting to call Magellan to expedite Jiang Zhe's execution. Before he could dial, Magellan had already summoned the poison dragon. Sengoku thought it was stable. After all, Magellan's poison fruit ability was powerful, especially in the narrow confines of Impel Down, making him virtually invincible. Even if he were to go himself, he wouldn't fare well against Magellan in Impel Down. His poison was just too formidable. This was also why they could confidently entrust Impel Down to Magellan. As long as he was there, it was impregnable. So Sengoku set the phone snail down in relief. It wasn't until the Minotaur absorbed Magellan's poison that Sengoku became alert. Jiang Zhe seemed to be a devil fruit user, and he was hiding it well. Moreover, his abilities seemed quite bizarre. He could control others and absorb Magellan's poison attacks, which would severely restrain Magellan. Once Magellan was defeated, Jiang Zhe would be able to escape from Impel Down. It wasn't that he didn't recognize the strength of the others in Impel Down. It was simply that after Shiryu was imprisoned, only Magellan and a few beast guards remained. Now that the Minotaur could be controlled by Jiang Zhe, what about the other beast guards? He immediately ordered Akainu to lead troops to Impel Down. He didn't want an enemy capable of enduring humiliation and being deeply scheming to survive. He couldn't imagine the obstacles this would create for the Navy in executing justice and the turmoil it would bring to the world. In the end, when the Minotaur defeated Magellan, Sengoku felt no surprise. He only hoped that Akainu would arrive at Impel Down in time to stop Jiang Zhe. I hope he die well in Impel Down. Jiang Zhe. Chapter 10. Escape from Impel Down, Ivankov's Plan Level 5. 5 of Impel Down. Ivankov watched as Jiang Zhe took down Magellan and all the guards, finally realizing what was happening. Lightning, go help him find the way. We are preparing for a jailbreak. Upon receiving Ivankov's order, Lightning immediately stood up and happily left Level 5. 5, leaving Ivankov alone in front of the screen, deep in thought. When Jiang Zhe was first captured, the Revolutionary Army had also investigated him. They even secretly hacked into the live phone bug in his cell to watch the execution scene of Jiang Zhe. According to the Revolutionary Army's intelligence, Jiang Zhe was just an ordinary person with no background and no abilities. This was also why he resonated with the Revolutionary Army, as they wanted to showcase the darkness of the world government, the hypocrisy of the Navy, and the disgust of the celestial dragons through Jiang Zhe's experiences. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe's performance was completely different from what they had learned. The intelligence reported that he was timid and cowardly, but his entrance showed none of these traits. Instead, he appeared to be a confident and composed figure. To say he was just an ordinary person, he was able to control the Minotaur, making it incredibly powerful, and he could even withstand and absorb Magellan's poison. It is known that even he wouldn't dare to confront Magellan's poison directly. And all of this was something Jiang Zhe had kept hidden, if it weren't for his confidence in the Revolutionary Army's intelligence capabilities. Ivankov would have thought he had received false information. Now, everything could only be explained by one thing. Jiang Zhe had been disguising himself all along, plotting something grand. And this time he happened to be unable to disguise himself due to the celestial dragons, which led to his exposure. It now appeared that Jiang Zhe was powerful, mysterious, and harbored a shocking secret, with a grudge against the world government. Wouldn't he be a great asset for the Revolutionary Army? Ivankov felt that they should try to recruit Jiang Zhe to join them. However, if they were to invite him, it might seem a bit disrespectful. It would be best for Dragon to extend the invitation. He had sent Lightning to guide Jiang Zhe to build a good relationship and create a positive impression of the Revolutionary Army, making it easier for Dragon to invite him later. As for their plan to retreat from Impel Down, with Jiang Zhe causing such a commotion, the Navy and the world government would surely come to investigate Impel Down, putting the Revolutionary Army at risk of exposure. As the highest officer of the Revolutionary Army in Impel Down, he had to ensure the safety of their lives. Mariehua, inside the palace. All the guards and slaves were kneeling on the ground, trembling. Charles Saint stared wide-eyed at the screen, his face filled with rage, holding his golden pistol in his right hand. Several bloody corpses lay on the ground. At first, when Jiang Zhe emerged from the corridor, Charles sensed something was off. This Jiang Zhe was completely different. Previously, when he watched the live broadcast of Jiang Zhe being tortured in Impel Down, Jiang Zhe was not like this. Back then, he was like any other filthy civilian, timid and cowardly, constantly wailing and begging under the guard's whip, providing him with plenty of emotional value. Eventually, he grew tired of it and just wanted to dispose of Jiang Zhe. Coincidentally, the 5 elders told him to promote the inviolable sanctity of the celestial dragons. So he opted for a live execution, just like how he dealt with the Pirate King before. Now, Jiang Zhe's face was calm, his eyes deep and inscrutable, evoking a sense of fear similar to that of the 5 elders. However, this made him even more interested. He somewhat regretted dealing with Jiang Zhe. He thought that if this Jiang Zhe were to beg for mercy in the end, it would be magnificent, and he could even imagine the 5 elders begging him. Now that the live broadcast had started, he couldn't call it off, as the 5 elders might be watching. Damn Jiang Zhe, if you had shown this demeanor from the start, it would have been so much better. You've made me lose a fun toy, just like your father. Such a disgrace. Enraged, he shot and killed a slave on the spot. When he saw Jiang Zhe intimidate the guards, Charles became even more intrigued by him. By the time Jiang Zhe defeated Magellan, he was left in shock. Magellan is too weak. He can't even deal with a mere civilian. At this moment, he grew even more interested in Jiang Zhe and wanted to send C0 to Impel Down to capture Jiang Zhe and make him his slave. Unexpectedly, the 5 elders called directly, demanding he remain quiet for a while, which infuriated him to the point of killing several more slaves. Damn Jiang Zhe. Damn Magellan. Damn the 5 elders. Level 6 of Impel Down. Looking at the person in front of him, Jiang Zhe searched his mind for information about pirates from his past life. Finally, he confirmed who this person was. Lightning, what do you Revolutionary Army want with me? Hearing Jiang Zhe expose his identity, Lightning was immediately shocked. Their previous intelligence had stated that Jiang Zhe was an ordinary person, but how could an ordinary person know their identities? Coupled with Jiang Zhe's previous feat of defeating Magellan in Impel Down, Lightning felt that Jiang Zhe could not be an ordinary person at all. Now that Jiang Zhe had revealed his identity, Lightning believed Jiang Zhe was even more extraordinary. He understood Ivankov's intention in sending him to guide Jiang Zhe. After all, what did it mean for a powerful individual with a deep grudge against the world government for their revolution? Not only did Ivankov understand, but he did too. Looking at Lightning in front of him, Jiang Zhe guessed the purpose of his visit. Coincidentally, he also wanted to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army. Since he wanted the Navy to feel pain, the Marineford War would definitely be the best opportunity. At that time, with the Whitebeard pirates all gathered, he could attract the Navy's attention from the front, giving him the space to act. He had come down to level 6 to check if Ace was there, confirm the timeline, and see if he could obtain contact information for the Whitebeard pirates through Ace. If you remember correctly, Ace was captured by Blackbeard after Luffy defeated Crocodile. Mr. Jiang Zhe, if you want to leave Impel Down, you've taken a wrong turn. This is level 6, the lowest level of Impel Down, and you can't escape from here. Seeing Jiang Zhe deep in thought, Lightning performed a gentlemanly bow. I know, I'm here to accomplish something. Jiang Zhe's words were calm, concise, and straightforward, with no hint of hesitation. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Lightning was stunned. Then his expression turned excited, as if he had discovered a shocking secret. Indeed, Jiang Zhe's capture had a purpose. That was the only thought in Lightning's mind. Chapter 11 Communication with Ace, The Thoughts of the Five Elders, Impel Down, Level 6. Jiang Zhe, along with Minotaurus and Lightning, slowly walked around Level 6. As they looked into each cell, they finally found Ace in one of them. There was a young man with his head down, disheveled hair, wearing a red bead necklace, bare-chested, his hands bound by 2 chains connected to the wall behind him, and wearing a pair of shorts, looking dejected. "Polgat dies," Jiang Zhe said softly. Hearing the voice, Ace raised his head immediately. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe and the others, Ace's face was filled with questions. "Who are you?" Jiang Zhe did not answer Ace's question. Instead, he looked around. Minotaurus. Minotaurus moved, and soon, all the Dindon Mushi around turned into empty shells and fell to the ground. Once he saw that all the Dindon Mushi had been dealt with, Jiang Zhe turned back to Ace. "You can call me Jiang Zhe, or you can call me Pain. It's just a code name." Jiang Zhe's words caused Ace's expression to freeze. Although Jiang Zhe's tone was calm, Ace felt an unrefusable meaning behind his words. However, Ace quickly composed himself and looked at Jiang Zhe with confusion. "I came to find you to save you and Whitebeard." Jiang Zhe's words made Ace suddenly excited. He had been captured and needed to be rescued, but how could Whitebeard need saving? "What are you talking about? How does Old Man need you to save him?" Ace leaned desperately towards Jiang Zhe at the edge of the cell, the chains binding his hands rattling loudly. "Because of you." Jiang Zhe ignored Ace's agitation and continued. "Because of you, the Whitebeard pirates will all come to rescue you, but Whitebeard is old. Not only you, but he will also die in Marineford, along with countless members of the Whitebeard pirates." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Ace's expression became even more agitated, leaning harder toward Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe still paid no attention to Ace, merely looking at him calmly. Looking into Jiang Zhe's eyes, Ace felt a bit scared for some reason. "Is it really because of me? I am indeed an unfilial son. If I had listened to Old Man's words and not pursued Teach, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Now that I am captured, Old Man must be thinking of a way to save me." At that time, just as this person in front of me said, not only will he die, but Old Man will also die, along with many brothers and sisters of the Whitebeard pirates. Thinking of this, Ace knelt on the ground and began to cry. After a long time, Ace's emotions finally calmed down, and he looked up at Jiang Zhe. "You must have a way, right? I don't need to survive, but Old Man and the brothers and sisters of the Whitebeard pirates must survive." Seeing Ace like this, Jiang Zhe knew his goal had been achieved. Only by making Ace lose control of his emotions could the next steps be easier. "That's right, I have a way." "What way?" "I can't tell you now, but I need you to give me a way to contact Whitebeard." Upon hearing Jiang Zhe say he had a way, Ace felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Lightning, standing beside Jiang Zhe, felt excited inside. Just as he had guessed, Jiang Zhe must be planning something. He had to make sure Jiang Zhe cooperated with the Revolutionary Army. Mariehua, Panga's city, Hall of Power. In the center of the room was a small crystal round table, surrounded by 3 sofas, behind which were long Western-style floor-to-ceiling windows. 5 old men with different expressions sat on the sofas. A person dressed as C0 was kneeling in front of the 5 of them. Explain in detail what happened. An old man wearing a noble flat cap, with fluffy white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, dressed in a white shirt and black suit pants, leaning on a brown cane, was the first to speak. Yes, Your Excellency, Saint Satan. C0 received the order and began to recount what had happened in Impel Down today. As a scientific defense warrior, Saint Satan was also a scientist. He was aware of Minotaurus, who was a failed experiment in awakening the animal-type devil fruit, having lost most of its consciousness, retaining only a portion of combat will and biological instincts, making it still quite useful as a weapon. However, their strength was just average, which was why they were assigned to help guard Impel Down. As for the claim that Minotaurus could absorb Magellan's poison, he would not believe it. He feared that Minotaurus would die from the poison as soon as it came into contact with it. Now that Minotaurus had become like this, there is only one possibility. Jiang Zhe must have a strange devil fruit. But that was not what he cared about the most. What he cared about the most was Jiang Zhe's eyes. He had originally watched the live broadcast, but had to leave for other matters before he saw Jiang Zhe bring Minotaurus out. Before he left, he had seen Jiang Zhe's eyes, which had stunned him for a moment, but since they were all doomed, he did not pay further attention. Now hearing that Jiang Zhe had defeated Magellan and the others, he recalled Jiang Zhe's eyes at that time. Those eyes he had only seen on rocks before. Now that Jiang Zhe had the power of a devil fruit and such eyes, he was likely in other rocks. Let me speak first. Saint Satan spoke up. I am quite clear about Minotaurus' abilities. It is obvious that this Jiang Zhe's abilities should be able to enhance Minotaurus, or even transfer his abilities to Minotaurus. Are you saying this Jiang Zhe is a devil fruit user? An old man with a bald head, thin eyebrows, round glasses, and eagle-hook nose, dressed in a white robe, holding a knife, and wearing beige wooden sandals asked. Exactly, Saint Negeru. But that's not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is his eyes. Eyes? Saint Satan's words made Saint Negeru ponder. Over the past 800 years, they had collected most of the devil fruit powers, supplementing more than half of the devil fruit encyclopedia. But there were so many devil fruits in this world that they could still occasionally encounter a devil fruit ability they did not know. And those whose abilities were unknown were the most difficult to deal with. However, with their strength, it seemed they did not need to fear this issue. At first, he was curious why Saint Satan cared so much. It turned out it was about his eyes. But what was there to be afraid of about eyes? Saint Negeru turned to look at Saint Satan. That kind of gaze I have only seen on rocks. As soon as Saint Satan's words fell, the other four elders were left stunned. Rocks. Chapter 12. Ivankov's thoughts, the empty strike of a Kainu, level 5. 5 of Impel Down. Suddenly, a pair of scissors extended from the ceiling, neatly cutting it like paper and creating a hole. A person fell through the hole. What about lightning? Seeing lightning appear, Ivankov eagerly asked. I've already sent Mr. Jiang Zhe out of Impel Down and provided him with a way to contact us. He said he would come to find us after a while. Lightning replied while putting the cut ceiling back in place. Hearing Lightning's words, Ivankov breathed a sigh of relief. It seems Lightning also understands his thoughts and gave Jiang Zhe the contact information. As long as they investigate Jiang Zhe's identity, they can have Dolag communicate with him. I'm sure Dolag has a way to get Jiang Zhe to join them. After fixing the ceiling, Lightning turned to Ivankov, frowning slightly. By the way, Ivankov, I found out that Jiang Zhe is not simple. Lightning's words made Ivankov, who was still pondering Jiang Zhe's situation, look up directly. He also knew Jiang Zhe was not simple. After all, Jiang Zhe's performance during the live broadcast was impressive. But Lightning wouldn't say such things for no reason. Something must have happened on Lightning's way to find Jiang Zhe. It seems Jiang Zhe is quite knowledgeable about our situation. As soon as I appeared in front of him, he exposed my identity. Ivankov was stunned. The fact that he and Lightning were hiding in Impel Down was a top-secret matter that ordinary people wouldn't know. Moreover, they had been missing from the outside world for so long. How could a young man recognize them? This indicates that Jiang Zhe might have known about their existence long ago. This indeed makes Jiang Zhe quite extraordinary. He may have underestimated him a bit. Besides, he seems to have some plan. He went to the 6th level just to find the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division. Poor Gas Ace. Lightning continued. The Whitebeard Pirates? Regarding the capture of the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, the Revolutionary Army has also received some news. Ivankov is well aware of Whitebeard. He values his crew immensely, even directly considering them as sons and daughters. According to Dolag's analysis, Whitebeard would never allow his captain to be imprisoned or even killed by the Navy. A great battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy is inevitable. and the Revolutionary Army is already prepared to take advantage of the situation to seize more countries, while the Navy is distracted by the White-Beard pirates. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe has connections with the White-Beard pirates. This makes Jiang Zhe's identity even more suspicious. Could he be an insider for the White-Beard pirates? After pondering for a long time, Ivankov still could not come up with a conclusion. He could only scratch his head and give up on the thought. This kind of problem should be left for Dolag and Sabo to worry about. Ivankov, what you said earlier about retreating, were you serious? No, Lightning, I've changed my mind. Since Jiang Zhe has plans with Whitebeard, then the Navy must not have the energy to manage Impel Down right now. Therefore, their danger level has decreased further. Now, lurking behind the Navy, when the Navy goes to war with the Whitebeard pirates, the Revolutionary Army might have a chance to stab the Navy in the back. The potential reward is enough for them to take this risk. The sea is currently too quiet. I can make some moves on this matter. Ivankov took out his den mushy. Moses, is this Morgan's? On the 4th level of Impel Down, in the cell where Jiang Zhe was originally held. A burly man wearing a navy hat, with a fierce appearance, a cigar in his mouth, black leather gloves on his hands, a dark red suit, and draped in a white Navy justice cape, stood in front of the cell. Behind him stood hundreds of trembling prison guards. Is this the place where Jiang Zhe is imprisoned? Yes, Admiral Akainu. Hannibal rushed in front of Akainu and said cautiously. Hannibal had heard of Admiral Akainu. It was said that Akainu had a stern character, cruel methods, and showed no mercy, not allowing any evil to exist. And he was very serious about maintaining the Navy's prestige, having executed many deserters. Now that such a big incident occurred in Impel Down, he wondered how Akainu would see them. What if he considered them incompetent and eliminated them? Previously, Hannibal had been hoping that Magellan would make some mistakes, but unexpectedly, he really made a mistake and was beaten to the point of being unable to work. Recovering would take at least a year or two. Without Magellan, Hannibal could rise to power without a doubt, but there was no one to block him, just like this time. He could only receive Akainu. This scared him to death. Seeing Hannibal's appearance, Akainu snorted in dissatisfaction and then walked into the cell. After seeing Akainu enter the cell, Hannibal breathed a sigh of relief. Inside the cell, the bodies of the guards and the guards themselves were piled together, almost forming a small mountain. Akainu stepped forward to investigate the cause of death of these people. Drain of life and undead? After examining several corpses, Akainu reached a conclusion. Originally, Sengoku sent him here to intercept Jiang Zhe, but when he arrived at Impel Down, Jiang Zhe had already escaped. With Magellan also out of commission, he could only temporarily manage the affairs in Impel Down. Until the world government sends a powerful person to guard Impel Down, he cannot leave. So the first thing he needs to do is investigate Jiang Zhe. Unexpectedly, just upon arriving at his cell, he saw so many corpses. It seems he had been plotting an escape for a long time. Oh, at this moment, a corpse caught Akainu's attention. Unlike the other corpses which looked dry, this one was round and plump, and it was clearly different from other normal corpses. Someone must have used some method to make it like this. Akainu then recalled the Minotaur that was beside Jiang Zhe during the live broadcast, which was obviously different from the Minotaur he had seen before. Could it be that Jiang Zhe's power is to absorb life and control corpses, and that he needs to refine the corpses before controlling them, and can only control one? Hannibal, who is this corpse? Akainu pointed to the corpse against the wall and asked Hannibal, Little Sadie? Hannibal exclaimed upon seeing the corpse. Little Sadie's power is above his. It seems he didn't die, and that person really showed mercy. Hannibal then recalled Jiang Zhe's figure, remembering his contemptuous momentum. A thought appeared in his mind. Perhaps it wasn't that Jiang Zhe showed mercy, but rather that he was too weak, and Jiang Zhe didn't consider him a target. For a moment, Hannibal didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Admiral Akainu, this is our chief guard, and also the commander of the Minotaur. Hearing Hannibal's words, Akainu seemed to have a little idea about Jiang Zhe's abilities. Chapter 13, Dorag's Thoughts. The world's Tremor Baldigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. A man with messy hair cascading behind him, no eyebrows, and a face marked with distinct square tattoos was seriously handling documents on his desk. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The office door opened, and a young man wearing a cowboy hat with goggles, wavy golden hair, a prominent scar over his left eye, and a confident smile walked into the office. The man who was handling the documents looked up at the young man. Sabo, is there something you need? Lord Dorag, take a look at this information from Ivankov. Dorag took a paper filled with information from Sabo's hand and began to read. After a while, Dorag's right hand slowly tapped the desk, and he raised his head to look at Sabo. What do you think? Sabo recalled the previous information about Jiang Zhe. The information about Jiang Zhe was also sent by Ivankov before, asking about the possibility of rescuing him. The information about him before was completely different from now. He was just an oppressed, ordinary civilian, with no characteristics or value for rescue. But in just a few days, he has completely changed. So I think he is an extremely dangerous individual. Upon hearing this, Dorag's expression changed. He understood Sabo's meaning. Jiang Zhe's transformation was significant. Either he had an extraordinary encounter, or he had been disguising himself all along. However, during the days he was captured, he had no opportunity for an extraordinary encounter. That left only the possibility of him being in disguise. If he was in disguise, then he must have a purpose. He could control others for his own use and significantly enhance the abilities of those he controlled. Not only that, but he could also enhance his own physique in a short time and even withstand Magellan's poison. He also had certain connections with the Whitebeard pirates and understood the situation of the Revolutionary Army. If even one of these points was true, he was not a simple character, and now Jiang Zhe had them all. This made Dorag treat the situation with caution. By the way, what do you think about Ivankov saying he wants to recruit him into our Revolutionary Army? Recruit Jiang Zhe into the Revolutionary Army? Jiang Zhe can defeat Magellan. Without a doubt, he is a strong individual, and he possesses mysterious abilities. If we can recruit him into the Revolutionary Army, he will undoubtedly be a powerful combat force. Sabo always felt that Jiang Zhe seemed to be planning something, which is why he disguised himself as an ordinary civilian who knows nothing, even risking being captured by the Navy, just like Ivankov deliberately allowing himself to be captured to develop his influence in Impel Down. But what was Jiang Zhe planning? The Whitebeard pirates. Sabo suddenly recalled Ivankov's information about Jiang Zhe's contact with Ace. He had heard of this captured captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division and knew that when he was captured, his heart had stirred for a moment, although he didn't know why, which left a deep impression on him. According to Whitebeard's character, he would definitely not abandon Ace. He would go to rescue Ace. And at that time, there would surely be a battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. He had long made arrangements to occupy more countries when Whitebeard and the Navy went to war. Therefore, if Jiang Zhe was one of the Whitebeard pirates, everything made sense. The real Jiang Zhe might already be dead. This Jiang Zhe might be someone from the Whitebeard pirates. Thinking of this, Sabo broke out in a cold sweat. I think we should consider this carefully, and this Jiang Zhe might be from the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing Sabo's excited words, Dorag was stunned. How did Jiang Zhe suddenly become a member of the Whitebeard pirates? Watching Dorag's confused expression, Sabo began to explain. Dressrosa Palace. A man with short golden hair, wearing wine-red sunglasses, a pink down coat, red and white pattern cropped pants, and pointed leather shoes was sitting boldly on the throne. Doflamingo. Come take a look at today's newspaper. A scruffy uncle wearing small sunglasses, with a bit of snot hanging from his nose, wrapped in a blanket cloak, holding a cane with a plum blossom emblem, and wearing shackles on his feet, rushed in from outside the palace. Toripol, is there something big happening that makes you so excited? Doflamingo took the newspaper from Torpol's hand. After a while, fufu. Doflamingo threw his head back and laughed. The newspaper reported on the breakthrough of Impel Down after many years and the downfall of Magellan. After a long time, Doflamingo finally quieted down, a smile on his face, filled with excitement. As a former celestial dragon, Doflamingo harbored endless hatred towards the world government. They refused to accept him back to Mariehua to be a celestial dragon again. Now that the world government was in trouble, he was the happiest. However, he was also very interested in this Jiang Zhe, a huge change, a bizarre ability, and that desire to destroy everything in his eyes. He seemed to see a reflection of himself from long ago, stepping down the stairs of Mariehua, holding his father's head. With each step down, his anger and pain grew, and in the end, although his anger was intense, his eyes were exceptionally calm. Fufu, truly an extraordinary gaze. Mordibic, a strong man wearing a black hat, with a white mustache curving like a crescent moon, an oxygen tube under his nose, covered in 4 drips, and draped in a coat, was grabbing a wine bowl and pouring wine into his mouth. Dad has said it many times. You can't drink. A man with golden punk hair, half drooping corners of his eyes, a face shaped like a pineapple, with a Whitebeard pirate's tattoo on his chest, a dagger at his waist, dressed in purple clothes, and wearing black crop pants, approached the strong man, holding a newspaper. Marco, it's rare for me to be happy today, so I'm just having a little gulalala. Hearing Whitebeard say this, Marco could only helplessly shake his head and wave to send away the nurses around Whitebeard. Dad, take a look at this newspaper. Whitebeard took the newspaper from Marco's hand, carefully reading it for a long time, then revealed a surprised expression. Gulalala. Amazing. I didn't expect Magellan to fall into the hands of a young man. Whitebeard had heard of Magellan. It was because of him that Impel Down became impregnable. But he didn't expect to be defeated by an unknown young man. Moreover, he was very interested in this young man's ability to absorb Magellan's poison. He just didn't know if he could absorb his Gura no Mi powers. If given the chance, he really wanted to meet this young man and see if he could make him his son. Chapter 14 Reactions from All Sides The Red Force. A middle-aged man with red hair, 3 scars on his left eye, a bit of stubble on his face, wearing a white shirt, draped in a black cloak. Missing his left arm, gripping a poster in his right hand, a sword hanging at his waist, brown capri pants, and flip-flops, was gazing into the distance, lost in thought. It seemed the sea was about to get chaotic again. "Shanks, what are you thinking about?" A man with a gray, slicked-back hairstyle, a cross-shaped scar on his left temple, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and a deep blue cloak with spiral patterns approached Shanks, looking somewhat confused, and patted his shoulder. Shanks said nothing and simply handed the poster in his hand to Beckman. "It seems there's another character on the sea." Beckman pondered for a long time, turning to look at Shanks, wanting to understand why Shanks was troubled by a young man who had nothing to do with them. As far as Beckman remembered, he had never heard of this young man, Jiang Zhe, nor had he seen Shanks interact with him. "I'm just worried that the sea won't be calm anymore." "The sea won't be calm?" Beckman continued to study the newspaper in his hand. In the newspaper, Jiang Zhe was noteworthy mainly for his strange ability. He had not heard of any ability that could control others, except for Moonlight Moria, but his control was over corpses and even weakened them. Jiang Zhe's ability seemed more like direct control and could even enhance the abilities of those being controlled, granting them powers they did not possess. This is an ability of an unknown devil fruit. How could it not disturb the sea? "Shanks, this is not something we need to worry about. It should be the Navy and the world government that are troubled now, but the world is about to get chaotic again." Shanks recalled the previous contact from the 5 elders and what they had said to him. "All right, my captain, this is not your concern." Hearing Beckman's words, Shanks laughed. "Ha ha ha, I get it. Then let us throw a banquet." As soon as Shanks' voice rang out, the entire Red Force erupted in excitement. "Great, we can have a banquet again." Wano Country, Cake Island. A large woman with a pink pirate hat, pink hair, a chubby face, and a hefty figure, wearing a pink dress with red spots, was reclining on a pink throne, listening to soldiers reporting below. After the soldiers finished their report, the woman on the throne began to laugh heartily. Mama, the ability to control others, and he could escape from Impel Down? The woman couldn't help but think of the Golden Lion. Although he was once her comrade, their relationship was not good, but his strength was indeed formidable. She never expected that a relatively unknown young man could do something similar to what the Golden Lion had done. Escaping from Impel Down. It seems this young man has great potential. Which of my daughters is still unmarried? Go call Bryn over. Upon hearing the woman's words, the soldier quickly left the palace. Wano Country, Onigashima. A tall, muscular man with long horns on his head, long black hair, a long beard, his upper body bare, an X-shaped scar on his right abdomen, wearing a purple coat around his waist, large green pants, and a purple fur cloak, was pouring liquor from a gourd into his mouth. He poured too quickly, spilling some liquor down his face and wetting his upper body. Ha burp. After finishing pouring, the muscular man laughed heartily, then covered his eyes, tears streaming down his face. "I never expected it. Magellan, your poison is useless too." Kaido recalled his grievances with Magellan. He had long sought death, captured countless times. The Navy had tried many ways to execute him, but none worked. Finally, they thought of letting Magellan poison him, which was the most dangerous time for him. Fortunately, his body was strong enough to endure. He never imagined that someone could ignore Magellan's venom, even absorb it directly. He really wanted to see this young man, preferably to spar with him. With this thought, Kaido transformed into a dragon and flew into the sky, over the clouds. A newspaper fell from him. A man wearing a mask and goggles, dressed in black, with black gloves and black wings, carrying a long knife at his waist, bent down to pick up the newspaper that had fallen from Kaido. Jiang Zhe? This is a name he had never heard of. To be able to escape from Impel Down, how interesting. Marineford, Admiral's office. Sengoku angrily slammed the newspaper on the table. Morgans somehow obtained the information and quickly clarified Jiang Zhe's escape from Impel Down, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. They couldn't even suppress this matter. The legendary impregnable Impel Down was thoroughly shattered. When the Golden Lion escaped before, the Navy had never been this embarrassed. Unexpectedly, this time, a nameless nobody escaping brought such a huge impact on the Navy. This is damn frustrating. All right, the matter has already happened, so don't be too angry. The main thing now is how to deal with this problem. A woman with a gray ponytail, wearing green earrings, a wrinkled face, a light blue shirt, and draped in a navy justice coat, patted Sengoku's shoulder. Sengoku instantly calmed down. "Thank you, Tsuru, but this matter is a bit difficult to handle. Magellan is completely out of commission. It will take at least a year or two for him to recover, and Impel Down is without a leader. Akainu can only temporarily guard Impel Down. As one of the three admirals, Akainu cannot guard Impel Down for a long time. They must quickly find someone to replace him. But finding someone strong enough in a short time is not an easy task. Impel Down is still holding Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division Commander, Portgas Ace. They must always be on guard against the Whitebeard Pirates coming to rescue Ace. Ace is the key figure for the success of his next plan. Just thinking about Ace's other identity gives Sengoku a headache. Everything was going well until this unexpected Jiang Zhe appeared, disrupting all his plans. Can't he just be executed properly? For the stability of the world, what's wrong with a little sacrifice? Sengoku rubbed his forehead, while Tsuru could only pat his shoulder in comfort. Chapter 15. Jiang Zhe gains a nameless small island. Jiang Zhe opened his eyes and looked around. The environment was the same as before he fell asleep, with no changes. Minotaur stood dutifully by his side, his eyes devoid of spirit. It seemed he had indeed distanced himself from the Navy surveillance, and the Navy had not obtained his itinerary. It made sense that the Revolutionary Army could survive under the pursuit of the Navy and the world government. His whereabouts and any information he might leave behind had been covered and erased with the help of lightning. It seemed he could take some time to contact the Revolutionary Army. After all, his current goal was to overthrow the world government and eliminate the Celestial Dragons, which temporarily aligned with the Revolutionary Army's objectives, allowing them to help each other. Jiang Zhe recalled the pointer lightning had given him when he left, along with what he had said. System. Jiang Zhe called out in his mind, and a panel appeared before him. 6 paths Pain Integration System Host. Jiang Zhe Integration Level 12. The higher the host's acting degree, the higher the integration level. Ability. Hungry Ghost Path can absorb all energy. Hell Path can repair all damage. Currently can exert half of its ability. Requires a puppet to exert full strength. Shock Value. 600. 1000 shock value grants 1 lottery chance. Lottery chances, 10 shock value automatically converts. During the previous events in Impel Down, the system had prompted him multiple times, but he hadn't had the time to check. Now that he had some free time, he could take a look. The integration level had already reached 12. It seemed that defeating Magellan in Impel Down had indeed gained the system's recognition, directly increasing his integration level by 5. Moreover, this increase in integration level seemed to have unlocked a new ability for him. He just didn't know how much integration level was needed to unlock an ability. System. What is the relationship between integration level and unlocking abilities? Ding. 5 unlocks the first ability. 10 unlocks the second ability. 30 unlocks the third ability. 50 unlocks the fourth ability. 70 unlocks the fifth ability. 100 unlocks the sixth ability. Now at 12 integration, he had unlocked the second ability, Hell Path. If you remembered correctly, in the Naruto series, the Hell Path could summon the King of Hell. This king had 3 main functions. One was to observe enemy conditions using the shared power of the Rinnegan. Another was to judge whether a captured person was lying. And the third was to resurrect the damaged Pain. Now that this world had been corrected, did that mean he still needed to summon the King of Hell? With a thought, Jiang Zhe directly used the ability of the Hell Path. The imagined King of Hell did not appear. Instead, Jiang Zhe felt all the muscles in his body twitching, and a severe pain surged from various parts of his body, especially in the areas where he had forcibly repaired damage by absorbing others' life energy. The pain was excruciating. Jiang Zhe savored these painful sensations. They were nothing compared to the hatred in the original host's heart. Ding. Detected that the host is experiencing pain, gaining 0.5 integration, just as Jiang Zhe was drenched in cold sweat, finally enduring through the intense pain. The system emitted a notification. After enduring the pain, Jiang Zhe felt incredibly relaxed. Not the kind of relaxation that comes after pain reaches its peak and then disappears, but a deep sense of relaxation that came from within. It was as if he had been reset to factory settings. Even the scars left by previous injuries were gone, and his skin was now fair and tender. Was this the repair ability of the Hungry Ghost Path adapted to this world? It felt as though he had been reborn. However, what did the system mean by half of its ability? Was the complete ability even more powerful? What was going on with the system? Ding. The puppet version is pain-free, while the host version is painful. If the repaired person cannot endure this pain, they will be consumed by hell and sink into despair. With this prompt from the system, Jiang Zhe understood that using the Hell Path had certain side effects and limitations. However, this half ability was sufficient. And what was the 0.5 increase in integration level all about? Did his suffering grant him integration? But ordinary pain probably wouldn't work. Jiang Zhe recalled the pain he just experienced. In this event, he gained not only integration, but also shock value. Jiang Zhe looked at the system panel again. This shock value directly converted into lottery chances. It seemed this shock value could only be used for lotteries. He just didn't know what kind of prizes he would draw. System, perform 10 consecutive draws. Jiang Zhe focused his thoughts, and a lottery wheel appeared before him, quickly spinning. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained explosive tag 1 ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained chakra training technique 1, automatically adjusted to armament hockey training technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained transformation technique 1, automatically adjusted. Ding. Thank you for your patronage. 7. Jiang Zhe was quite satisfied with the prizes from the consecutive 10 draws, which had a 30 hit rate. Moreover, judging by the items obtained from the lottery, it seemed they were from the Naruto world and would self-correct to adapt to the pirate world. System. Use the armament hockey training technique and transformation technique. Jiang Zhe thought, and countless pieces of knowledge surged into his mind. For a moment, he felt a bit of a headache, but compared to the previous pain, it was like heaven and earth, not a big deal at all. So this is armament hockey. Jiang Zhe looked at his now darkened hands. The armament hockey training technique mentioned that training armament hockey required a certain physical strength. And Jiang Zhe had been worried about his physical strength being insufficient. After all, compared to Magellan, he was still lacking a bit. Magellan, as the warden of Impel Down, must have a method to train armament hockey, but he didn't have it because he didn't like it. It should be because his physical strength did not meet the requirements for training armament hockey, so he never practiced it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe could cultivate it. After some thought, it seemed that Magellan truly looked down on training physical techniques and armament hockey. After all, his poison fruit was too powerful. If it weren't for his ability of the Hungry Ghost Path, he would have likely been poisoned to death long ago. Generally strong individuals had to kneel before Magellan. Wasn't the Blackbeard pirates in the original work also devastated by Magellan's poison? That's why Magellan specifically developed his fruit abilities and did not train physical techniques. But he didn't expect to encounter Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe carefully observed his darkened hands in front of him, realizing that it wasn't that his entire hands had turned black, but rather a thin layer of black hard shell covered his hands, which was quite hard. When he knocked on it, it even made a sound like steel colliding. He raised his right hand and swung it towards a nearby rock, shattering it into several pieces without feeling any pain in his fist. He knew he could also smash such rocks before, but his fist would end up bloodied afterward. It seemed that his hands had become much harder. Another function of armament hockey is to resist the abilities of devil fruits. Since there were no devil fruit users here, he couldn't test it. However, with his abilities of the Hungry Ghost Path and Hell Path, he wondered if this armament hockey could hinder the use of these two abilities. Thinking about this, Jiang Zhe placed his right hand on top of his left hand and directly activated the ability of the Hungry Ghost Path. Unexpectedly, the armed color hockey on his left hand immediately dissipated. It seems that the armed color cannot resist his ability. But upon reflection, it makes sense. Armed color is actually a form of energy. In the original work, it is said that armed color hockey requires physical strength to release, which can actually be seen as armed color needing biological energy to use. Chapter 16, Experimenting with Transformation Technique. Next steps in the plan. Now that the armed color test is complete, it's time to experiment with the transformation technique. Looking at his reflection in the sea, which resembled the Minotaurus beside him, Jiang Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Standing up, Jiang Zhe felt the changes in his body. Both his height and width had changed, and he could distinctly feel these changes, not just a vague sensation. Touching his hands and face, it felt entirely real, not a fragile illusion. He originally thought the transformation technique merely created a layer of illusion over his body using chakra, essentially a form of jinjutsu. To his surprise, the system had given him a pleasant surprise. The transformation technique genuinely transformed him into Minotaurus. While his strength remained unchanged, his appearance was identical, even down to the tactile sensations. However, his aura didn't quite match that of Minotaurus. Jiang Zhe glanced at his reflection in the water and then at the Minotaurus standing still nearby. He couldn't change his aura, but this effect was already sufficient. Ordinary acquaintances wouldn't recognize him. Only those who were very familiar would notice the feeling he gave them. Jiang Zhe was quite satisfied with the outcome of this lottery. He initially thought the item he drew would be of little use, merely a bonus. After all, to enhance his strength, he primarily needed to improve his compatibility with pain. However, it now seemed that enhancing his compatibility with pain would be relatively difficult in the short term. After all, he had only achieved a 5 compatibility after breaking through Impel Down, and obtaining further compatibility would likely become increasingly challenging. Now, the shock value lottery had revealed an alternative method for him to quickly enhance his power. That was to accumulate a large amount of shock value to exchange for more lottery draws. Then, through these draws, he could obtain items that would increase his strength. It was time for him to carefully plan his future path. His primary goal remained unchanged: to overturn the world, eliminate the celestial dragons, and make the world feel pain. The thought of using the Earth explosion star to blow up Mariehua brought an unusual excitement to Jiang Zhe's otherwise calm heart. To achieve this goal, he needed immense strength. There were 2 ways to gain such power. The first, which was fundamental, was to improve his compatibility with pain. To enhance this compatibility, he needed to make the world and those around him feel pain. The second way was to obtain shock value, which required him to perform actions that were as shocking as possible, preferably ones that many people would witness. He had already experimented with this in Impel Down. Moreover, acquiring shock value was far easier than improving compatibility. However, compatibility remained his foundation, and he couldn't forget it. The current question was how to gain the most compatibility and shock value in a short time. Reflecting on the current timeline, it should be just after Luffy's crew had emerged from the Alabasta Kingdom, and Ace had just been captured. There were 2 major events that could influence or shock the world and grab everyone's attention. One was Luffy sending the celestial dragons flying at Sabaody Archipelago, followed by Kizaru's appearance to clean up the area. If he were to kill the celestial dragons at that moment, how much shock value and compatibility would he gain? The second event was the Marineford War, which was broadcast live worldwide, featuring the Navy battling the Whitebeard pirates, altering the entire landscape of the One Piece world. If he were to directly sink Marineford during the war, how much shock value and compatibility would he earn? However, based on his current strength, these were merely thoughts. In Sabaody Archipelago, when the celestial dragons were attacked, Kizaru would appear immediately. If he killed the celestial dragons, he didn't know what would happen. Since the God Valley incident, until now, no other celestial dragons had died. The Navy, world government, and the Gorosei would undoubtedly be furious, which could lead to another demon-slaying decree. However, thinking about it, this seemed like something he could do. It would allow the world to feel pain, improve his compatibility, and gain shock value, while also revealing the hypocrisy of the world government and the Navy, shattering the divine status of the celestial dragons. However, if he were exposed, he would likely face relentless pursuit from the world government and the Navy. But that was secondary. The primary concern was whether he could escape from Sabaody Archipelago. It seemed he needed to find someone who could provide him with intelligence and save him at critical moments. There were only 5 forces capable of withstanding the pressure from the Navy and the world government in these seas. One was the 4 emperors, and the other was the Revolutionary Army. Shanks' motives and stance were unclear, and if he sought cooperation, he might be handed over to the world government. Kaido and Big Mom lacked any credibility, and without leverage to sway them, he feared they might betray him in secret. The remaining options were Whitebeard and the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army was elusive, but he had obtained something from Lightning that could connect him to them. However, they operated in the shadows, and during the upcoming Marineford War, they would have little opportunity to make an appearance, contradicting his desire to gain shock value, making them only a backup option. The last option was the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard was now in his old age, with various injuries from past battles flaring up. In his twilight years, he surely yearned to return to his former strength, and his Hell Path ability could resonate with him, serving as the best leverage. Moreover, there was a more crucial reason: Ace. With Ace captured, the Navy and the 4 emperors had previously maintained a tacit agreement not to capture or attack each other's key forces, knowing it would lead to serious consequences. But now, it was different. Blackbeard, for his own ambitions, had revealed Ace's lineage to the world government, which would not let Ace go. Consequently, a confrontation between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy, the Marineford War, became inevitable. Whitebeard desperately needed to enhance his combat power, further increasing the importance of the Hell Path ability. Furthermore, cooperating with Whitebeard aligned with his interests. He would prefer the Whitebeard pirates to grow stronger, as this would reduce his pressure during the Marineford War. As long as Whitebeard could hold back the 3 admirals, his burden to sink Marineford would be significantly lighter. At that time, Carp's position would be questionable. Sengoku would need to guard the battlefield, and the other vice admirals would hardly be his match, especially with the other members of the Whitebeard pirates. Additionally, he believed that Blackbeard, driven by ambition, would definitely stir up trouble at this time. Magellan had already rendered him incapacitated, making it much easier for Blackbeard to cause chaos. After much contemplation, Jiang Zhe decided to find Whitebeard for negotiations. He took out the life paper he had previously obtained from Ace. Chapter 17. Whitebeard's Worries, the beaten-down warlord of the sea Moby Dick. Marco, have you contacted Ace yet? Whitebeard, with 4 drips all over his body and an oxygen tube on his nose, put down the bowl in his hand and looked at Marco, who was drinking by the side. Dad, not yet, but you don't need to worry too much. Regardless of Ace's strength, is there anyone in these seas who would dare to provoke the Whitebeard pirates? Upon hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard's worried expression eased slightly. As Marco said, Ace's strength was enough, not to mention the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates. However, he had a bad feeling. He always sensed that Teach was not simple. As a father, he believed in him without a doubt, but he never expected him to kill his own family. Moreover, he was getting older. If he were still young, he would definitely kill Teach, the guy who doesn't value family. Thinking of this, Whitebeard sighed and raised his wine bowl again. On the other side, 3 figures stood before a large ship in the darkness. All 3 were dressed in black robes embroidered with red blood clouds. These 3 figures were Jiang Zhe and his 2 puppets, one being the Minotaur he had acquired in Impel Down, and the other a swordsman he captured from a slave ship on his way to find the Whitebeard pirates. He needed a puppet that could fully utilize the powers of the Hell Path, so he decided to make him one. Seeing the Whitebeard pirates' flag flying on the ship, Jiang Zhe murmured, "The affiliated pirate crew of the Whitebeard pirates. Looks like I didn't come to the wrong place." Originally, Jiang Zhe planned to go directly to find Whitebeard. But before boarding the ship, he felt that just going up to the Whitebeard pirate ship and claiming he could heal Whitebeard's injuries would not be convincing enough. He needed to find a test subject, preferably someone familiar with the Whitebeard pirates, so they wouldn't think he was just pretending. After searching for a while, Jiang Zhe finally found the pirate ship flying the Whitebeard pirates' flag. Whoosh! The 3 figures vanished from their spot. On the pirate ship, everyone was having a feast when a pirate, needing to relieve himself, came to the back of the ship. Seeing the 3 figures in black robes with blood-red clouds, he shouted, "Who are you?" His shout startled all the pirates at the banquet. They were part of the affiliated pirate crew of the Whitebeard pirates, and ordinary pirate crews wouldn't dare to provoke them. Moreover, it was forbidden to rob them unlawfully, so they usually passed their time by holding banquets. Unexpectedly, something happened now, and they all put down their wine bowls and rushed to the back of the ship to see what was going on, thinking it would add excitement to their feast. In their opinion, no one would dare to cause trouble with the affiliated pirate crew of the Whitebeard pirates. "Who are you? Do you know we are members of the Whitebeard pirates?" The pirate lackeys rushed to the back of the ship and said proudly upon seeing Jiang Zhe and the others. They wanted to see Jiang Zhe's reaction when he learned they were members of the Whitebeard pirates. It must be entertaining. "We're looking for the Whitebeard pirates." Jiang Zhe's words caused the previously excited atmosphere among the pirates to freeze. "Make way for me, you bunch of guys," accompanied by a voice. A man with pink long hair, a spider tattoo on his forehead, sharp teeth, and carrying 2 swords squeezed out from the crowd. "Captain." All the pirates stepped aside respectfully upon seeing the man's appearance. This man was the captain of this pirate crew, the warlord of the sea, Squard. Squard extended his tongue and looked Jiang Zhe up and down. "I wonder what brings you 3 to our pirate crew. We are affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates." Upon seeing Squard, Jiang Zhe knew he hadn't made a mistake, as this was the same Squard who was manipulated by Akainu and stabbed Whitebeard during the Marineford War. Although Whitebeard eventually forgave him, he had always felt guilty and wanted to atone for his sins. Seeing that Jiang Zhe ignored him, Squard's expression darkened, and he drew his sword from behind. From a moment he saw Jiang Zhe and the others, Squard recognized Jiang Zhe as the one who escaped from Impel Down. But so what? Jiang Zhe had only managed to escape due to luck and his devil fruit powers. He was armed with haki, and he wasn't afraid of devil fruit abilities at all. He would let Jiang Zhe see what true strength was. "If you're here to befriend our pirate crew, I'm more than welcome. But if you're here to provoke us, I'll show you that our pirate crew doesn't rely on the reputation of the Whitebeard pirates to get by." Upon hearing Squard's words, the previously subdued pirate lackeys became excited. Here it comes, the captain's show of force. Usually, when the captain acted this way, the other side would surrender, making it less interesting. "Yeah, ever since we joined the Whitebeard pirates, we've had so much less fun. I really want to see this guy get knocked down to his knees, begging for mercy." Listening to the voices around him, Jiang Zhe remained unfazed and spoke softly. "Minotaur." As soon as Jiang Zhe's voice fell, the Minotaur appeared behind him, wielding a large hammer and draped in a blood cloud robe. Then he vanished from Jiang Zhe's back. leaving only an afterimage. Boom! With a loud crash, the laughing squad was sent flying by a single blow, crashing through countless wooden boards before finally stopping. Lying on the ground, unconscious, all the pirate lackeys were frozen in place. They had originally thought their captain would easily deal with Jiang Zhe, but they never expected him to be defeated so easily. Captain, damn it! All the pirate lackeys didn't retreat, but shouted, pulling out their weapons and charging at Jiang Zhe. Hell path! As Jiang Zhe's voice fell, flashes of blades swept around, and all the lackeys fell to the ground, lifeless. Top! 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 Hearing the approaching footsteps, Squard struggled to lift his upper body, looking at Jiang Zhe in terror. He never expected the figure beside Jiang Zhe to be so strong, able to send him flying with a single strike, leaving him without the strength to fight back. He had underestimated Jiang Zhe's devil fruit powers. However, he also wasn't afraid, as he believed the Whitebeard pirates would not let Jiang Zhe go. The Whitebeard pirates won't spare you. I advise you to back off soon. Seeing Squard still able to sit up and speak to him, and with such a strong voice, Jiang Zhe felt this injury was not enough to showcase his abilities. Minotaur. Another strike, and Squard lost consciousness, his face becoming bloodied and mangled. Seeing Squard like this, Jiang Zhe nodded. Now it looked like a proper display, demonstrating the power of his abilities. Chapter 18. Marco's kick on board the Moby Dick deck. Marco, how's Pops doing? Can he still drink? A burly man with sharp features, no eyebrows, dressed in armor and muscular, suddenly jumped out from the side and wrapped his right arm around Marco's shoulders. Jaws, you idiot. How many times have I told you not to take Pops out for drinks? And you still ask? If something happens to him, I'll kill you. Hearing Marco's angry words, Jaws scratched his head awkwardly. Isn't it Pops who likes to drink? Jaws, you really need to think more sometimes. A man wearing a deep blue top hat, with curly hair and a twisted mustache, dressed in an open shirt revealing his chest hair, draped in a cloak, and with 2 daggers at his waist, patted Jaws on the shoulder and said, all right, I got it. Seeing Jaws' reaction and the appearance of Vista, Marco's anger finally subsided. Jaws is a good guy in many ways, but he just doesn't think things through. Pops is like this, and he is desperately trying to stop him from drinking. Yet, Jaws goes to Pops every day to talk about drinking, making Pops want to throw a feast every time. But thankfully, there are reasonable guys like Vista around. Great WRM Spider, what are you doing here? Just as Marco was reflecting, a commotion arose from the other side of the deck. These guys can't stay quiet for a day. Marco shook his head and walked towards the source of the noise. Great WRM Spider. When Marco reached the other side of the deck, he saw a crowd surrounding 3 figures. Lying on his back next to the 3 figures was a person, and, judging by his clothing, it was indeed the Great WRM Spider. Moreover, the Great WRM Spider was currently in a state of unknown life or death, his face a bloody mess. Looking at one of the people, Marco recognized him. Wasn't this Jiang Zhe, the one who escaped from Impel Down mentioned in the newspaper? He had just been discussing him with Pops, and now he came knocking on their door. Damn, he's seen too many newcomers like Jiang Zhe, who suddenly become famous and think they're tough enough to challenge the 4 emperors, hoping to elevate their reputation and bounty. Marco had forgotten how long it had been since the Whitebeard pirates encountered such a newcomer challenging them. Jiang Zhe could challenge Pops, but he shouldn't harm his family. It seems people have forgotten the terror of the Whitebeard pirates, thinking that because Pops is old, they have no one left in the Whitebeard pirates. He is not someone to be trifled with. He must show Jiang Zhe, this frog in a well, the vastness of the world and make him pay for harming his family, not to act all high and mighty and cause trouble for their seniors. Marco stepped closer to the crowd, with each step increasing the flames around him. Look at Marco, feeling a wave of heat. The members of the Whitebeard pirates surrounding Jiang Zhe turn around. Oh no, it seems Marco is really angry. This newcomer is doomed. You know how much Marco values our family. Yes, if it weren't for Vista holding him back, Jaws would have rushed in just now. Looking forward to seeing the newcomer cry, Jiang Zhe ignored the discussions around him, calmly watching Marco approach, flame enveloping him. Is this the Phoenix? I wonder if the hungry ghost path can absorb his flames? It seems I still need to demonstrate my strength. Minotaurus. As soon as Jiang Zhe finished speaking, Minotaurus stood in front of him, raising his hammer, which turned dark and heavy. Do you think having hockey will let you withstand my attack? Whoosh! Marco flapped his wings and flew into the sky. At the same time, his feet transformed into bird claws, engulfed in blue flames, burning fiercely and distorting the air around him. Phoenix stamp. Marco dove down from the sky at high speed, his claws tearing through the air with a piercing sound. And the air gradually accumulated in front of his claws, forming a circular air shield. The onlookers covered their ears and moved away from Jiang Zhe as they saw Marco flying down. Seeing Marco like this, Vista was a bit surprised. How did Marco come out using such a move right away? Is he planning to sink the Moby Dick too? Vista turned to look at Jiang Zhe, who remained still, shaking his head. It seems this newcomer's resolve is about to be shattered. Coming out and immediately encountering Marco in a bad mood. And right away using such a move. Jaws laughed from the side. He originally wanted to teach Jiang Zhe a lesson. After all, he had seen too many newcomers challenging the Whitebeard pirates over the years. But he had never seen someone as arrogant as Jiang Zhe, throwing the badly injured great WRM spider onto the deck right away. This is a provocation against the Whitebeard pirates, looking down on them. If they don't teach him a harsh lesson, how will they maintain their face in the future? Marco's actions, in his view, were excellent. Without saying a word, he went straight for a big move. Just as Marco's claws were about to reach Jiang Zhe, Minotaurus swung his hammer. The heavy hammer shattered the surrounding air as it swung out, making a series of booming sounds. Boom! A massive sound erupted between Marco and Minotaurus. The wind generated by the collision blew the crowd's hair wildly, and they raised their hands to shield their eyes. Crack! Crack! The sound of breaking wood echoed, with countless cracks forming under Minotaurus's feet. Marco, back in the sky, looked incredulously at Minotaurus in front of Jiang Zhe. How is this possible? He knew the power of that kick all too well. It could easily shatter a ship, and even Jaws, with his diamond fruit, wouldn't dare to take it head-on. And even if he held back a bit, Minotaurus shouldn't be able to take it. Marco was well aware of Minotaurus's capabilities. He should not have been able to withstand his strike. He never expected Jiang Zhe to elevate it to this level. Jaws, with his eyes open, was also stunned. He knew the power of Marco's kick. Even if Marco held back a bit, he wouldn't dare to take it head-on, only trying to dodge. Yet this bull-like creature managed to withstand it, making him suddenly interested in wanting to spar with this bull. Other members of the Whitebeard pirates also looked in disbelief at Jiang Zhe and the others. They had seen Marco kick over a medium-sized warship, and among them, only Jaws could withstand such a kick. Chapter 19, Whitebeard, I have a deal to discuss with you, Galala. Come aboard my ship. I can't just ignore you. A hearty voice came from the cabin, and then a massive figure emerged from it. Dad! As soon as all the members of the Whitebeard pirates heard the voice, they turned to look at the cabin and shouted respectfully. Marco, who had been flying in the air, landed beside Whitebeard. Dad, why did you come out? We can handle things here. Marco was a bit anxious upon seeing Whitebeard, as he knew best about his health. Whitebeard needed to rest and reduce activity. He didn't expect that the commotion today would bring him out. Seeing the recently appeared pinholes on Whitebeard's body, Marco felt even more resentment towards Jiang Zhe, regretting not using his full strength earlier. Gulalala, a guest has come to visit the Whitebeard pirates. How could I not come out to see? But Dad, your health. Don't worry, Marco. Whitebeard patted Marco's shoulder and turned to Jiang Zhe. He had seen Jiang Zhe before, as Marco had shown him a newspaper about Jiang Zhe. Previously, he thought Jiang Zhe wanted to demonstrate his devil fruit abilities. When he heard the commotion outside, he was already sensing things with his observation hockey. He had seen Marco's kick too. He didn't expect that the Minotaurus, a prison guard beast from Impel Down, could unleash such great power in Jiang Zhe's hands. It seemed he had underestimated Jiang Zhe's fruit abilities a bit. However, having a powerful fruit ability was not a reason for Jiang Zhe to act recklessly on his ship. There were other powers in this world. Since Jiang Zhe dared to harm his family, he had to teach him a lesson today. Whitebeard looked again at the giant whirlpool spider under Jiang Zhe's feet. A strong aura surged from Whitebeard, charging straight at Jiang Zhe. The air between Whitebeard and Jiang Zhe seemed to be struck by something, first pausing, then suddenly parting to the sides. The members of the Whitebeard pirates nearby felt a gust of wind blowing towards them. No way. Dad actually used Conqueror's hockey. The crew murmured among themselves. Familiar with Conqueror's hockey, the big guy just now might have been able to withstand Marco's kick due to his strong physique, but Conqueror's hockey was different. It couldn't be resisted just by having a strong body. They began to anticipate Jiang Zhe and his companions being knocked out by Dad's Conqueror's hockey. Marco was also shocked and turned to look at his dad. Only when Kaido and others came to their ship would Dad directly use Conqueror's hockey to greet them. After all, only those with a strong spirit could remain conscious under the impact of Conqueror's hockey, and Dad was one of the top Conqueror's hockey users in the world. Even though they often experienced Dad's Conqueror's hockey, only a few division commanders could remain unperturbed under it. The weaker ones would faint directly. In his view, it felt a bit wasteful for Dad to use Conqueror's hockey against Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe and his companions would definitely not be able to withstand it. Seeing the rising aura from Whitebeard and the air pressure hitting him, Jiang Zhe knew that Whitebeard had used Conqueror's hockey. But so what? As for spirit, pain would not lose to anyone. Jiang Zhe began to gather his thoughts inward, continuously channeling pain's spirit from within the template. In an instant, Jiang Zhe's hair and robe began to flutter without wind, and an aura continuously surged from him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a fusion degree of 0.5. A voice echoed in Jiang Zhe's mind, but he ignored it. He wanted to see how far pain's spirit could reach in this pirate world. Boom! A silent explosion erupted between Whitebeard and Jiang Zhe. The wind that blew outwards suddenly became fierce, and the Whitebeard Pirates members who had been watching the show began to sway. Some of the weaker-willed individuals even started to faint. In an instant, more than half of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates fell down. Among the rest, only a few division commanders remained standing, while the others struggled to hold on. All those still conscious widened their eyes, staring at Jiang Zhe as if trying to remember him firmly. At that moment, Marco was already so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He initially thought Jiang Zhe would struggle under Dad's Conqueror's Haki and might even faint, but he didn't expect Jiang Zhe to possess Conqueror's Haki himself. Moreover, his Conqueror's Haki could stand up to Dad's. He had only seen such a scene during battles with Kaido and other Yonko, and he couldn't believe he was witnessing it today. Marco rubbed his eyes to ensure he wasn't seeing things. Gulalala, what a great aura! Whitebeard retracted his aura and laughed heartily. Seeing his dad laugh, Marco regained his composure. It seemed Dad was guiding the younger generation, which allowed Jiang Zhe to hold on. It turned out he had overthought, assuming Jiang Zhe had the strength of Yonko. Marco felt a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, if Jiang Zhe really had the strength of Yonko, then besides the ailing Dad, no one in the Whitebeard Pirates could stop him, especially since Jiang Zhe had two companions. One Minotaurus could already stand against him, and the other hadn't made a move yet, but judging by the sword he held, he was undoubtedly a swordsman. If a fight broke out, the Whitebeard Pirates might need Dad to risk his life to protect them. After laughing, Whitebeard looked at Jiang Zhe with a serious expression. But your strength is not a reason for you to run wild in the Whitebeard Pirates. If you can't explain why you beat scored like this today, I will leave no stone unturned, even if it costs me my life. Jiang Zhe examined the pinholes on Whitebeard's body and listened to his words. Already understanding Whitebeard's current situation, Whitebeard's body could be said to be under immense strain, as precarious as a house of cards. Otherwise, he wouldn't have started with Conqueror's Haki and held him accountable. He would have used the Tremor fruit to entertain instead. I have a deal to discuss with you. As soon as Jiang Zhe's words came out, Whitebeard fell silent. You have a deal to discuss with me. Can't we have a good talk? Did you really have to beat my son like this before coming to negotiate? Whitebeard turned and looked at the giant whirlpool spider at Jiang Zhe's feet with a compassionate expression. Chapter 20. Treating Whitebeard. Watching Whitebeard's gaze shift back and forth on the great whirlpool spider, Jiang Zhe knew what he was thinking. I need you to clear the area. Jiang Zhe had already planned how to utilize the Whitebeard Pirates when he arrived. One reason was that if he killed a celestial dragon in Sabeti Archipelago and 2 or 3 admirals showed up, he would need the Whitebeard Pirates' help to escape. The second reason was to have Whitebeard block the 3 admirals during the Marineford War, giving him time to execute his plan to sing Marineford. To achieve this, it was crucial that the Navy did not know Whitebeard had recovered. If the Navy found out Whitebeard was back at his peak, they would deploy more manpower and borrow several admiral-level forces from the world government, leaving him in a dire situation. Therefore, he must not let anyone know Whitebeard had recovered, especially the Navy and the world government. Given the large and diverse crew of the Whitebeard Pirates, it was possible there were spies from the Navy and the world government among them. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Whitebeard glared at him before glancing at Marco. Whitebeard understood that Jiang Zhe did not trust the other members of the Whitebeard Pirates, which made him a bit unhappy. But Jiang Zhe's actions made him appreciate him even more. After a while, under Marco's manipulation, only Whitebeard, Marco, Jiang Zhe, and the great whirlpool spider lying on the ground remained on the Moby Dick. Sensing the surroundings and finding no one else, Jiang Zhe nodded in satisfaction. Helpath. As soon as Jiang Zhe finished speaking, Helpath, who had been standing beside him, walked directly to the great whirlpool spider and placed both hands on him. Soon, the great whirlpool spider's body began to heal, and the injuries on his face healed instantly. Just as the great whirlpool spider was about to wake up, Jiang Zhe instructed Helpath to step away from him. Moments later, the great whirlpool spider regained consciousness. Where am I? The great whirlpool spider, slowly waking up, looked around and found the environment somewhat familiar. Rubbing his eyes and scanning the area again, he finally noticed Whitebeard and Jiang Zhe and immediately ran towards Whitebeard. Upon reaching Whitebeard, the great whirlpool spider turned to look at Jiang Zhe. What do you want? I'm a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. After saying this, the great whirlpool spider looked at Whitebeard with a pitiful expression. Marco was shocked as he watched the lively great whirlpool spider rise from the ground. The great whirlpool spider looked as if the person who had just been lying on the ground was not him at all. Just moments ago, Marco had sensed the great whirlpool spider's life force was weak, and even if he used the phoenix flame to heal him, it would take at least 6 months to fully recover. That's why Marco was so angry earlier. He never expected that the so-called hell path beside Jiang Zhe could heal the great whirlpool spider in an instant. Could this be a new devil fruit? With such strong healing effects, wouldn't that mean? Thinking of this, Marco turned to look at Whitebeard, his eyes filled with excitement. Whitebeard observed the interactions between Jiang Zhe and the great whirlpool spider and was momentarily puzzled. The great whirlpool spider's behavior clearly indicated he was afraid of Jiang Zhe, so Jiang Zhe must have caused his earlier injuries. But why did Jiang Zhe heal him? Did he plan to beat his son half to death and then charge him for the treatment? Was he just toying with him? With this thought, Whitebeard cast a disapproving glance at Jiang Zhe. Seeing the expression on Marco's face, Jiang Zhe realized Marco had figured out what he wanted to trade. After all, Marco was also a doctor and could understand this well. Just as Marco was about to say something, Whitebeard directly stopped him and ordered the great whirlpool spider to leave. Although the great whirlpool spider was confused, he obeyed Whitebeard's command and left the Moby Dick. Whitebeard noticed that Jiang Zhe only healed the great whirlpool spider halfway and did not fully awaken him, as well as his request to clear the area, indicating that Jiang Zhe did not want others to know about their transaction. He was afraid that if the great whirlpool spider learned about this later, Jiang Zhe might kill him directly. If that happened, he would be in a difficult position, which was why he stopped Marco from continuing. Seeing Whitebeard's actions, Jiang Zhe understood that Whitebeard's ability to become one of the 4 emperors in this world was not only due to his immense strength, but also his intelligence. He had been thinking that if Marco didn't control his mouth, he would have to kill the great whirlpool spider, as this was a matter of his own life. And nothing could go wrong. After the great whirlpool spider left, Marco realized he had almost caused the death of the great whirlpool spider earlier, feeling a bit ashamed, while his wariness towards Jiang Zhe increased a notch. Seeing his father's expression earlier, Marco realized his father had misunderstood and was afraid of angering Jiang Zhe, leading to Jiang Zhe not treating his father. So he hurriedly wanted to help explain to Jiang Zhe. Marco nervously spoke up, "Dad, I think Jiang Zhe might want to use his ability to heal you." Hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard was stunned. What? Heal my injuries? Over the years, Marco had no idea how much effort he had put into treating his injuries, but nothing had worked. He had given up on healing, thinking this was how it was, as aging and illness were inevitable parts of life. He never expected to have a chance to be healed now. Whitebeard looked up at Jiang Zhe, his eyes filled with curiosity. Seeing Whitebeard looking at him, Jiang Zhe had no intention of teasing him. "Yes, our deal today is this. I can heal your injuries, but you must agree to 2 conditions." As soon as Jiang Zhe finished speaking, both Whitebeard and Marco were stunned. After a long while, they finally came back to their senses. "Is what you said true?" Marco was the first to lose his composure and directly asked. "The great whirlpool spider from earlier was a perfect example, wasn't it?" Jiang Zhe replied calmly. "I can not only heal you, but I can also restore your strength to its peak." He had previously experimented with whether life energy drawn from one person could be transferred to another. The result was completely fine. He just needed to keep some details to himself and could not fully disclose everything to Whitebeard until he had safely left Sabaody Archipelago. This way, he could keep Whitebeard and the others hanging. "Hell Path," Jiang Zhe called out without any unnecessary words. Hell Path immediately approached Whitebeard and placed his hands on him. Soon, the needle marks on Whitebeard's body began to disappear, and Hell Path returned to Jiang Zhe's side. "Gururara, I've never felt so relaxed." Whitebeard laughed heartily. After a long time, he stopped and looked at Jiang Zhe. "However, Jiang Zhe, why do I feel like my injuries aren't completely healed?" Hearing Whitebeard's words, Jiang Zhe calmly looked at him. "Because I don't know if your Whitebeard pirates will keep the agreement, so I could only heal you halfway." Jiang Zhe had considered fully healing Whitebeard, as he seemed to be a man of his word, even in death. However, one must always be cautious. This was the real world, not an anime, and human nature was complex. Moreover, the help he would need from Whitebeard in the future could implicate the entire Whitebeard pirates. When his own credit and the safety of his family were put in front of Whitebeard, Jiang Zhe did not believe that Whitebeard would choose to honor his word without hesitation. So in the end, Jiang Zhe chose to keep a backup plan. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Marco became excited. "What are you saying? You don't trust the credit of our Whitebeard pirates?" Whitebeard held Marco back and nodded. His opinion of Jiang Zhe had risen even further. Gurara, you sly little brat. Go ahead, what are your demands? I will definitely fulfill them. First demand. I want to go to Sabaody Archipelago and kill a few celestial dragons. I hope you Whitebeard pirates can help me investigate the whereabouts of the celestial dragons and relay some information. If I can't get out of Sabaody Archipelago, you can come to pick me up. Jiang Zhe's words left both Whitebeard and Marco stunned in place. Chapter 21 Life Paper Gulalala. What a bold kid. Looking at Jiang Zhe, Whitebeard seemed to see his former captain, Rox, a man who almost swallowed the entire sea, who forced the Navy to gasp for breath, who regarded the celestial dragons as prey. The current Jiang Zhe resembles him so much, with the same powerful aura and the same contempt for the celestial dragons. When Marco heard Jiang Zhe say he wanted to kill the celestial dragons, he almost died of shock. Killing the celestial dragons? Don't say it like you're going to slaughter a few pigs. If Jiang Zhe really killed a celestial dragon, he would probably face endless pursuit from the world government and the Navy. If the world government found out that the Whitebeard pirates were secretly passing messages to Jiang Zhe, they would definitely be implicated. But if the world government didn't know it was the Whitebeard pirates that passed the message, it seemed like it wasn't impossible to do. Thinking of this, Marco stared intently at Whitebeard. Whitebeard ignored Marco and turned to Jiang Zhe. Kid, what is your second condition? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco realized he had been a bit anxious. After all, Dad was still the calm one. If Jiang Zhe's second condition was too outrageous or something the Whitebeard pirates couldn't do, it would be tough. They could clearly save Dad, but if they couldn't meet the conditions, they would miss the opportunity. Marco felt that he would live in regret for the rest of his life. Having thought this through, Marco turned to look at Jiang Zhe with anticipation. My second condition is simple. You cannot reveal that Whitebeard has been cured, and you must have the Whitebeard pirates help me hold off 3 admirals in an upcoming battle. Marco could no longer sit still upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words. How could Dad face 3 admirals at the same time? Even if Dad's injuries were healed, his age was a factor, and it was impossible. Was Jiang Zhe trying to make things difficult for the Whitebeard pirates? Marco was about to speak when Jiang Zhe continued. What if I can let Whitebeard directly return to his peak state? As soon as Jiang Zhe said this, Marco fell silent. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, who had been contemplating something, also brightened up. When Jiang Zhe initially said to hold off 3 admirals, he thought it was impossible and was considering what else he could offer in exchange. But when Jiang Zhe mentioned restoring him to peak condition, Whitebeard became confident. Defeating the admirals might be difficult, but holding them off wouldn't be. If he were restored to peak condition, holding off 2 admirals at the same time would be no problem. The other admiral could be dealt with by Marco and the others together. But how can we trust that you can restore Dad to his peak state? Marco asked after thinking for a moment. Hearing Marco's question, Whitebeard also looked at Jiang Zhe with burning eyes. After all, regaining peak condition and shining once more was an irresistible temptation for him. I can only tell you this after you fulfill the first condition, Jiang Zhe replied. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Whitebeard felt a bit disappointed but quickly collected himself. However, they hadn't heard about any significant battles that would take place. Kid, what do you mean by battle? Hearing Whitebeard's question, Jiang Zhe took out the life paper Ace had given him. Feeling the same aura as his own on the life paper, Whitebeard was shocked as he took it from Jiang Zhe's hand. Gulalala, how do you have my life paper? Marco, standing beside Whitebeard, was stunned in place. After a long time, he finally came back to his senses. Ace. Marco rummaged through his own clothes and found a life paper with Ace's name on it. After confirming it was undamaged, he finally felt relieved. As the steward of the Whitebeard pirates, he had distributed the life papers to each member, so he was familiar with each one. When Jiang Zhe pulled out that life paper, Marco immediately recognized it as the one he had given to Ace. His first reaction was to think something had happened to Ace, which is why he searched for Ace's life paper. Only after seeing that Ace's life paper was intact did he relax. Seeing Marco so flustered, Whitebeard became curious. After all, he had never seen Marco so anxious before. Seeing Whitebeard's concerned gaze, Marco quickly explained, Dad, the life paper in your hand is the one I gave to Ace. Upon hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard felt a bit anxious and looked straight at Marco. Dad, Ace is fine. This is his life paper. After saying this, Marco handed Ace's life paper to Whitebeard. Seeing that Ace's life paper was unharmed, Whitebeard let out a sigh of relief and turned to Jiang Zhe with a puzzled expression. This was given to me by Ace and Impel Down. The battle I mentioned is the one between your Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. Seeing the look in Whitebeard's eyes, Jiang Zhe understood his meaning and spoke directly. After saying that, Jiang Zhe ignored Whitebeard and Marco's expressions, threw a transponder snail into Whitebeard's arms, and turned to leave. He was going to Sabidi Archipelago to ensure he could grasp the development of the entire situation at the first moment. The transponder snail he gave to Whitebeard was a secure one he had purchased. He bought 3, and this one was for contacting the Whitebeard pirates. He needed to plot the lives of the celestial dragons, and the information would likely have to come from the Whitebeard pirates. So his communication with them had to be timely. As for the other one, he wanted to gain more shock value. And the best way to do that was to collaborate with Morgans, the guy who runs the newspaper. He believed he would love this big news. Whitebeard and Marco took a long time to recover after Jiang Zhe left. Dad, is what he said true? With his aura and strength, there is no need for him to lie to us. After all, strong people are proud. Those who like to lie don't possess such strong conqueror's haki. So, Dad, Marco started but didn't dare to finish. Gulalala, do the Navy think I'm old enough to just sit back and watch my son get captured? Hearing his father's words, Marco's eyes showed a nostalgic expression. The dad he had always followed had returned. Ever since Dad had aged and his injuries flared up, he hadn't been as imposing as he was today. Now that his father had returned, what was there to fear from a mere Impel Down? The Whitebeard pirates had nothing to fear. Chapter 22. Where the danger of the Sabidi Archipelago comes from Mariehua, in a luxurious palace. No, I want to go to the Sabidi Archipelago. My slaves are almost used up. On the exquisitely carpeted floor, a celestial dragon with curly hair that curls upwards, a plump face resembling a squash, thick lips, and a long string of mucus running from his nose was rolling on the ground, crying out, but no tears fell. The attendants and slaves nearby were trying hard to lower their heads, avoiding the scene before them. Another celestial dragon, who looked very much like the one on the ground, but was older, with graying hair and beard, wearing small sunglasses and sporting 2 upward-curled mustaches, was holding his forehead in distress, watching the one rolling on the ground. Charlor Saint, this is an order from the 5 elders. Do you want to defy it? Hearing his father's words, the rolling Charlor Saint stopped, raised his head to look at his father. The 5 elders are just trying to scare us. What is there to be afraid of? I just want to replenish my slaves. After saying this, Charlor Saint began to roll on the ground again, while his small eyes kept glancing at his father, Rodward Saint, and his sister beside him. He had made a plan with his sister the night before. Today he would throw a tantrum, and his sister would be in charge of comforting him, one playing the good cop, and the other the bad cop. Why hasn't his sister started acting yet? As for the order from the 5 elders, he had never taken it to heart. We're the 5 elders, but representatives chosen by each family? If their family doesn't support them, let us see how they can sit securely in their positions. Moreover, the claim that someone wants to kill the celestial dragons is nonsense. They have ruled this world for so many years. The common people have long become docile sheep. Who dares to resist? Besides, even if someone dares to resist, the Navy, this obedient dog, is not to be trifled with. Previously, Charlemagne Saint was struck by a commoner, and the Navy directly wiped that island off the map. Unfortunately, he didn't see it at the time. It would have been great to witness the demon-slaying order. Of course, without getting hurt himself. After all, he didn't want those commoners to touch him, even his hand. Noticing her brother's gaze, a woman standing beside Rodward Saint, with orange hair styled upwards, wearing orange sunglasses, a silk scarf covering the lower half of her face, and 3 heart-shaped earrings on her ears, walked over to Rodward Saint and gently patted his shoulder. Father, just in time, my slaves are also used up. I want to replenish them too. And I heard there will be merfolk at this auction. Moreover, the Sabidi Archipelago is so close to Marihois, the Navy can rush over immediately. Our safety is absolutely guaranteed. If worst comes to worst, we can just bring a few more C0 tomorrow. Hearing the word merfolk, Rodward Saint's eyes lit up, and he began to ponder. Hearing his sister's voice, Charlor Saint looked up, his eyes pleadingly fixed on his father. Whether it was sensing the desires of his son and daughter or his own longing for the merfolk, Rodward Saint slammed his hand down decisively. All right, tomorrow we will secretly go to the Sabidi Archipelago. Hearing Rodward Saint's words, Charlor Saint, who had been lying on the ground, breathed a sigh of relief and admired his sister. Feeling her brother's gaze, Lilia raised her head high and puffed out her chest. After a while, the 3 of them exited the palace. Just as the attendants and slaves were letting out a sigh of relief, Rodward Saint turned back and said, C0, clean up the scene. All the attendants and slaves collapsed to the ground as if their bones had been pulled out. Meanwhile, Rodward Saint's family continued to walk forward harmoniously. Mariehua, Panga City, Hall of Authority. Nezashiru Saint, what do you think about this matter? Satan Saint turned to Nezashiru Saint, who was holding a teacup nearby. Hearing Satan Saint's voice, Nezashu Saint elegantly drank the tea in his cup, then set it down and slowly turned to look at Satan Saint. Satan Saint, I think you're too nervous. What kind of storm can a mere commoner stir up? You say his eyes resemble rocks, but who is rocks? What is he? Can the two even be compared? Besides, the C0 that Rodsword brought are not to be trifled with, and the Navy headquarters is so close to the Sabati archipelago. If anything happens, Kizaru can arrive in less than half an hour. Nezashu Saint's words made Satan Saint ponder. Not knowing what he was thinking, Satan Saint's expression turned ugly. Do you think this is just a matter of safety? This is a matter of our dignity as the Five Elders. If we don't listen to the words of the Five Elders, how can we manage such a large world government in the future? Seeing Satan Saint's angry expression, Nezashu Saint understood what he meant. However, he had risen to power thanks to Rodsword's crucial vote, and just moments ago, Rodsword had donated 2 billion berries to the world government just to make a trip to the Sabati archipelago. Without managing the household, one wouldn't know the cost of rice and oil. As the financial warrior, he had to maintain the operation of the world government and the Navy while also sustaining the extravagant lifestyle of the celestial dragons. If there weren't people like Rodsword Saint who knew the times, he would have long had to use his own money to subsidize the world government. Satan Saint, this small matter 1T affect the dignity of the Five Elders. As long as Lordum is here, our positions as the Five Elders can be secured. Our dignity has never depended on them obeying our commands, but on Lordum. Hearing Nezashu Saint mention Lordum, Satan Saint was momentarily at a loss for words. But that Jiang Zhe has declared he will kill all the celestial dragons. How can we ignore this safety issue? Hearing Satan Saint's words, Nezashu Saint looked at him with pity. A little bit of nonsense has scared you this much. It's simply a joke. What kind of strength does this Jiang Zhe have? Does he not know? He was lucky to defeat Magellan. He was just relying on his devil fruit ability. Any strong martial artist can defeat him directly. You must know that all the C0 are selected from the training camp, proficient in the Navy S6 styles, which is just the first threshold for C0. All C0 must reach the level of a Navy Rear Admiral. They are all solid martial artists. If Jiang Zhe dares to come to assassinate, they won't even need the Navy to intervene. C0 can resolve it directly. I don't understand what Satan Saint is worried about. Seeing Nezashu Saint's expression, Satan Saint knew the conversation was going nowhere. The Rodsword family would definitely go to the Sabati archipelago. They are the Five Elders, but cannot force every celestial dragon's freedom. But at least not now. At least 10 days later, and they must go secretly. This concerns the dignity of the Five Elders. After saying this, Satan Saint angrily exited the Hall of Authority. Seeing Satan Saint like this, Nezashu Saint could only shake his head helplessly, knowing this was Satan Saint's last bottom line. However, he had also completed the commission of Rodsword's family. After all, Satan Saint had given the go-ahead, even if it was 10 days later. Chapter 23. Pain's 13th consecutive victory Sabati archipelago, arena. Pain, go. Kill him. I bet heavily on you. Countless voices shouted in the arena, with men tightly clutching their chips and noble women drooling over the figures in the ring. In the arena, 2 figures were fighting. One had short orange hair, wore a rogue ninja forehead protector, had several circular patterns in his eyes, earrings on his ears, a cold expression, and was bare-chested, with muscles carved like marble, wearing only simple shorts on his lower half. The other was a stocky man with a face full of flesh, towering and hefty, wielding a massive spike club. The cold-faced man was Jiang Zhe, who had transformed into Pain to participate in the arena battles on Sabati archipelago. The stout man was his opponent in this match. Originally, Jiang Zhe had come to Sabati archipelago to execute his plan to hunt the celestial dragons. Unexpectedly, after several days, he had not seen a single celestial dragon. It was only from Whitebeard that he learned that the celestial dragons had been placed under house arrest by the Five Elders. His earlier plan to use Luffy to find an opportunity to attack the celestial dragons had fallen through since, during his stay in Sabati, he had seen the 11 supernovas from his past life set sail one after another, including the main character of this world, Monkey D. Luffy. The culprit was Jiang Zhe himself. His previous remarks in Impel Down had made the Five Elders cautious, fearing he would really go to extremes and kill a celestial dragon, thus breaking the belief that they were untouchable and inciting negative thoughts about them among others. The Five Elders had no choice but to issue a ban on the celestial dragon's movements until Jiang Zhe was captured. When he received this news, Jiang Zhe felt speechless. He never expected that his earlier actions would affect his current plans. However, the Five Elders were indeed not wrong. He was prepared to kill the celestial dragons. From that moment on, Jiang Zhe decided to lay low in Sabaody archipelago and change his plan. After all, Sabaody was the place most likely to see celestial dragons after Mary Joa. Going to Mary Joa was not an option. His strength was insufficient, and he would easily be trapped. He could only attract the attention of the celestial dragons in Sabaody archipelago. Based on his understanding of the celestial dragons, these guys would not obediently follow the 5 elders' orders to stay in their palaces. It wouldn't be long before they grew bored or needed to replenish their slaves, prompting them to come to Sabaody archipelago. The reason Sabaody could attract the celestial dragons was due to the abundance of excellent slaves. To draw in the celestial dragons and get close to them, the best method was to disguise himself as a slave who could capture their attention. During his days in Sabaody, Jiang Zhe directly killed the owner of a medium-sized slave auction house and took his place using the Hell Path. In this chaotic place, as long as you had the strength, you could carve out a niche for yourself. Who would care about who the owner of a slave auction house was? As long as Jiang Zhe provided sufficient benefits to the powers behind the scenes, it was enough. This way, Jiang Zhe established himself in Sabaody archipelago. He also developed a new entertainment project there, which was a slave fighting arena. In this arena, you could bring your own slaves to challenge others or place bets on the slaves fighting below. In just a few days, the arena was packed to capacity every day, with some nobles visiting multiple times a day. Jiang Zhe played the role of a slave, becoming the star fighter of this arena. Not only did it allow him to train his physical skills, but winning consecutively would also attract the attention of the celestial dragons. As long as he kept winning, there would come a day when a celestial dragon couldn't bear the loneliness and sneaked out from Mary Joa, noticing him and purchasing him, giving him the opportunity to strike decisively. After that, he just needed to escape from Sabaody archipelago and wait to collect shock value and fusion degree. Jiang Zhe brought his thoughts back to the present, coldly watching the stout man swinging his spiked club. Feel the pain. In an instant, the previously grinning stout man screamed as if witnessing something unbelievable, clutching his head tightly as if trying to crush it, just like he had done to those civilians before. Jiang Zhe pulled out a shuriken from his waist, leisurely walking up to the stout man and slitting his throat. In an instant, the stout man awakened from his original fear, desperately trying to cover his throat as if wanting to fill the gash that had been cut. But his efforts were in vain, as countless blood bubbles erupted from the corners of his mouth and the slit in his throat. Finally, the burly man fell to the arena floor with a blue-purple face, his eyes filled with relief. It seemed he had just seen the people he had tormented in the past come to take revenge, and now he too had met his end. This was Pain's Hell Judgment. Unbelievable. That's 13 consecutive victories. Awesome. Pain just made me a fortune. This was the reaction of those who had placed their bets on Pain. They had been betting on him for 10 consecutive days. Initially, they didn't believe Pain could keep winning, as his opponents seemed quite formidable. Unexpectedly, Pain was so fierce, consecutively killing 13 opponents. Damn it, refund. What a meat mountain, simply incapable of fighting back. I thought he was some big shot and placed a heavy bet. But it turns out he's just a flashy product. Now I've lost all my funds. This was the reaction of those who had bet on Jiang Zhe's opponent. Of course, none of this concerned Jiang Zhe. After killing the meat mountain, he left the arena and headed backstage, leaving behind the clamor and the greedy gazes of countless noble women. The techniques and shuriken used against the meat mountain were abilities and items Jiang Zhe had recently obtained from the lottery system. The ability was an illusion called Hell Judgment. Once a person was locked onto by Jiang Zhe's gaze, they would experience the bad deeds they had committed in the past. Of course, they would become the victim in this scenario. This ability allowed people to truly feel pain, aligning perfectly with Jiang Zhe's intention to make others experience suffering. Jiang Zhe couldn't wait to see the effects of this ability when used on the celestial dragons. It would surely be a spectacle. As for the shock value from the lottery, one came from Jiang Zhe's previous actions on Whitebeard's ship, and the other came from his continuous victories in the arena over the past few days. Buru, Buru. The snail phone at Jiang Zhe's waist rang. Hello, Jiang Zhe. A celestial dragon has already come out from Mary Joa. You need to be prepared. Chapter 24. The Smooth Escape of Charlo's Saint. Jiang Zhe in the arena, watching Mary Joa grow farther away. Charlo's Saint let out a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that even with his father's bribery of the 5 elders, they still wouldn't allow his whole family to go to Sabaody archipelago. He could only sneak out of Mary Joa by himself. After all, he had exhausted the slaves he had tortured, and now he needed to acquire more slaves. There was no way he would obediently follow the 5 elders' orders. Even his father couldn't stop him. especially since the guards in Mariehua were so lax that trying to stop the great Charlos Saint was simply impossible. Charlos Saint turned to look back at Mariehua, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. As for Jiang Zhe, whom the five elders mentioned, how could the great Charlos Saint fear a mere commoner? He heard that Jiang Zhe was a survivor from the Demon Slayer order initiated by Charlos Mark Saint, just a stray dog, nothing to be afraid of. He had brought along a C0 with the strength of a vice admiral, so why would he fear Jiang Zhe? Charlos Saint turned to glance at the straight-backed white figure beside him, wearing a confident smile. This C0 was specially recruited by his father to protect him. Proficient in iron blocks, capable of blocking incoming attacks at the first moment. With this C0, his life safety was definitely elevated to a whole new level. This was the main reason why he dared to travel alone this time. He also heard that a new form of entertainment had emerged in Sabati Archipelago, the arena, which was just a form of entertainment already familiar to the Celestial Dragons. These commoners thought it was something new, allowing the great Charlos Saint to show them what real entertainment looks like. He already had many ideas in his mind, like beast fights, father-son death matches, and so on. They had played these countless times in Mariehua. Once these methods were put into play, they would surely astonish these unsophisticated commoners. He enjoyed seeing the shocked expressions of these ignorant people. Moreover, he heard that a slave had achieved 12 consecutive victories, and he must acquire this slave. If other celestial dragons found out, he might not be able to get his hands on it. Once he got this slave and returned to Mariehua, he would definitely be able to dominate and multiply his heavenly gold. However, he needed to get a vice admiral from the Navy to accompany him. After all, the Navy was the dog raised by the celestial dragons. Their appearance must have the Navy clearing the way, which would be impressive. He believed the Navy would not refuse him, as he was their master. Charlos Saint looked in the direction of the Navy headquarters in Marineford. Sabati Archipelago, the arena. Here, the 14th Battle of Pain was being held. All the spectators, regardless of age or gender, were cheering. In a luxurious box, Charlos Saint watched Jiang Zhe fighting below, nodding in satisfaction. This slave was very clever, smarter than his previous slaves, able to wrestle with a slave several times larger than him due to his agile physique. A very clever tactic, just like him, wise enough to achieve 13 consecutive victories. However, his face was a bit too handsome. Charlos Saint hated slaves who were more handsome than himself. When he bought him, he would scar his face. A perverse smile appeared on Charlos' face. Feel the pain. On stage, Jiang Zhe shouted softly, and his opponent froze in place before Jiang Zhe slit his throat, collapsing on the stage. The audience erupted in cheers again. Jiang Zhe looked up at the only VIP room in the arena. He had just seen a celestial dragon enter the VIP room with several figures. He had indeed attracted the celestial dragon, but he didn't expect there were two vice admiral level combatants beside the celestial dragon. One was his old acquaintance, Vice Admiral Weasel, sporting a dark purple mohawk, a dark purple mustache, wearing a purple and white striped shirt, draped in the Navy's justice cloak, and carrying a katana at his waist. It was indeed Vice Admiral Weasel, who had captured Akiji and brought him to Impel Down. The other one was masked, dressed in white, clearly AC0. In the battles over the past few days, Jiang Zhe had roughly gauged his own strength to be at the level of a Navy Vice Admiral. He sensed that Weasel and that C0 had strength similar to his. Under the protection of one person, he could avoid exposing his identity and quickly take down the Celestial Dragon. But with two people, he would likely have to reveal Minotaurus and the Hellpath. In that case, it would be unfavorable for his escape, evading pursuit, and avoiding framing. No, he had to think of a way to kill one of them or render him unable to resist. If he remembered correctly, this Celestial Dragon was one of the three who was knocked out by Luffy in the original work, characterized as having violent tendencies. His appearance here must be to buy back his 14 consecutive victory slave. When he approached him, perhaps he could try to challenge the C0 beside him, then kill or incapacitate the C0. As for why not challenge Weasel, one reason was that Weasel might not obey the Celestial Dragon's orders to accept a challenge. Another reason was that Weasel was a swordsman who generally wouldn't employ tactics to protect his master. The C0 was different. They would certainly listen to the Celestial Dragon's orders. Moreover, he had no idea about the C0's abilities. It's known that Celestial Dragons trained many C0s into Death Warriors, specifically used to block damage. If he launched an attack, and this C0 used some strange ability to protect the Celestial Dragon, that would be troublesome. He might not even complete the plan to kill the Celestial Dragon, let alone think about escaping pursuit. In the VIP room, Charlos Saint felt Jiang Zhe's gaze and suddenly felt a chill. At the same time, he noticed that Jiang Zhe was looking at him, and the calmness in Jiang Zhe's eyes made him uncomfortable. What a nice gaze. Charlo Saint found that Jiang Zhe's eyes were different from those of the slaves he had seen before, filled with calmness and defiance. He decided he must train Jiang Zhe until his eyes resembled those of a C0, then gouge them out and scar his face in revenge for daring to look at him like that. However, before that, he needed Jiang Zhe to earn enough heavenly gold for him. C0, bring the owner of this arena and that slave below up here. Yes. The C0 who had been silent beside Charlo Saint acknowledged and then disappeared from sight. As Jiang Zhe entered the resting room, he received a message from Minotaurus through his subordinates that the celestial dragon wanted to see him and Minotaurus. Chapter 25, I want to challenge this CP0 in the VIP room of the Colosseum. St. Charlos nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Jiang Zhe standing before him. However, he quickly realized something was amiss, as both Minotaurus and Jiang Zhe did not kneel before him. St. Charlos's face turned pale with rage, and he pulled out his golden pistol from his bosom, firing 2 shots at Minotaurus and Jiang Zhe. Bang! Bang! After the 2 gunshots, Minotaurus fell to the ground, while Jiang Zhe remained standing. Damn it, what are you doing? You don't kneel before the great celestial dragon, shouted C0, standing beside St. Charlos. The world has not yet given birth to anyone who can make me kneel. Jiang Zhe's words were calm yet firm. St. Charlos, initially ready to rage, suddenly became interested and pulled C0 aside to stand before Jiang Zhe. St. Charlos, keep your distance from this guy. C0 had sensed an elusive threat from Jiang Zhe when he entered. It was small, but indeed a threat, indicating that this slave had the potential to pose a danger. He at least had the strength of a major. If St. Charlos got too close, Jiang Zhe might launch a surprise attack, and C0 might not be able to save him. St. Charlos seemed not to hear C0's warning and surveyed Jiang Zhe. He had initially intended to execute Jiang Zhe on the spot, as anyone disrespectful to the celestial dragons deserved death. However, he recalled the empty slave cells and the scenes of slaves failing in their battles and being mocked by other celestial dragons. If he remembered correctly, Lilia had told him not to choose slaves who were submissive, but rather those with pride and spirit. Such slaves would not only be interesting to train, but would also provide a sense of accomplishment when trained successfully. Most importantly, such slaves would be fierce enough to earn him heavenly gold in the slave battles. St. Charlos decided to let this slave win a few matches first, then train him like a dog, and finally gouge out his eyes and scar his face. He could already envision winning the slave battles and seeing Jiang Zhe begging at his feet. Ha ha! So what will it take for you to kneel? St. Charlos laughed heartily, his gaze fixed on Jiang Zhe. I want to fight him. Jiang Zhe extended a finger, pointing at C0, who had retreated behind St. Charlos. Good. St. Charlos was even more pleased with Jiang Zhe. Only a brave and fierce slave was a good fighting slave. C0, St. Charlos called out. C0, standing behind him, immediately saluted and walked out of the box. Jiang Zhe followed closely behind. Admiral Squirrel, how many moves do you think it will take for my C0 to defeat this arrogant kid? St. Charlos asked. I can't tell. Admiral Squirrel replied indifferently from the side, then closed his eyes to rest. Boring. St. Charlos felt a bit annoyed seeing Admiral Squirrel's demeanor. He had expected Admiral Squirrel to flatter him like others he had met, but instead, Squirrel's response was flat, even somewhat dismissive. Damn Navy, aren't they just the dogs of the celestial dragons? How dare they treat me like this? Although St. Charlos was angry, he had no way to deal with Admiral Squirrel. He had snuck out this time, and it was already fortunate to have borrowed a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. It was impossible to borrow a vice admiral he liked. However, since Admiral Squirrel dared to show him a cold face, he had to make him pay a little. He decided to complain to Sengoku when he returned, and also to the 5 elders. With this thought, St. Charlos felt somewhat better. Humph. He turned to look at Jiang Zhe and C0, who had reached the platform. On the stage, Jiang Zhe looked at C0, who was casually standing there, and knew he was not being taken seriously. After all, he was just a slave now, a slave of a small Colosseum. What strength could he have? But this was exactly what he wanted. The less C0 valued him, the more he could catch him off guard. However, he was unsure about C0's willpower. His illusions were effective, but they required weakening a person's willpower or spirit first. This was also why he had to first spar with his opponents physically before using Hell's judgment in every battle. One reason was to train his own physical skills, and another was that when others were strong enough and focused, his Hell's judgment could not directly pull someone down to Hell for judgment. Moreover, he was still unaware of C0's abilities. Celestial dragons were known to generously give their slaves devil fruits, not to mention their guards. He needed to test C0's physical skills first. What an overconfident kid. What makes you think you can challenge me? C0 glanced at Jiang Zhe disdainfully and said, without any nonsense. Jiang Zhe pushed off the ground with both feet. Crack. A sound of cracking came from beneath Jiang Zhe's feet as the platform began to show cracks. And an aura emanated from him, causing his short hair to stand on end. Seeing Jiang Zhe's imposing aura and the cracked fighting platform, C0's expression became slightly serious, but soon returned to a look of disdain. You've got some strength, but that's still not enough to defeat me. Today, I'll show you what true power is. With that, C0 stepped forward. Another loud crack resounded from beneath his feet. The spot where he had been standing now had a small dent, and cracks spread outward from it. Whoosh! Two sounds of air being sliced apart rang out simultaneously as the audience on the platform could no longer see the figures of the two. Only two shadows rapidly closing in on each other. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted between Jiang Zhe and C0, sending a fierce wind around them that blew the clothing and hair of the audience on the platform. The spectators quickly covered their eyes. When the wind died down, all the spectators opened their eyes, wanting to see who had won this clash, but a thick cloud of dust surrounded Jiang Zhe and C0, obscuring the situation inside. After a long while, the dust settled, revealing two figures. A tie? The audience gasped. The two figures immediately separated again. Kid, it seems I underestimated you, C0 said, glancing up at the VIP room. Although his usual job was to protect the celestial dragons from harm, if he could earn face for them, the rewards would be significant. His devil fruit had come this way. Today, if it weren't for St. Charlos being here, he would have taken you down quickly. Otherwise, it would make me look incompetent. I must spar with you properly. But I want to say, kid, your vision is too narrow. Let me show you what true power is in this world today. Hearing C0's words, Jiang Zhe's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew C0 was about to use his full strength. It seemed his objective had been achieved. Chapter 26, defeating CP0C0, standing in the arena, continuously released his aura, causing the wind to whip around him, making his white suit rustle. Sharp teeth began to appear in his mouth. His eyes grew larger. A crocodile tail slowly sprouted from behind him, and his hands transformed into claws. Once the transformation was complete, C0 turned to look at the VIP seats and then faced Jiang Zhe, who stood opposite him. Kid, this is true power. Get ready to face my strength. In the VIP room, St. Charlos looked down at C0, who had transformed into a half-crocodile, feeling quite satisfied, though a bit dissatisfied as well. Jiang Zhe was his designated battle slave, meant to earn him heavenly gold. If C0 beat him to a pulp, he would be at a loss. However, it was also good. After C0 thoroughly defeated Jiang Zhe, he could train him better. After all, training a dog means making the dog understand who the master is. General Weasel, do you see how strong my C0 is? St. Charlos boasted, looking at General Weasel. Strong, General Weasel replied, barely opening his eyes, speaking in a flat tone. Damn it. St. Charlos raised his gun and fired at General Weasel. Clang. The bullet was blocked by a knife, flattening and falling down. Damn guy, you dare to block it. I will definitely complain to Sengoku about you. General Weasel slowly sheathed his sword and replied softly, go ahead, before closing his eyes again. Seeing General Weasel's nonchalant attitude made St. Charlos furious. But he couldn't do anything to General Weasel and could only vent his anger by smashing things in the VIP room. On the fighting stage, Jiang Zhe smiled with satisfaction as he watched C0 transform into a half-crocodile. Knowing C0's abilities gave him more confidence. He had been worried that C0 might possess some strange superhuman abilities, which would make it difficult for him to defeat C0 without exposing his own abilities and identity. Now that he knew C0 was just a Zoan-type devil fruit user, Jiang Zhe felt reassured. After all, he had dealt with many tough opponents like this in recent days and had the experience. As long as he secretly used the Hungry Ghost Path ability to absorb the opponent's life energy, he would grow stronger while C0 would weaken. He just needed to seize an opportunity to end the battle with Hell's Judgment. Boom! A huge sound erupted from where C0 stood. On the fighting stage, a deep pit had formed where C0 had been standing, with countless cracks around its bottom. Dust and stones were lifted into the air by the tremendous impact, seemingly suspended. Upon closer inspection, the air around the pit appeared compressed and distorted. The originally stationary white figure transformed into a white blur, whipping up a large gust of wind as it shot towards Jiang Zhe. The air cracked with a whoosh as it was rapidly compressed. The audience was stunned, mouths agape. They had never witnessed such a scene in this arena. They had never seen anything so exaggerated. Even the stone fighting stage was damaged. They recognized the white figure as someone who had previously followed the celestial dragons. It seemed that Pain's 14 consecutive victories were about to come to an end. However, it was understandable. After all, this person was a subordinate of the celestial dragons and had a devil fruit. Pain was merely a small arena slave. And even with 14 consecutive victories, he likely couldn't withstand this person's attack. As the white figure rushed towards him, Jiang Zhe remained completely calm, his expression unchanged as if nothing were happening. He slowly raised his right hand, forming a fist at his waist, spreading his legs apart into a lunge stance. His right hand bulged with visible veins, resembling coiled dragons, making his forearm appear thicker. His legs also grew larger, and cracks began to appear on the stone platform beneath him. As the white blur approached, Jiang Zhe slowly swung his right fist. The punch seemed slow, but in reality, it was incredibly fast, compressing the surrounding air into a thick layer of air membrane in front of his fist. The air around his fist rapidly dispersed to the sides as if struck by tremendous force, leaving behind swirling white air waves in the sky. Boom! The white blur finally collided with his fist. The audience on the stands could only hear a tremendous sound, ringing painfully in their ears. They instinctively covered their ears and struggled to open their eyes to see the battle stage. But the ensuing strong wind made it impossible to keep their eyes open. On the stage, feeling the power of Jiang Zhe's punch, C0 scoffed internally, thinking that such weak strength dared to clash with him, utterly underestimating him. C0 increased the force in his claws, looking smugly at Jiang Zhe. Feeling the increased force from C0's punch, Jiang Zhe amplified his hungry ghost path ability output, firmly resisting C0's attack. Kid, don't push yourself. C0 thought that after adding some strength, Jiang Zhe would surely be unable to withstand it. To his surprise, even with the added strength, his claws were still firmly held back. St. Charlos wanted to keep Jiang Zhe as a slave, not kill him, so he couldn't use his full strength. Moreover, he had originally looked down on Jiang Zhe, so he hadn't used much force in his punch, but it was already more than enough for a mere slave. To his astonishment, Jiang Zhe managed to withstand it, indicating that he would need to use all of his strength. Just as C0 prepared to increase his power, he suddenly felt a wave of weakness. How could this be? As a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he was usually full of energy and had never experienced such weakness unless he encountered Sea Prism Stone. Could this slave have Sea Prism Stone? Realizing this, C0 attempted to retract his claws quickly, but Jiang Zhe would not let him off that easily. As soon as C0 eased the pressure from his claws, Jiang Zhe understood his intention, transformed his punch into a palm, and directly grabbed C0's claws. Seeing his claws caught, C0 looked panicked at Jiang Zhe. Good opportunity. Hell's Judgment. In an instant, C0 fell into an illusion. Chapter 27. Capturing a celestial dragon. After the wind and noise from the collision subsided, the audience could finally see the scene on stage. Jiang Zhe had firmly grabbed C0's hands, who had returned to his human form, unable to maintain his previous half-crocodile appearance. C0 knelt on the ground, mumbling to himself, not making any sense. The battle arena looked like it had been ravaged by a Category 10 hurricane, with cracks, deep pits, and scattered stones everywhere. There it was, the judgment of hell. I can't believe Pain could win like this. He's amazing. From now on, whenever there's a battle with Pain, I'll just blindly bet on him to win. Watching C0 trapped in the judgment of hell, Jiang Zhe directly maximized his hungry ghost path ability. He still had to deal with the flying squirrel and, under his protection, seized the celestial dragon, so having a bit more energy was definitely an advantage. Therefore, he couldn't let C0, who was kneeling, escape. He had to absorb more life energy. Killing him wasn't something he should do right now. If he killed him, it could alert the Navy and the celestial dragons, severely hindering his plan to capture the celestial dragon later. He was now just one step away from torturing and killing a celestial dragon. Feeling invigorated, Jiang Zhe looked up at the VIP room in the arena. Inside the VIP room, St. Charlos rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the C0 he brought with him had been defeated by an unknown slave. It turned out that C0 was too weak. He had to make sure his father replaced C0 when he got back. However, he felt lucky this time. Any slave from the arena seemed to have the strength of a vice admiral. He could almost see himself enjoying the envious gazes of others in Mary Geos. Even the flying squirrel, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them at this moment. But when he saw that Jiang Zhe had not killed C0, the flying squirrel closed his eyes again. This is amazing, truly amazing. Seeing Jiang Zhe return to the VIP room, St. Charlos began to move closer to him. looking to the left and right. As he watched St. Charlos scrutinize him, a wave of disgust surged in Jiang Zhe's heart. He glanced at the flying squirrel, who was still resting with his eyes closed. C0 had already been dealt with. Now, there was just the flying squirrel left, who couldn't resist him. Moreover, the celestial dragon was so close to him. If he didn't act now, when would he? A glint of cold light flashed in Jiang Zhe's calm eyes. Crack! A sound of shattering glass rang out. Jiang Zhe smashed St. Charlos's mask with one hand, then tightly grasped his neck, lifting him off the ground. The flying squirrel, who had been resting, suddenly opened his eyes. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, and a beam of light shot from his blade, heading straight for Jiang Zhe's hand that was grabbing St. Charlos. Jiang Zhe's other hand, covered in armament haki, blocked the sword light. However, the sword light still left a bloody scar on his hand. He directly pulled St. Charlos to his side, using him as a shield between himself and the flying squirrel. "What are you doing?" The calm expression on the flying squirrel's face completely vanished, replaced by seriousness. He tightly gripped the handle of his sword while searching his body with his other hand, trying to pull out the din mushi connected to Sengoku. He originally thought that with one strike, he could sever Jiang Zhe's arm and rescue St. Charlos directly. This way, he wouldn't have to act himself, and could teach St. Charlos a lesson while completing his task. He had sensed something was off about Jiang Zhe. Not only did he lack any sense of a fallen slave, but he also exuded an extraordinary spirit. After Jiang Zhe defeated C0, that sense of incongruity had reached its peak. Yet he still believed he could handle Jiang Zhe, which was why he wanted to use Jiang Zhe to teach St. Charlos a lesson, avenging the previous slight. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe had armament haki, and judging by its density, he was quite skilled, withstanding a strike and only shedding a bit of blood. Thankfully, there was no one else around. Otherwise, his negligence would be exposed. Now that Jiang Zhe was using St. Charlos as a shield, it would be more difficult for him to make a move. If St. Charlos were to suffer any serious injuries, those of us involved in the mission would be in deep trouble. While he was strong enough to survive, he would certainly be brought to a military tribunal. Seeing St. Charlos, who was now turning blue in his grip, Jiang Zhe knew his plan was halfway successful. Now, he just needed to get rid of the flying squirrel and then kill St. Charlos to escape. As for killing the celestial dragon in front of the flying squirrel, it would likely lead to a deadly confrontation between them. Another reason was that directly killing St. Charlos would be too cheap for him. Minotaurus got up from the ground and stood right in front of Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe handed the nearly choking St. Charlos to Minotaurus, fearing he would suffocate to death. Once released from Jiang Zhe's grip, St. Charlos quickly regained his breath and shouted, "What are you doing? You damn filthy lowlife. I'm a noble celestial dragon." Seeing that Jiang Zhe ignored him, he turned to the flying squirrel. "What are you doing just standing there? Come over and save me, or I'll report you to the Gorosei." Upon hearing St. Charlos's words, the flying squirrel looked at Jiang Zhe with a more serious expression. "What?" St. Charlos wanted to say more, but was promptly silenced by Minotaurus's hand over his mouth, leaving him to mumble helplessly. "What do you want?" The flying squirrel glared at Jiang Zhe and Minotaurus with a hostile expression. "I just want the celestial dragon to feel my pain." Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, the flying squirrel froze. It seemed Jiang Zhe was a victim of persecution by the celestial dragons. However, many people in this sea had suffered at the hands of the celestial dragons. Jiang Zhe was just one among them. But now that St. Charlos was his target, he absolutely could not allow Jiang Zhe to take him away. As the saying goes, a debt must be repaid to its owner. You should go after the celestial dragon who persecuted you. Why are you capturing St. Charlos? Hearing the flying squirrel's words, St. Charlos, who was being silenced by Minotaurus, frantically searched his mind and found no memories of Jiang Zhe, then shook his head violently. Jiang Zhe turned to let Minotaurus step away from him. Looking at the flying squirrel, he hadn't expected the flying squirrel to be so adept at arguing. What do you mean by a debt must be repaid to its owner? In his view, all celestial dragons deserve to die, and killing them all wouldn't be a problem. Were there really any good celestial dragons? Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, the flying squirrel searched his mind desperately, trying to think of a good celestial dragon. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with one, and ultimately gave up on trying to reason with Jiang Zhe. "Don't act impulsively. We can talk this through. Whatever it is, you can trust that the world government will provide." Right now, he just needed to buy some time. He had already dialed his den mushi, and he believed that Admiral Sengoku would respond soon. Chapter 28. Jiang Zhe escapes from Sabaody Archipelago in the Colosseum. On the fighting platform, Helpath, who was originally in the stands, leaped onto the fighting platform, drew his sword, and directly killed C0. In the VIP room, Jiang Zhe felt a sense of relief as he sensed that C0 on the fighting platform had lost all signs of life. Earlier, in order to gain the trust of the flying squirrel, he and T killed C0, but instead trapped him in a hellish illusion and absorbed some of his life energy. However, C0 was clearly aware of his hungry ghost abilities. If he survived and confronted Magellan, his identity would be exposed. Thus, for his own safety, C0 had to die. Now, Jiang Zhe needed to think about how to find a quiet place to let this celestial dragon descend into hell and pain. As for how to shake off the pursuit of the flying squirrel, that was a simple matter. Just a threat would suffice. Jiang Zhe looked up at the flying squirrel. "Don't come any closer, or I will cut off this celestial dragoness hand. His hand will be severed because of you." After saying that, Jiang Zhe turned to look at the Minotaur, who was holding C0. The Minotaur immediately released C0's mouth. Hearing Jiang Zhe's calm words, C0 trembled violently, as if he had heard the most terrifying thing in the world. Once he calmed down, he turned to the flying squirrel. "Flying squirrel, you better do as he says. I don't want to become disabled. Otherwise, I will complain to the 5 elders, and you will definitely end up in a military court." Hearing C0's hoarse voice and seeing his face covered in snot and drool, the flying squirrel was a bit at a loss. According to his understanding of celestial dragons, once C0 believed that he was the cause of his predicament, he would have no good outcome in the future. Jiang Zhe clearly had no intention of killing C0, otherwise he would have done it already instead of talking to him. The flying squirrel looked up at Jiang Zhe. His calm demeanor clearly indicated that he was determined. If he pressed too hard, he might really cut off C0's arm. Although Jiang Zhe might not want to harm C0 too much for the sake of treasure, what if he did? He couldn't take that risk, as it would lead to C0's revenge. The flying squirrel recalled the tragic fate of Zephyr's family and quietly sheathed his sword. Seeing the flying squirrel put away his sword, C0 revealed a fawning smile and turned to Jiang Zhe. The Minotaur once again covered C0's mouth and then followed Jiang Zhe out of the Colosseum, speeding away. Marine Headquarters, Admiral's office. When Sengoku heard the sound of the flying squirrel's listening snail, he knew something was wrong. Sengoku had always viewed the celestial dragons as a nuisance. Anything related to them would invariably lead to trouble. Therefore, when C0 came to borrow a guard from him, Sengoku was extremely reluctant. "Our navy is here to execute justice on the seas, not to be your celestial dragon's guards." However, he had no choice but to catch the flying squirrel, who happened to be free, and send him on a mission while also giving him a listening snail, fearing that the celestial dragons might cause some trouble and wanting to keep evidence. He never expected things to escalate to this extent, with a celestial dragon being kidnapped. This was something that hadn't happened since the God Valley incident. Now, because of their navy's inadequate protection, such an incident occurred, which could cost them dearly. Thinking of this, Sengoku hurriedly rummaged through his desk. After taking out a snail, he quickly made a call. "Hello, Kizaru. Put down everything you're doing and head to Sabeti Archipelago immediately. The celestial dragon has been kidnapped." After a long while, a voice came from the snail. "Oh dear, the world is truly terrifying now." Then came the sound of rushing air. Hearing that, Sengoku finally felt relieved and put down the snail. This was the fastest way he could compensate for the situation. He could only hope that the kidnapped C0 wouldn't have any issues. Otherwise, even he, the admiral, might be finished. The main priority was to report this situation to the 5 elders. Sengoku took out a well-cared-for snail from his pocket. Sabeti Archipelago. After speeding for 10 minutes, Jiang Zhe stopped in a secluded place, confirming that the Navy wouldn't find him in a short time. He now wanted C0 to experience some pain in this place and recover a bit of interest. The Minotaur released C0's mouth. C0 turned to look at Jiang Zhe, his confused expression suddenly turning to anger. "You damn commoner. What do you want by kidnapping the great celestial dragon here?" He had already determined that Jiang Zhe didn't have the guts to kill him. If he had, he would have done it in the Colosseum. Bringing him here must have some ulterior motive, and since he had a motive, he wasn't afraid. Jiang Zhe didn't expect the celestial dragon to be so arrogant. It seemed they had been high and mighty for too long and had forgotten fear. Slap! The Minotaur raised his hand and gave C0 a resounding slap to the face. C0 fell to the ground, covering his face, looking at the Minotaur in disbelief. "How dare you, you commoners!" "I." Before C0 could finish his sentence, he saw the Minotaur raise his hand again, causing him to quickly shut his mouth. But internally, he kept cursing. After a while, C0 put on a fawning expression, something he had never done before. Thinking back to how the slaves had behaved in front of him, he realized for the first time that this was what fawning looked like. "You're Lord Pain, right? Look, the flying squirrel hasn't chased after us. Can you let me go? I can satisfy whatever you want." Seeing that Jiang Zhe ignored him, C0 became a bit irritated. But now, in this desolate place, with no guard around, being killed would be disastrous. He decided to stabilize this commoner first. And once he was rescued, he would make sure to deal with him properly. Thinking of this, C0's expression became even more fawning, and his voice grew more urgent. "You must believe in the capabilities of us celestial dragons. I can make you my guard. Even the world's nobility can be arranged. You can even become a celestial dragon if you want." Jiang Zhe paid no attention to C0's increasingly frantic voice, merely watching him quietly with his eyes. Seeing Jiang Zhe's gaze, C0 became even more panicked. He was all too familiar with that look, the same one he had when he toyed with those slaves, mocking them as they begged for mercy. He was now filled with anger but also fear. He still had many things he hadn't enjoyed yet: his 10 wives and the hundreds of billions of berries he had saved. Chapter 29. Hell Judgment. Mary Geos, Panga City, Hall of Authority. "What? Say that again." Saint Satan exclaimed incredulously into the snail phone he was holding. Beside him, Saint Naisisho leisurely picked up a teacup from the table, brought it to his lips, took a small sip, and glanced at the loudly speaking Saint Satan with a hint of disdain in his eyes. "Saint Satan, is there something so urgent that you need to shout? As the 5 elders, we must remain calm." Saint Naisishiro stood up and walked over to the somewhat dazed Saint Satan, his tone slightly sarcastic. Upon seeing Saint Naisishiro approach, Saint Satan snapped out of his stupor, and a glimmer of schadenfreude crossed his eyes. "It's nothing, just that Saint Charlos has been taken hostage by a pirate." Hearing Saint Satan's words, Saint Naisishiro raised his teacup to his lips again. "I thought it was something serious." "What? Saint Charlos has been taken hostage?" Saint Naisishiro immediately lost his composure, and the teacup slipped from his hand, spilling a dark stain on the carpet. "Moby Dick, old man, the latest news is that a celestial dragon has been taken hostage on the Sabati archipelago." Marco burst into Whitebeard's cabin, holding a snail phone excitedly. "Gulalala, this Jiang Zhe kid really acts fast. Old man, should we rush to save him?" Intelligence indicates that Kizuru is quickly heading to the Sabati archipelago. "That's not necessary. After all, he hasn't called for our help yet. However, we can inform him that Kizuru is on his way to the Sabati archipelago." After saying this, Whitebeard looked at the snail phone in front of him. Sabati archipelago. Jiang Zhe put down the snail phone in his hand, realizing that the Navy would respond quickly. To his surprise, according to Whitebeard's intelligence, Kizaru would likely arrive at the Sabati archipelago in about half an hour. He had originally planned to record the disgrace of the celestial dragon, but now there wasn't much time left. Jiang Zhe turned to look at Saint Charlos, who was being beaten by Minotaur and Hell Road, feeling a bit disappointed. However, this was already enough. Jiang Zhe walked up to Saint Charlos and collected the recording snail phone placed there. Feeling Jiang Zhe's approach, Saint Charlos quickly clung to Jiang Zhe's thigh. "Lord Pain, please spare me." Saint Charlos now realized who the real boss was among this group, not the owner of the slave gladiator arena or the swordsman who had rushed over, but this slave of the arena, Pain. Seeing Saint Charlos, whose face was covered in snot and tears, cling to his thigh, Jiang Zhe's face flashed with disgust. But he quickly regained his composure, his eyes fixed on Saint Charlos. Under Jiang Zhe's gaze, Saint Charlos suddenly felt dizzy. He began to smell a burning odor, followed by a searing pain coming from beneath his feet. The pain made him jump up quickly, and then he saw flames surrounding him, engulfing him entirely, scaring him into rolling on the ground. Jiang Zhe looked at Saint Charlos rolling on the ground with satisfaction, nodding his head. This was the second application of the Hell Judgment, pulling someone into hell to experience the punishments of the 18 layers of hell, ultimately being torn apart by those he had persecuted. In reality, this person would collapse mentally and then die. He had known this since he obtained the Hell Judgment, but he hadn't had the chance to test it, as this technique required a certain amount of time and enough victims to achieve the best effect. Capturing Saint Charlos today was just the perfect opportunity for a test. About half an hour later, Saint Charlos, who was still struggling on the ground, suddenly went limp, his eyes staring blankly at the sky, just like the slaves he had tortured to death in the past. After tidying everything up, Jiang Zhe was ready to leave the scene. A sound of footsteps approached. A man with long white hair, wearing glasses with a scar over his right eye, draped in a white coat with a sword at his waist and a flask in hand, appeared before Jiang Zhe, pouring liquor into his mouth. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe, the old man stopped in his tracks, glanced at Minotaur and Hell Road beside Jiang Zhe, then looked down at the celestial dragon at Jiang Zhe's feet. As soon as Jiang Zhe saw the old man, he recognized his identity, Rayleigh, the former first mate of the Roger Pirates. If this man wanted to capture him, he would probably find it very difficult to escape. After all, in the original story, even though he was old, he could still hold his own against Kizaru, although Kizaru had held back. His later encounter in Amazon Lily, where he scared away Blackbeard, proved his strength. But what was Rayleigh doing here? From the looks of it, wasn't he specifically looking for him? He had no ties to the celestial dragons and should not pose a threat to him. Moreover, Jiang Zhe was currently maintaining his appearance as Pain, the celestial dragon. Even if Rayleigh did want to inform the Navy about him, it would just be false information. Thus, there should be no conflict between him and Rayleigh. Former first mate of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh. Jiang Zhe gently called out the identity of the old man before him. Hearing Jiang Zhe call out his name, Rayleigh looked up at him. Originally, after successfully selling himself and obtaining a sum of money, he happily bought a flask of liquor and intended to deposit the remaining money with Shaki, so she wouldn't keep saying he was freeloading. He was taking a shortcut home, as usual. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a murder scene, and it was a celestial dragon who had been killed. Such attire could only belong to the celestial dragons. Just as he was contemplating whether to pretend he hadn't seen anything and walk past, or to subdue all those involved in the killing, he didn't expect his identity to be revealed. The young man before him looked somewhat unfamiliar. He had never seen him before, nor had he encountered him on any bounty posters. After all, Shaki ran an information center, and he was quite knowledgeable about news from the sea. He could confirm that there was no newcomer like this on the sea. Could he be a civilian? This was too interesting, a newcomer making a name for himself by killing celestial dragons. Today's youth were indeed bold. The young man's gaze was intriguing, containing immense power amidst calmness, making one unable to resist the urge to probe deeper. Even upon recognizing him, there was no fluctuation in his demeanor. Such eyes and aura were only seen in his captain and rocks. This was truly fascinating. It seemed the seas were about to become turbulent again. However, he and Shaki would probably have to move, as the world government would not let the murder of a celestial dragon go unpunished. Ha ha, I'm just an ordinary old man. I didn't see anything. After saying this, Rayleigh walked past Jiang Zhe without looking back. After seeing Rayleigh walk away, Jiang Zhe finally let out a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Rayleigh might meddle and waste his escape time. Now that Rayleigh pretended not to see him, it suited him just fine. Jiang Zhe left the scene with Minotaur and Hell Road. Chapter 30. Kizaru arrives at the Sabati Archipelago, the Colosseum, and the VIP room. The squirrel had just received news from Sengoku that Kizaru was on his way, and he felt a sigh of relief. All he needed to do now was to control everything within the Colosseum and wait for Kizaru to arrive. He was relatively familiar with Kizaru. It was the most reasonable choice for him to handle this situation, and he had suspected it would be Kizaru who would come. Kizaru, being the user of the Pika Pika no Mi, could arrive quickly, and he was fast enough to rescue the celestial dragons. Moreover, Kizaru was sufficiently shrewd and believed in ambiguous justice, making him the best negotiator with the pirates, maximizing the protection of the kidnapped celestial dragons. As long as the celestial dragons were safe, the issue of the criminals could be dealt with later. The less harm the celestial dragons suffered, the less punishment these negligent marines would face. After pondering for a moment, the squirrel led his marines to take control of the entire Colosseum. He needed to find out the identity of that young man. He was certainly not an ordinary person. He also hoped that by uncovering the young man's achievements, he could offset some of his own punishment. Just as the squirrel was rummaging through information about Jiang Zhe, a flash of light began to gather in the sky above the Colosseum, revealing a short-haired, middle-aged man wearing orange sunglasses, a stubbled face, dressed in a yellow and orange striped outfit with a Navy Justice cape, slowly materializing from the light. Oh dear, the squirrel admiral was looking a bit disheveled. While contemplating the situation, the squirrel heard Kizaru's voice and felt a bit pleased. After all, Kizaru was there to clean up his mess, and with Kizaru's presence, the probability of rescuing the celestial dragons increased. Unexpectedly, Kizaru started with his usual sarcasm. Even after working with Kizaru for so many years and understanding his personality, the squirrel still found it hard to accept. He could only greet him and then lead Kizaru in the direction Jiang Zhe had fled. At the knockin' bar, "Shucky, hurry up and get me my drink. I've got a lot of berries today," Rayleigh said as he sat down at the bar. "Rayleigh, you haven't sold yourself again, have you?" A sultry voice came from behind the bar curtain, and then the curtain lifted to reveal a young woman with short black hair, delicate features, wearing a spider-pattern top and holding a cigarette. The young woman walked directly to Rayleigh, placed the cigarette in her mouth, leaned on the table in front of him with one hand, and lifted his chin with the other, blowing smoke into Rayleigh's face. "Don't say that. I'm just wisely using my body." Rayleigh pushed Shucky's hand away, then took out a flask from his waist and poured a mouthful into his mouth. "Come on, hand over the money." Shucky extended her hand and waved it in front of Rayleigh. He pulled out a money pouch from his pocket and placed it in her hand. "Ah, your drinks are still the best." Rayleigh raised the drink Shucky brought him and took a swig, letting out a satisfied sound. "What a pity. We have to move away from here." Upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Shucky, who had been propping her elbow on the counter and gazing affectionately at him, froze. "What happened?" "I saw 3 people kill a celestial dragon when I came back just now." As soon as Rayleigh finished speaking, Shucky's mouth dropped open, and she didn't even notice her cigarette falling out. She felt as if she had misheard. Ever since the Rocks pirates were destroyed, she hadn't heard of a celestial dragon being killed. The world government had erased all information about the Rocks pirates, and people had long forgotten them. So now, everyone almost believed that celestial dragons were as noble as gods and could not be harmed. But during the Rocks era, the Rocks pirates had never regarded celestial dragons highly. If it weren't for Rocks being defeated by Garp and Roger, the Rocks pirates would have long unified the seas. There would be no need for the Marines. Now, hearing that a celestial dragon had been killed, Shucky felt as if she had returned to the Rocks era. "Are you serious?" "Of course would I lie to you?" Seeing Rayleigh so certain, Shucky knew this couldn't be false. "Do you know those 3 people?" Completely unfamiliar, but there was one who looked different. Seeing him, I felt like I saw Roger and Rocks. Rayleigh's words left Shucky stunned again. Roger and Rocks? They were truly remarkable men. I must meet them if I get the chance. However, the most important thing now was to quickly evacuate from the Sabaody archipelago, as the world government would surely go crazy after a celestial dragon was killed. By then, the entire Sabaody archipelago would probably be bombarded by the extermination order, with no one surviving. It seemed they would have to return to Amazon Lily. Under the squirrel's leadership, Kizaru arrived at the place where Jiang Zhe had previously stayed. Upon arrival, Kizaru discovered the lifeless body of Saint Charlos lying on the ground. His expression changed slightly, but soon returned to his usual demeanor. "Oh dear, it seems things have gotten complicated. This is truly terrifying." Kizaru's tone lost some of its usual sarcasm and became more serious. The squirrel stood frozen in place, not expecting Jiang Zhe to have actually killed a celestial dragon. He had originally thought that Jiang Zhe wouldn't kill the celestial dragon on the spot, believing he must have had some demands, either for money or for the world government to do something. He wouldn't really kill a celestial dragon. He had handled similar cases of kidnapping world nobles many times. Every time those who had their demands met returned the nobles, they never ended well. This time, with Jiang Zhe kidnapping a celestial dragon, there was even less chance for a good outcome, and he was prepared to see the aftermath for Jiang Zhe. He never expected Jiang Zhe to actually kill a celestial dragon. Now, not only was Jiang Zhe in trouble, but even the Marines on this mission, as well as their families, might suffer. The squirrel recalled the tragic fate of Zephyr's family. If only he had taken down Jiang Zhe directly back then, perhaps these problems wouldn't have arisen. The squirrel regretted his previous impulsiveness. Seeing the dazed expression on the squirrel's face, Kizaru understood what he was thinking. He could almost see the old man who always told him not to rely solely on the devil fruit and insisted he train his physical skills. His end was truly tragic. He had lost all his family. What did it matter if he became an admiral? He might as well just go fishing. The squirrel's family was in Marineford, and the crime he committed was far greater than that of old man Zephyr. Zephyr had only offended one celestial dragon, and of course, his high prestige played a role. But this had already cost him his family, and the squirrel might end up losing his life this time. Oh dear, this is truly terrifying. Chapter 31. Demon Slayer Order. Modibic Old Man, the celestial dragon who was kidnapped has been killed. Marco exclaimed in shock as he rushed into the room where Whitebeard was resting, holding a transponder snail. Upon hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard immediately grabbed a bowl of liquor next to him, downed it, and then burst into laughter. Gulalala, what man of his word. Did he ask you for help? Whitebeard was able to drink freely and boldly thanks to Jiang Zhe, and he felt deeply grateful to him. Only by helping Jiang Zhe a little could he feel more at ease. Hearing Whitebeard's question, Marco was taken aback. He initially thought Jiang Zhe was the one who killed the celestial dragon, but the intel he received stated that a person named Pain was responsible for the killing. Old man, that celestial dragon may not have been killed by Jiang Zhe. Whitebeard was stunned upon hearing Marco's words. Did he hear that wrong? How could it not be Jiang Zhe? After all, Jiang Zhe had said he would kill the celestial dragons, and then a celestial dragon was kidnapped and subsequently killed. It seemed obvious that Jiang Zhe was behind it, yet Marco was saying it wasn't him. Seeing Whitebeard's expression, Marco realized his father did not believe that it wasn't Jiang Zhe who had killed the celestial dragon. He had reacted the same way when he first heard the news. But it was true that Jiang Zhe wasn't the killer. Their people had used observation hockey to check, and Pain had no connection to Jiang Zhe. Moreover, they had seen Pain escape from the waters of Sabati Archipelago, and he was definitely not a devil fruit user. From Jiang Zhe's performance in Impel Down, it was clear he was a devil fruit user. It seemed that there must be an organization behind Jiang Zhe. Last time, Jiang Zhe and his two companions came to their ship, and now the three of them went to Sabati Archipelago to assassinate the celestial dragon. The three were completely different, suggesting that their organization operated in groups of three and was likely very large, which allowed them to deploy so many experts. Marco felt he had uncovered a secret. Old man, Jiang Zhe might be a member of a secret organization. This assassination of the celestial dragon was carried out by someone named Pain, and he is not a devil fruit user. Upon hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard suddenly understood. To him, Jiang Zhe was a devil fruit user. Otherwise, where would all his abilities come from? Once a devil fruit is eaten, one cannot eat a second, nor can one remove the powers of a devil fruit unless the person dies. It seemed that Jiang Zhe truly was not the one who killed the celestial dragon, as Marco said, but a member of a secret organization. As far as he knew, there is only one organization in the world that would dare to cause trouble for the celestial dragons, and that was the Revolutionary Army. But the Revolutionary Army had its own channels for information. Why would they need to rely on the Whitebeard pirates to relay information and then treat themselves? There must be a bigger reason forcing them to do so. Could it be Ace? Because of Ace, the Whitebeard pirates would definitely clash with the Marines. So what did the Revolutionary Army want to accomplish in that battle? Whitebeard felt he was beginning to understand something. It seemed that Jiang Zhe was indeed a member of the Revolutionary Army. Gulalala, Marine Ford, Admiral's office. After receiving a call from Kizaru, Sengoku stood there in shock. It had been over 30 years since the last report of a celestial dragon's death since the God Valley incident. Now, suddenly hearing that a celestial dragon had been killed, Sengoku felt like the sky was falling, and he could already envision the scene of the Gorosei's fury, along with countless others being held accountable. Raccoon, how could you not even protect a single celestial dragon? And that Pain, damn him. Can't he just be a good slave? Why would he want to assassinate a celestial dragon and actually succeed? This is going to cause so much trouble for himself. Sengoku's expression grew darker, feeling like a volcano ready to erupt. Standing nearby, Tsuru quickly stepped forward and patted Sengoku's shoulder. Feeling a surge of strength flow through him, Sengoku's expression stabilized, and he became more composed. Thank you, Tsuru. It's fine, Sengoku. The most important thing now is to report this to the Gorosei and arrange for the raccoon's family. You know that. After saying this, Tsuru pointed upwards. Sengoku immediately understood. He thought of Zephyr's tragic family. The world government would not only go after Raccoon and the others, but also their relatives. If the world government acted so recklessly, the morale of the Marines would be shattered. Who would be willing to sacrifice their lives for justice? He not only had to protect Raccoon's family, but also the families of the soldiers involved in this mission. Mariehua, Panga City, Hall of Power. Saint Satan received Sengoku's call, and his first reaction was disbelief. The concept they propagated of the celestial dragons being untouchable and above all had deeply ingrained itself in people's minds. He simply couldn't imagine anyone daring to kill a celestial dragon. Now Sengoku was telling him that Saint Charlos had been killed by a slave. How could he believe that? If this news got out to the world, it would undermine the idea that the celestial dragons were untouchable. This matter must be suppressed, and that slave who dared to kill a celestial dragon must meet a gruesome and to shock everyone who knew about it. Sengoku, directly activate the Demon Slayer order. As soon as Saint Satan's words were spoken, they drew the attention of the other 4 Gorosei in the Hall of Power. However, since Saint Satan was currently on the phone with Sengoku, they did not interrupt him. Saint Satan, what is going on? How could you let Sengoku activate the Demon Slayer order? Seeing Saint Satan hang up the transponder snail, Saint Nasish Aro was the first to ask. Saint Charlos is dead. Saint Satan's words darkened the atmosphere in the Hall of Power, but it quickly returned to normal. Who killed him? Supposedly, it was a slave. Kill that slave, and anyone who knows about this. We haven't captured that slave. What is the Navy doing? Everyone, please calm down. Let's consult with Lord M first. Saint Nasish Aro watched as his companions exchanged questions and answers. He slowly set down his teacup. He had always looked down on those foolish celestial dragons. If it weren't for them providing him with votes, he would have killed them all long ago. These foolish people were dragging down the overall quality of the celestial dragons. But while the celestial dragons could kill each other, it was absolutely unacceptable for others to do so, as it concerned the dignity of their race. And they would never back down. Moreover, St. Charlos had only been able to leave the heavily guarded Mariejois due to his own reasons. He had to handle this matter perfectly. Chapter 32. Morgan's Ecstasy World Economic News Agency, President's Office. A large albatross, wearing a top hat, with a big beak, small eyes, and a cigar in its mouth, dressed in a light blue shirt with a yellow bow tie, wearing red and white checkered trousers, draped in a black cloak, was resting its feet on the desk while holding a report full of numbers. Damn it, why has the performance dropped so much in the past few days? Ever since he reported on the incident in Push City, his World Economic newspaper has been targeted by the world government. Although it didn't touch his roots, it still pained him. What hurt him even more was that the world government had secretly begun to deal with his employees, resulting in his newspaper not getting any significant news in recent days, causing sales to plummet, have compared to the sales during the Push City incident. He urgently needed news that would shock the world. Crash. The window next to Morgan was opened. Looking at the three people who burst into his office, Morgan wanted to scream for help, but before he could say anything, a pair of large hands grabbed his beak. Morgan's small eyes frantically darted around, trying to think about whom he had offended recently. After racking his brain, it seemed he had only offended the world government. But within the world government, he had informants. If the world government wanted to deal with him, his informants would definitely relay the information to him. He would not be so passive. Moreover, most of the officials in the world government had been bribed by him, so this attempt to deal with him was just for show. It was impossible for them to actually send someone to get him, which is why he confidently stayed in his office instead of fleeing. Don't move. I'm here to give you big news. This phone bug is for contacting me. If there are other big news, I'll contact you. After saying this, Jiang Zhe threw 2 phone bugs into Morgan's arms. Jiang Zhe's purpose for visiting Morgan was to gain more shock value. His goal in killing the celestial dragons was to obtain more shock value to enhance his own strength. However, now that he had killed the celestial dragons, only a small number of people knew about it. According to the world government's usual practices, he believed they would quickly cover up the incident, even erasing all civilians who knew about it. In that case, it would be as if Jiang Zhe had not killed the celestial dragons, and their invulnerable status would still exist. This would not meet Jiang Zhe's needs for integration and shock value. Therefore, he had to make this matter known to everyone. Even if the world government was powerful, they could not kill all the civilians in the world. Also, Jiang Zhe, the president of the largest newspaper in the pirate world. Basically, their newspapers occupy the entire sea. As for whether Morgan would choose not to publish this matter, that was impossible. From the original work, it was clear how obsessed Morgan was with big news that could shock the world. Of course, Jiang Zhe would not place all his hopes on Morgan's obsession. He also had Hellpath lurking around Morgan until the World Economic News published the news of the celestial dragons being killed. Jiang Zhe gave Morgan a deep look and then left the World Economic News Agency with Minotaurs and Hellpath, leaving Morgan stunned in place. After hearing the footsteps completely disappear, Morgan came back to his senses. It turned out they weren't here to take revenge on me. They scared me. Morgan patted his chest. What news could possibly require such a presentation? Morgan constantly examined the phone bugs in his arms. With his familiarity with phone bugs, he immediately recognized that these two were a video phone bug and a call phone bug, respectively. Upon releasing the video, Morgan immediately pressed the phone bug down, unable to believe what he was seeing. Morgan's expression shifted from shock to joy. He knew the weight of this news. If it were broadcasted, he might be in danger. But this news was also significant enough to change the world, a major scoop he had dreamed of for many years. Should he release this news? Release it. Go for broke. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. At worst, if he got caught later, he could just say he was coerced. However, he might not want to return to the newspaper soon. With this thought, Morgan began to laugh heartily. Jiang Zhe, who had walked far away, saw Morgan laughing at Hellpath, and he knew the spread of the news about the celestial dragons being killed was secured. Now, Jiang Zhe just needed to wait for the shock value to come in slowly. However, he still had one more thing to do, which was to completely heal Whitebeard and the Whitebeard Pirates. Moby Dick, Jiang Zhe, I didn't expect you to really do it. That's amazing. Whitebeard looked at Jiang Zhe with enthusiasm. He knew why Jiang Zhe had come today. Previously, Jiang Zhe had promised him that as soon as he got out of Sabeti Archipelago, he would come to the Whitebeard Pirates to heal all his injuries. In the past 10 days, because Jiang Zhe had healed half of his injuries, he had been living comfortably. He didn't have to take injections or medicine every day, Nor did he have to be chased by Marco for not drinking. He drank and ate heartily, but he could feel that this state could only last about 6 months. And after that, he would have to return to the state of taking injections and medicine, unable to do anything. So he eagerly hoped for Jiang Zhe to come back and treat him. Fortunately, Jiang Zhe was trustworthy. As soon as he got out of the Sabeti archipelago, he rushed over to treat him. Seeing the excited Whitebeard in front of him, Jiang Zhe knew what Whitebeard wanted. But Hellpath had already been left at the World Economic News Agency. As for why he didn't leave Minotaurs, it was because both Hellpath and Minotaurs were currently maintaining their forms with their own energy. If they were too far from him, he couldn't continuously provide energy for them. If he left Minotaurs at the World Economic News Agency, he would have to spend extra energy to maintain Minotaur's transformation, which would easily expose his identity. Moreover, his Hellpath ability could also be used, but it would be relatively painful. With Whitebeard's willpower, he could definitely endure it. The following treatment will be done by me. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, both Whitebeard and Marco were stunned. After all, the one who treated Whitebeard before was one of his attendants. How could it be Jiang Zhe this time? Moreover, Jiang Zhe's ability was to control others and absorb energy. How could he treat? Seeing the puzzled expressions of Whitebeard and Marco, Jiang Zhe did not want to explain anything. However, my treatment will be a bit painful. You must endure it. If you can't, you might die, Jiang Zhe said lightly, and with his calm face, it seemed a bit eerie. Gulalala. Old man has suffered all kinds of pain over the years. Just come at me. However, but Dad. Marco wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Whitebeard waving his hand. His principle was always to trust those he used and not doubt those he trusted. And besides, he didn't believe it would be that painful. Chapter 33. Treating Whitebeard. Summarizing gains after receiving an affirmative answer from Whitebeard. Jiang Zhe directly walked over to him and placed his hands on Whitebeard's. Seeing the confident smile on Whitebeard's face, Jiang Zhe felt it was necessary to remind him. He had experienced the pain of using the Hellpath himself, and while it might not be significant for Whitebeard, what if he was afraid of pain and couldn't endure it? All his previous efforts would be in vain. Whitebeard, the treatment below will really hurt. You must endure it. Jiang Zhe's tone was calm, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Girarur, when I was out at sea fighting, you weren't even born yet. Would I be afraid of such trivial pain? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Jiang Zhe, just treat me. I can withstand any suffering. After saying that, Whitebeard waved his hand, signaling Jiang Zhe to start immediately. He just wanted to get rid of all his ailments quickly. He didn't want to return to a state where he couldn't drink or fight. As for the pain Jiang Zhe mentioned, how painful could it be? Compared to the pain from his countless battle scars or the internal injuries from using his fruit abilities, it was nothing. It was just that this young man had not experienced much pain himself. Seeing Whitebeard's confidence, Jiang Zhe knew that words were useless. Only after experiencing it would Whitebeard understand. Jiang Zhe activated the ability of the Hellpath. Whitebeard felt a warm current flow from Jiang Zhe's hands into his body. The areas touched by the warmth felt itchy and tingly, with no pain at all. Could Jiang Zhe really consider this tingling sensation as pain? To him, it felt like nothing. Garur. Whitebeard laughed again. Suddenly, his laughter stopped, and cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. The previous tingling sensation started to fade, replaced by another feeling, pain. Now, Whitebeard felt as though someone was slowly cutting his skin open with a dull knife and pulling out the muscles inside. Sawed piece by piece with a dull saw. He could even smell the blood emanating from his body, and the sound of sawing seemed to echo in his ears, along with a coppery taste in his mouth. But this pain was still bearable. Wasn't it just the feeling he experienced when severely injured? No big deal. Thinking this, Whitebeard turned his pale face towards Jiang Zhe, as if to say, "Is that all?" Suddenly, an even more intense pain surged from Whitebeard's mind, as if someone was stirring something inside his brain. Following that was an excruciating pain emanating from his soul, causing his vision to blur. He almost wanted to scream, but remembering that Jiang Zhe and Marco were in the room and his previous remarks, he could only endure it, biting down hard, his jaw muscles contorting, his white beard trembling, and his hand gripping the naginata tightening to the point where his knuckles turned white and began to shake. Marco, watching Whitebeard's condition from the side, grew anxious. He recalled Jiang Zhe saying that if one couldn't withstand the pain, they could die. But he also knew it was a critical moment in the treatment and couldn't disturb Jiang Zhe. He could only clench his fists tightly. Worry etched on his face as he watched Whitebeard and Jiang Zhe. All right. Jiang Zhe took his hands off Whitebeard and spoke softly. As he had expected, Whitebeard endured it. His previous efforts were not in vain. Hearing Jiang Zhe's voice, Whitebeard felt as if he had heard the most beautiful sound in the world. He turned his pale face towards Jiang Zhe. I told you. How much pain can a little bit of pain be? Garur. Marco also felt as if he had heard the most beautiful sound in the world. His heart finally relaxed. From Whitebeard's trembling beard and pale fingers, he could tell how painful Jiang Zhe's treatment was. Whitebeard had endured it for the sake of his pride. Marco found it a bit amusing, but didn't want to expose him. As long as his old man was fine, that was all that mattered. Whitebeard stood up from his seat. Although he was still a bit shaky, he had never felt so relieved. It was as if he had returned to his 40s or 50s. Jiang Zhe didn't continue to pay attention to the excited Whitebeard and Marco. He directly left Whitebeard's room and went to the room Marco had prepared for him. Earlier, when leaving the World Economic News, he had heard the system's prompt that his fusion degree had reached 30, unlocking a new ability. He hadn't had time to check before, but now on Whitebeard's ship, in a safe and secret place, it was just the right time to see what new ability he had obtained. Jiang Zhe entered the room, asked Minotaurus to stand guard outside, and began to check the system. 6 paths of pain fusion system host. Jiang Zhe fusion degree, 30. The higher the roleplay degree of the host, the higher the fusion degree. Abilities. Hungry Ghost Path can absorb all energy. Hell Path can repair all damage. Azura Path can fuse all mechanical weapons. But the host can only exert half of the ability, needing a puppet to fully utilize it. Shock value. 301,000 shock value grants 1 lottery opportunity. Lottery chances, 12. Shock value automatically converts. Jiang Zhe was surprised that his fusion degree had reached 30 so quickly. After all, when he killed the celestial dragons, his fusion degree had only increased to 23, still a long way from 30. He hadn't expected that in such a short time, his fusion degree would suddenly rise to 30. Based on the principle of experiencing pain and the actions of pain in the original work, there was only one reason for this rapid growth. That was the world government, which had directly launched the Demon Extermination Order, bombarding the entire Sabati archipelago. The Sabati archipelago was so large, and since it served as a place for celestial dragons to indulge, it shouldn't have been completely bombed. Perhaps only part of it was bombed, namely the island where Jiang Zhe had previously opened the slave battle arena and some nearby small islands. Otherwise, the fusion degree would be even higher. Moreover, until now, Jiang Zhe hadn't heard any news about celestial dragons being killed. It seemed the world government had chosen to keep it hidden, and the bombing of Sabati archipelago was merely to erase those who knew about the incident. However, the world government definitely couldn't hide it forever. From a scene seen through the Hell Path, Morgans was already hastening to print news about this incident, and he believed that by tomorrow, this news would be known worldwide, rendering any attempts by the world government to conceal it futile. Having lived on the Sabati archipelago for so many days, Jiang Zhe felt deeply that the entire island was filled with gangs, slave traders, retired pirates, and slaves, with hardly an innocent person in sight, as innocent people couldn't survive here. Therefore, even if the entire Sabati archipelago were erased, Jiang Zhe wouldn't mind. His goal was to make this distorted world feel pain. Chapter 34. Azura Path and Lottery. Jiang Zhe looked at the ability section and found a new addition, the Azura Path. However, his other skills, such as transformation technique, hell judgment, and armament hockey, were not displayed. Jiang Zhe had previously asked the system about this, and the system's response was that the abilities of the 6 paths of pain were unmatched in the world, and other skills didn't deserve to be in the same skill section. Jiang Zhe could only let go of this issue. However, the newly added Azura Path seemed promising. Previously, the Hungry Ghost Path corresponded to the feeling of the hungry ghost wanting to consume everything, so it could absorb all forms of energy. The Hell Path corresponded to the ability of reincarnation in hell, allowing for healing of all wounds. If Jiang Zhe remembered correctly, the Azura Path corresponded to the Azura race, a naturally combative race that fought from birth to death in hell. Therefore, the Azura Path should correspond to combat. But how could it integrate all mechanical weapons? Ding! The manifestation of the 6 paths abilities is revealed through the host's subconscious. In the host's subconscious, mechanical power is seen as the best combat power, which is why the Azura Path manifests as mechanical integration. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Zhe felt enlightened. Perhaps it was because he came from modern world that his subconscious deemed mechanical weapons formidable. However, he needed to experiment with the Azura Path's abilities thoroughly. Jiang Zhe directly instructed Minotaur to borrow some guns and cannons from the Whitebeard pirates. However, the weapon development in this world was somewhat distorted, featuring high-tech robots like the Pacifista alongside old-fashioned flintlock guns that required reloading after each shot. Before long, Minotaur returned with the borrowed guns and cannons. Integration. Jiang Zhe silently chanted in his heart. He watched as the guns and cannons on the ground disappeared, and Jiang Zhe's hands transformed into a gun and a cannon barrel. He felt that with a thought, he could activate the gun and cannon barrel in his hands. But it felt a bit weak. Jiang Zhe recalled that the Don Quixote family seemed to have a weapon fruit user named Baby 5, who could transform into various weapons, much stronger than his ability that required weapon integration. So where was the strength in his ability? Ding. After integration, the host can know all the knowledge of the weapon. The weapon fruit requires an understanding of the weapon's principles to transform. I see. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Jiang Zhe understood how the Azura path worked. Its convenience lay in that it didn't require knowledge of the weapon's structure and principles. It only needed the weapon to be in front of him, and upon integration, he could use it and know all its information. This meant that as long as he had integrated a weapon once, he could replicate it. Now, Jiang Zhe was somewhat dismissive of the flintlock guns and cannons. But what if the Azura path could integrate high-tech combat weapons like the Pacifista or Germa battlesuits? He could completely leverage this ability to become a weapons dealer. It seemed he should seek out Don Quixote da Flamingo. He would definitely be interested in this matter. However, he currently had no immediate need for da Flamingo, so he would wait for an opportunity later. As for the shock value and lottery chances, they were much lower than he had expected, likely due to the world government covering up the fact that a celestial dragon had been killed. However, once Morgans released this news, his shock value would surely see explosive growth. System, let us do 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Shadow Clone Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Explosive Tag Multiplication Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Explosive Tag. Ding. Thank you for your patronage 730 lottery rate. Just like last time. Does that mean the winning rate for 10 consecutive draws is 30? Jiang Zhe was quite satisfied with this lottery outcome. Shadow Clone Technique. Jiang Zhe silently thought, and a shadowy figure identical to him appeared before him, curiously looking at him. Jiang Zhe reached out, intending to see what differences the clone had from him, but the clone dodged Jiang Zhe's hand and made a strange expression. What are you doing? Our clones perform, but do not sell themselves. Seeing the clone like this, Jiang Zhe was momentarily stunned, but he seemed to understand what his shadow clone technique was about. It was not the simple distraction technique taught in the ninja academy before Naruto, but rather the various shadow clone techniques that emerged later, with his clone possessing its own consciousness. If he remembered correctly, after the clone dissipated, the memories would return to the original body. Jiang Zhe looked up at the clone. What are you doing? Our clones have rights too. You can't force me. After saying that, the clone tightly covered its chest, looking like a bullied and helpless girl. Seeing the clone's demeanor, Jiang Zhe felt a bit speechless and furrowed his brow. How could this part of his consciousness act this way? He was usually such a serious person. How could he have such a clone? Even if before the clone could finish its sentence, Jiang Zhe raised his hand and dispersed it. Jiang Zhe suddenly felt a new memory flood into his mind. At the same time, the energy he had lost due to using the shadow clone technique returned to him. It seemed his speculation was correct. This clone was similar to the later shadow techniques in Naruto, capable of having its own consciousness, and even after the clone dissipated, the memories would return to the original body. But how should he experiment with the explosive tag multiplication technique? Jiang Zhe took out a few explosive tags he had obtained from the system lottery. Even for experimentation, this quantity wasn't enough. He reviewed the memories in his mind about the explosive tag multiplication technique, feeling a bit regretful. According to his previous understanding of Naruto, the explosive tag multiplication technique was a forbidden technique invented by Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage of Konohagakure. This powerful forbidden technique had immense power and was particularly lethal against ninja-type professions with high attack and low defense. However, in the world of pirates, everyone's physique was monstrous. The effectiveness of this explosive tag multiplication technique might be minimal. But what if it was not used against strong opponents? Instead, only against fodder and buildings? Then its power would be considerable. And what if he replaced the explosive tags with other explosives? Jiang Zhe's memory about the explosive tag multiplication technique informed him that it could be applied not only to explosive tags. Essentially, the explosive tag multiplication technique is a ninjutsu about how to use chakra for controllable and continuous detonations of explosives. Replacing the explosive tags with other explosives was entirely feasible. Jiang Zhe suddenly thought of the most powerful explosive in the pirate world, explosive rock. It had only appeared once in a movie, where Zephyr intended to use it to destroy the sea. A tiny piece could destroy an entire island. If he used the explosive tag multiplication technique to detonate explosive rock, he wondered what kind of scene it would create. It would surely be spectacular, and it seemed he could achieve his goal of sinking Marineford. Chapter 35: The plan to steal the explosive rock. However, in order to use the explosive rock to blow up Marineford, one must first obtain the explosive rock. I have no sources of information in this vast sea. Even during my last assassination attempt on the Celestial Dragons, I relied on the Whitebeard pirates for information. Now, wanting to acquire the explosive rock is still a bit challenging. First, I need to know where the explosive rock is located. According to scenes from the pirate movie, it seems that Zifa obtained the explosive rock from Vegapunk. It makes sense, as the explosive rock is so powerful that the world government would definitely not miss the opportunity to use it for weapon making. As the chief scientist of the world government, Vegapunk is certainly the first choice for researching this material. Therefore, my first priority now is to find out where Vegapunk is. In the original work, Vegapunk's whereabouts are uncertain. Even when he eventually appears on Egghead Island, no one knows where he was before that. However, during this time period, Jiang Zhe can be certain that Kizu is still protecting Vegapunk, as he is responsible for the Navy's scientific defense forces. Kuma is also being studied by Vegapunk. Kizaru may be a member of the Revolutionary Army, but Kuma is definitely a member of the Revolutionary Army. So during this time, the best way to find Vegapunk's whereabouts is to look for the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, I happen to have contact information for the Revolutionary Army. Jiang Zhe holds the snail phone that Lightning gave him earlier. However, the current problem is why the Revolutionary Army would give me information about Vegapunk. Although this information isn't particularly critical, why would the Revolutionary Army provide it to me for no reason? I also need to come up with something to trade with the Revolutionary Army, just like I did with the Whitebeard pirates. Ace. It seems that all the information I have now is about Ace, about the Marineford War. I don't have any other information. It looks like I need to create an organization in the pirate world to help me gather intelligence and also assist me in achieving my goals. However, the most important thing right now is still to obtain information about Vegapunk from the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of Ace, I have come up with some ideas. The three brothers Ace, Sabo, and Luffy, although they're just sworn brothers, their relationship is even stronger than that of biological brothers. Sabo is currently in a state of amnesia, having lost all memories of Ace and Luffy. It wasn't until the moment of Ace's death in the Marineford War that he remembered everything. This became his lifelong regret. Moreover, isn't Sabo the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army? If I use helping Sabo recover his memories as a bargaining chip to obtain information about Vegapunk, I believe Sabo would be more than willing to exchange with me. However, I'm not sure if the Hell Path can restore Sabo's memories, but it should be fine, as the introduction of the Hell Path states that it can repair all kinds of damage. The loss of memory is generally due to some parts of the brain being damaged, preventing those memories from appearing. As long as the Hell Path repairs the damaged parts of the brain, I believe the memories will also be restored. Additionally, helping Sabo recover his memories will also be beneficial for what I plan to do next. Ace is about to be executed, and as Ace's brother, Sabo must go to rescue him. By then, the Marineford War will be lively. Not only will the Whitebeard pirates go, but the Revolutionary Army will also join in. This is perfect for me to stir up trouble at Marineford. What I need to do now is bid farewell to the Whitebeard pirates, and then contact the Revolutionary Army. Jiang Zhe retrieves the cannon he just fused into his body and hands it over to Minotaur for return. Then he takes Minotaur to Whitebeard's room. Upon entering the room, Whitebeard is sitting in his seat, drinking heavily. Seeing Jiang Zhe come in, Whitebeard bursts into laughter. Gururara, Kid Jiang Zhe, I have never felt so good before. Thank you so much. After laughing, Whitebeard's expression turned serious. About what you said regarding Ace, we've looked into it, and it was that traitor Teach who did it. The Whitebeard pirates are already preparing to go to war with the Navy, and I'm sure the Navy is also ready for war with us. He asks, do you have any plans? Hearing Whitebeard's words, Jiang Zhe doesn't show any surprise. Given the size of the Whitebeard pirates, they must have spies planted within the Navy, or at the very least, bribed a couple of officials from the world government to easily gather information. Therefore, when Jiang Zhe handed Ace's life paper to Whitebeard, he knew that the Whitebeard pirates would definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Moreover, the events have not deviated from the plot and Jiang Zhe's expectations. A great battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy is inevitable. However, thanks to my reminder, the Whitebeard pirates learned this information early and could make more preparations. Because of my presence, Whitebeard is in a much better state than in the previous life, and he is more confident. Jiang Zhe slowly walks up to Whitebeard, looking at him calmly. I have no plans, but I have only one goal, to sink Marineford. Jiang Zhe's calm words sounded like a thunderclap in the room, leaving both Whitebeard and Marco speechless. After a long moment, Whitebeard finally reacts. Gururara, What a bold young man. Whitebeard grabs a bowl of wine and pours it into his mouth. Marco's eyes are fixed on Jiang Zhe, as if he is looking at a strange person. Jiang Zhe, this is something impossible for you to accomplish, right? After speaking, Marco seems to think of something and looks at Jiang Zhe again. Even if you restore Dad to his peak state and let us, the Whitebeard pirates, help you fend off the 3 admirals, you still can't sink Marineford. After all, there are other strong Navy members. The purpose of Marco's words is twofold. One is to voice his doubts, as he does not believe Jiang Zhe can achieve his goal. The Navy is not just made up of the 3 admirals. Garp and Sengoku are also very strong. He has followed Whitebeard since he was young and has seen too many battles involving him. Moreover, in addition to Sengoku and Garp, the Navy has many vice admirals, some of whom are even on par with him. In Marco's view, Jiang Zhe's strength is just comparable to his. How could he possibly overcome the obstacles posed by so many people and blow up Marineford? Even if Jiang Zhe had a large organization, it wouldn't matter, as the largest organization in this world is the Navy. If Jiang Zhe's organization were as large as the Navy or the 4 emperors, he could just take action directly. There would be no need for all this fuss. Marineford is the Navy's face, and they would never allow it to be sunk, even at the cost of their lives. The other purpose is to remind Jiang Zhe that he had promised to help their dad return to his peak state. This is something he has thought about for a long time. How strong would Dad be at his peak? Marco is the most qualified to speak on this, as he has followed Dad into battles since he was young. If Dad were to return to his peak, he can't even imagine how big the Whitebeard pirates would become. Chapter 36. The world shakes. Jiang Zhe cast a casual glance at Marco, who understood the implications of Jiang Zhe's words. After all, the strength he had revealed was only at the level of a vice admiral. If someone else had said this to him, he wouldn't have believed it either. Once his plan succeeded, what seemed impossible would become possible. However, he did not feel the need to explain this to Marco. He also understood Marco's second meaning. But he wouldn't restore Whitebeard's strength to its peak until the very last moment. The issue remained. You can't gamble on others' trust. Restoring Whitebeard to his peak strength could only happen before the war began, because, as he said, he didn't fully trust the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Marco seemed about to say something, but was directly stopped by Whitebeard. Marco, Jiang Zhe is a person of his word. After stopping Marco, Whitebeard turned to look at Jiang Zhe. Gurara, Jiang Zhe, you can proceed with your plan. Just let us know when you need the Whitebeard pirates. We will fulfill our promise, even if it costs us our lives. In Whitebeard's heart, Jiang Zhe was one of the Revolutionary Army. If they said they would sink Marineford, then they would surely work towards that goal. Their aim to sink Marineford did not conflict with their goal of rescuing Ace. On the contrary, the Revolutionary Army was their best ally. After rescuing Ace, the Whitebeard pirates would only need to hold off the 3 admirals while letting the Revolutionary Army handle everything else. Seeing Whitebeard's unwavering trust in him, Jiang Zhe was unsure of what to make of it. But as long as Whitebeard fulfilled his requirements, that was enough. Baldigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Commander Dragon, a major incident. Sabo rushed into Dragon's office, holding a newspaper and placed it directly on Dragon's desk. Dragon, who had been dealing with documents, looked up curiously at Sabo. In his impression, Sabo was usually a calm person, so he wondered why he was so agitated. Upon seeing Dragon's puzzled expression, Sabo didn't want to explain. He just wanted Dragon to look at the newspaper quickly. He picked up the newspaper again from the desk and waved it in front of Dragon. Noticing Sabo's actions, Dragon finally focused on the newspaper in Sabo's hand. He took it from Sabo and began to read carefully. The newspaper reported, Celestial Dragons killed, the fall of a god. Dragon was stunned. How long had it been since he had seen something like this? He put down the newspaper, looking at Sabo in disbelief. Is this real? Our people have already confirmed it. The entire Sabati archipelago is now sealed off, and the island where the Celestial Dragons died has been bombarded. Who did this? It seems to be a slave named Pain. That's the only name mentioned in the news. A lot of information has been erased by the world government. Ha ha ha. It seems like it's a good time for some action. Dragon grinned widely. He recalled Jiang Zhe, who had escaped from Impel Down, and Ace, who was imprisoned there. Sabo, have the 2 countries that were preparing for rebellion made their move yet? Hearing Dragon's words, Sabo suddenly reacted. He had been so shocked by the news of the Celestial Dragons being killed that he hadn't considered what this event could mean for the Revolutionary Army. But now that Dragon reminded him, he understood. The world government and the Navy would be in chaos because of the Celestial Dragons' deaths. After all, the fall of a god meant that even gods could die. If the world government and the Navy couldn't handle this situation well, countless people at sea would begin to target the Celestial Dragons. This was the best plan for the Revolutionary Army. Understood. Commander Dragon. On the red-haired ship, Shanks looked at the newspaper in his hand, his face full of disbelief. Long ago, after he became famous, a celestial dragon had approached him, claiming he was one of them. So he had always kept an eye on news about the celestial dragons. However, the more he focused, the more disappointed he became, as he viewed the celestial dragons as the filth of the world and parasites. He wanted to change the celestial dragons, but he found them irredeemably rotten. Moreover, their power was far greater than he had imagined. He refused to rejoin the celestial dragons and chose to continue being the Emperor of the Sea. He had another goal, to fulfill Captain Roger's last wish, which was to wait for Joy Boy, the one who could end this filthy world. As for the candidate for Joy Boy, he had already decided on Luffy. Now, he just needed to watch Luffy grow and then change the world. His greatest wish was for the sea to be peaceful while waiting for Luffy to mature. Unexpectedly, the sea had become increasingly unfamiliar to him recently. First, someone escaped from Impel Down, and now someone had killed a celestial dragon. Shanks, what are you daydreaming about? Beckman approached Shanks and snatched the newspaper from his hands. Soon, Beckman was also lost in thought. It seemed he had seen some unbelievable news. The celestial dragons had actually been killed. Beckman looked at Shanks in confusion, feeling Beckman's gaze. Shanks nodded. Shanks, should we do something? Beckman knew what the fall of the celestial dragons meant. It meant that someone had sounded the first charge against the celestial dragon group, and the sea would inevitably be tumultuous. If they wanted to compete for dominance in this sea, now was the best time to stir up trouble. Hearing Beckman's words, Shanks' expression turned serious, and he shook his head. Beckman realized that his captain was different from others. He valued freedom above all else. He had become one of the 4 emperors simply because it offered him more freedom, and he was willing to follow Shanks because of that very freedom. Thinking this, Beckman smiled. Since we're not going to act, then let us hold a banquet. With that, Beckman pulled Shanks onto the deck. Wano Country, Cake Island. Big Mom, it's bad. The celestial dragons have been killed. A fur tribe member wearing sunglasses and a lion's mane, dressed in a pink suit and carrying a sword, rushed from outside the palace to Big Mom, waving a newspaper in his hand. Perisparrow, what is going on? Why are you so flustered? Big Mom asked, stuffing a piece of cake in her mouth while watching Perisparrow with interest. Her mood had been great lately. Her daughter BRL had agreed to an arranged marriage, and now she just needed to find Jiang Zhe and get his consent. This way, her Big Mom pirates would become even stronger. Big Mom, look at this newspaper, Perisparrow exclaimed, realizing he was so flustered he could hardly speak, and directly handed the newspaper to Big Mom. After a while, upon receiving the newspaper, Big Mom burst into laughter. Mama, bring Katakuri to me. The news on the newspaper only shocked her for a moment. After all, who hadn't killed a celestial dragon during the God Valley battle? However, now that someone had killed a celestial dragon, it indicated that the sea was about to become chaotic, and she needed to take advantage of this time to seize more territory. Chapter 37 Cooperation with the Revolutionary Army Wano Country, Onigashima. One of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, Ash, was momentarily stunned holding a freshly printed newspaper. He never expected someone would dare to kill a celestial dragon. As an orphan of a Lunarian tribe, he had been imprisoned by the world government since childhood as a subject of research. He harbored deep hatred for both the world government and the celestial dragons. However, as a member of the Yonko crew, he was aware of the terrifying power of the world government and the celestial dragons. The Navy was merely the visible force of the world government. Like the tip of an iceberg, he had thought he would never have the chance to avenge his grievances. Unexpectedly, someone had dared to kill a celestial dragon. This was an opportunity, a chance to bring the celestial dragons down from their pedestal. Captain Kaido, take a look at this newspaper. Ash handed the newspaper to the drinking Kaido. Ugh, ha! I never expected there would still be such heroes on the sea. Kaido laughed, pouring more alcohol into his mouth while covering his eyes with his hand, causing liquor to spill down his chin and wet his clothes, tears streaming down his face. Ash, how is our army? All ready. Ugh, ha! Then let us cause a ruckus. Mariehua, Panga City, Hall of Authority. Damn it, Morgans, how dare he? Saint Satan angrily threw today's newspaper on the table. He never imagined that the person who killed Celestial Dragon would audaciously allow the World Economic News to report on it. They had worked so hard and invested so many resources just to suppress this matter. Now, because of Morgans, all their efforts were in vain. How could he stand it? All right, Saint Satan, don't be so angry. The deed is done. Saint Nasuger calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip. Seeing Nasuger's demeanor only made Saint Satan angrier. This matter had originated because of Nasuger. He had clearly issued an order preventing the celestial dragons from causing trouble. even if it was meant to showcase the authority of the Gorosei. But unexpectedly, Nasudra had dared to let St. Charlos go free. Was he willing to sell anything for berries? The worst part was that, as the scientific defense deity, he was the one being condemned by Lord M, not Nasudra. No, I must explain this clearly to Lord M. Baldigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. In the office, Dragon was handling his work. Yesterday, they received news that Jiang Zhe wanted to visit them. Now, Sabo had gone out to meet Jiang Zhe. After all, the Revolutionary Army was involved in serious matters. They couldn't let others know the location of their headquarters. Otherwise, they might be found by the world government and wiped out. Anyone looking for them had to be blindfolded and brought in. Commander Dragon, Mr. Jiang Zhe has arrived. Dragon observed Jiang Zhe, who was brought in by Sabo, along with his 2 attendants. While Dragon was sizing up Jiang Zhe was also looking at him. Dragon didn't appear as fierce as depicted in the anime. Instead, he seemed approachable. Indeed, a person who could become the leader of the Revolutionary Army must be someone easy to get along with. Such a person could unite those around him and put others at ease. I wonder what Mr. Jiang Zhe wants with our Revolutionary Army? Dragon directly asked after assessing Jiang Zhe and his companions. He originally thought Jiang Zhe wouldn't contact him at this time, especially since he was already on the Navy and World Government-S blacklist, particularly with the recent killing of a celestial dragon and the state of emergency. I just can't make a deal. After saying this, Jiang Zhe glanced at Sabo. To him, it was better to be straightforward. He just wanted some information, not anything else. Then he needed to find a way to steal the explosive rock. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Dragon was taken aback. The Revolutionary Army was impoverished. They had to take care of the poor, and their food supply was always lacking. Let alone other things. Even if they had them, they would immediately trade them for food. So they couldn't figure out what they had that would interest Jiang Zhe for a trade. What does Mr. Jiang Zhe want? I just want to trade for some information regarding Sabo. I have information about Sabo's background. Upon hearing this, Sabo excitedly stepped forward and grabbed Jiang Zhe's hand. Mr. Jiang Zhe knows about my background. Since waking up in the Revolutionary Army, he had forgotten everything from his past. He had always hoped to learn about his previous life because there was a lingering thought in his mind that he seemed to have forgotten something important. He had to remember, but every time he tried to recall, his head would hurt, making it impossible to think. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Dragon was somewhat stunned. He had looked into Sabo's background before, but back when the Revolutionary Army was weak, they had no sources of information and couldn't find anything, so it ended up unresolved. By the time the Revolutionary Army had the strength to investigate, nothing could be found. After all, he had found Sabo at sea, and there was no proof of Sabo's identity. He could only infer he was a commoner from his clothing. This was something he had always felt guilty about. If the Revolutionary Army had been stronger back then, Sabo's background would have been uncovered long ago, and he wouldn't have had to suffer. Dragon looked at Jiang Zhe with excitement. Seeing the reactions of Dragon and Sabo, Jiang Zhe knew that they valued Sabo's memories, which was good. This meant he could obtain the information he wanted more easily. I want information about the explosive rock. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Dragon was directly stunned. He knew about the explosive rock because Kuma was right beside Vegapunk. The Revolutionary Army was well aware of the information around Vegapunk. They even wanted to develop Vegapunk into a member of the Revolutionary Army. But it turned out Vegapunk only cared about berries and didn't mind which camp supported his research. So he could only keep Kuma lurking beside Vegapunk, which meant they clearly knew where the explosive rock was. However, this thing was very dangerous. He didn't know what Jiang Zhe wanted it for. If it was for something malicious, then the Revolutionary Army would be in big trouble. Thinking of this, Dragon turned to Sabo. Sabo understood Dragon's meaning from the look in his eyes. Mr. Jiang Zhe, we need to know your purpose for wanting information about the explosive rock, or what you intend to do with it. Hearing Sabo's words, Jiang Zhe knew what they were thinking. After all, he intended to use it to sink Marineford, which had nothing to do with the Revolutionary Army. Nothing much. I just want to sink Marineford, Jiang Zhe said flatly. What? Dragon and Sabo looked at Jiang Zhe in shock. Chapter 38. The hard-to-obtain explosive rock Drake was the first to break free from the shock. He was a former Navy man and was quite familiar with Marineford. When Jiang Zhe mentioned sinking Marineford, it seemed to him nothing more than a delusion. He could sense that Jiang Zhe's strength was merely at the level of a vice admiral. As the headquarters of the Navy, Marineford was always guarded by an admiral. Even in the most critical situations, the Navy would leave an admiral-level combat force at Marineford, and the fleet admiral was always stationed at the Navy headquarters. It was simply impossible to sink Marineford right under their noses. Just making a commotion could get them captured. Moreover, there were always Navy soldiers patrolling around Marineford, and individuals like them who were wanted, will be spotted the moment they entered the vicinity. Not to mention doing anything inside Marineford. Setting aside the question of whether sinking Marineford was realistic, even obtaining the explosive rock seemed unrealistic in Drake's eyes. Although Vegapunk no longer researched the possibility of using explosive rocks as weapons, they were still strictly controlled as dangerous items. Not only were soldiers constantly patrolling the area, but it was also filled with surveillance snail cameras, and pacifists patrolled at irregular intervals. This was still the place where explosive rocks were stored. The defenses outside the entire research institute were even more exaggerated, with surveillance snail cameras and pacifists everywhere. Moreover, there was Vice Admiral Peachbeard leading a team of pacifists on regular patrols, and occasionally even Admiral Kazuru would do a patrol. It could be said that even a fly entering the island would be thoroughly inspected, and there was simply no opportunity to approach the room where the explosive rocks were kept, let alone stealing the explosive rocks from the research institute. Therefore, in Drake's view, Jiang Zhe's claim of using explosive rocks to sink Marineford was nothing but a joke. Mr. Jiang Zhe, it seems that your plan to use explosive rocks to sink Marineford is quite difficult to realize. Drake looked at Jiang Zhe, his expression carrying a hint of earnestness. He hoped to establish a good relationship with Jiang Zhe, or rather, with the organization behind him. After all, his current endeavors required more allies. He didn't want them to provide information to Jiang Zhe only for him to fail to steal the explosive rocks from the research institute and then blame the Revolutionary Army. So, it was better to clarify some things. Seeing the expression on Drake's face, Jiang Zhe knew what he was thinking. However, he was confident that his plan was entirely feasible. He still had skills like transformation techniques, which could not be detected by observation hockey. Moreover, his Azura Path ability allowed him to merge with various mechanical weapons. Merging with a pacifist shouldn't be too much to ask. As long as he fused with a pacifist and then sneaked into the place where the explosive rocks were hidden, he could steal the explosive rocks. You don't need to worry about these things. I'm just here for a trade. You just need to say whether you're willing to exchange or not. Jiang Zhe's words were calm, but carried an undeniable sense of determination. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Drake knew that Jiang Zhe would not change his mind due to his few words. Anyway, he had said what he needed to say, and even if Jiang Zhe ultimately failed to obtain the explosive rocks, there would be no reason to blame the Revolutionary Army. Alright, Mr. Jiang Zhe can treat Sabo first. We will need some time to organize the information regarding the explosive rocks, and we will provide it to you once it's ready. After speaking, Drake left the office. Helpath. As soon as Jiang Zhe's voice fell, Helpath appeared next to Sabo, placing a hand on Sabo's shoulder. Shortly after, Sabo was kneeling on the ground, holding his head. Drake, who had originally rushed back with the information, hurried to Sabo's side. Leader Drake, I'm fine. I remember everything. After standing up, Sabo turned to look at Jiang Zhe. He now had even more faith that Jiang Zhe was from the Whitebeard Pirates. Ace was originally his sworn brother, and now that Ace had been captured by the Navy, he would definitely go to rescue him. The Whitebeard Pirates had come to restore his memory because they had learned this information. This way, he could lead the Revolutionary Army to rescue Ace. Even if not the entire Revolutionary Army, he would definitely go. Sabo recalled the time he spent with Ace and Luffy, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips, but quickly faded. In his heart, he was grateful to Jiang Zhe for restoring his memory, but he didn't like the feeling of being used, even if Jiang Zhe's goal was to save Ace. Mr. Jiang Zhe, you really have a good plan? Hearing Sabo's words, Jiang Zhe knew that Sabo's memory had been restored. It was indeed a plan. He had intended to have the Revolutionary Army and the Whitebeard Pirates work together to hold back the Navy, giving him the opportunity to arrange his plan to sink Marineford. It seems your memory has been restored, so our deal is complete. After saying this, Jiang Zhe took the information about the explosive rock from Drake and began to browse through it. Upon hearing Sabo's words, Drake was at a loss, not knowing what Sabo meant by a plan, and could only look at Sabo with a puzzled expression. Sabo saw the expression on Drake's face and understood what he was confused about, but with Jiang Zhe still present, he couldn't explain to Drake. So he turned back to Drake. Leader Drake, I will explain this to you later. After speaking, Sabo turned to Jiang Zhe, his expression wary. Indeed, the information from your Revolutionary Army is very comprehensive, and I am very satisfied with this transaction. After speaking, Jiang Zhe turned to Sabo. If you need my help with anything later, you can contact me using the snail phone. Jiang Zhe knew that after Sabo regained his memory, he would definitely not give up on rescuing Ace. So, during the upcoming Marineford War, Sabo would surely participate. But whether the Revolutionary Army would join the battle would depend on Drake's decision. However, as long as Sabo mentioned their bond of brotherhood to Drake, He believed that Drake would not stand by idly. "Mr. Drake, I need to head out now. Could you please escort me?" Jiang Zhe had already memorized the route and methods to enter Baldy's island, but to reassure Drake and the others, he pretended not to know the way. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Drake shifted his attention from Sabo, putting on an apologetic expression as he looked at Jiang Zhe. "I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang Zhe. I'll escort you out right away." Subsequently, Jiang Zhe was blindfolded and escorted out of Baldy's island. Back in the office, Drake returned and looked at Sabo with confusion. "Sabo, what just happened?" "Leader Drake, I may need to trouble you from now on." Originally, Sabo did not intend to tell Drake about his relationship with Ace, as he knew that once he mentioned it, Drake would definitely gather people to help him rescue Ace. If that happened, the Revolutionary Army's previous plans would have to be scrapped. However, after some thought, considering Whitebeard's current strength, even with him included, there wouldn't be enough to take on a navy. He could only share this information with Drake, hoping to rescue Ace without changing their plans. Chapter 39, Infiltrating the Research Institute New World. The fog on the sea thickened, compressing visibility to within 100 meters. Jiang Zhe stood on a small boat, and a faint outline of a small landmass gradually appeared before him. He looked down at the pointer in his hand, which pointed straight ahead. It seemed he was not mistaken. The small island before him was indeed the island where the Vegapunk Research Institute was located. If it weren't for the Revolutionary Army's route and the recording pointer, Jiang Zhe would not have been able to find this small island. However, before landing on the island, Jiang Zhe needed to come up with a plan. Otherwise, he could easily be discovered or even captured on the island. The Revolutionary Army's data had clearly indicated the location of the explosive rocks. The difficulty lay in how to avoid all patrols and, without being detected, extract the explosive rocks. According to the Revolutionary Army's information, the island's defensive forces were quite strong, with surveillance phone bugs everywhere, patrolling soldiers and pacifists, as well as the permanent presence of the pacifista, the research subject bear, and the occasional arrival of Kizaru. Now, he had to get past the first hurdle, which consisted of the surveillance phone bugs, patrolling soldiers, and pacifists. Mariehua, Panga City, Hall of Authority. Saint Satan was feeling quite troubled. He had originally thought he would finally have the chance to reprimand Saint Nasujaru in front of Lord M. After all, Saint Charlos had escaped from Mariehua with the permission of Saint Nasujaru and was killed, leading to a series of subsequent problems. Unexpectedly, Lord M only instructed him to find the one who killed the Celestial Dragon and said nothing else. This left them, the Celestial Dragons, in a difficult position regarding their dignity. Another thing was that today, Lord M had unusually inquired about Vegapunk's current situation. He urged him to ensure that Vegapunk perfected the pacifista as soon as possible and put them into combat. This reminded him of the previous issue regarding the explosive rocks. Last time, Vegapunk had sealed them away, believing their power was too great to study. But as a scientist, how could he not see through Vegapunk's excuses? As a top researcher, he did not want to fall out with Vegapunk over this matter, especially since many of his studies were supported by Lord M. Furthermore, the world government now had sufficient military power and did not need any more weapons made from explosive rocks. He was just afraid that Vegapunk would come up with another excuse to delay their research on the pacifista. It was one thing before, but now that Lord M was paying attention to this issue, he had to handle it properly. However, before doing this, he needed to settle accounts with Saint Nasujaru. With that thought, Saint Satan turned to look at Saint Nasujaru, who was leisurely sipping tea nearby. New world, unknown island. Jiang Zhe looked at the pacifista he had turned into a puppet and breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect the Revolutionary Army's data to be somewhat outdated. The pacifista had evolved to the point where it could distinguish between flesh and machinery. Just now, he had used transformation techniques to become a pacifista, deceiving the surveillance phone bugs and patrolling soldiers. However, unexpectedly, before infiltrating, he encountered a pacifista that mistook him for Bear, and when it realized he wasn't Bear, it attempted to alert others. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and drained the energy from the pacifista, preventing it from raising the alarm. After merging with the pacifista through the Azura path, he discovered an unexpected surprise. The Azura path could be freely altered, creating a space within the body that could be adjusted to fit the size of the canister containing the explosive rocks. This way, he could place the canister with the explosive rocks inside the Azura path's body, minimizing the chances of collision and effectively concealing the presence of the explosive rocks. However, he needed a considerable amount of explosive rocks. One pacifista could only hold 3 at most. Given this, Jiang Zhe could only set his sights on other pacifistas. 1 hour later, Jiang Zhe looked at the dozen or so neatly arranged pacifistas before him, nodding in satisfaction. According to the data, just one explosive rock could sink a small island. If the plan succeeded, he should be able to extract over 40 explosive rocks from the Research Institute, which would be more than enough to sink Marineford. With that thought, Jiang Zhe began controlling the pacifistas to enter the Research Institute one by one, guiding them towards the location of the explosive rocks based on his memories. On the other side of the Research Institute, a tall and muscular man with short hair, a face resembling a girl, a scar near his left eye, wearing a belly band and wooden clogs, and carrying a large axe, looked curiously at Kizaru. "Old man, is the news true? Did someone really kill a celestial dragon?" Seeing the eager expression on Bartolomeo's face, Kizaru felt quite satisfied. As his junior, Bartolomeo usually acted very casual and showed no respect. Kizaru didn't mind Bartolomeo's attitude, but it felt nice to have him asking for information occasionally. "Oh, Bartolomeo, why are you interested in such matters?" Kizaru frowned, his mouth curling into a pout, making his whole face look wrinkled. Hearing Kizaru's words, Bartolomeo rolled his eyes. "Isn't it because this boring research institute is too dull? Unlike you, old man, who can move quickly and go on missions every day. You get to see the world." "Oh, Bartolomeo, that's not quite right. I actually prefer staying in the research institute and don't want to go on missions at all." After saying this, Kizaru took out his nail clippers and began to trim his nails. "Old man, come on, just tell me. I'm the tightest-lipped man in the world. I absolutely won't leak it." Hearing Bartolomeo's words, Kizaru's mouth twitched slightly. "Tight-lipped? I'm afraid if I tell you, within minutes, the whole research institute will know." However, it didn't matter. The research institute was too boring, so sharing some interesting news with Bartolomeo and the others was fine. Chapter 40. The tightest-lipped man in the world, so everything is true. After hearing the story from Kizaru, Sabaedy's eyes sparkled, radiating the kind of joy one feels when hearing juicy gossip. "Oh dear, Sabaedy, you mustn't say I told you so. Don't worry, I'm the tightest-lipped man in the world." Sabaedy patted his chest, although his eyes were not on Kizaru, as if he was pondering something. Seeing Sabaedy's expression, Kizaru knew he was thinking about how to share what he just heard with the soldiers at the Research Institute. He had guessed this from the start. "Oh dear, then I'll go on patrol." After saying that, Kizaru vanished from the spot. Once Kizaru disappeared, Sabaedy came back to his senses. That old man really should have said a bit more. The Research Institute is so remote, and the security is so tight. How could anything happen? But I should find the doctor first. I believe he would love to hear this story. Sabaedy mumbled to himself as he walked deeper into the Research Institute. Outside an unknown island, a luxurious warship was docked at the port. Saint Satan stepped off the warship, looking at the heavily guarded island before him, feeling a bit troubled. He had only wanted to make a call to ask Vegapunk about the progress of the pacifists, but unexpectedly, Lord M had directly sent him to hurry along. It just so happened that he could take this opportunity to bring back some explosive rock. If Vegapunk didn't want to study explosive rock, could the world government do nothing about it? He was also a scientist, not much weaker than Vegapunk. Vegapunk could be better than them, but it was only because of the Brain Fruit's ability. If he obtained the Brain Fruit, he would also become the world's #1 scientist. However, he had other things to do, so he couldn't devote too much energy to scientific research. He needed to surpass Vegapunk in the study of explosive rocks. But now he needed to find Kizaru to take him in. What exactly was Vegapunk researching? His previous permissions had all been restricted. He couldn't even enter the Research Institute. As for breaking in, he was afraid that Saint Nasajiro would constantly bother him, saying he was wasting the world government's funds. With that thought, Saint Satan took out his transponder snail. "Moshi Moshi, Saint Satan, what can I do for you?" Kizaru's lewd voice came from the transponder snail. "Kizaru, I'm here at the port. Can you come and pick me up?" "All right." On the other side, Jiang Zhe controlled the Azura path, following the route in his mind, all the way to the place where the explosive rocks were hidden. Suddenly, a burly man with an axe appeared beside the Azura path. "Strange, aren't NX 1 to NX 15 patrolling outside? How did he end up here?" After receiving the message from the Azura path, Jiang Zhe focused his main consciousness on it. When he looked up to scout the surrounding environment, the figure that had made a sound had already disappeared around the corner. Seeing the figure's back, Jiang Zhe had already guessed who it was. It was the tightest-lipped man in the world, Sabaedy. As Kizaru's aide and the captain of the scientific defense team, Sabaedy's appearance here was quite reasonable, but he seemed to be heading in the direction of Vegapunk's laboratory. Should he follow him to take a look? After pondering for a moment, Jiang Zhe decided to abandon this thought. He would keep his focus on the explosive rocks and not complicate things. However, he had to contact Vegapunk, the most powerful scientist in the world, at some point. Jiang Zhe continued to control the Azura path and arrived outside the room where the explosive rocks were hidden. According to the Revolutionary Army's data, he began to input the password on the coded door. Sorry, your access is insufficient. A female voice came from the coded door. Ha ha ha. I knew you would have a problem. Sabaody suddenly jumped out from the corner where he had just disappeared, looking excited as he gazed at the Azura path. Seeing Sabaody's appearance, Jiang Zhe realized that the Azura path might have been exposed. When the password was incorrect, Jiang Zhe knew that the Revolutionary Army's information was already outdated. When he was discovered by the pacifists outside, he had already considered this issue. He originally planned to fuse the laser weapon on the storage room wall to enter the storage room. Unexpectedly, Sabaody suddenly appeared and interrupted his plan. Now, if he abandoned the Azura path, it would raise Sabaody's vigilance, making it much harder to sneak into the research institute later. But if he let the Azura path escape, it would attract Sabaody's attention and even draw away all the defensive forces. Then he could sneak in. Sabaody looked at the pacifist before him with some confusion. As the captain of the scientific defense team, he dealt with the pacifists daily. He knew that the pacifists were just robots that could only follow their orders. Yet this pacifist numbered NX3 had actually made it to the storage room's door on its own and even tried to open the storage room's door. He could be sure that neither he, Kizaru, nor Vegapunk had ever given such an order. Therefore, this pacifist was either impersonated by someone or controlled by someone. Fortunately, Dr. Vegapunk had the foresight to change the Research Institute's password in advance. Now, without authorization from him, Kizaru, or Dr. Vegapunk, any password would be invalid in the Research Institute. As the tightest-lipped man in the world, I absolutely won't tell you that the authorizations for this Research Institute have been changed. After saying that, Sabaody quickly covered his mouth. Luckily, he hadn't revealed too much information. Otherwise, it would have been terrible. It was all this pacifist's fault. He just needed to deal with it. With that thought, Sabaody's expression turned serious as he took an axe from his shoulder and held it with one hand. I don't know who you are, but you must be chopped down here today. After saying that, Sabaody directly swung the axe towards the Azura path. Whoosh! The Azura path opened its mouth, and a laser shot out from it. After merging with the weapon, it possessed all the attack methods of the weapon and could change at will. The laser attack method was taken from the merged pacifist. Looks like you've been controlled. Sabaody, seeing the laser coming toward him, quickly raised his axe to block in front of himself, deflecting the laser shot by the Azura path, then happily said, if someone were impersonating a pacifist, they definitely wouldn't use lasers. Since this pacifist could use lasers, it definitely wasn't someone impersonating it, but rather the pacifist being controlled. After steadying himself, Sabaody again began to swing the axe towards the Azura path. The Azura path shot flames from its feet and quickly flew away from the scene. Damn it, don't run. Sabaody watched the Azura path escape the scene and directly chased after it, pulling out a button from his pocket and pressing it. In an instant, alarms began to sound throughout the Research Institute. Chapter 41. Obtaining explosive rock unknown island at the port. Hearing the alarm ringing from the Research Institute, Satan Saint, who had originally been fuming with anger, suddenly changed his expression to one of happiness, then impatience. He had just been blocked at the port by Vegapunk's authority, feeling pinned up with anger, and now that there was a problem in the Research Institute, he wanted to see Vegapunk's flustered state quickly to vent his frustration. He looked up into the distance, searching for Kizaru's figure. Damn Kizaru! Aren't you a light fruit user? Why are you so slow to arrive? Whoosh! A beam of light appeared before Satan Saint, slowly coalescing into a humanoid form. Oh my, how terrifying! After Kizaru took on a human form, he didn't immediately look towards the port where Satan Saint was, but instead turned to glance at the Research Institute where the alarms were sounding. He frowned and pouted, producing a strange voice. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Satan Saint initially wanted to scold him, but thinking of Kizaru's usual demeanor and hearing the distant alarm, he decided it would be better to go see Vegapunk's misfortune first. Take me inside quickly, Kizaru. Oh my, Lord Satan Saint, I don't have that authority. I need to inform the doctor first. After saying that, Kizaru pulled out a din mushy from his pocket and called Vegapunk. Too much. Vegapunk, Satan Saint exclaimed angrily. But he knew this was typical of Vegapunk's style. Even though he was Vegapunk's superior, Vegapunk had never treated him well, and this time it was even worse, changing permissions without informing them. However, Vegapunk was highly valued by Lordum, so he could only endure it, occasionally relieving his mood by watching Vegapunk's misfortunes. On the other side, watching Sabo being led away by the Azura path, Jiang Zhe began to merge with another pacifist nearby. Although his Azura path ability, like that of the Hungry Ghost path and Hell path, was only half-formed, the Hungry Ghost path restricts the intensity of his absorption, while the Hell path adds side effects to his healing. The Azura path restricts the duration of his use, He cannot maintain the merged state indefinitely. At most only for a day. Otherwise, the merged entities will automatically fall off his body. But that was enough. Jiang Zhe transformed his body into that of a pacifist and began infiltrating the research institute. Without a doubt, along the way, all the pacifists regarded Jiang Zhe as a robot. Meanwhile, inside the research room, an old man with a half-apple-shaped head, messy white hair, a pink round nose, a long tongue, and wearing a white lab coat was quickly writing something on a piece of paper at the table, mumbling to himself, "No, that's not right. This isn't right." Next to him lay a tall man with a white bare-eared spotted hat, rimless glasses, long black woolen curls, dressed in a black coat, and with paws like meat pads. These two were Vegapunk, the old man, and the tall man lying down was Bartholomew Kuma. Kuma's chest was opened, with his left heart still beating, while the right side was replaced by various machinery for his muscles, and there was no consciousness left in his eyes. Bring. The sound of the din mushy came from the side, but Vegapunk ignored it, still focused on his calculations. After an unknown amount of time, Vegapunk finally lifted his head from the table. Oh, it's Kizaru's call. In the storage room, seeing the storage cabinet he had opened, Jiang Zhe quickly found the location of the explosive rocks. A series of cylindrical cans, each the size of a 2-liter bottle of cola, contained a light blue-green, transparent liquid, with an irregular rock placed neatly in the middle, all arranged in the storage cabinet. Jiang Zhe recalled the information he had received from the Revolutionary Army. These were the explosive rocks, which were the target of his mission. Originally, if he had sent the Azura Path to transport them secretly, he could only transport 3 at a time. But now that he had been discovered, he decided to take all of them out. Better to avoid raising their alertness and having them hide the explosive rocks. Boom! With a loud crash, Jiang Zhe kicked open the door of the storage room and pushed the explosive rocks down a seemingly endless corridor to escape. In an instant, alarms began to sound outside the storage room. On the other side, Sabo, leading a group of pacifists, blocked the Azura Path. "Ha! You can't escape now. Who are you anyway?" The Azura Path gave no response and shot a laser from its mouth. Upon seeing the laser, Sabo raised his axe to block it. The Azura Path only had the ability to shoot lasers, which was starting to annoy Sabo. He had chased the Azura Path for so long because he was bored in the research institute and wanted to find some fun for himself. Unexpectedly, he had been pursuing a controlled pacifist and had never encountered the person controlling him. So he kept facing the pacifist laser attacks. He was already tired of lasers. Whether from the pacifists or Kizaru, both used laser attacks. He hoped the person controlling the pacifists would use some different attack methods to add some excitement to his boring days. Self-destruct mode activated. The Azura Path's eyes began to flash red, and sounds started emanating from within its body. Boom, boom, boom. 3 loud explosions in succession. When Sabo heard the sounds from the Azura Path, he realized he had gone too far this time. If the enemy could control the pacifists and use their attack methods, then they could also activate the pacifist self-destruct mode. He had been so focused on finding some fun that he had forgotten about this. Although he quickly dodged to the side, the pacifists were caught off guard and 2 were blown apart. For a moment, Sabo felt a bit scared. He had already imagined the scene of being lectured by Kizaru. If things went poorly, his future vacations might be canceled. Beep, beep, beep. Another round of piercing alarm sounds rang out. Sabo lifted his lowered head and looked in the direction of the alarms. Not good. The alarms were coming from the research institute. He had originally thought that the invader had only controlled the pacifists and that the invader himself could not enter the research institute. After all, the security forces of the research institute had been upgraded by Vegapunk. Moreover, Kizaru was currently in the research institute, so he had nothing to fear, just thinking about playing with the controlled pacifist. Unexpectedly, he hadn't had much fun. The pacifists had been destroyed, and now there was a problem in the research institute. If even the doctor was in trouble, he would be in deep trouble. Sabo hurriedly led the remaining pacifists towards the research institute. Chapter 42. Jiang Zhe discovered at the end of a long corridor leading to the Vegapunk laboratory. Kizaru, hurry up. Satan thought that once Vegapunk authorized him, he would be able to move freely within the research institute. Unexpectedly, when he reached the entrance of the corridor, Kizaru told him that the authorization at the entrance was different and required his pupils and fingerprints to be recorded. Just as he was about to start the recording, an alarm went off in the research institute, and the recording system required a higher level of authorization to use. As a result, Kizaru struggled with the recording system for a long time without success. Oh no, I really forgot. Kizaru held his forehead and pretended to think. Satan looked at the pondering Kizaru, feeling anxious and helpless. As long as a powerhouse like Kizaru didn't make a major mistake, the five elders had no way to deal with him. They could only secretly trip him up to prevent him from being promoted to admiral. But seeing Kizaru like this, he clearly didn't want to be an admiral. He probably just wanted to slack off and fish at work every day. Therefore, Kizaru always maintained an indifferent attitude in front of the five elders. They had no way to handle him. At that moment, Satan turned to the side and saw a pacifist pushing a cabinet out. At this point, his anger had reached its peak. Damn, my authorization is actually lower than a pacifist's. He thought, forget it, I'll just force my way in. With my physical strength, these weapons won't pose any threat to me. As for the later mumbling of Nasujiru, I've already been insulted. Why should I care about that? With this thought, black energy enveloped Satan's body, and he exerted force with his feet. The ground beneath him began to crack with numerous fissures. Whoosh! Satan disappeared right next to Kizaru. Oh, I remember now. Kizaru slapped his head and turned to look at Satan, but Satan had already vanished from spot. Beep, beep, beep. Intruder detected. Defense mode activated. In an instant, the laser guns throughout the corridor began firing lasers. Kizaru noticed that Satan was gone, his expression stunned, then turned to the pacifist who was pushing the cabinet. Oh, how strange. Did the doctor create a new pacifist that can push cabinets? After saying this, Kizaru curiously walked toward the corridor. It was only after Kizaru disappeared into the corridor that Jiang Zhe, who had pretended to be pushing the cabinet, straightened up and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was Kizaru who came. His personality was always so laid back that he wouldn't think too deeply about the details. If it were the other two admirals, they probably wouldn't be so easily fooled. But I should hurry and leave this place. Jiang Zhe lifted the cabinet onto his shoulder and quickly left the corridor. Inside the laboratory, when Kizaru walked into the lab, Satan was angrily saying something in front of Vegapunk. Vegapunk was happily holding a piece of paper and muttering to himself. Bartholomew Kuma was standing next to Vegapunk. Oh, doctor, did you create a new pacifist again? I just saw a pacifist pushing a cabinet. Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Dr. Vegapunk put down the paper in his hand and looked at Kizaru with a puzzled expression. He remembered that the pacifists he created only had offensive capabilities. And due to material constraints, all pacifists were designed to be unable to bend at the waist. How could there be a pacifist that could push a cabinet? Impossible. I remember my pacifists can't bend at the waist. Oh, that's strange. Kizaru made a thinking pose, his expression becoming increasingly lewd, almost wrinkling his entire face together. Vegapunk, don't worry about whether pacifists can bend at the waist. Hurry up and finish making the pacifists and deploy them in battle. This is Lord Im's order. After saying that, Satan looked at Vegapunk with satisfaction. By the way, also give me all the explosive rocks in the Research Institute. I will definitely surpass you and become an expert in researching explosive rocks. Remembering his purpose for this trip, Satan continued. Oh, I remember now. No wonder this cabinet seemed so familiar. It turns out it's a cabinet for storing explosive rocks. How terrifying. Boom. A loud noise came from outside the laboratory. Dr. Vegapunk, are you okay? War Peach Maru rushed into the lab. Old man Kizaru, Lord Satan, why are you all here? After discovering that Dr. Vegapunk was unharmed, War Peach Maru breathed a sigh of relief and began to assess the people around him. Oh, it's War Peach Maru, you really scared me. Do you know why the alarm is going off here? Hearing Kizaru's words, War Peach Maru slapped his forehead. Oh no, I forgot to mention. I just discovered an intruder who can control pacifists. While chasing him earlier, he knocked out 2 pacifists, so we lost 3 pacifists in the lab. After saying this, War Peach Maru glanced nervously at Kizaru and the others. Seeing that they were deep in thought and didn't ask him about the loss of 3 pacifists, War Peach Maru breathed a sigh of relief. After a long pause, controlling pacifists that can bend at the waist. Oh, that is really terrifying. Kizaru was the first to react, grinning lewdly. Satan also came to the realization. These coincidences put together meant someone had stolen explosive rocks. My explosive rocks. I haven't even started researching them yet. Kizaru, why aren't you hurrying to chase him? Satan urged Kizaru anxiously to pursue, though he also wanted to go himself. However, the laser weapons from Vegapunk were surprisingly painful to be hit by, and if he hadn't covered himself with a thick layer of armament hockey, he would have been injured long ago. This also led to his physical strength being somewhat depleted, and he needed to rest a bit. Oh, don't rush. I don't believe he can escape this island. Kizaru suddenly remembered the message Dr. Dragon had sent him earlier, saying someone had asked for information about explosive rocks, letting him know when to release them. He was not a member of the Revolutionary Army and wouldn't follow Dragon's orders. He was just executing his own justice. If the intruder accidentally escaped, It had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhe finally loaded a cabinet full of explosive rocks onto a small boat. Now he had finally secured the explosive rocks. Although the process was a bit dangerous, the outcome was good. Next, all he had to do was escape from this unknown small island. However, he needed to move quickly. Otherwise, he might be caught by Kizaru. Little thief, don't run. Just as Jiang Zhe was pulling up the anchor, a voice came from a distance. Then there was a loud boom. A large pit appeared on the ground. Chapter 43. The arrival of War Peach Maru. As the dust around the large pit settled, the figure within the pit finally became visible. Jiang Zhe immediately recognized it as War Peach Maru, who was now beaming with happiness. How'd you catch up so quickly? Jiang Zhe recalled that War Peach Maru had been having a great time playing with his Azura Path just a moment ago, and now he had come over to his side. I'm the tightest-lipped man in the world. I won't tell you that it was Old Man Kizaru who threw me over here. Old Man Kizaru went to the other port, and I'm sure he'll be here soon. After saying this, War Peach Maru quickly covered his mouth. Upon hearing War Peach Maru's words, Jiang Zhe immediately realized that he didn't have much time left. If Kizaru arrived here, he would definitely not be able to take the explosive rocks, as Kizaru completely outclassed him in both speed and strength. Jiang Zhe had previously thought about being chased by Kizaru and, after much consideration and combining what he saw in the original work, he had designed an escape route for himself, which was to flee into the sea. In the original work, both Luffy and Law escaped Kizaru's pursuit by fleeing into the sea, as Kizaru, being a devil fruit user, could not enter the water and could only shoot lasers from the shore. The lasers posed no threat to him, who possessed the hungry ghost path ability. However, before that, he needed to deal with War Peach Maru, as War Peach Maru had no devil fruit powers and could easily entangle him underwater, allowing the Navy to set up a trap and slowly surround him until he ran out of oxygen. After all, he didn't have the ability to breathe underwater. Therefore, his top priority was to deal with War Peach Maru, at least to ensure that he couldn't entangle him underwater. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhe threw the cabinet containing the explosive rocks directly into the sea. With a strong push of his feet, the small boat tilted in one direction. After a loud crash, the boat returned to its original position, leaving only the ripples on the surface of the sea as evidence of what had just happened. The four of them landed on the shore. As Jiang Zhe left, he thought that since those pacifists had already been turned into puppets by him, he might as well take advantage of it and create another Azura Path, merging the various laser weapons he had previously integrated into the new Azura Path. Now his team was a bit more complete, with the Hungry Ghost Path responsible for defense, the Azura Path for attack, and the Hell Path for healing. If the three puppets coordinated well, they might even be able to hold their ground against an admiral. Seeing Jiang Zhe throw the cabinet containing the explosive rocks into the sea, War Peach Maru initially wanted to stop him, but thought it could wait until after he defeated Jiang Zhe to retrieve it. After all, the cabinet was waterproof, and the explosive rocks wouldn't be damaged, even if they soaked in the sea for a while. Right now, what mattered most was to have some fun. He had been on this island for so long that he was almost getting moldy. The pacifists he had just chased were also quite boring. They were clearly being controlled and only used the pacifist attack methods, which were too familiar to him and lacked any excitement. Now that the culprit had appeared in front of him, how could he not have some fun? If Old Man Kizaru arrived later, he wouldn't have any chance to play. However, Old Man Kizaru was also quite unlucky to choose a port without enemies. With that thought, War Peach Maru looked at Jiang Zhe and his companions with a grin, but his expression quickly turned serious. After all, he was on a mission, and constantly smiling wouldn't be appropriate. You bold little thief. How dare you commit misdeeds in the territory guarded by your Lord War Peach Maru? Just surrender obediently. After saying this, War Peach Maru took a deep breath, removed the large axe from his shoulder, gripped it tightly with both hands, and raised it up. He exerted his legs with force, causing countless veins to bulge, and cracks appeared on the ground beneath him. His forearms swelled from the effort. With a whoosh, a massive wind sound erupted as War Peach Maru swung his raised axe. A crescent-shaped, dark, menacing axe light was unleashed from the sharp edge of the axe, aimed directly at Jiang Zhe. The surrounding air began to ripple in layers due to the axe light slicing through it, creating a whooshing sound as it cut through the air. Bang! A loud sound erupted in front of Jiang Zhe. Along with the sound, a cloud of smoke was kicked up, enveloping Jiang Zhe and his companions. For a moment, War Peach Maru couldn't see Jiang Zhe's situation, but he could clearly feel that his axe light had struck something. He remembered that Old Man Kizaru had once praised his axe light, saying it had the presence of a great swordsman, and claimed that even he would not be able to stand after taking a hit from it. Thinking of this, War Peach Maru's expression turned a bit disdainful. He had expected something more entertaining, but this was all there was. When the smoke dissipated, War Peach Maru saw the hungry ghost path standing in front of Jiang Zhe, completely unharmed, while the other two paths remained still, quietly standing beside Jiang Zhe. War Peach Maru was initially taken aback, then showed a delighted expression. It seemed that his axe light had struck the large figure in front, and judging by its appearance, it showed no signs of injury. That's more like it. If I had resolved it in one hit, where would the fun be? War Peach Maru tossed aside his axe. He wasn't really an axe user. He just thought carrying one made him look more imposing. His true strength lay in hand-to-hand combat. After tossing the axe to the ground, War Peach Maru assumed a sumo-like stance, legs apart in a front and back stance, with his right hand open and pulled back to his waist, taking a deep breath. Countless air particles were drawn into his mouth, making his cheeks puff out. With his right hand tensed, numerous veins bulged in his forearm. Empty and walk alone, War Peach Maru exhaled lightly and then thrust out his right palm. In an instant, the air in front of his palm seemed to be struck by a tremendous force, first pausing, then rapidly compressing, causing the surrounding air to distort. Then, an invisible energy wave shot straight towards the hungry ghost path. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out. Upon sensing the invisible energy wave approaching, the hungry ghost path raised both hands, forming an invisible barrier in front of him. This was the ultimate expression of his hungry ghost path ability. Because the hungry ghost path was applied to its fullest extent, it absorbed the energy from the surrounding air, creating a vacuum around his hands. Any attack that entered this area would be drained of energy, losing its power. The invisible energy wave crashed hard against the barrier. The colliding currents of energy caused the hungry ghost path's robe to flutter violently. The hungry ghost path was pushed back, but his feet remained firmly planted on the ground. So he wasn't knocked away, only leaving deep scratches on the ground. Seeing this scene, War Peach Maru was a bit surprised. This was his full-powered strike. Chapter 44. Defeat of Jiang Maru unexpectedly. It was still blocked. Jiang Maru looked up at the face of the hungry ghost path and found it somewhat familiar, then glanced at the scratches on the ground beneath the hungry ghost path. His heart stirred. He suddenly recalled the interesting story the old man Kizuru had told him about Impel Down. It was about a civilian who had escaped from Impel Down. His ability allowed him to control others and absorb energy attacks. The bull-headed man blocking his attack was clearly reminiscent of the failed animal-type devil fruit user, Minotaurus, whom they had sent to Impel Down before. Indeed, this lord is a genius for discovering this secret. However, this ability to absorb energy attacks is a bit shameless. But Jiang Maru recalled Kizuru's speculation that he could defeat Jiang Zhe, who had escaped from Impel Down, using physical techniques. Jiang Maru looked again at the scratches on the ground beneath the hungry ghost path. An idea formed in his mind. Since you can absorb energy attacks, then I won't use energy attacks and will directly use physical techniques. Ha ha ha! You must be Jiang Zhe, the one who escaped from Impel Down. I've known your weakness all along. I'm the most tight-lipped man in the world, and I won't tell you that I plan to defeat you with physical techniques. As soon as he said this, Jiang Maru realized things had taken a turn for the worse, but he wasn't afraid. After all, his physical techniques were among the best. Hearing Jiang Maru's words, Jiang Zhe understood that his identity had been exposed. However, that didn't matter. He never intended to hide his identity. That's why he came to this island without any disguise. As for the weakness Jiang Maru mentioned, that was true when he had just come out of Impel Down. But after training in Sabati Archipelago, his physical techniques had improved significantly, and, combined with his physique and abilities, he was fully capable of mid-admiral level strength. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air echoed, and Jiang Maru vanished from his spot. The place where he had stood was left with a deep pit, and the ground around it was cracked, spreading outward from the pit. Boom! A loud noise erupted from the hungry ghost path. The hungry ghost path was sent flying backward. The sword in his hand shattered due to the immense force, and he fell to the ground without making a sound. Just as Jiang Maru disappeared, Jiang Zhe sensed something was off. He was about to have the hungry ghost path block Jiang Maru when Jiang Maru suddenly changed speed in midair, as if he had vanished. When he reappeared, he was already beside the hungry ghost path, striking out with a palm. Even though Jiang Zhe had reacted and controlled the hungry ghost path to block with his sword, the force of Jiang Maru's attack still broke the hungry ghost path sword and sent him flying. It seemed that simultaneously controlling 3 puppets while also ensuring his own safety was somewhat challenging. Ha ha! I've already made a plan. As long as I take out the people you control one by one, I'll deal with you last. Jiang Maru retreated to a distance, his face filled with pride. Just as Jiang Maru was feeling triumphant, the Azura Path took action from the side. The Azura Path opened his mouth, and a massive laser shot out, containing tremendous energy that distorted the surrounding air as it shot straight toward Jiang Maru. Seeing the laser coming at him, Jiang Maru showed a disdainful expression. He had no idea how many of the pacifist lasers he had taken before. There was nothing new about it. He covered his arm with haki and placed it directly in front of himself. Jiang Maru originally thought the laser coming at him was only as strong as those from the pacifists. It was at the moment of contact that he realized how wrong he was. The haki he had coated his arm with quickly became unstable due to the laser's massive energy, forcing him to increase his physical output to raise the power of his haki to the maximum. After all, if his haki was broken, his hand would be rendered useless. Simultaneously, a tremendous force surged through his arm, pushing him backward. His feet firmly planted on the ground, left deep marks similar to those the hungry ghost path had made earlier. After sliding back a considerable distance, Jiang Maru finally stabilized his body, staring at the Azura Path in shock. He couldn't believe the pacifist laser could be this powerful. Even Kizaru's laser wasn't this strong. Just as Jiang Maru was still in disbelief, a blade of light shot in from behind the Azura Path. It was the hungry ghost path, who had just been kicked away by him, now standing unharmed, holding a broken sword, and swinging it directly at Jiang Maru. How could this be? Jiang Maru's eyes widened. He was fully aware of the power of his earlier strike. It should have been enough to knock this seemingly weak guy down without the chance of getting back up. Now, the person he had knocked down was standing before him as if nothing had happened, and was even launching an attack. Just as Jiang Maru was about to dodge the blade of light, another tall figure suddenly appeared on the other side of his body. It was the hungry ghost path, who had been lurking nearby. Now, Jiang Maru faced a dilemma. Either take the blade of light head-on, or be controlled by the hungry ghost path. At the last moment, Jiang Maru chose to endure the blade of light. After all, the hungry ghost path's ability was too mysterious. He had no idea what was going on. And even if his haki could prevent energy absorption, being controlled would turn him into a target. With that thought, Jiang Maru coated both his hands in haki, crossed them in front of his chest, and charged straight toward the blade of light. Boom! A loud explosion rang out around Jiang Maru. Ha ha ha! It's nothing much. Jiang Maru felt no damage to his arms and began to laugh happily. Suddenly, a tall figure appeared beside him. It was the Azura Path, who had made way for the hungry ghost path earlier. He opened his arms and lunged straight at Jiang Maru, knocking him down to the ground. As Jiang Maru was knocked down, he tried to resist, but the hungry ghost path had already arrived beside them, placing both hands on Jiang Maru and beginning to absorb his life energy. Oh no, you can't do this to my lovely subordinate. As soon as the words left his mouth, a laser shot straight at Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe tried to dodge, but the laser unexpectedly turned and shot toward him. He could only quickly move closer to the hungry ghost path and control him to block in front of himself. Boom! A loud explosion detonated on the hungry ghost path. Both the hungry ghost path and Jiang Zhe were sent flying. Oh no, this is truly terrifying. The voice was devoid of its usual sarcastic tone, replaced instead with a hint of seriousness. Chapter 45. Successfully escaping after marveling, Kizaru directly dropped from the sky to the ground. He turned to look at the fallen Bartolomeo and found that he was slowly getting up. As long as Bartolomeo was fine, there was no need for him to go all out. Kizaru sighed in relief. At the same time, he turned to look at Jiang Zhe, who was surrounded by 3 six-paths. Oh dear, Jiang Zhe, you're really terrifying. His tone returned to its usual sarcastic style. After Akainu investigated Jiang Zhe's abilities in Impel Down, he held a special meeting in the Navy to discuss the matter. Now, the Navy has records about Jiang Zhe in their files. Not only can he absorb energy attacks, but he can also absorb life energy. Many of the guards in Impel Down were drained by Jiang Zhe, and Magellan was even rendered incapacitated, needing at least a year or 2 to recover. He certainly didn't want Bartolomeo to repeat Magellan's mistake, leaving him as the only guard in the entire research facility. He would be overwhelmed with work. Thus, he had some anger behind his actions. But this also aligned with the Navy's strategy to defeat Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe's ability allows him to absorb all kinds of energy, right? But what if the intensity of the energy exceeds his absorption capacity? They had formulated 2 strategies to defeat Jiang Zhe. One was to quickly defeat him using martial arts, and the other was to unleash a large amount of energy that exceeded Jiang Zhe's capacity. So, With his previous strike, he unleashed maximum power. Even Garp wouldn't dare to take it head-on. He intended to teach Jiang Zhe a lesson. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe and his puppets were able to withstand it. It seemed the Navy had underestimated Jiang Zhe's abilities, as he could even endure his maximum power strike. As for the other strategy, he had arrived at the port quite early. The reason he and T appeared was mainly to give Bartolomeo a training opportunity. He wasn't slacking off at all. Bartolomeo's martial arts skills were also among the best in the Navy, and it would take considerable effort for him to subdue Bartolomeo. He believed Bartolomeo could definitely take down Jiang Zhe. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe now had 2 more puppets, and together they managed to subdue Bartolomeo. Thus, he had to intervene. He didn't expect Jiang Zhe's reaction to be so quick, as he and his puppets managed to deflect his laser attack from Jiang Zhe's rapid movements. It was evident that his martial arts prowess was also quite impressive. Moreover, his puppets had decent abilities. Combined, they could probably match him. Therefore, the second strategy of defeating Jiang Zhe with martial arts no longer seemed viable. Truly terrifying, Jiang Zhe, surrounded by 3 six-paths puppets, quickly checked his body. Fortunately, he didn't have major injuries, just some scrapes. He initially thought he could withstand Kizaru's laser attack. After witnessing Kizaru's strike today, he realized how wrong he was. When Kizaru shot that laser, he felt a terrifying energy and knew he couldn't handle it. Thus, he immediately tried to dodge. He didn't expect Kizaru's laser could curve, forcing him to rely on the Hungry Ghost Path to block the attack. Even though the Hungry Ghost Path managed to block it, it sustained severe internal damage and needed the Hell Path to recover properly. However, he couldn't reveal his injuries here and could only control the Hungry Ghost Path to pretend as if it was unscathed. He was now plotting how to escape. He just needed to get close to the sea, feeling the distance to the shore. "Old man, you finally came." Bartolomeo, who had gotten up from the ground, slowly moved to Kizaru's side and spoke up. "Oh dear, Bartolomeo, you look a bit disheveled." Hearing Kizaru's sarcastic words made Bartolomeo feel a bit hurt, but he was already familiar with Kizaru's personality, so it didn't matter. What he wanted most was for Kizaru to teach Jiang Zhe a lesson. He initially thought he could defeat Jiang Zhe. He didn't expect Jiang Zhe's abilities to be so strange, controlling the pacifist and even enhancing its laser attacks. Bartolomeo felt a dull pain in his arm. Moreover, the swordsman beside him seemed to have a recovery ability, as he could stand up and even attack him shortly after being knocked away. The strangest was Minotauros, who had come from their research facility. He was clear about Minotauro's abilities, which were just decent strength and recovery. He couldn't even get a single move in against him. Now, after being controlled by Jiang Zhe, Minotauros had gained some new strange abilities. Bartolomeo recalled when he was controlled by the Azura Path. He had clearly been on the verge of breaking free, but lost all strength the moment Minotauros touched him. Even using all his haki was useless. Could it be that the Devil Fruit ability is effective against haki as well? But now that Old Man Kizaru had appeared, he didn't need to worry about that. Kizaru was an admiral. How could Jiang Zhe possibly escape? Kizaru's earlier strike had already left Jiang Zhe in such a state, and that laser was merely a casual attack from him. He hoped that after Kizaru subdued Jiang Zhe, he could vent his frustrations. With that thought, Bartolomeo glared at Jiang Zhe. After teasing Bartolomeo, Kizaru turned to Jiang Zhe. "Young man, have you ever been kicked by light?" Upon hearing Kizaru's words, Jiang Zhe knew something bad was about to happen. This was Kizaru's prelude to attack. Sure enough, just as Jiang Zhe was processing this, Kizaru appeared beside him. Bang! A sound rang out at Jiang Zhe's waist. Jiang Zhe flew out from where he stood, his arms dangling. He had only managed to block Kizaru's foot with his hands, but the immense force still kicked him away. After rolling on the ground a few times, Jiang Zhe finally dissipated the terrifying force. "Oh dear, truly terrifying. You managed to block it," Kizaru mumbled. He had originally intended to kick Jiang Zhe into the sea, completing Drag's request and fulfilling his own duties. After all, Jiang Zhe was a devil fruit user. Whether he could survive in the sea would depend on his luck. Even the world government couldn't do anything about it. Unexpectedly, his seemingly guaranteed kick was blocked by Jiang Zhe. If it didn't work, he would just use a second kick. Kizaru raised his right foot again. Hungry Ghost Path. Just as Kizaru's figure disappeared, Jiang Zhe lightly commanded, and the Hungry Ghost Path appeared beside him, blocking Kizaru's kick. At the same time, Jiang Zhe controlled the Hungry Ghost Path to use the force from Kizaru's foot to quickly fly towards the sea. As Jiang Zhe and the Hungry Ghost Path flew towards the sea, the Hell Path standing nearby also raced toward the sea. Meanwhile, the Azura Path's eye shone with a red light. Self-destruction sequence activated. A voice echoed from within the Azura path. Boom! A massive explosion resonated across the island. Chapter 46. Jiang Zhe may not be as simple as we think on an unknown island. After the self-detonation of the Shura path, a black deep pit was left on the shore, with black smoke rising around it. Cough, cough, cough. Due to having a portion of his life energy absorbed by Jiang Zhe, Zhantao Wan found himself a bit lacking in stamina and was caught off guard. As a result, he was directly affected by the explosion of the pacifist. Fortunately, his physique was quite good. He only coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and his entire face turned black. Oh dear, today's youth are truly terrifying. One careless move, and they get played. Huang Yuan frowned, pursed his lips, and his entire face wrinkled together again. He had originally planned to kick Jiang Zhe into the sea. Whether Jiang Zhe was a capable person or whether he could survive would depend on his luck. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe managed to escape using his own power. Moreover, before leaving, he even played a trick on him. If it weren't for his quick reaction to elementalize, he would probably have ended up looking as disheveled as Zhantao Wan. Huang Yuan turned his head and looked at Zhantao Wan's already blackened face. He has quite a good young man. I just don't know what his relationship with Dragon is, to have me go easy on him. At this rate, I don't even need to go easy. This young man could definitely escape on his own. Truly terrifying. Old man Huang Yuan, should we pursue? Hearing Zhantao Wan's words, Huang Yuan woke up from his contemplation. Just now, he had used his observation hockey to sense that at the moment of the explosion, Jiang Zhe had already submerged to the seabed, retrieved the cabinet containing the explosive rocks, and swam out of his observation range. Even if they went after him now, there wouldn't be any results. No need. Today's youth are truly terrifying. After saying this, Huang Yuan turned and walked towards the research institute, leaving Zhantao Wan alone staring at the sea. Unsure of what he was thinking, after seeing Huang Yuan leave, Zhantao Wan hurriedly followed. In the research room, Satan Saint sat with a serious expression, waiting for Huang Yuan to bring in the guy who dared to cause a ruckus in the research institute. This guy had stolen his explosive rocks, which were his secret weapon to surpass Vegapunk. Once he studies the weapon effects of the explosive rocks, Lorden will definitely value me. At that time, I can reduce some of Vegapunk's research funding. By then, Vegapunk will have to beg me, and I can vent all the grievances I've suffered over the years. Thinking of this, Satan Saint glanced at Vegapunk, who was still immersed in his research, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Welcome back. The door of the research room was opened. Satan Saint immediately stood up from his seat. Huang Yuan walked in from outside the research room. How is it? Where is that little thief? Where are my explosive rocks? Satan Saint rushed up to Huang Yuan, asking anxiously. Oh dear, I'm sorry, Lord Satan Saint, he got away. Huang Yuan put on a look as if he tried his best. Seeing Huang Yuan's expression, Satan Saint felt his anger rise instantly. What did you say? You're an admiral. How could you let a little thief escape? Oh dear, it's not that I had no choice. Besides, I've already done my best. I even got injured for this, I need a bonus. After saying this, Huang Yuan revealed the back of his hand, which had a purple bruise. This was from when he was hit by flying debris during the explosion, leaving a mark on his hand. He could have used some techniques to heal this injury directly. However, thinking of his actions, Huang Yuan chose not to treat the wound. After all, this was his merit, which could earn him a bonus. Seeing the bruise on Huang Yuan's hand, Satan Saint didn't know what to say. If you say Huang Yuan tried his best, he let the criminal escape. But if you say he didn't try hard enough, he ended up injuring himself. This was a situation that had never occurred before with Huang Yuan. After all, he always went out cleanly and returned cleanly on every mission. One could only say he put in the effort this time. But that was not a good enough reason for him to let the guy who stole his explosive rocks escape. Then who is he? Have you figured that out? Satan Saint was still thinking about how to get the explosive rocks back. He now only wanted all the information about this little thief, and then use his channels to retrieve those explosive rocks. By the way, give a little revenge on this thief who stole his things. I know this. Zhantao Wan followed Huang Yuan into the research room. Having just been defeated, he felt a bit lost. When Huang Yuan was speaking to Satan Saint earlier, he didn't dare to say a word. But now, Huang Yuan was clearly just brushing off Satan Saint, and if no one intervened, things would go wrong. It was time for him, the tightest-lipped man in the world, to step in. After listening to Zhantao Wan narrate the entire process, Satan Saint was left dumbfounded. Since when did Jiang Zhe, who escaped from Impel Down, become so strong? In Zhantao Wan's account, Jiang Zhe already had 3 puppets. One puppet could absorb energy, which was known from Impel Down. One puppet could heal injuries, which should be his new ability. The ability of the third puppet was unclear, as it used the pacifist's attack methods. But it could enhance the pacifist's laser, to the point where even Jiang Zhe could hardly withstand it. Aside from mythical Zoan types, there weren't any devil fruits that could increase their abilities as they grew. But if Jiang Zhe were a mythical Zoan, he would have to adhere to the most basic principle, which is to be restrained by seawater and a sea prism stone. However, it was strange that Jiang Zhe was knocked into the sea by Huang Yuan, yet he could escape from the water. Could it be that as a devil fruit user, wasn't he afraid of seawater? Or was Jiang Zhe lying to himself? But Jiang Zhe shouldn't he be lying to himself? After all, there were so many surveillance cameras on the island that he could check later. Thinking of what Jiang Zhe said earlier in Impel Down, as well as his gaze, a chill suddenly rose in Satan Saint's heart. Could it be that Jiang Zhe really aimed to kill all the celestial dragons? He had previously been a bit worried that Jiang Zhe really would do as he said and start hunting down celestial dragons. At that time, he had even used this pretext to restrict the activities of the celestial dragons. However, a large part of his restrictions was to showcase the authority of the five elders. After all, Jiang Zhe's abilities were indeed a bit weak, but now his strength had increased significantly. He could even defeat Jiang Zhe and escape from Huang Yuan. Furthermore, with the recent killing of Saint Charlos, it might boost Jiang Zhe's confidence in killing celestial dragons. He must ensure that the other four pay attention to Jiang Zhe when he returns this time. Otherwise, if Jiang Zhe really starts hunting down celestial dragons, the authority of the celestial dragons would be truly trampled underfoot. Thinking of this, Satan Saint said nothing and left the research institute, heading towards Mariehua. In a corner where no one noticed, the originally vacant eyes of Bartholomew Kuma flashed with a hint of red light. Chapter 47, Dragon's Shock. Woes of the Warring States Baldigo, Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Leader Dragon, this is the message from Kizuru and Bartholomew Kuma. Sabo's expression was somewhat astonished. Seeing Sabo's expression, Dragon found it a bit strange. Sabo was always serious and unflappable. Why was he showing this expression today? Dragon recalled what Sabo had just said about the messages from Kizuru and Kuma. Generally, these two wouldn't casually relay messages to the Revolutionary Army, especially since Kuma had basically offered himself as experimental material to the doctor. He would only take the risk of transmitting information if it were important. As for Kizaru, despite Dragon inviting him many times, he had never made it clear that he wanted to join the Revolutionary Army, yet he was willing to relay some information. Sometimes, when Dragon asked for his help, he would assist. It really reflected his ambiguous sense of justice. It was rare for both of them to send messages to the Revolutionary Army at the same time. Recently, the only news related to them was about Jiang Zhe. It seemed to be news about Jiang Zhe. However, why was Sabo so astonished? Could it be that Jiang Zhe had failed and been captured? Did Kizaru not help him escape? But then again, Jiang Zhe was a bit overconfident. The security at the Research Institute was no joke. Sabo, why are you so astonished? Could it be that Jiang Zhe has failed and been captured? Upon hearing Dragon's words, Sabo's face turned strange. After all, before seeing the intelligence, he had thought the same. But after seeing the information, he was directly shocked. Leader Dragon, you should look at the intelligence yourself. After saying that, Sabo handed the intelligence directly to Dragon. Upon receiving the intelligence, Dragon began to read. After a long time, he finally came back to his senses from the shock. In Kuma's intelligence, he learned that Jiang Zhe possessed 3 abilities. One was energy absorption, one was healing, and one was mechanical fusion with mechanical attack capabilities. Moreover, he could directly bestow these 3 abilities onto his puppets. This meant that he alone could rival a small squad. Most importantly, Jiang Zhe was not afraid of seawater, but he was clearly a devil fruit user. How could he not be afraid of seawater? Dragon could only think of one possibility, that Jiang Zhe had some kind of coating, but that was not a condition. If not, there would be no other explanation. Furthermore, Kuma's intelligence also indicated that Jiang Zhe's strength was not weak, being able to defeat Don Quixote Mingo and escape from Kizuru. Initially, Dragon thought that Kizuru had let Jiang Zhe go easy, allowing him a chance to escape. Unexpectedly, Kizaru's intelligence directly stated that he had used all his strength and still could not keep Jiang Zhe, and was even questioning his relationship with Jiang Zhe. It seemed that Dragon had somewhat underestimated Jiang Zhe's strength, but what was the Whitebeard pirates trying to hide about Jiang Zhe's identity? He recalled what Sabo had told him after regaining his memories. The relationship between Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, combined with everything Jiang Zhe had done, indicated that the Whitebeard pirates must have a major operation that could change the world order. With this thought, Dragon looked at Sabo with a puzzled expression. Sabo saw Dragon's expression and knew what he was thinking. He also felt that the Whitebeard pirates would definitely have a big move soon. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's Office. Tsuru, take a look at Kizaru's report and the surveillance from the Research Institute. Sengoku handed a thick stack of documents and a din mushi to Tsuru, who had just stepped into the Fleet Admiral's office, then rubbed his temples, leaned back in his chair, and closed his eyes. Seeing Sengoku's actions, Tsuru, who had initially felt a bit resentful, became curious. She knew that Sengoku must have some worries when he called her urgently. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the door, Sengoku directly handed her a pile of documents without saying a word, just telling her to look. Even if she was a workhorse, Sengoku should at least explain what needed to be done next, right? But Sengoku's behavior made her very curious. She had never seen Sengoku look so exhausted, not even when the celestial dragons were killed. After Tsuru finished reading the documents, she was momentarily stunned. Is this it? It's just a bit of explosive rock taken from the Science Research Institute. It's not like it hasn't been stolen before. Tsuru also recalled Zifa's recent covert actions. But how could this make Sengoku so exhausted? With this thought, Tsuru directly stood beside Sengoku, placed her hand on his shoulder, and activated her ability. Thank you, Tsuru. What's going on? This matter shouldn't tire you out so much. Hearing Tsuru's words, Sengoku sighed heavily. Jiang Zhe is not a major problem, but what he represents is what I worry about the most. Sengoku's tone was low, filled with a sense of loneliness. What does it represent? Tsuru asked. It indicates that the sea is about to be in chaos. Whether it's Jiang Zhe's escape, the killing of the celestial dragons, or Jiang Zhe stealing things from the Research Institute, all these mean that our Navy's control over the sea is declining. Hearing Sengoku's words, Tsuru was taken aback. But upon reflection, it was indeed this issue. Their Navy's control over the sea was declining. In the past, Impel Down, it wasn't that no one could escape, but at least it took a big pirate like Shiki. Moreover, over the years, only Shiki had succeeded. When would it be Jiang Zhe's turn, a nameless individual, to escape from Impel Down? This meant that the defense of Impel Down had already slackened. As soon as Magellan was dealt with, the entire Impel Down would collapse. The killing of the celestial dragons represented that the celestial dragons' authority was declining. Once high and mighty, they could now be easily killed. Inevitably, ambitious individuals would be tempted. One feared that everyone would want to kill a celestial dragon to gain fame. And now, Jiang Zhe had gone to the Research Institute to steal explosive rocks, and their Navy had received no news at all. This indicated that a hidden force was developing, one that even they, the Navy, could not detect. It should be known that even the 4 emperors in the Revolutionary Army had their informants within the Navy and the world government. If they had any major moves, the Navy would definitely receive news first. But now Jiang Zhe had stolen things, and only now did they receive the news. It was already too late. It seemed that the sea was really about to be in chaos. What are you going to do? Tsuru looked at Sengoku with a hint of sympathy after contemplating. I want to execute Ace in advance, forcing the Whitebeard pirates to confront us in battle. Hearing Sengoku's words, Tsuru's expression turned astonished. She knew how much Sengoku had prepared to maximize his benefits since the world government decided to execute Ace, and she never expected him to start early. It should be known that a major battle could not just happen casually. Seeing the expression on Tsuru's face, Sengoku understood what she was thinking. Don't worry, Tsuru. I have a plan. Chapter 48, Restoring the New World, an Unknown Island. Jiang Zhe crawled out of the sea, followed by the swaying, hungry ghost path and the hell path wielding a broken sword. The hell path was dragging a large cabinet. Finding a secluded spot, Jiang Zhe finally breathed a sigh of relief. Here, the Navy should have a hard time finding him. He needed to take some time to rest, repair the hungry ghost path, and also do a round of lottery draws. The shock value from Morgan's report of killing a celestial dragon had already been credited, but Jiang Zhe felt that his strength was sufficient. After all, he could withstand Marco's skills, was not afraid of Whitebeard's conqueror's hockey, and even killed a C0. He thought he could enjoy himself on this sea, so he planned to save up his lottery draws for a later time. Unexpectedly, today, Kizaru made him realize the terrifying power of the world's top fighters. In front of Kizaru, he could barely defend himself, and Kizaru seemed to handle it with ease. Moreover, during the battle, he discovered the drawbacks of the 6 Paths puppets. If his real body was also present, it would be difficult to manage both sides, making it somewhat restrictive in a fight. So today, he planned to enhance himself to ensure he could act freely on this sea, and, at the very least, escape calmly. Unlike today, where he had to rely on the Azura Path's self-detonation to get away. With a thought, the system panel appeared before him. 6 Paths Pain Fusion System Host. Jiang Zhe fusion degree. 41. The higher the host's role-playing level, the higher the fusion degree. Abilities. Hungry Ghost Path can absorb all energy. Hell Path can repair all damage. Azura Path can merge all mechanical weapons. Shock value. 620. 1,000 shock value grants 1 lottery chance. Lottery draws. 23. Shock value automatically converted. There were no major changes on the system panel. The fusion degree jumped from 30 to 41, an increase of 11, likely due to the pain caused by his recent actions. Killing a celestial dragon was probably the only thing that could evoke such feelings. After all, when a celestial dragon dies, all related parties will be implicated. Originally, the 5 elders had covered up the matter, but after the World Economic News reported it, no matter how much the 5 elders try to keep it under wraps, it will be challenging. Thus, a series of actions will be necessary to mitigate the impact, which would inevitably lead to some unhappiness. Thinking about how killing a celestial dragon brought him so much fusion degree made him wonder how much he could gain by killing a few more. However, the entire Mariewa was under lockdown now, and he probably wouldn't have the opportunity to deal with a celestial dragon for a while. He needed to become stronger first to have that chance. However, he believed that the upcoming Marineford War would be a great opportunity to gain fusion degree, and he was somewhat looking forward to it. His lottery draw count jumped directly to 23. He had 2 remaining from before. This meant that Morgan's report of the celestial dragon's death had brought him 21 lottery chances. Of course, the shock value would continue to rise, but it probably wouldn't increase by much more. Nonetheless, it was enough. After all, just 1 celestial dragon had brought him over 30 lottery chances. System. 20 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the planetary devastation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Rinnegan. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Kanai. 2 ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained explosive tags. 2 ding. Thank you for your patronage. 14. Seeing the lottery results reported by the system, Jiang Zhe was a bit stunned. Was his luck exploding? Or was there a problem with the system? How did he directly get a planetary devastation ninjutsu? This technique was one of the 2 major abilities of Nagato's Deva Path. It could apply chakra to a target, making it gravitationally attractive, absorbing everything around it. As the surrounding objects were continuously attracted to the target, it would turn into a massive sphere and be sealed. The other major ability of pain was Shinra Tensei, which, in contrast to planetary devastation, displayed repulsion, capable of repelling everything. The Super Shinra Tensei could turn a radius of several dozen kilometers into ruins in an instant. He originally planned to awaken the Deva Path abilities when his fusion degree reached 100, combining Shinra Tensei and planetary devastation to put on a grand fireworks display for Mariewa. Unexpectedly, now, planetary devastation appeared first. He just didn't know how powerful it was. Jiang Zhe silently thought of extracting the reward. In an instant, 3 circles appeared around his pupils. At the same time, the world in his eyes became different, clearer. He could see a shark fiercely biting a fish in the distant sea, surrounded by spreading crimson, attracting countless fish to compete. He could also see a flock of seabirds flying high above, their feathers visible. Was this the Rinnegan? It felt like his eyes had turned into ultra-high-definition cameras. Simultaneously, a memory about how to use planetary devastation surged into his mind. After digesting the memory in his mind, Jiang Zhe created a small black sphere in the distance. In an instant, the surrounding trees, soil, and rocks all began to converge towards the small sphere. Slowly, the small sphere gathered into a large sphere, about 5 meters in diameter. The ground looked like the surface of an ice cream bucket, with a neatly dug circular hole where an ice cream scoop had been taken out. The large sphere floating above the hole was the scooped-out ice cream ball. The area around the hole was filled with dust falling from the disappearance of gravity once the planetary devastation was completed, like the chill emanating from the ice cream ball. Was this planetary devastation? Jiang Zhe looked at the sphere before him with some joy. He had only intended to test it, and hadn't he used the full power of planetary devastation, just a fraction of it. Judging by its current power, if he unleashed the full power of planetary devastation, the entire island would be sent skyward. After the system's power system correction, planetary devastation had transformed into a physical energy-driven technique. The range of planetary devastation depended entirely on how much stamina he had. Moreover, he could create not just one, but countless small planetary devastations if he wished. With this thought, Jiang Zhe waved his hand again, and several small black spheres appeared on the surrounding ground, continuously absorbing everything around them. In a while, several small soil balls, only about 20 centimeters in diameter, floated into existence. They couldn't compare to the earlier planetary devastation, but they clearly consumed more stamina than before. It seemed that more precise operations required more stamina. Chapter 49. The use of the Earth Explosion Star and the thoughts on controlling puppets. After testing the abilities of the Earth Explosion Star, Jiang Zhe began to contemplate how to utilize its powers in the upcoming war. After all, for the strong in the pirate world, the Earth Explosion Star is merely a seal. As long as they break the rocks attached to them, they can easily escape the seal, unless he continuously maintains the energy supply of the Earth Explosion Star. This would turn into a battle of stamina. And could he really compete in stamina against the freaks of the pirate world? Originally, if the power of the heavenly path could awaken directly, he would not only possess the Earth Explosion Star, but also the ability of Shinra Tensei. The Earth Explosion Star gathers everything together, while Shinra Tensei repels everything outward. This contraction and expansion perfectly satisfies the principle of explosion. In a confined space, a sudden burst of energy will lead to an explosion. The explosion created by the combination of the Earth Explosion Star and Shinra Tensei would definitely be more powerful than that created by ordinary explosives. Because the space of the Earth Explosion Star is much smaller, the release of Shinra Tensei is much quicker and the energy is greater. Just imagine sealing Kaido with the Earth Explosion Star and then detonating it with Shinra Tensei. It would be like wrapping Kaido in dozens of tons of explosives and then detonating them. No matter how strong Kaido's body or haki is, he would be blown to smithereens. However, without Shinra Tensei, this idea can only remain as a thought and cannot be executed. When he obtained the Rinnegan earlier, Jiang Zhe wanted to see if he could automatically learn Shinra Tensei through his understanding of the Rinnegan. Unexpectedly, the Rinnegan provided by the system was merely a medium for releasing the Earth Explosion Star, and all other functions were sealed, unless he extracted other skills from the Rinnegan or awakened the abilities of the pain of the heavenly path. Currently, the Rinnegan only allows him to see more clearly and share vision with his Six Paths puppets. Besides that, it has no other functions. However, upon seeing the cabinet dragged by the Hell Path, Jiang Zhe suddenly had an idea. Since Shinra Tensei is unavailable, why not provide the Earth Explosion Star with something that can release energy for a short time? Explosive rocks would be a good choice. He could use the Earth Explosion Star to attract everything together, including the explosive rocks. Then, he would deactivate the Earth Explosion Star and simultaneously detonate the explosive rocks. The power at that moment would definitely exceed that of any bomb. Originally, to sink Marineford, he was thinking of digging a hole underneath Marineford to bury explosive rocks. But now that is unnecessary. A few Earth Explosion Stars combined with explosive rocks could directly sink the entire Marineford. Moreover, regarding whether the explosive rocks would detonate prematurely due to the attraction of the Earth Explosion Star, the detonating symbols and the mutual detonation technique just happened to contain knowledge on how to stabilize the detonation. At that time, he could use the Earth Explosion Star to create countless large spheres in the sky above Marineford, and use the mutual detonation technique to directly detonate the explosive rocks hidden within the Earth Explosion Star. With a bang, he could sink the entire Marineford, making the entire Navy feel pain. After resolving the issue of the Earth Explosion Star, Jiang Zhe now needed to think about the problem he faced when using puppets, which led to him feeling restricted. After all, he only had one main consciousness. If he used it all to control puppets, he would definitely be limited. Jiang Zhe suddenly recalled his previous use of the shadow clone technique, where he summoned a goofy clone. The clones created by the shadow clone technique could be said to be him, but they had independent consciousness, thoughts, and actions. However, they would turn into smoke and disappear when harmed, and using them required his physical stamina to maintain. Once the stamina given to them ran out, they would also disappear. After they disappeared, their memories would return to him. Thus, the shadow clone technique could only be used for gathering information and eliminating dangers. But what if he combined the shadow clone technique with puppets? He could create several clones to hide in the shadows and control the puppets, coordinating with himself in battle. This way, his worries about being distracted while manipulating puppets would be eliminated, and the disadvantage of clones disappearing upon taking damage would also be removed, unless someone found the clones and killed them. But he could easily place the clones far away. Anyway, with the Rinnegan, their vision was shared, no matter how far apart they were. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhe felt this plan was feasible. Boom, boom. He directly summoned 2 clones. Oh, it's you again. You freak. As soon as one clone appeared, it immediately dodged Jiang Zhe, as if it had seen something terrifying. Jiang Zhe was momentarily speechless at the sight of this clone. Why is it still this clone? He originally thought his clones were one-time use. After being used, that consciousness would disappear. After all, it was just a part of his subconscious, hardly significant. Unexpectedly, the previous consciousness was still retained and could be summoned by him a second time. Seeing that Jiang Zhe ignored him and looked somewhat speechless, Clone No. 1 immediately became displeased. What else with that expression? Are you disgusted with me? I'm a part of you. Clone number 1 immediately made a pitiful expression. Seeing Clone number 1 making such a face with his own features, Jiang Zhe felt a bit nauseated. He waved his hand to dispel the clone technique. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe's action, Clone number 1 panicked. Hey buddy, I'll be normal next time, please don't. Before Clone number 1 could finish speaking, it transformed into a puff of smoke and disappeared. At this moment, Jiang Zhe looked at Clone number 2. Ever since he and Clone number 1 appeared, Clone No. 2 had been carefully observing the surroundings, not stopping its actions even when Clone number 1 was speaking. Are you the main body? Noticing Jiang Zhe examining him, Clone No. 2 directly asked. At the same time, Clone number 2's eyes kept moving, seemingly deep in thought. Yes, Jiang Zhe answered straightforwardly. Upon receiving a response, Clone No. 2 stopped examining Jiang Zhe and stared directly into his eyes. I know the purpose of you summoning us, but I hope you can let me stay out longer. After saying that, Clone number 2 began to control the Hungry Ghost Path and the Hell Path. Seeing the Hungry Ghost Path and Hell Path move, Jiang Zhe was somewhat surprised. It seems that his idea could really be realized. However, before he even gave any commands, Clone number 2 could control the puppets, which might pose a risk to him. If the clones wanted to do something to him with the puppets, wouldn't he be unable to resist? Thinking of this, Jiang Zhe directly focused his consciousness into the Hell Path and discovered a consciousness within it, which should be his clone. Once he entered the body of the Hell Path, this consciousness was immediately pushed out from within. I understand your concerns. We're just a part of you, so you don't need to worry about us doing anything to you. You are the top priority for all abilities. After saying that, Clone No. 2 manipulated the Hungry Ghost Path to stand up, went to the forest, and began to absorb life energy from the trees. Hearing Clone number 2's words, Jiang Zhe finally felt relieved and transferred command of the Hell Path to Clone number 2. Now, the problem of puppets hindering his combat was perfectly solved, and he needed to think about the next plan. Chapter 50 Next Steps. Watching Clone number 2 skillfully control the Hungry Ghost Path and Hell Path. Jiang Zhe nodded in satisfaction. With the Earth Explosion Star, Explosion Rock, and a method of manipulating puppets with clones, even without anyone testing his strength, Jiang Zhe knew that his combat power had significantly increased. The goal of sinking Marineford had also advanced a great deal. He should think about the next plan. With the Whitebeard Pirates and the Revolutionary Army, it felt like the plan during the Marineford War was still a bit unstable. However, Ace's situation might not prompt Dragon to act directly. After all, as a leader of the Revolutionary Army, to achieve great things, he had to make choices among various issues. During the Marineford War, the Navy's strength was greatly stretched, and all the stronger Navy forces were summoned back to Marine headquarters for defense. This was the best opportunity for the Revolutionary Army, and Jiang Zhe believed that Dragon, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, would definitely see this opportunity and would not easily give it up. Therefore, the most likely scenario was that Dragon would send some people with Sabo to rescue Ace. Meanwhile, Dragon would take advantage of this opportunity to incite waves of national revolutions at sea. However, this outcome was clearly not what Jiang Zhe wanted. After all, how much could Sabo and a team do during the Marineford War? Sabo had at most the strength of a vice admiral. After all, his position was chief of staff, not a combat role. In the original story, he and T been seen in many battles, and even when dealing with Burgess during the fight for the Mera Nomi, he had to expend considerable effort. Fujitora didn't arrest Sabo on the spot largely due to Sabo's identity and Fujitora's own stance. Therefore, Jiang Zhe needed to find another bargaining chip to compel Dragon to join the fight. The best bargaining chip was Luffy. If Dragon knew that Luffy would be participating in the battle at Marineford, he would definitely join in without hesitation. After all, Luffy was his son. If he truly didn't care, he wouldn't have intervened to save Luffy when he was captured by Smoker at Logtown. Additionally, bringing Luffy along had other advantages. One was his protagonist aura, which would make everything much simpler, as if the whole world would help him, and he would have assistance in any difficulties he faced. Another was Garp. In the original story, Garp single-handedly guarded the execution platform, and apart from Luffy, no one present could approach Ace. Ultimately, Garp was also sent flying by a punch from Luffy, creating a stark contrast to Marco, who was severely injured by a punch from Garp. As long as Luffy was present, a significant portion of Garp's attention would be diverted. Getting Luffy to rescue Ace was easy. As long as he told Luffy that Ace was going to be executed by the Navy, he would definitely drop everything and rush to Marineford to save Ace. However, where was Luffy now? In the original story, the Straw Hat Pirates were directly scattered at Sabaody Archipelago, and they didn't regroup until 3 years later. Then set sail for Fishman Island. Now, due to his interference, Luffy had knocked away the celestial dragons at Sabaody. So there was no scene of Kizaru saying how terrifying it was, and each supernova being kicked away. There was also no iconic moment of Luffy crying as he watched his companions being knocked away one by one. Nor was there the event of Luffy and his crew training for 3 years before setting out again. Luffy's purpose in reaching Sabaody was to coat his ship, then head down to Fishman Island, as he treated being a pirate as an adventure. Based on his understanding of Luffy, he should be heading to Fishman Island. But to confirm, he could check with the Whitebeard pirates. After all, Fishman Island was currently Whitebeard's territory, and it wouldn't be difficult to clarify the situation there. Therefore, he needed to visit the Whitebeard pirates. With this in mind, Jiang Zhe took out a piece of life paper from his pocket. This was specially given to him by Marco, in case the Whitebeard pirates played hide-and-seek with the Navy and he couldn't find them. Moby Dick, old man, big news. Marco rushed into Whitebeard's cabin. Ever since Jiang Zhe healed Whitebeard, he had been keeping himself locked in his room. After all, he promised Jiang Zhe to keep his recovery a secret. So recently, Marco had been handling everything on the ship. Marco was used to managing these matters, so there hadn't been any issues. However, with Whitebeard not appearing for a long time, there had been rumors throughout the Whitebeard pirates that Whitebeard was not doing well. Fortunately, Marco's authority was strong enough. Otherwise, the entire crew would have caused a commotion. Whitebeard spent all day in his room drinking, eating meat, and listening to Marco report outside news. It was quite pleasant, but Whitebeard felt he was getting a bit tired of this lifestyle. Even though he had no ailments and had food and drink, he felt uncomfortable not engaging in battle, not to mention being cooped up in his room. So now, Whitebeard was anxious about when Jiang Zhe and the others would start their plans against the Navy. Seeing Marco's expression, Whitebeard knew there was good news from Jiang Zhe's side. What's going on, Marco? Old man, Jiang Zhe went to the world government's scientific research facility to steal explosion rock, and he successfully escaped from Kizaru. Gulalala! Whitebeard burst into laughter. It seemed Jiang Zhe and the Revolutionary Army were preparing to take action. When he had heard Jiang Zhe say he wanted to blow up Marineford, he thought he was a bit overestimating himself. After all, the Navy had so many personnel. Even if he, Whitebeard, used the Tremor fruit, it would be impossible to sink Marineford. Moreover, the Revolutionary Army did not have any powerful devil fruits. Even if the entire Revolutionary Army joined forces, they wouldn't be able to sink Marineford. He had some understanding of explosion rock. He had heard it was quite powerful. If there was enough of it, it might indeed be able to sink Marineford. It seemed Jiang Zhe and the Revolutionary Army were working hard for their goal. It was time for him to start taking action as well. Marco, let us start our plan too. Upon hearing Whitebeard's words, Marco looked at him with bright eyes and nodded heavily. Okay, old man, I'll go get them moving right away. We must make the Navy understand the consequences of capturing us. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. What is it? Captain Marco, it's bad. The one who injured Don Quixote da Flamingo is back. Hearing the words outside the door, Whitebeard and Marco both froze. A smile appeared on Whitebeard's face. They had just received news about Jiang Zhe, and now Jiang Zhe had come to their pirate crew, apparently seeking their cooperation. Whitebeard gestured to Marco, who immediately understood and went out of the room to bring Jiang Zhe to Whitebeard's quarters. Chapter 51, Seeking Fishman Island, Mariehua, Panga City, Hall of Authority. Saint Satan, why are you back so angrily? An old man with a bald head, a map-like birthmark on his forehead, a pair of mustaches, and dressed in a dark green suit, is sitting on the sofa, looking at Saint Satan as he enters through the door of the Hall of Authority. Saint Vachely? Normally, every time he returns, the other 4 elders are present, but this time only Saint Vachely remains in the Hall of Authority. Saint Satan looks at Saint Vachely, momentarily stunned. The others have been summoned by Lord M. Upon hearing Saint Vachely, Saint Satan becomes even more puzzled. After all, the 5 of them are a united front. In the past, whenever Lord M summoned them, they all went together. Why is one person left to wait for him today? Forget about that for now. Didn't you go to urge Vegapunk about the pacifists? Why are you back so angrily? Hearing Vachely's words, Saint Satan finally snaps back to reality. Don't you know? That Vegapunk guy. And this time, someone also invaded the Scientific Research Institute and stole the explosive rocks. What does this count for? The explosive rocks are just like that. There's no way to control them. They hold no value for us. Saint Vachely breathes a sigh of relief. After all, it's just an inconsequential item that was lost. So what's there to be anxious about? Their world government now possesses the entire world. Anything they want can be obtained with just a word. If the explosive rocks are lost, they could just find more. Saint Vachely still wants to comfort Saint Satan, but unexpectedly, Saint Satan continues speaking. The thief is Jiang Zhe. His strength has increased significantly, and I'm afraid something else might happen later. Jiang Zhe? Hearing Saint Satan's words, Saint Vachely feels somewhat perplexed. He seems to have some impression of this name, but not much. Seeing Vachely's expression, Saint Satan realizes that Vachely doesn't pay much attention to Jiang Zhe. For a moment, he feels a bit disheartened. After all, he has been emphasizing Jiang Zhe's threat all along, yet no one seems to care. It's the civilian who escaped from Impel Down. Oh, he's the one who threatened to kill all the celestial dragons. Didn't you capture him? Saint Vachely looks at Saint Satan with curiosity. He's not weak now. He managed to escape from Kizuru. Saint Satan replies irritably. Saint Vachely appears not to have heard Saint Satan's words and suddenly slaps his forehead. I forgot to mention something important. Sengoku just applied for Ace's execution to be moved up, the son of the Pirate King. I suspect Lord Im summoned the three of them for this matter. Upon hearing Vachely's words, Saint Satan's eyes widen, and he slams his cane hard on the ground. Why didn't you say this earlier? After saying that, Saint Satan hurriedly runs towards the flower garden. Whole Cake Island. Big Mom is lying on her throne, continuously stuffing desserts from the table into her mouth. Below the throne, a tall man with short crimson hair, stitched scars on both cheeks, his mouth covered by a scarf, dressed in a black metallic leather jacket and black jeans, is reporting to Big Mom while holding a piece of paper. Is that all? Katakuri. Yes, Mama. Mama. It seems this Jiang Zhe is also restless, provoking the world government again. I'm even more inclined to have a marriage alliance with him. The explosive rocks could serve as his dowry. Have you found his contact information? Not yet. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, Big Mom's expression suddenly changes. Big Mom glares intently at Katakuri, but after thinking of something, her expression shifts back. Forget it. There's no need to rush this time. Let's deal with the Fishman Island issue first. You go with Perispero. Katakuri bows to Big Mom and leaves the palace. Since the last celestial dragon was killed, the entire new world has fallen into chaos. Not only is the Big Mom pirates continually expanding their territory, but the Beast pirates are also expanding theirs. While the Whitebeard pirates remain inactive, they're speculating that something might be wrong with Whitebeard, especially since he has been seriously ill for a while. They plan to take this opportunity to strike Fishman Island. Fishman Island has always been the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. It is a necessary route for entering the new world from the Grand Line. Both they and the Beast pirates have coveted it for a long time, but previously, when Whitebeard was still able to fight, they dared not expand into Fishman Island. However, now that they have received news of Whitebeard's serious illness, they see this as an opportunity to test the waters. If the Whitebeard pirates do not take action, it indicates that Whitebeard is indeed in trouble. If they do take action, they can simply retreat. But I wonder what Mama means by sending me. Does she already foresee that Marco and the others will take action? Wano Country, Onigashima. Is everything you said true? Jin? Kaido looks at Jin with tears in his eyes. Yes, Admiral Kaido. I didn't expect Whitebeard to be old too. Kaido takes his sake flask from his waist and takes a big swig, spilling some down the corner of his mouth and soaking his clothes. Send Jack. After all, he's a fishman. Although he ate a devil fruit, he can still survive in the sea. Yes. After receiving Kaido's order, Jin exits Kaido's cave. Earlier, he had reported two things to Admiral Kaido, but he didn't expect that Kaido only focused on Whitebeard's condition. The first time he heard about Jiang Zhe was when Jiang Zhe escaped from Impel Down. At that time, the Admiral was very interested in him. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, the Admiral has completely forgotten about Jiang Zhe. However, Jiang Zhe is indeed worth paying attention to, especially since the strength of Yamato is not low. If they could recruit Jiang Zhe into the Beast Pirates, it would be a good thing. After all, the stronger the Beast Pirates become, the more opportunities he will have for revenge against the world government. But now he needs to handle the Fishman Island issue well. The Admiral's intention is clear. He wants to test the Whitebeard pirates' bottom line and Whitebeard's health. If Jack goes, he is quite impulsive and will definitely take action. Jack's defense and recovery abilities are very strong. Even if Whitebeard himself takes action, he won't be able to kill Jack. Besides, Jack has the entire Beast Pirates backing him. So Whitebeard wouldn't really go all out. Moreover, the main point is that Jack is a fishman. If Whitebeard really wants Jack's life, Jack can just hide in the sea and wait for the Admiral to come to rescue him. So Jack is definitely the best candidate for this mission. He needs to go and have a good talk with Jack about this mission. Chapter 52. Luffy's Persistence. Heading to Fishman Island, Dragon Palace. That Straw Hat Kid hasn't he given up yet? On the throne sat a robust merman with a crown, thick orange-red hair and beard, dense body hair, fiery tattoos on his arms, and a fishtail who was rubbing his forehead with his right hand, looking troubled. Beneath the throne, a merman with wavy sky-blue hair, a dot on his forehead, shark-like teeth and gills, and a spotted shark tail, looked distressed as he gazed at the merman on the throne. Yes, father. Never mind. Let him be, Sharkstar. But father, that Straw Hat Kid. Before the eldest prince Sharkstar could finish, he was interrupted by Neptune waving his hand. Seeing his father's expression, Sharkstar found it hard to say anything. Deep down, he wished his sister, Shirahoshi, wouldn't have to stay hidden in the Noah Tower. However, Vanderdecken's threat loomed constantly. Once Shirahoshi stepped out, she could be harmed at any moment by Vanderdecken's devil fruit powers. Why would such a good fruit power be used by Vanderdecken to force Shirahoshi into marriage? Vanderdecken is truly despicable. It's useless for Shirahoshi's relatives. They need her to hide in the Noah Tower to avoid attacks. He secretly hoped the Straw Hat Kid could successfully rescue Shirahoshi. After all, they had been unable to locate Vanderdecken and had no way to deal with him. So, they could only place their hopes on others, wishing someone could save Shirahoshi. But this time, the Straw Hat Kid didn't seem like someone who could rescue her. Aside from the passionate spirit that he admired, there was nothing else. Even the Whitebeard pirates couldn't handle it. How could he? He should try to persuade the Straw Hat Kid to leave. After all, he didn't want to see someone genuinely willing to help Shirahoshi get hurt. Another reason was that for some unknown reason, he always felt a bit fond of the Straw Hat Kid. Fishman Island, Noah Tower. Whoa, annoying, coward star. I don't have anything to do, right? Sooner or later, I'll take all these weapons down, and I'll take you out to play. A young man wearing a straw hat, with short hair, a scar over his left eye, a somewhat silly face, dressed in a red vest and blue shorts, and wearing open-toed sandals, was smiling at the Noah Tower, completely ignoring the blood flowing from his right hand. But, another cry came from inside the Noah Tower. A giant mermaid with fish-themed hair accessories, flowing pink hair, watery eyes, a beautiful face, and a pink and white fishtail was wiping the tears from her face, looking emotionally at the young man outside. Lord Luffy, your hand is bleeding. Ha ha, coward star. This is just a small injury, a badge of manhood. Don't worry, next time I'll definitely catch it. See? I blocked it with my hand this time, didn't I? Luffy's expression shifted from fierce to embarrassed, and he scratched his head. But Shirahoshi wanted to say something, but upon seeing Luffy's determined expression, she swallowed her words, biting her lower lip, looking at Luffy with watery eyes. In the shadows, Sharkstar could only shake his head at this scene. The Straw Hat Kid couldn't even withstand a single axe from Vanderdecken and got hurt. He couldn't possibly defeat Vanderdecken. He should persuade him to leave sooner. Sharkstar was about to go out and persuade the Straw Hat Kid. But before he could, he noticed the smile on his sister's face. How long had it been since he had seen Shirahoshi smile? Forget it. Let Shirahoshi be happy for a few more days. Although the Straw Hat Kid couldn't save Shirahoshi, he could bring her joy. With that thought, Sharkstar turned and left. Whoosh! Another axe flew straight toward the Noah Tower. Moby Dick, Gulalala, you guys are so fast. Jiang Zhe, hearing Whitebeard's words. Jiang Zhe immediately understood that the Whitebeard pirates had already found out about him stealing the explosive rocks from the Scientific Research Institute. Truly worthy of being one of the 4 emperors, their information-gathering ability is impressive. Are you planning to take action? Are you going to restore me to my peak state this time? As Whitebeard spoke, his breathing became noticeably heavier. After all, he had been thinking about returning to his peak for a long time, especially after Jiang Zhe mentioned he could help him achieve that. Marco, hearing Whitebeard's words, also became tense, turning to look at Jiang Zhe with burning eyes. I came here mainly to inquire about Fishman Island. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Whitebeard's expression fell. So, he didn't come to help him regain his peak. However, why was Jiang Zhe asking about Fishman Island? Did the Revolutionary Army have plans regarding it? But Fishman Island was doing well under Neptune's governance. It shouldn't need the Revolutionary Army. Seeing the puzzled look on Whitebeard, Jiang Zhe knew he was overthinking. After all, he had been focused on killing celestial dragons and sinking Marineford, so it was no wonder Whitebeard would think too much. I just want to ask about someone. Is the Straw Hat Kid, Monkey D, Luffy on Fishman Island? Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Whitebeard breathed a sigh of relief. He was just worried that the Revolutionary Army might be interested in Fishman Island, which would mean he would have to confront them. After all, he couldn't let Jinbe feel disheartened. Although Jinbe wasn't his son, he was still his good friend. Now it's fine. So that's what you meant. Marco, do you have Neptune's Den Mushy? Ask him. Yes, Dad. After receiving Whitebeard's order, Marco immediately went outside to look for Neptune's contact information. Whitebeard turned to Jiang Zhe, curious about what he wanted with the Straw Hat Kid. Don't you know Ace's brother? And he is also the son of Dragon, and Garp's grandson. I need him to get involved with Garp. What? Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Whitebeard was taken aback. He had long known that Ace had a brother, as Ace often talked about his brother on the ship. He was a typical brother complex. But Ace had never mentioned that his brother was the son of Dragon and the grandson of Garp. This meant that Ace could survive until now, all because of Garp's existence. Gulalala. After a while, Marco returned. The Straw Hat Kid is indeed on Fishman Island. Neptune said they just arrived half a day ago. By the way, Dad, there is one more thing. After saying this, Marco glanced apologetically at Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe understood and immediately left the room. Dad, Neptune also mentioned that Big Mom and Kaido might have plans for Fishman Island. Gulalala. It seems that Lin and Kaido think I'm getting old. Chapter 53, Arrival at Fishman Island, Fishman Street. Vander Decken 9. Haven't you captured Shirahoshi yet? In the darkness, a fishman with a pink flat hat, long black curly hair, a shark-like face, sharp teeth, a wolf fur scarf around his neck, a red short-sleeved open shirt, and blue shorts was sitting on a chair behind the bar. Ha ha ha. Shirahoshi will be mine sooner or later. But you, Hody Jones, how is your new fishman pirate crew coming along? A fishman wearing a small top hat, with spiky hair, multiple necklaces around his neck, red gloves on his right hand, webbed fingers for feet, and draped in a yellow cloak smiled at Hody Jones. So, how about it? Want to join us? We're not like that useless Arlong. I don't want to work under anyone else. Did you know that there's a kid next to Shirahoshi? Upon hearing Hody Jones's words, Vander Dicken IX's face turned red instantly. Dumstauhat Keet. Shirahoshi can only be mine. After saying that, Vander Decken 9 took off the red glove from his right hand and grabbed a sword next to him, throwing it outside. Strangely, even though Vander Decken did not use much strength, the sword flew high into the sky, as if it had no landing point. Ha ha ha. Although your ability is quite good, you have already lost the most important ability of a fishman. This is just a curse passed down through generations. Fishman Island. At the port. Welcome, Lord Marco, to Fishman Island. Jiang Zhe and Marco had just disembarked from the ship when Neptune, accompanied by a group of fishmen, rushed over with joyful expressions. Seeing this, Marco scratched his head but quickly began to converse with Neptune. Lord Marco, who is this? King Neptune was relatively familiar with the Whitebeard pirates, as they had been protecting Fishman Island for the past few years. However, he had never seen Jiang Zhe before. Seeing how cautiously Marco treated Jiang Zhe, he became a bit curious. Marco coming to Fishman Island was unexpected. After all, the Whitebeard pirates could just send a division commander to declare sovereignty over Fishman Island. It was very likely that Whitebeard was truly unable to hold on. Thinking this way, everything made much more sense. Big Mom and Kaido suddenly wanted to take Fishman Island under their control and even said they would send people over. Jiang Zhe might be the secret weapon of the Whitebeard pirates. This is Jiang Zhe, our guest from the Whitebeard pirates. Upon hearing Marco's words, Neptune was a bit stunned. He had originally thought Jiang Zhe would be the secret weapon the Whitebeard pirates would use against Big Mom and Kaido. Unexpectedly, he was just a guest to the Whitebeard pirates, but he was unsure what Jiang Zhe was doing accompanying Marco to Fishman Island. Neptune couldn't help but recall how Marco had asked him for information about the Straw Hat crew earlier. He just didn't know what Jiang Zhe wanted with the Straw Hat crew. In recent days, the Straw Hat Kid's relentless efforts had also moved him a bit. After all, a person who originally had no connection was fighting hard for his daughter. It would be hard not to be moved. If this Jiang Zhe was here to cause trouble for the Straw Hats, that would be bad. No, I must find out Jiang Zhe's purpose for coming. Hello, Mr. Jiang Zhe. Seeing Neptune approach him, Jiang Zhe was about to dodge away. But Neptune's beaming smile made Jiang Zhe hesitate. One does not hit a smiling face, and moreover, as the king of Fishman Island, Neptune had shown himself to be quite lacking in the original story. But in this territory of Fishman Island, he still had a certain ability to gather information. To know Luffy's movements, relying on their information network would be the best choice. Jiang Zhe nodded to Neptune to greet him. Seeing Jiang Zhe's reaction, Neptune withdrew his outstretched hand. He nodded to Jiang Zhe. After all, he was the king of Fishman Island, representing the dignity of Fishman Island, so he wouldn't go overboard to curry favor. Neptune signaled to Shark Star beside him. Shark Star had become a bit excited upon seeing Marco. After all, Marco was the recognized vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, definitely different from other division commanders. He might be able to help rescue Shirahoshi, but seeing that his father seemed to have something to discuss with Marco, he had to postpone his request for Marco's help. Now looking at his father's expression, Shark Star knew that his father wanted him to entertain Jiang Zhe, hoping to extract information from him. Being a guest to the Whitebeard Pirates and treated cautiously by Marco, his strength must not be weak. For now, he couldn't ask Marco for help, but he could take Jiang Zhe directly to the Noah Tower and then request his assistance. As long as he agreed to help, it would be a good thing if they could rescue Shirahoshi. If they couldn't rescue her, he could still use this matter to trouble Marco. It was a win-win situation. Mr. Jiang Zhe, let me take you on a tour of Fishman Island. Hearing Shark Star's words, Jiang Zhe snapped out of his thoughts. He had already thought of several places where Luffy might be. The most likely place was Noah Tower. Shirahoshi was the Sea King. Luffy was the child of destiny. Their encounter was absolutely destined. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about asking where Noah Tower was. Unexpectedly, the guide just appeared before him. Jiang Zhe glanced at Prince Shark Star. Noah Tower. Another sword flew towards them, and Luffy jumped high, closing his eyes to feel the trajectory of the sword. Suddenly, he extended his right hand, and his whole right arm whipped out like a whip. Luffy's right hand wrapped around the sword handle, and a faint black aura appeared on his hand, firmly gripping the flying sword. Ha ha ha! Did you see that? Coward Star, I told you I could catch it. Watching Luffy, who was covered in scars and jumping around with a sword in front of him, Shirahoshi suddenly felt a surge of emotions welling up in her eyes. She bit her lower lip hard, squinting her eyes tightly to hold back her tears. Lord Luffy, Coward Star, I'm going to be the Pirate King, and I will definitely keep my word. Luffy threw the sword he was holding directly to the ground, then placed his hand on his head, completely ignoring the wounds on his arm seeping with blood, adjusted his hat, and smiled, revealing his shining teeth. At that moment, Shirahoshi could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down her face. Woo-woo, Lord Luffy is just too wonderful. All right, Coward Star, you've turned into a crybaby again. Didn't you promise me you wouldn't cry anymore? Upon hearing Luffy's words, Shirahoshi vigorously sniffed her nose and held back her tears. After visiting a few sites, Shark Star finally brought Jiang Zhe near Noah Tower. Just as Jiang Zhe was about to head towards Noah Tower, he heard a confident voice. Sure enough, after turning a corner, Jiang Zhe, using his Rinnegan's ability, saw Luffy from a distance. Seeing Luffy covered in blood, still trying to catch the sword flying through the air, Shark Star felt a bit moved. He had originally wanted to go directly to stop Luffy and let him heal. After all, Luffy had been catching weapons here for 2 days. But Jiang Zhe directly pulled him back. Shark Star could only look at Jiang Zhe with confusion. When Jiang Zhe saw Luffy jump and close his eyes, he already knew that Luffy would be able to catch the sword perfectly. He realized that Luffy had learned observation haki and armament haki. Truly, as expected of the protagonist, even without Rayleigh's 2 years of training, he could still learn the necessary skills. But what exactly did Rayleigh teach during those 2 years? Let's go out. Yes, Master Jiang Zhe. Just a moment ago, Shark Star was still puzzled about why Jiang Zhe was stopping him. It wasn't until Luffy caught the sword that Shark Star understood that Jiang Zhe had already been confident that Luffy would intercept the sword. This insight, combined with Jiang Zhe's previous tone, clearly indicated that he was a strong individual. Unconsciously, he changed how he addressed Jiang Zhe. It seemed that he would have to think of a way to ask him to rescue White Star. With this in mind, Shark Star's attitude suddenly became enthusiastic. Chapter 54. Panicked Luffy. The cost of action, who are you? As Jiang Zhe and Shark Star stepped out from the shadows, Luffy immediately turned to look at Jiang Zhe, appearing as if he was facing a formidable enemy. In Luffy's perception, the aura emanating from Jiang Zhe was on par with Crocodile, whom he had encountered before, and it felt even stronger. When he fought Crocodile, he almost lost his life. So, as soon as Jiang Zhe appeared, Luffy sensed danger. What keen perception! Truly worthy of being the child of destiny. Just having learned observation haki, you could be so sharp. Luffy had already retracted all his momentum. Yet, Jiang Zhe felt it immediately. But that's fine. The stronger Luffy is, the greater the commotion he will cause during the Marineford incident. Which means more of Carp's attention will be diverted, making it less likely for him to stop Luffy from doing what he intends. Luffy, that's my big brother. Upon hearing Shark Star's words, Luffy immediately dropped his guarded demeanor, scratching his head awkwardly. It turned out to be the relative of Coward Star. Haha, Shark brother. How did you end up here? Sharkstar looked at his approaching brother with curiosity and said, Captain Marco and Lord Jiang Zhe came to visit our Fishman Island. So I brought Lord Jiang Zhe around to explore. Hearing Sharkstar's words, Luffy became curious and carefully sized up Jiang Zhe. He had found Jiang Zhe to be powerful before, and hearing Coward Star's words, he thought Jiang Zhe was also Coward Star's big brother. It made sense. If Coward Star's big brother was this strong, she wouldn't have been locked up in the Hardshell Tower all this time. While Luffy was examining Jiang Zhe was also assessing Luffy. Did you come to see me for something? I feel like you have something you want to tell me. Luffy looked at Jiang Zhe with a big grin. It's about Ace. Jiang Zhe's tone was calm, but made Luffy jump up instantly. Are you a good friend of Ace? Sort of. Did Ace send you to find me? Do you want to join my pirate crew? No, thank you. I thought you would join my crew. That would make us much stronger. Luffy's face fell for a moment, but quickly returned to his usual carefree demeanor. I came here just to tell you that Ace has been captured by the Marines and is about to be executed. If you want to save him, you need to hurry. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Luffy's expression froze for a moment, but soon turned serious. You're not lying to me, are you? Soon the whole world will know. Jiang Zhe quietly looked into Luffy's eyes. After a long while, Luffy seemed to accept this fact and turned to glance at Coward Star, who was locked in the Hardshell Tower. Luffy, if you have things to do, just go do them. Anyway, I've already been here for a long time. Coward Star immediately understood Luffy's intentions from his gaze. Sorry, Coward Star, I can't rescue you that quickly. Luffy's eyes turned sad. If he chose to save Coward Star here, Ace might be executed, and if he chose to save Ace, he would go against his promise to Coward Star. After all, he had promised Coward Star that he would rescue her before leaving Fishman Island. It's really okay, Luffy. Hearing Coward Star's words, Luffy took off his hat and pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, handing both items to Coward Star. Coward Star, this is my most precious thing. And this is my life paper. Keep these for now. I will definitely come back to rescue you next time. After saying that, Luffy turned and ran. Seeing Luffy's back, Coward Star shed tears and carefully picked up Luffy's hat and life paper, placing them in a box in front of her bed. Then she found a lock and secured the box. Luffy, woo woo woo. Jiang Zhe stood by, expressionless, watching everything unfold. He originally came to notify Luffy about Ace's impending execution so that Luffy could head to Marineford in time and create a ruckus during the war. After all, Luffy was now at Fishman Island. According to the original plot, the Marines only announced Ace's execution 3 days before it happened. If Luffy left Fishman Island, he might not make it back in time for the war. So he came here to notify Luffy. After informing him, he could have left directly. But seeing Coward Star, he changed his mind. Coward Star was a Sea King and could communicate with the enormous Sea Kings. He would need a lot of spiritual beasts for his future endeavors. And what could be better than Sea Kings as spiritual beasts? If he rescued Coward Star, it would make signing a contract with the Sea Kings much easier. With his current strength, he could easily deal with Vanderdecken 9 and restore Coward Star's freedom. Just now, while watching Luffy equip his weapons, Jiang Zhe had already figured out some of Vanderdecken's weapon throwing patterns. As long as Vanderdecken threw his weapons again, Jiang Zhe would definitely be able to find him. However, he couldn't reveal this matter yet. From Sharkstar's previous behavior, it was clear they wanted his help with Coward Star's issue. At the very beginning, Sharkstar had been subtly leading him towards the Hardshell Tower. After all, Jiang Zhe had noticed several times that they could have walked to other attractions. Yet Sharkstar still took a turn, guiding him from another direction. After going around in circles, they arrived at the Hardshell Tower and witnessed the earlier scene. Sharkstar glanced at his weeping sister and then at the thoughtful Jiang Zhe, then slammed his thigh as if making a significant decision, walking straight to Jiang Zhe's side. Lord Jiang Zhe, I have a request. Sharkstar approached Jiang Zhe and deeply bowed. Hearing Sharkstar's words, Jiang Zhe snapped out of his thoughts and turned to look at him. This is my sister, Coward Star. She's being targeted by bad people, and I hope you can help her. Sharkstar did not lift his head, maintaining his bowing posture, showing a determination that he wouldn't rise until Jiang Zhe agreed. Shark brother. Coward Star looked at Sharkstar's behavior, murmuring his name, tears welling up in her eyes again. I can help, but you need to provide me with something that intrigues me. Jiang Zhe was waiting for Sharkstar to make this request. He didn't expect Sharkstar to be so straightforward in asking for his help. After all, if he had proposed to help, he would lose the initiative, making it difficult to put forth any requests, even if it was just a simple one. But if someone else asks you for help, the situation changes. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Sharkstar immediately straightened up, looking at Jiang Zhe with teary eyes. Is everything you said true? Do you really have a way to save Coward Star? That's great, Lord Jiang Zhe. We can give you anything we have, as long as you rescue Coward Star. Sharkstar spoke rapidly, seemingly worried that Jiang Zhe might change his mind. Hearing Shark Star's words, Coward Star could no longer hold back her tears, which fell as she looked at Jiang Zhe with hope. Chapter 55. Jiang Zhe's plan, Neptune King's Hope Go. Then I want her. After finishing his sentence, Jiang Zhe's finger pointed straight at Shirahoshi. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Prince Shark Star was completely stunned. He felt that his request was like inviting a wolf into the house. Originally, it was just Vanderdecken 9. Shirahoshi could stay safely in the Noah. Because Vanderdecken couldn't defeat them and take Shirahoshi, he resorted to this method to coerce them into compromise. Jiang Zhe was different. He was a guest of the Whitebeard pirates, and Marco respected him. His strength was not weak. If he intended to forcibly take her, they certainly wouldn't be able to stop him. Shirahoshi's eyes changed from full of hope to fear. Lord Jiang Zhe, no. Shirahoshi is still so young. Prince Shark Star exclaimed, his face filled with urgency. Seeing the change in expressions of Shark Star and Shirahoshi, Jiang Zhe realized they misunderstood his intention. He just wanted to discuss a contract with Shirahoshi for the future. Don't worry, I won't do anything to Shirahoshi. I just need her help later. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Shark Star felt as if he had heard the best news in the world. He had almost blamed himself just a moment ago. I don't know what Lord Jiang Zhe needs my help with. Shirahoshi's fear faded, and she looked at Jiang Zhe with curiosity. This is not urgent. It's not anything harmful or forced. Hearing this, Shark Star finally let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked at Jiang Zhe with apologetic eyes, apologizing for his earlier wild thoughts. So, Lord Jiang Zhe, what should we do next? After tidying up the things that were damaged due to Luffy, Shark Star looked at Jiang Zhe with expectation. Wait, Jiang Zhe replied calmly. Vanderdecken had a predictable pattern. He would throw a weapon approximately every 10 minutes, and the direction of the weapon would change. This meant that after throwing a weapon from one position, he would move away from that position and start throwing from another position about 10 minutes later. Jiang Zhe had concluded this while observing Luffy receiving the weapons earlier. Shark Star had also informed him that Vanderdecken would throw weapons in 2 rounds each day, one in the morning, which was when Luffy received the weapons, lasting about an hour and involving 6 weapons, and one in the evening, which would be about 2 hours later. This evening round was Jiang Zhe's opportunity. As long as Jiang Zhe sent his clones in different directions when Vanderdecken struck again, he could use mathematical calculations to continually narrow down his position until he found him and defeated him, thus rescuing Shirahoshi. Jiang Zhe summoned 8 clones and gave each of them a snail phone. Jiang Zhe could clearly feel Clone 1 was also present. He didn't know if it was because he was afraid Jiang Zhe would dismiss him or if it was due to the presence of others. But he seemed a bit shy. Clone 1 behaved as steadily as the other clones. Once the 8 clones understood Jiang Zhe's purpose for summoning them, they each headed off in different directions, quickly disappearing from Jiang Zhe's sight. Seeing Jiang Zhe create 8 clones that looked just like him, Shark Star and Shirahoshi both showed curious expressions. They wanted to ask what kind of ability this was, but seeing Jiang Zhe's serious demeanor, they gave up on the idea of questioning him. Shark Star went directly behind Jiang Zhe, while Shirahoshi gripped the railing with both hands, her curious eyes gazing at the distant sky. She had always been afraid to look up, fearing that a weapon would fall straight towards her as soon as she did. While she would not be harmed inside the Noah, the sound of weapons striking the tower would startle her. Over time, she began to fear looking at the sky. However, this time was different. She eagerly hoped for a weapon to fly towards her. For some reason, Jiang Zhe gave her a feeling that made her believe he could save her. On Fishman Island, in the Ryugu Palace, Neptune and Marco were toasting to each other, exchanging jokes from time to time. Suddenly, a voice came in. King Neptune. A soldier rushed in from outside. Seeing the soldier so anxious, Marco knew something had happened. Fishman Island was indeed under the protection of the Whitebeard pirates, but they only provided a safe environment at Jinbe's request and regarded the island as a friend rather than a subordinate. They had never interfered in the internal affairs of Fishman Island. As soon as the soldier ran in, Marco instinctively made way for King Neptune to handle the issue. Seeing the soldier's urgency, Neptune understood something was wrong. Speak up. What happened? Report to King Neptune. Lord Jiang Zhe and Prince Sharkstar are preparing to rescue Princess Shirahoshi in front of the Noah. What? Upon hearing this news, Neptune initially thought something might have happened to Luffy. But considering the soldier's lack of mention of Luffy, it indicated that the Straw Hat Kid was fine. This meant that Mr. Jiang Zhe was not there to cause trouble for the Straw Hat, but rather he might be a friend of the Straw Hat here to help him, now that Jiang Zhe was taking action to rescue Shirahoshi. Regardless of whether he could actually succeed or not, Marco would certainly not stand by and do nothing. Thinking of this, Neptune smiled. Marco had also heard about the forced marriage of the princess of Fishman Island. Previously, Jinbi had sought help from their captain regarding this matter, and several division commanders had come to assist Jinbi, but ultimately, they had returned empty-handed. The reason was that Vanderdecken 9 was just too slippery. As soon as the Whitebeard pirates arrived, he would disappear or hide far away to use his powers. Moreover, he would switch positions after throwing something, making it impossible for the Whitebeard pirates to find him. But once the Whitebeard pirates left, he would reappear to commit his crimes. In the end, Jinbi had no choice but to give up on seeking help again. Now Jiang Zhe said he wanted to rescue Princess Shirahoshi. To be honest, Neptune was not very optimistic. After all, so many people from the Whitebeard pirates couldn't solve the problem. How could Jiang Zhe handle it alone? He believed Jiang Zhe would soon face setbacks and then give up. He thought it best to advise Neptune not to hold out too much hope. After all, Jiang Zhe was a friend of their captain, and if he lost face, it would reflect poorly on their captain. Moreover, Jiang Zhe was too extreme in his actions, and Neptune feared that if he was toyed with by Vanderdecken, he might do something drastic. At that time, it would be hard to explain to Jinbi. After the soldier withdrew, Marco spoke softly. Neptune, I advise you not to hold out too much hope. After all, our Whitebeard pirates have failed so many times. Upon hearing Marco's words, Neptune was taken aback. His previously hopeful expression shattered as he turned to look at Marco. Could it be that Lord Jiang Zhe's strength is quite weak? Not exactly. His strength is on par with mine. But you know, Vanderdecken's ability is too strange, and he is very cautious in his actions. So capturing him and rescuing Shirahoshi is still quite challenging. After saying this, Marco looked at Neptune with a regretful expression. A hint of panic flashed in Neptune's eyes. Listening to Marco, it seemed he was not optimistic about Jiang Zhe rescuing Shirahoshi. Moreover, from his words, Neptune could also sense Marco's lack of confidence in dealing with Vanderdecken. Thank you for the reminder, Lord Marco, but we must believe in Lord Jiang Zhe. After saying this, Neptune raised the wine glass in front of his desk and toasted to Marco. Seeing Neptune's actions and expression, Marco knew that there was still a glimmer of hope in Neptune's heart. He could only sigh and hope that Jiang Zhe would truly succeed. Chapter 56, Finding Vanderdecken 9 Fishman Island, Hardshell Tower. Here it comes. Shirahoshi exclaimed. Jiang Zhe slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. It has begun. Whoosh. A sound of breaking air rang out, and Jiang Zhe disappeared from his spot. Sharkstar and Shirahoshi exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with joy. As Jiang Zhe quickly moved towards the direction from which the axe was flying, he took out a din-din mushi from his pocket. Clone number 2. Have you calculated the position from which that axe was thrown? Clone número 2. It just so happens that I'm chasing in the direction from which the axe is flying. I've roughly calculated it. It's to the east, about 50 to 65 kilometers from Hardshell Tower. Upon hearing clone number 2's words, all the clones headed eastward. Soon, another 10 minutes passed. Sharkstar and Shirahoshi saw another weapon flying in the sky. Clone number 2, what's the status now? About 15 southeast, approximately 58 kilometers from Hardshell Tower. Hearing clone number 2's words, Jiang Zhe knew it was basically stable. He had previously set a plan with all the clones, which was to observe the direction the weapon was flying and calculate the starting point of the parabola based on the known landing point and height. He was initially worried that this target fruit was a conceptual level ability, one that didn't operate under physical rules. For instance, if thrown, it could ignore any physical laws and fly straight to the target. However, after observing Luffy receiving 2 weapons, Jiang Zhe concluded that this target fruit should follow physical rules. So he told Shirahoshi and Sharkstar that he could help them. Now it seemed his thoughts were correct. This target fruit indeed adhered to physical rules. Clone número 2. Are you sure you're not miscalculating? A cheeky voice came from the Den Mushi. Without thinking, Jiang Zhe knew it was clone number 1. His other clones were quite normal, except for clone number 1. He was not only cheeky, but also exceptionally lively, like a mischievous boy going through puberty. He could argue about anything and tease everything. Jiang Zhe tried to dismiss him several times, but he never learned. Clone número 1. Do you want to be dismissed again? Clone number 2 said flatly. No, bro, I'm just asking reasonable questions. You can't dismiss me now. I've finally made it out. Boo-hoo. Shut up. Hearing clone number 1's crying voice, Jiang Zhe imagined clone no. 1 making a crying face with his own features and felt disgusted, speaking up directly. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's voice, clone number 1's noise vanished. Clone número 2. How far are you from the starting point you calculated earlier? About 5 kilometers. As long as he throws the weapon again, I can lock onto him. Hearing clone no. 2's words, Jiang Zhe accelerated his speed. He was now only about 25 kilometers from the previously calculated starting point, and 18 minutes had passed since he emerged. The next weapon would come soon. Hardshell Tower. Sharkstar and Shirahoshi saw another axe heading towards Hardshell Tower. Master, I've spotted that guy. Upon hearing clone number 2's words, Jiang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his plan had succeeded halfway. You transform and follow him. Understood. What about me? Clone number 1's cheeky voice came again. How do I? Before clone number 1 could finish, Jiang Zhe directly dismissed him. About 5 minutes later, Jiang Zhe sensed clone number 2's position and arrived in front of a bar. Pushing the door open, the previously noisy bar fell silent. Omans, get out. This place doesn't welcome humans. Kill him. Let him know that fishmen are the greatest race in the world. Jiang Zhe ignored the clamoring of the fishmen in the bar and directly looked towards the position where clone number 2 was. Sensing Jiang Zhe's gaze, clone no. 2 looked in a certain direction. Jiang Zhe's eyes followed, quickly spotting a figure with 4 legs, exactly as he remembered Vanderdecken. Just as Jiang Zhe was observing Vanderdecken pulled out a weapon from his side and threw it out directly. Surprisingly, Vanderdecken didn't use much strength, yet the weapon still traced an arc, flying high into the sky. Ha! It seems, Hody, your control over Fishman Street isn't very strong. Even humans can come in. After throwing the axe, Vanderdecken said mockingly. Ha ha ha. Vanderdecken, why aren't you running away like a rat this time? Upon hearing Hody Jones's words, Vanderdecken realized Hody was mocking him. After all, ever since the Whitebeard pirates came to capture him, he had been throwing a weapon and changing positions repeatedly. All the knowledgeable fishmen thought he was cowardly, but they knew nothing. He was merely cautious. It was this caution that had allowed him to survive until now. Otherwise, he would have been caught by the Whitebeard pirates long ago. However, that didn't matter now. The Whitebeard pirates were too preoccupied. He recalled the information he had just received from a human pirate crew. Now, the Whitebeard pirates are too busy with their own matters. They have no time to deal with that coward Neptune. Upon hearing Vanderdecken's words, Hody Jones became excited. He had long wanted to pull Neptune down from the throne. But thinking of Whitebeard, the strongest pirate in the world supporting Neptune, he didn't dare to act rashly. However, now, if what Vanderdecken said was true, then his opportunity had come. Hody Jones suddenly stood up from his seat, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Vanderdecken. What's going on? You should deal with this human who wandered into the bar first. Hearing Vanderdecken's words, Hody Jones finally snapped back to reality, turning to look at Jiang Zhe with a cruel smile on his lips. Foolish human, have you thought about how you want to be torn apart by me? As soon as Hody Jones spoke, the atmosphere in the entire bar grew heated. Tear him apart, Hody. Let humans see the might of our fishmen. We are the greatest race in the world. Hearing the surrounding uproar, Vanderdecken smiled faintly. Since just now, he had felt something was off about this human who came in. The look in his eyes was wrong. That's why he had repeatedly urged Hody Jones to find trouble with this human. Truly smart people play with their brains. Boom! Just as Vanderdecken was still reveling in his cleverness, a massive sound erupted. Then the entire bar fell silent. Sensing the atmosphere in the bar had changed, Vanderdecken turned to look behind him, only to see Hody Jones, who had just rushed out, embedded in the wall. How could this be? Vanderdecken exclaimed in shock. Chapter 57. The Deadly Drug Cough. 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 Hody Jones, who was struck by Jiang Zhe and embedded into the wall, slowly slid down to the ground. One hand on the floor and the other on his chest, coughing up pools of blood while glaring fiercely at Jiang Zhe as he gradually stood up. Damn human. Do you think this makes you strong? You know nothing of true power. After saying that, Hody Jones pulled out a red and white capsule from his bosom, brought it to his mouth, and bit down hard. The fishmen in the tavern all gasped when they saw Hody Jones take out the capsule. Hody is awesome. I didn't expect you to have the deadly drug. Kill him. The entire bar erupted in excitement. Vanderdecken's mouth, which was already agape, dropped even wider. If Hody Jones being knocked away by a human had shocked Vanderdecken to a level of 1, Hody Jones pulling out this capsule and unhesitatingly consuming it shocked him to a level of 10. This was the deadly drug that had been passed down through generations among their kind, a drug used only when the fishmen were forced to fight for their lives. Once taken, this drug could multiply a person's strength tenfold, but it had a fatal flaw. It consumed one's lifespan. The deadly drug had always been hidden in a treasure chest in the palace, and aside from Queen Odoheim and Neptune, no one could take it out. Who would have thought Hody Jones actually got his hands on it? It seemed that the theft incident in the palace 7 years ago was indeed Hody Jones' doing. If he remembered correctly, Hody Jones was a guard in the palace 7 years ago, clearly a case of insider theft. No wonder Hody Jones dared to shout about establishing a new fisherman pirate crew to inherit Arlong's legacy. It turned out the deadly drug gave him the confidence. Vanderdecken was even more shocked that Hody Jones dared to take out the deadly drug and consume it in front of everyone. Even though 7 years had passed, Neptune was still desperately searching for the whereabouts of this drug. Once the drug was revealed, it would quickly attract the palace army's scrutiny. Now was not the time to cross swords with the palace army. It seemed that one reason this human had provoked Hody Jones was that the earlier incident with Whitebeard had given Hody confidence. Now that Hody had consumed the deadly drug, this human would soon be dealt with. Although he didn't understand why this human looked at him that way, making him uneasy, he felt that such a person should be dead to put his mind at ease. Vanderdecken smiled slightly, turned slowly, picked up a drink from the bar, and brought it to his lips. He felt incredibly elegant at that moment. This was strategy. He was indeed a naturally clever person. In the midst of laughter and conversation, the enemy turned to ashes. In the arena, Hody, after consuming the deadly drug, had his eyes wide open, drool starting to flow from the corners of his mouth. And his originally rounded belly suddenly showed signs of abdominal muscles. His entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. He brought his hands to his face. Is this the feeling of power? He looked up at Jiang Zhe. Kid, you are very lucky to be the first soul in my hands after taking the deadly drug. After saying that, Hody Jones' legs began to exert force, his calves visibly bulging, countless muscles exploding forth, clearly defined, like a marble statue being gradually sculpted. Crack! The sound of breaking would echoed. Then, the ground beneath him erupted with wood chips and dust. Hody Jones vanished from his original spot. All that remained was a dent in the ground, with cracks radiating outward, and above the dent, countless wood chips and dust floated in the air. The surrounding air, pushed aside by Hody's high-speed movement, expanded outward, creating gusts of wind that rustled the tablecloths in the tavern and the clothes of the onlooking fishmen. The fishmen quickly covered their eyes, as the wind carried wood chips and dust that could sting their eyes if they weren't careful. But this didn't stop them from cheering for Hody. Countless shouts and excited cries filled the entire tavern. Seeing Jiang Zhe still standing in place, Hody's cruel smile widened. In his eyes, the reason Jiang Zhe had been able to knock him away earlier was that he had underestimated him and wasn't prepared. Also, that despicable human had ambushed him. He completely forgot that it was he who charged at Jiang Zhe just moments ago. Jiang Zhe, watching Hody Jones rapidly approach, remained expressionless, only a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. The reason he stayed still to watch Hody consume the deadly drug was to see its effects. After all, it was said in the original story that this drug could give one the strength of hundreds. Unexpectedly, the enhancement was not very significant. If Hody before was equivalent to a Navy colonel, then after taking the deadly drug, he was at most a brigadier general. What a deadly drug. Just a name without substance. Jiang Zhe slowly raised his hand and gently pushed forward, colliding with Hody's abdomen as he moved at high speed, producing a loud bang. Hody, charging toward Jiang Zhe, seemed to freeze in midair, his eyes wide open, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets, the whites of his eyes filled with blood. His mouth wide open as blood mixed with saliva sprayed out. Hody Jones' entire body bent toward Jiang Zhe like a cooked shrimp, and then he flew backward in a crouch position. Boom! A tremendous sound rang out. Then, the sound of countless glasses and wooden plates crashing to the ground followed. After the noise, the entire bar seemed to have been put on pause. It was silent, with not a single sound or movement. Jiang Zhe shook his hand, feeling as if something strange and sticky was on it, likely from Hody Jones. Without even needing to smell it, he could sense a fishy odor on his hand and try to shake it off, but it was useless. It seemed that in the future, it would be better not to fight fishmen barehanded. Tap, tap, tap. The only sound left in the bar was Jiang Zhe's shoes hitting the wooden floor. Vanderdecken. Jiang Zhe walked over to Vanderdecken, wiping his hand on his cloak as if trying to rid himself of the fishy smell. Vanderdecken, sitting in front of the bar, began to sweat profusely as Jiang Zhe called his name. The cold sweat soaked his hair, causing his once upright hair and beard to droop down. He frantically racked his brain to recall if he had ever provoked a powerful person like Jiang Zhe. But no matter how hard he searched, he found no memory of Jiang Zhe. What business do you have with me, sir? Vanderdecken stammered. At this moment, the fishmen, who had been stunned, finally reacted and began to shout as they rushed out of the tavern. Chapter 58. Joyful Shirahoshi shocked Neptune and Marco in the deep sea, 100 kilometers away from Fishman Island. Ha ha ha. Katakuri, are you coming over this time? I didn't expect the Big Mom Pirates to be interested in Fishman Island too. A tall, muscular man with 2 golden braids, a golden ponytail, a metallic jaw, for ivory ornaments on his head and shoulders, a coat draped over his shoulders, and a fur coat, was speaking to another ship from a wild-looking boat. Jack, it seems you guys are also interested in Fishman Island. Katakuri turned to the direction of the voice. He had thought that the Beast Pirates would be interested in Fishman Island as well. After all, the Beast Pirates and their Big Mom Pirates were in a similar situation, both reaching a point where expansion was no longer possible. As soon as the news of Whitebeard's injuries broke, it was believed that Kaido wouldn't sit still either. However, he didn't expect the Beast Pirates to actually send Jack. After all, Jack was known as a madman who would provoke anyone, regardless of who they were. Even if Whitebeard himself came, Jack would undoubtedly attack him without hesitation. But thinking of the purpose of this mission, Katakuri suddenly felt this was a good opportunity. They could use Jack to test the strength of the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, facing them alone with just himself and Snack wouldn't be enough. But with Jack, it would be different. They would have 2 Yonko pirate crews backing them up. Even if Whitebeard came personally, he would have to consider the consequences. Jack, let us work together. At Fishman Island, Hardshell Tower. Watching Jiang Zhe throw the unconscious Vanderdecken 9 in front of Hardshell Tower, Shirahoshi couldn't help but cry out. She kept wiping her face with her hands, but the tears kept flowing down. In the end, Shirahoshi stopped wiping and let herself cry freely. When Sharkstar first saw Jiang Zhe dragging someone out, he was a bit incredulous. He thought that perhaps Jiang Zhe couldn't catch Vanderdecken 9 and had grabbed some unlucky fellow on the way. After all, the direction the last 2 weapons came from was Fishman Street, and they were well aware of the anti-human sentiments prevalent there. However, most of the Fishman pirates came from Fishman Street, so they couldn't organize it effectively. Once Jiang Zhe entered Fishman Street, there would surely be some reckless fishmen provoking him. When Sharkstar finally saw the appearance of the fishman in Jiang Zhe's hand, he stood frozen in place. He had Vanderdecken's appearance firmly imprinted in his mind. A tear slid down from the corner of his eye. Finally, the 7-year torment for Shirahoshi had come to an end. When he came back to his senses, Sharkstar noticed his sister was crying and hurried over to comfort Shirahoshi. After Jiang Zhe threw Vanderdecken in front of Hardshell Tower, he quietly watched Shirahoshi and Sharkstar. He knew they needed to vent their emotions properly. After all, this was a burden they had carried for 7 years. Now that it was lifted, it was only natural for them to cry tears of joy. He had to keep an eye on them and remind them to fulfill their agreement once they finished celebrating. Jiang Zhe thought about the contract he had drafted before coming, which was now tucked in his arms. At Fishman Island, the palace, something big has happened. A soldier rushed into the palace in a panic, interrupting the conversation between Neptune and Marco. Seeing the soldier's frantic demeanor, Marco had a bad feeling. Just as he had suspected, Jiang Zhe was not someone to be taken lightly. Could it be that he failed to capture Vanderdecken and cause some major trouble? Don't rush, take your time. Neptune felt a bit annoyed seeing the soldier in such a state. Wasn't he entertaining Marco? What major event required such urgency? Wasn't this embarrassing him in front of Marco? Hearing Neptune's words, the soldier calmed down slightly. Lord Jiang Zhe has broken through Fishman Street and captured Vanderdecken. He also severely injured Hody Jones, who had taken the deadly drug. The soldier's 3 consecutive statements left Neptune stunned. Initially, upon hearing that Jiang Zhe had broken through Fishman Street, Neptune felt a pang of pain. After all, Fishman Street was a crucial bargaining chip for maintaining their relationship with Jinbei. Now that it had been breached by Jiang Zhe, it would be hard to explain to Jinbei. Then he heard that Jiang Zhe had captured Vanderdecken 9, and his heart leaped with joy. If Vanderdecken 9 was captured, didn't that mean Shirahoshi was free? This was a huge happy event. Even if Jiang Zhe broke through Fishman Street, it didn't matter. They would accept any trouble from Jinbei. Next, he heard that Hody Jones had taken the deadly drug and had been severely injured by Jiang Zhe. He was most familiar with that drug. He hadn't expected that the stolen deadly drug would end up in Hody Jones's hands. It seemed like he had been embezzling it 7 years ago. But Jiang Zhe's ability to severely injure Hody Jones, who had taken the deadly drug, indicated that his strength was not weak. It seemed he had to maintain a good relationship with Jiang Zhe. He just didn't know what conditions Sharkstar had used to persuade Jiang Zhe to take action. After all, Jiang Zhe had been quite aloof during their previous meeting at the port. It would have been difficult to move him with ordinary conditions. But this was a great opportunity. How could it be bad news? Thinking this, Neptune turned to Marco. Marco also came back to his senses from his earlier shock. He hadn't expected Jiang Zhe to resolve the issue that had troubled their Whitebeard pirates for so long so quickly. But how did Jiang Zhe manage to do it? Vanderdecken was quite cunning. Even the likes of Vista and Jozu had come several times without success. Yet Jiang Zhe had managed to deal with Vanderdecken in less than half a day. Did Jiang Zhe possess some ability they were unaware of that allowed him to pinpoint Vanderdecken's location? And there was one more thing. The soldier paused for a moment after his 3 statements before continuing. Hearing the soldier's words, Neptune and Marco retracted their shocked expressions and looked at the soldier in unison. They had initially wanted to ask the soldier for details about Jiang Zhe capturing Vanderdecken 9, but since the soldier had other matters to report, they decided to wait. What is it? Speak. The envoys from the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates have arrived. They're causing a ruckus at the port. Why didn't you say something so important first? Neptune jumped up from his seat upon hearing the soldier's words. He then looked at Marco with a face full of urgency. Marco Nadith. Neptune suddenly felt empowered and began to lead a group of people towards the port. The soldier watched Neptune and Marco's figures and scratched his head. Didn't you tell me to prioritize reporting about Jiang Zhe? Chapter 59, Jack's disturbance at the port. Negotiating at the table Fishman Island, port. What's going on? Where's your king? Didn't you say I would come? After Jack finished speaking, he raised his massive palm and swung it towards the fishman soldier standing in front of him. The surrounding soldiers and onlookers closed their eyes, fearing to witness any bloody scene. The soldier in front of Jack trembled and fearfully shut his eyes. King Neptune and Marco had not yet reached the port, but they could hear Jack's loud and rough voice from afar. Marco looked up and saw Jack waving his hand. Jack, you have the ability. Don't take it out on ordinary soldiers. Marco shouted, his arms and legs transforming into wings wrapped in blue flames and claws engulfed in fire, glinting coldly. Whoosh! Marco vanished from his spot in an instant, appearing between Jack and the soldier, firmly catching Jack's palm. Marco, feeling his hand intercepted, Jack's half-squinted eyes glowed with a red, tyrannical light as he turned to look at Marco. An elephant trunk appeared on Jack's face, swinging down towards Marco. Boom! Another loud crash. Marco's right hand transformed into a wing, burning with blue flames, steadily blocking Jack's trunk. Jack's trunk collided with Marco's right hand, creating a dent due to the immense force. And then, propelled by its own elasticity, Jack's trunk was bounced back. The tremendous impact caused Jack to stagger, while also knocking some of the flames off Marco's right hand. The flames scattered on the ground, quickly extinguishing, but left behind a small black pit from the burn. Seeing Jack stagger from the impact, Marco immediately pulled back the fishman soldier who had just been attacked by Jack. Then he squinted at Jack and Katakuri. What are you doing on Fishman Island? Ha ha ha. Marco, aren't you just pretending to be ignorant? You've come here, which means your Whitebeard pirates already knew we were coming to seize Fishman Island. So why ask so much? Just fight. Whitebeard doesn't dare to come. Is it because he's getting old? Ha ha ha. After regaining his balance, Jack retracted his trunk and glared fiercely at Marco, a smug smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. What are you talking about? Marco's voice turned somber. He originally wanted to refute Jack, considering that Dad had already been healed by Jiang Zhe and was free of any injuries. But he remembered his promise to Jiang Zhe to keep things confidential before going to war with the Navy. Also, before coming to Fishman Island, Dad had privately told him not to let Big Mom and Kaido know about his condition. Dad wanted to give them a surprise. The retort that was on the tip of Marco's tongue was swallowed back down. His expression turned grim, while internally, he was overjoyed. Katakuri had been observing Marco's expression changes and actions from his side. Jack's provocative behavior was also his suggestion. He wanted to gauge Whitebeard's condition through Marco's performance. After all, although Whitebeard was old now, he was still the strongest man in the world. If he could still move, it was best not to provoke him. If he were to look for a scapegoat before dying, their Big Mom pirates would not be able to handle it. But now, based on Marco's performance, it seemed the news of Whitebeard being seriously injured and bettered was true. They could act a bit arrogant on Fishman Island. They could even seize Fishman Island directly. A cunning smile crept on Katakuri's lips. All right, Lord Marco, Lord Jack, you are guests on our Fishman Island, so let us not quarrel here. How about giving this old man some face? Let us talk in the palace. Seeing the tension in the situation, King Neptune hurriedly stepped in to mediate, while signaling Marco frantically. Understanding Neptune's intentions, Marco knew he was worried about losing to the combined forces of Katakuri and Jack. How could he know he would definitely lose without trying? But thinking of Dad's plan to hide his strength, Marco decided it was better not to act impulsively and give Neptune some face. Hearing Neptune's words, Jack felt a bit annoyed, his small eyes glaring at Neptune fiercely. I am one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. Why should I give you face? Upon hearing Jack's words, Neptune's expression grew dark. All right, Jack. We'll give Neptune some face. We still need to deal with him later. Oomph. Since Katakuri has said so, I will give Katakuri some face. After speaking, Jack retracted his fierce gaze. In the palace, Marco, Katakuri, Jack, and King Neptune sat around the table in the hall. Ha ha ha. So Marco, have you thought it through? Do you want to fight us two alone? Or do you want to call another person from your Whitebeard pirates? Jack lifted his cup and took a hearty sip, then grinned smugly at Marco. Katakuri sat beside them, closely watching Marco and King Neptune. Seeing Jack so aggressive while Marco remained unfazed, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Now, it was clear that Katakuri and Jack had joined forces. No matter how strong Marco was, he couldn't deal with two opponents. He could only hope that Jiang Zhe was strong enough to help Marco resist one of them, but it didn't feel like there was much chance. After all, the two in front of him were one was the top commander of Big Mom Pirates, the pinnacle of the Charlotte family, the true vice-captain of the Big Mom Pirates, likely the second strongest in the entire Big Mom Pirates, destined to inherit the crew. The other was Jack, one of the three disasters of the Beast Pirates, a key figure who handled most of the external battles alongside Kaido. The only one here who could match them was Marco's status and strength. As for Jiang Zhe, while he could defeat Hody who had taken the drug, he was strong, no doubt. But compared to the main forces of the three Yonko crews renowned across the seas, he fell short. Were they really going to fall into the hands of the Big Mom Pirates or the Beast Pirates? These two were not as good as the Whitebeard Pirates. Under the rule of the Whitebeard Pirates, Fishman Island hardly had to give anything to them. They would just occasionally let Jinbei take some local specialties to Whitebeard. Falling into the hands of the Big Mom Pirates might be a bit better, as Marco had some knowledge of Big Mom's situation. She just liked to eat sweets. At worst, Fishman Island could specialize in producing sweets. But the Beast Pirates were different. They had turned Wano into chaos, always thinking about fighting. If they were to be ruled by them, Fishman Island would likely be engulfed in endless war. Moreover, judging by Jack's attitude, it seemed he would not show any respect. Chapter 60, The Battle Begins, Father. A clear voice rang out from outside the palace, shattering the dull atmosphere within. Upon hearing White Star's words, Neptune's expression shifted from worry to joy, and he turned to look at the palace entrance. When he saw White Star appearing at the door, his joy could no longer be contained, and the fluffy orange beard on his face trembled as he smiled. Father, this is Lord Jiang Zhe. He saved me. After entering the palace, White Star quickly ran to Neptune's side. After a moment of affection, she pointed at Jiang Zhe. Lord Jiang Zhe, thank you so much. Neptune stood up from his throne, walked to Jiang Zhe's side, and reached out to shake his hand in gratitude. Jiang Zhe directly avoided Neptune's hand and said lightly, "No need to thank me. It was just a transaction." Neptune was momentarily stunned, his face shifting between shades of blue and white. Soon, he regained his composure and scratched the back of his head. Jiang Zhe ignored Neptune's embarrassment and went directly to sit beside Marco. Upon seeing Jiang Zhe, Marco's previously furrowed brow relaxed instantly. Now that Jiang Zhe was here, he could see how Katakuri and Jack would attack him. In Marco's eyes, Jiang Zhe's strength was not weak. Not only had he defeated Magellan, but he had also escaped from Kizaru. However, previously, Jiang Zhe's victories over Magellan and his ability to take Marco's kick relied on the puppets around him. Now that his puppets were not by his side, it was uncertain how much strength he truly had. Marco suddenly recalled that when they disembarked earlier, Jiang Zhe hadn't brought his puppets along, and he had been curious about the reason. Jiang Zhe had said he wanted to adapt to the feeling of not controlling puppets. At that time, Marco hadn't thought much of it after all. Jiang Zhe's actions showed trust in him. But now, it was a matter of urgency. Without his puppets, Jiang Zhe might be unable to fend off either Jack or Katakuri. Marco was worried he might be surrounded by the two. Should he remind Jiang Zhe to bring his puppets? Thinking of this, Marco's brow furrowed again as he looked at Jiang Zhe beside him. Jiang Zhe? Hearing this name, Katakuri suddenly recalled who Jiang Zhe was. When Jiang Zhe had walked in earlier, he had felt Jiang Zhe's face was familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Although Jiang Zhe still had no bounty, he had seen Jiang Zhe's likeness because Big Mom wanted to recruit him into their crew. Unexpectedly, the Jiang Zhe that Big Mom had been searching for was connected to the Whitebeard Pirates. He wondered how Big Mom would react once she learned of this. But what strength could a small character like Jiang Zhe possess? In Katakuri's impression, Jiang Zhe's ability to escape from Impel Down was 90% thanks to his unique ability. But how strong was he really? Previously, when Big Mom wanted to arrange a marriage with Jiang Zhe, Katakuri had thought it was not a good choice. He had no strong objections to Big Mom's idea of using marriage to increase family power. After all, that was how their family had grown. But a guy relying solely on his devil fruit ability, with unknown strength, was not a good choice for the Charlotte family. That was why he had been evasive when looking for Jiang Zhe's contact information. Now that Jiang Zhe appeared before him, it was a good opportunity to test whether he was qualified to join the Charlotte family. A fighting spirit emerged from Katakuri. Jack, standing nearby, clearly felt Katakuri's fighting spirit. Katakuri, should we just fight now? Jack glanced at Katakuri, then turned to Jiang Zhe and Marco, his eyes filled with battle intent. Jack, let's not rush. We should state our intentions first. Courtesy before conflict. What is there to say? It's just about territory. A look of disappointment flashed across Jack's face, and he muttered softly, if it weren't for Brother Jin telling me to listen to you more, I would have gone up and taken them all down already. Hearing Jack's complaints, Katakuri said nothing, a slight smile appearing on his lips as he turned to Neptune. King Neptune, we have come to discuss the ownership of Fishman Island. Whitebeard is getting old and can no longer protect you. As the saying goes, a good bird chooses a tree to nest in. You may want to consider joining our Big Mom Pirates or the Beast Pirates. Of course, this isn't up for negotiation. After speaking, Katakuri turned to look at Marco. Being stared at by Katakuri, Marco, who had been enduring, could no longer hold back. Katakuri, you don't need to say all that. Just do what you have to do. We, the Whitebeard Pirates, are not afraid of you. Good. Just waiting for those words. After all, we are pirates, and it is strength that determines territory. Those standing will own Fishman Island, while those lying down will give it up. Hearing Katakuri's words, Jack's expression turned disdainful. Isn't it just about fighting? His voice was low, but it was clearly heard within the palace. Katakuri's expression changed slightly, but he said nothing. After all, he understood Jack's personality. However, his actions were entirely considerate of their pirate crew's reputation. This was the consistent style of the Big Mom Pirates. Courtesy before conflict. This approach could attract more pirates to join their crew, preventing others from resisting them. This was something a brute like the Beast Pirates could not comprehend. All right. After speaking, Marco suddenly stood up from his seat. But as if thinking of something, he sat back down and leaned toward Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe, could you help our Whitebeard Pirates with something? Hearing Marco's words, Jiang Zhe turned to look at him. Not really. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, a hint of disappointment crossed Marco's face, but he quickly regained his composure. After all, the relationship between the Whitebeard Pirates and Jiang Zhe was still one of mutual benefit. It wasn't at the point where a single good word could compel Jiang Zhe to help them immediately. However, Jiang Zhe did not outright refuse, indicating there was still a chance. Then let us move Jiang Zhe with benefits. How about we offer you a favor from our Whitebeard Pirates? Hearing Marco's words, Jiang Zhe pondered for a moment. Jiang Zhe held up 2 fingers. Jiang Zhe understood what Marco wanted him to help with. He also intended to compete with Katakuri and the others. After all, he had just handed over the control of the puppets to his clone, freeing himself from that responsibility. Plus, he had acquired the powerful skill, Tengaku no Daitan, and knew his strength had increased, but he was unsure by how much. Earlier, Hody and Vanderdecken had been too weak to test his strength properly, but Jack and Katakuri were more than enough. However, Marco needed something from him now, and it would be unreasonable not to seek some benefits for himself. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Marco's expression brightened. Deal. After saying that, Marco intended to walk outside the palace to catch up with Jack and Katakuri, but then he turned back to look at Jiang Zhe. Are you sure you don't want to go back and bring your puppets? After all, Katakuri and Jack are not weak. I can handle it myself, Jiang Zhe said calmly and walked past Marco. Chapter 61. Charging Jack, flying Jack outside the palace in the square. Katakuri and Jack stood on one side, while Marco and Jiang Zhe stood on the other. Neptune and his children, along with the ministers, stood at the edge of the square. Watching the 2 sides confront each other, their eyes filled with worry. They all understood that this battle was crucial for their Fishman Island, and it was extremely important to them. However, the power balance on the field was severely unequal. Marco, Katakuri, and Jack had long been famous, and everyone knew they were the pillars of the Yonko pirate crew. But Jiang Zhe was an unknown figure with no achievements to speak of. Even if Marco had told Neptune that Jiang Zhe's strength was comparable to his own, Neptune still found it hard to believe. After all, if Jiang Zhe were truly as strong as Marco, he wouldn't be so obscure. Marco must have said that just to save Jiang Zhe's face, perhaps hoping to make Neptune respect him a little more. But now, respect meant nothing. Only strength mattered. All they could do was hope that Jiang Zhe was indeed as strong as Marco claimed. Father, Jiang Zhe will definitely win. He defeated Vanderdecken. He is super strong. Hearing Shirahoshi's words, Neptune smiled faintly, but his heart remained worried, unable to relax. How could Vanderdecken compare to Katakuri and Jack? They were completely on different levels. Neptune sighed internally and reached out to pat Shirahoshi's head. Yes, Marco would definitely win. On the field, Jack's small eyes kept sizing up Jiang Zhe. Marco, is this the helper you found? He looks so frail. Can he really fight? I hope he doesn't get blown away by a gust of wind. Ha ha ha. After laughing, Jack turned to Katakuri. Katakuri, you block Marco, and I'll teach this kid a lesson to show him the consequences of being overconfident. Upon hearing Jack's words, Jiang Zhe remained unfazed. He had originally aimed for Katakuri, as he sensed that Katakuri was clearly stronger and would better test his abilities. However, since Jack came to him, he decided to take on Jack first. Jack stared intently at Jiang Zhe, trying to find any sign of fear on his face, but saw none. Jack found it boring. At the same time, he began to gather strength beneath him. Crack! The sound of the floor shattering echoed. Jack's relatively small calves suddenly appeared to inflate several times, his pants stretching tightly. Through the gaps in his stretched pants, the muscles inside were clearly visible, resembling a marble sculpture, exuding a sense of powerful beauty. His eyes turned cruel, and an overwhelming aura rose from him. The debris and dust created by Jack's powerful stance soared upwards, finally surrounding him. Boom! A loud sound of a stone slab breaking echoed. The stone slab where Jack originally stood had been completely shattered, leaving a deep pit with cracks spreading outward. Jack, who had been standing there, had already disappeared. Whoosh! Only a shadow remained, rapidly shooting towards Jiang Zhe, breaking through the air with a whoosh. Watching Jack vanish from sight, Jiang Zhe slowly raised his right hand, and the circular pattern of his Rinnegan began to contract. In Jiang Zhe's eyes, Jack's speed had become incredibly slow. This was the power of the Rinnegan, enhancing his dynamic vision. Jiang Zhe slowly clenched his fist, coating it with Busashoka Haki, and pulled back, preparing to strike. Seeing Jiang Zhe's movement, Jack smirked cruelly. No one really thinks a fist can stop me, right? I'm a user of the mammoth fruit. Not to mention my strength. Just the toughness of my body means that anyone who punches me will be the one to get hurt. And now, some unknown kid wants to stop me with his inferior Busashoku? I can already see him breaking his arm and me chopping off his head. Boom! A massive sound erupted. Jiang Zhe's fist connected with Jack's abdomen. The fist didn't even meet Jack's abdominal muscles first. Instead, it was the air shield created by the rapid punch that struck Jack's abdomen. The air shield distorted Jack's skin momentarily, but due to its elasticity, it quickly returned to normal. Then came the fist making contact with flesh, twisting Jack's abdominal muscles with the rotational force of the punch, resembling a spiraling vortex. Jiang Zhe's fist sank deep into the eye of the storm. Above, Jiang Zhe tilted his head slightly to dodge Jack's incoming blade. Initially, Jack was surprised that Jiang Zhe had dodged his attack, but soon his expression shifted from surprise to pain. His previously cruel, blood-red eyes widened in shock. His mouth opened in agony, and countless blood droplets splattered from his iron jaw as his body bent like a shrimp. Then, he was sent flying backward. As Jack flew back, disbelief filled his face. That previous slash had been incredibly fast, combining the speed of his swing and his charge. Unless one could react in advance or had powerful Kinbunchaku, it was impossible to evade. Yet Jiang Zhe had shown no reaction initially, only to suddenly dodge at the moment Jack's blade was about to hit him. Did he possess extraordinary Kinbunchaku that allowed him to predict Jack's movements? And the punch to his abdomen felt like being struck by Kaido himself. It probably had half of Kaido's power. If he hadn't braced himself, he might have vomited. Boom! An even louder sound erupted. Jack, flying back, crashed into a distant wall, raising a cloud of dust. Nearby, Shirahoshi watched the scene unfold, her eyes sparkling with indescribable joy as she tightly covered her mouth to prevent herself from laughing too loudly. She then turned to her father. Father, look, Jiang Zhe won. I told you he could win. Jiang Zhe is amazing. Neptune had been contemplating how to deal with the aftermath when Jiang Zhe and Marco were defeated. Shirahoshi's words jolted him back to reality. When he saw Jiang Zhe standing firm while Jack lay in ruins, Neptune's mouth fell open in disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 62. The earth-shattering star Marco, who was already engaged in battle with Katakuri, turned to check on Jiang Zhe after hearing the sound of the wall collapsing, thinking that Jiang Zhe had been knocked away by Jack. To his surprise, when he turned around, it was as if he had seen something unbelievable. Jiang Zhe was still standing in place, but Jack was no longer on the battlefield. After searching carefully, he finally spotted Jack in the ruins. Could it be that Jiang Zhe had some ability he was unaware of? After all, Jack's charge attack would have sent him flying if he hadn't dodged. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe's frail body had withstood it. Moreover, it seemed he had knocked Jack away. Seeing Marco turn, Katakuri also paused his pursuit and turned to look. In his view, the gap between Jiang Zhe and Jack was too large. The difference between him and Marco was small, so the outcome of the battle depended not on their fight, but on Jiang Zhe and Jack's confrontation. As long as Jack could quickly deal with Jiang Zhe, they could then join forces against Marco, and he believed Marco would soon be defeated. Therefore, Katakuri had been fighting Marco in a relaxed manner, ensuring that Marco wouldn't interfere with Jack. However, the scene he turned to was completely different from what he had imagined. Jiang Zhe was standing, and Jack was down. It seemed he had underestimated Jiang Zhe's strength. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughing sounds came from the ruins. Jack pushed aside the heavy debris, pinning him down, and crawled out. His small eyes fixed intently on Jiang Zhe. He realized that it wasn't Jiang Zhe or Kaido who were strong, but rather that he had been overly confident. He had made no defenses and had been sent flying by Jiang Zhe. If he had been prepared, Jiang Zhe wouldn't have been able to knock him away. He resolved that his next attack would definitely utilize his devil fruit powers and armament hockey. He couldn't believe Jiang Zhe could still move him. Kid, I underestimated you just now. Now, let me show you my true strength. After saying this, a long nose sprouted from Jack's face. A pair of fangs slowly emerged from the corners of his mouth, and his ears began to grow larger. His limbs gradually thickened and became robust. Brown fur starting to appear. Moo! A sound like a bull's bellow echoed in the arena. Jack had completely transformed into a mammoth. Father, is this the power of a devil fruit? Shirahoshi was startled to see Jack suddenly turn into a mammoth and curiously looked at her father. Seeing his daughter's confused expression, Neptune smiled wryly. Yes, Shirahoshi, you were locked up in the hard-shell tower before, so you didn't have the chance to see it. This is the power of a devil fruit, and it's an ancient type. Does that mean Lord Jiang Zhe will lose? Shirahoshi looked at Neptune with watery eyes. Perhaps. Neptune's voice was low, as if he didn't want Shirahoshi to know the truth. I believe Lord Jiang Zhe will definitely win. Shirahoshi suddenly encouraged herself and turned to look at the scene. Go, Lord Jiang Zhe, you will definitely win. Hearing Shirahoshi's voice, Katakuri sneered inwardly. He recalled Jiang Zhe's thin armament hockey from earlier and combined it with Jack's words. He suddenly felt reassured. It turned out that Jiang Zhe's strength wasn't overwhelming. It was just that Jack had underestimated him, which made sense. Watching Jiang Zhe look shocked at him, Jack, transformed into a mammoth, flashed a gleam of pride in his eyes, spread his legs, and charged forward. Countless dust clouds rose around him. Jack charged at Jiang Zhe like a tank covered in mammoth skin. Boom! The ground began to shake, and the walls that had collapsed from Jack's previous charge crumbled again, creating a deafening sound. Get out of the way! Lord Jiang Zhe! Shirahoshi shouted anxiously as she saw Jiang Zhe standing still, facing the mammoth's charge. Earth-shattering star! Jiang Zhe raised his right hand forward, softly uttering the words. A small black that appeared on Jack's body. Seeing Jiang Zhe's action, Jack sneered in his heart. This guy must be scared silly, raising his hand and mumbling something. If he wants to surrender, shouldn't he raise both hands high above his head? Whatever. I'll just knock him away first and let him know my true strength. Jack felt his body becoming lighter, and his armor seemed to thicken. Was his strength breaking through? Jack felt a hint of joy. Suddenly, Jack realized that all four of his limbs had left the ground, and then he could see nothing. What's happening? Jack tried to shout, but found he couldn't. On the battlefield, only Jiang Zhe remained standing on the ground. In front of him floated a large dirt ball in the sky, dust still falling from it. The ground was left with a deep, round pit. Lord Jiang Zhe is amazing. I knew Lord Jiang Zhe would definitely win. Shirahoshi exclaimed happily as she saw Jack being covered by layers of earth and rock, then lifted into the air. Hearing Shirahoshi's voice, Neptune and Shark Star, who had been stunned into silence, slowly regained their senses. The two exchanged glances, their eyes shining brighter. When they looked back at the scene, countless fragments fell from Jack's body. Dust and smoke rose, enveloping the entire square. After a long time, as the dust settled, the unconscious Jack was slowly revealed. It was only when the dust cleared and Jack was exposed that Marco finally came back to his senses. Awesome. Jiang Zhe. He had originally thought Jiang Zhe would at most be evenly matched with Jack, or even be overpowered by him. After all, Jiang Zhe hadn't brought his puppets, and a large part of his combat power came from them. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe had directly surprised him, resolving Jack in just 2 moves. This completely turned the situation around. He had been worried about a 2-on-1, but now it seemed it was Katakuri who should be worried about a 2-on-1. With that thought, a malicious smile appeared on Marco's face as he looked at Katakuri across from him. Katakuri, however, was completely oblivious to Marco's intentions and instead turned to look at Jiang Zhe, his eyes gleaming brightly. It seemed he had completely underestimated Jiang Zhe's strength. The fact that Jiang Zhe could knock Jack away in the first strike was not a coincidence, nor was it due to Jack's underestimation. Jiang Zhe truly had the power. It seemed that the plan to seize Fishman Island was going to fail. However, if he could recruit Jiang Zhe into the Big Mom Pirates, it wouldn't be a loss. With this thought, a smile crept onto Katakuri's lips. Chapter 63 Jiang Zhe. Do you want to take a look at our pirate crew? Katakuri, can we still fight? After Marco was shocked, he turned to Katakuri with a hint of a scheming smile on his lips. Katakuri glanced at Marco, sizing him up, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. Marco, let you manage Fishman Island for now. Do you really think Whitebeard can always protect your pirate crew? After saying this, Katakuri turned and walked towards the Dragon Palace. Hearing Katakuri's words, Marco was momentarily stunned. Indeed, if it were before, with Dad's poor physical condition, he really couldn't last for a few more years, especially after the incident with Ace. The Whitebeard pirates were on the brink of collapse. Katakuri's words were not wrong at all. But now it's different. Jiang Zhe had already healed Dad's injuries. He would definitely be able to live for a longer time. Moreover, Jiang Zhe would also help Dad directly recover to his peak combat power. Others didn't know this. Now he understood the excitement Dad felt when he heard Jiang Zhe say he would hide his injuries and recover. The feeling of being sober while the world was drunk was truly exhilarating. Thinking of this, Marco secretly smiled. In the Dragon Palace, Jack, who had already regained consciousness, stared intently at Jiang Zhe with a fierce look in his eyes. After waking up, he learned from his subordinates about how Jiang Zhe had defeated him. It turned out he had performed so poorly. However, Jiang Zhe's abilities piqued his interest. After all, he had never heard of such a fruit ability. It was said to be a Logia-type ability, but it didn't seem like one. He had also never heard of anyone with this fruit ability. And if he were a Logia-type user, why would he need to engage in hand-to-hand combat with him? He could have just launched a few natural-type attacks right away. Besides, when he was wrapped up, he desperately used armament haki to resist, but it was utterly useless. Even against Akiji or Kizaru's fruit abilities, he could resist with his armament haki. How could he not resist an unknown fruit ability? Unless Jiang Zhe's fruit ability was already stronger than Akiji and Kizaru's. But that seemed impossible to him. So now he just wanted to fight Jiang Zhe again to understand what Jiang Zhe's fruit ability was. Katakuri Jack, go back and tell Big Mom and Kaido that Fishman Island is protected by our Whitebeard pirates. If they really want Fishman Island, they can come to our base to find Dad. That's what Dad said, Marco said confidently. Hearing Marco's words, Jack came back to his senses, no longer looking at Jiang Zhe, and turned to Marco. Katakuri sat quietly on the side, occasionally glancing at Jiang Zhe, not paying any attention to Marco, lost in thought. Neptune looked at Marco and the others, feeling very conflicted. Although Fishman Island had escaped a disaster this time, what would happen next? From the information he had, Whitebeard was already at the end of his rope. The Whitebeard pirates had no new successor. Once Whitebeard had a problem, the entire crew would probably fall apart. After all, the gap between Captain Marco and the four emperors was not small. Captain Marco would definitely not be able to protect such a large territory. And all the territories of the Whitebeard pirates would probably be attacked. He needed to find a new backer quickly. The Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates, both being four emperors' crews, were originally his best options. Neptune pondered, casting his gaze towards Katakuri, who was deep in thought. Then he looked at Jiang Zhe again. But now, he seemed to have a better choice. That was Jiang Zhe. From the way he effortlessly defeated Jack in 2 moves, it was clear that his strength was probably much stronger than Marco's. Previously, he thought Marco said Jiang Zhe was on par with him to give Jiang Zhe face. Now it seemed that Marco was doing it for his own sake. Moreover, just now he had urgently sent his ministers to find information about Jiang Zhe, only to discover that Jiang Zhe was a person with no background at all. This meant that if Fishman Island pledged allegiance to Jiang Zhe, they would become Jiang Zhe's first force. That was quite valuable. The most important thing was that before, Sharkstar had told him what the price was for Jiang Zhe saving Shirahoshi. It was just to have Shirahoshi sign a contract, which contained something about Sea Kings. Sharkstar didn't know what it meant, but he knew Shirahoshi was a Sea King and could command giant Sea Kings. He had discovered this when Shirahoshi was very young, but for Shirahoshi's safety, he had always kept this information from leaking out. But Jiang Zhe mentioned it, which meant he knew about it, And what was he planning to do with Shirahoshi's abilities? As a father, he disliked the idea of his daughter being used and hoped she could grow up healthy and safe. But the current situation in the world didn't allow for that. Moreover, Shirahoshi had signed a contract with Jiang Zhe. If they went back on it, the consequences would be severe. Now following Jiang Zhe was the best choice. The only thing he didn't know was whether Jiang Zhe was a lone wolf. After all, he had been very aloof before. Suddenly, Katakuri stood up from his seat, his expression shifting from struggling to determined, as if he had made a decision. Jiang Zhe, do you want to come to our whole cake island? Mom really wants to meet you. Hearing Katakuri's words, Jiang Zhe raised his head, showing a look of confusion. It seemed he had no connection with the Big Mom pirates. Why would Big Mom want to see him? He had thought about going to Whole Cake Island to find Big Mom to help him share some of the fighting power during the Marineford War. However, upon reflection, he realized he had nothing to impress Big Mom enough for her to risk her life to divert the Navy's power for him. So he gave up on the idea of seeking out Big Mom. Now that Katakuri mentioned him visiting Big Mom, he was a bit tempted. But after thinking it over, there was no need to seek out Big Mom anymore. His strength was definitely enough to deal with most people in the Marineford War. Aside from a few he couldn't provoke, the rest were no problem. The combination of the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army was already enough to give the Navy a headache. As long as he didn't draw too much attention. Using his transformation technique, he could definitely navigate the Marineford War with ease and do as he pleased. No, I still have some things to take care of. I'll go when there's a chance. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Katakuri also showed a knowing expression. He knew that statement was a bit off. After all, Jiang Zhe had no connection with their Big Mom pirates. An abrupt invitation would be rejected by anyone. Realizing this, Katakuri simply sat down and said nothing more. Chapter 64. Return to land deep sea. On Marco's ship, Jiang Zhe sat on the edge of the bed in his room, with clone number 2, the Hungry Ghost Path, and the Hell Path standing beside him. Earlier, on Fishman Island, Jiang Zhe had left the Hungry Ghost Path and the Hell Path on the ship to get accustomed to fighting without puppets. He had now adapted to fighting without puppets, and his strength was not weak. He directly transferred control to clone number 2. Open the system panel. As soon as Jiang Zhe's voice fell, a transparent panel appeared before his eyes. 6 paths of pain fusion system host. Jiang Zhe fusion degree. 46, the higher the role-playing degree of the host. The higher the fusion degree. Abilities. Hungry Ghost Path can absorb all energy. Hell Path can repair all injuries. Azura Path can fuse all mechanical weapons. Shock value. 660 lottery chances. 2. Shock value automatically converted. Looking at the panel, Jiang Zhe fell into deep thought. The fusion degree had increased by 5. Considering what he did on Fishman Island, the only way to increase the fusion degree was probably through fighting using the planetary devastation technique. After all, the suffering he caused on Fishman Island was hardly worth mentioning. Therefore, his previous direction might have been wrong. The 6 paths of pain role-playing system wasn't about making him play Nagato, but about making him play as Pain of the Deva Path. Should he have clone number 2 play Nagato while he played as Deva Path Pain? It shouldn't be like that. However, having clone no. 2 control the 2 Hungry Ghost Path and Hell Path to cooperate with him in battle clearly aligns more with the image of Deva Path Pain in Naruto. It seems that the method he stumbled upon is actually more suited for using the system. In future battles, he should use planetary devastation more often and minimize other combat methods. The reason for having so few lottery chances is that he had used them up in Dragon Palace. Killing the celestial dragons and stealing the explosive rocks provided him with a total of 20 lottery chances from subsequent shock values. Thinking of this, Jiang Zhe took out a small scroll from his pocket, which had a large character for storage written on it. This was the storage scroll he had drawn from the lottery earlier. It is similar to a storage bag in Naruto, with a space of about 20 cubic units where he can place any appropriately sized items. This means that in the future, if Jiang Zhe doesn't want to use the puppets, he doesn't need to leave them somewhere. Instead, he can directly place them in the storage scroll. Whenever he wants to use them, he can just take them out. The main advantage is that he now has a place to store many items. Previously, Jiang Zhe had left the explosive rocks on an unknown small island, intending to bring them to Marineford before the war started. Now he can bring those explosive rocks directly to his side, alleviating concerns about their safety. Moreover, he had tested it, and it seemed like time had stopped inside the storage scroll. Whatever was stored inside retained its condition. Even warm food remains warm when taken out. The only drawback is that living beings cannot be stored inside. Along with the storage scroll, he also drew a summoning scroll and a spirit summoning scroll. The spirit summoning scroll is similar to the ones used in Naruto to establish contracts. As long as both parties leave their names and blood on the scroll, they can summon each other without hierarchy. However, the summoned being has the right to choose whether to be summoned. As soon as Jiang Zhe obtained the scroll, he signed a contract with Hoshigaki Kisame. He also tested the ability of the summoning scroll, which allowed Jiang Zhe to summon Hoshigaki Kisame directly from one side of Fishman Island to his side. Similarly, Hoshigaki Kisame could summon him. The spirit summoning scroll operates differently from the chakra cost in Naruto. It requires physical strength. Summoning Hoshigaki Kisame consumes Jiang Zhe's physical strength, and vice versa. Since they are in the same world, once summoned, the summoner does not need to continue consuming physical strength. There will be no phenomenon of the summoned being sent back due to exhaustion. Therefore, this scroll can be used as a teleportation skill as long as prior communication is established. For this reason, Jiang Zhe directly left a dedicated phone snail for Hoshigaki Kisame. If something happens, Hoshigaki Kisame can notify Jiang Zhe and summon him for help. When Jiang Zhe needs to move long distances, he can use Fishman Island as a transfer station for teleportation. If Jiang Zhe signs contracts with people from around the world, he could achieve barrier-free teleportation in the One Piece world. Unfortunately, there's only one spirit summoning scroll, allowing only 2 people to bind contracts. After Jiang Zhe signed the contract with Hoshigaki Kisame, Neptune proposed to put Fishman Island under Jiang Zhe's name, making it his territory. Jiang Zhe initially wanted to refuse, as he aimed to make the world feel pain, not to conquer it. However, considering that he needed the Whitebeard pirates to relay messages for his recent activities, Jiang Zhe began to entertain the idea of establishing a force. Now that Neptune was offering it to him, it was just right. Having already signed a contract with Hoshigaki Kisame, he would undoubtedly have many dealings with Fishman Island in the future. It would be better to establish Fishman Island as a stronghold for his future development. Moreover, the main reason Jiang Zhe decided to accept Fishman Island was also due to the summoning scroll. The system explained that this summoning scroll could randomly summon characters from the Naruto world. Knowing the function of the summoning scroll, Jiang Zhe began to consider recreating the Akatsuki organization. If he were to create the Akatsuki, wouldn't the fusion degree rise quickly? Jiang Zhe immediately used the scroll and summoned Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame looked similar to the fishmen of Fishman Island and could also breathe underwater. Upon seeing Hoshigaki Kisame's appearance, Neptune mistakenly thought he was a fishman. If they were not from 2 different worlds, Jiang Zhe would have thought Hoshigaki Kisame was a fishman too. Hoshigaki Kisame is a shadow-level powerhouse in the Naruto world. After battling with Hoshigaki Kisame, Jiang Zhe could conclude that Hoshigaki Kisame's strength was above that of a rear admiral. Slightly stronger than Jack, but not by much. Of course, this was only Hoshigaki Kisame's combat power on land, and his combat strength underwater had not yet been calculated. However, it was certain that with Hoshigaki Kisame's presence, Fishman Island felt like Jiang Zhe's backyard. With Neptune readily giving up Fishman Island, it would seem foolish for Jiang Zhe not to accept it. In the end, Jiang Zhe reluctantly accepted Fishman Island, allowing Hoshigaki Kisame to assist Neptune in secretly developing power. At the same time, Jiang Zhe used the favor that Marco had given him from the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard was also pleased to learn that Neptune willingly placed Fishman Island under Jiang Zhe's name. Thus, Fishman Island became Jiang Zhe's territory. Chapter 65. The Technique of Weight and Gravity Rock, helping Whitebeard restore his peak in addition to 3 scrolls. Jiang Zhe also drew the technique of Weight and Gravity Rock from the system. In the world of Naruto, this ninjutsu is unique to the land of Earth and can change one's own weight, allowing the user to float in the air. After obtaining this ninjutsu, Jiang Zhe realized that it was not simply about altering one's weight. Instead, it involved controlling the geomagnetic field in conjunction with changing one's body weight to achieve levitation and even flight. The speed of flight is also quite fast. He had previously tested it, and when using the technique of weight and gravity rock in the air, his movement speed was about 50 faster than on the ground. It is important to note that his speed on the ground was already comparable to Marco's. This means that now, if he were not facing Kizaru, there would be virtually no one capable of catching up with him in the air. Moreover, the most crucial aspect is that the technique of weight and gravity rock can not only be applied to oneself, but also to surrounding people and objects. As long as Jiang Zhe alters the weight and magnetic field of something, he can manipulate that object's movement at will. However, using it on other objects consumes 10 times the stamina compared to using it on oneself. For items weighing more than 10 times his own body weight, the stamina consumed increases to 100 times. He can only lift such objects for a minute before becoming weak and powerless. This presents a flaw in the technique of weight and gravity rock. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly be a divine skill. Originally, Neptune wanted to keep him and Marco in Fishman Island for a longer period. However, Marco learned from Whitebeard that Ace's execution was scheduled in 10 days at Marineford, and it will be broadcasted live worldwide. Therefore, Marco set off directly from Fishman Island. He had already made plans for everything. The three admirals would be held back by the Whitebeard pirates, and the Revolutionary Army would also join the fight. However, the Revolutionary Army is too free-spirited. After all, he had ensured that Dragon and Sabo would participate. But once Dragon and Sabo rescue Ace and Luffy, they might just run away. Their objectives are different from his, and they do not have a prior agreement like Whitebeard did with him. Therefore, he must give them a reason to fight to the death or ensure they can hold Carp and Sengoku back. It seems he still needs to make a trip to the Revolutionary Army. Previously, when he visited the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, he vaguely heard they were short on food. It seems he can use food to get their help in holding Sengoku back. As for Carp, he has another candidate, Luffy. However, Luffy is currently a bit too weak, so he needs to think of a way to boost Luffy's combat power to ensure he can hold Carp firmly. Moreover, he can use the enhancement of Luffy's power and the guarantee of Ace's rescue as leverage to make Luffy willingly help him hold Carp back. As the child of destiny, the best way to enhance Luffy's power is to make him fight. He should make Luffy do sit-ups continuously. He doesn't believe Luffy won't break through. Moreover, with his ability of the Hell Realm, he is not worried about beating the Straw Hat crew to the point where they can't participate in the Marineford War. On the Matibik Gulalala, Jiang Zhe kid, I heard you were quite impressive on Fishman Island this time. Whitebeard, seeing Jiang Zhe and Marco appear in his room, joyfully lifted a bowl of wine from the table and took a big gulp. However, while drinking, his eyes kept glancing at Jiang Zhe, as if he had something to say but was too shy to speak. As soon as Jiang Zhe saw Whitebeard, he knew what he was thinking. He had previously promised Whitebeard that he would help him restore his peak combat power. Now, with only 8 days left until Ace's execution, Whitebeard must be anxious for Jiang Zhe to help him regain his strength. Old man, you don't know. Jiang Zhe only used 2 moves to defeat Jack, and even Katakuri directly surrendered, eventually inviting Jiang Zhe to visit their Big Mom pirates. Marco happily interjected, revealing an expression of pride. Upon hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard shot him an exasperated glance. Am I asking you to talk about how impressive Jiang Zhe is? I want you to remind Jiang Zhe. How did Marco become so clueless after going to Fishman Island with Jiang Zhe? Previously at this time, he would have directly asked Jiang Zhe for help in restoring his peak combat power. Forget it. Whitebeard shook his head internally. Jiang Zhe kid, you see, Ace's execution date is approaching. What about the agreement we made earlier? Whitebeard's face showed a hint of embarrassment. After all, they had agreed to do this before the battle. But now that the time had not yet arrived, he was asking Jiang Zhe to fulfill his promise. Seeing Whitebeard's expression, Jiang Zhe understood and immediately summoned Clone No. 2 in the Hell Realm. Previously, on Fishman Island, Clone Number 2 had absorbed a lot of life energy from plants using the Hell Realm, which was just right to use here. Unfortunately, this life energy can only be stored for about 3 days, and the storage capacity of the Hungry Ghost Realm is not very strong, so it cannot be used as a power bank. However, this energy is more than enough to restore Whitebeard to his peak. After all, he had already healed Whitebeard's injuries. Now he just needs to inject life energy into Whitebeard. When Whitebeard saw Jiang Zhe summon a figure identical to himself, he was stunned for a moment but quickly regained his composure. After all, he already knew that Jiang Zhe's abilities were quite strange and were becoming more and more diverse. So now he was somewhat used to it. However, the appearance of the Hungry Ghost Realm did surprise him. After all, it was the Hell Realm that had treated him before. How did it switch to the Hungry Ghost Realm now? Moreover, the Hungry Ghost Realm appeared quite robust, not looking like it would have healing capabilities. Jiang Zhe. Whitebeard was about to voice his doubts when the Hungry Ghost Realm placed its hand on him. Whitebeard felt a warm energy continuously flowing toward him. It was like drinking a hot soup after being in the cold winter wind for several hours. A warmth suddenly filled his entire body. Soon after, this warmth quickly dissipated and transformed into a cool sensation, like jumping into the sea after sunbathing for several hours in the summer. A refreshing feeling enveloped him from head to toe. Thus, the feelings of warmth and coolness alternated back and forth on Whitebeard's body several times. He began to feel increasingly young and full of vitality, as if he had returned to the state of being in his 40s or 50s. So comfortable. Just as the Hungry Ghost Realm withdrew its hands from Whitebeard, he sighed and let out a satisfied sound. Marco, watching Whitebeard like this, had a gleam in his eye, and his expression became urgent. "Old man, how do you feel now?" Whitebeard ignored Marco's question. He was quietly feeling the changes in his body. He could sense that his arms and legs were becoming stronger. The sense of lethargy that had plagued him was gone. The sagging skin due to aging became firm again, and his white beard stood more proudly. Most importantly, he now felt hungry. It is known that on the sea, one measures a body's condition by its appetite and food intake, and he had never felt hungry this quickly before. He had just eaten breakfast not long before Marco and Jiang Zhe entered. Now, less than an hour later, he was hungry, indicating that his body had truly returned to a youthful state, not a false one. "I never felt so good." Bitaviarancer the Marco loudly, then turned eagerly to look at Jiang Zhe. Hearing Whitebeard's response, Marco also became excited, staring intently at Jiang Zhe. Chapter 66. Return to the Revolutionary Army Headquarters. CP0's news ball to go. Dr. Vegapunk's office. "Mr. Jiang Zhe, I wonder what brings you here this time?" Sabo stood in front of Jiang Zhe, politely bowing while his eyes fixed intently on him. Sabo's feelings towards Jiang Zhe were somewhat complicated. He was grateful that Jiang Zhe helped him recover his memories, preventing him from missing the chance to save Ace. If he had remained amnesiac and failed to save Ace, leading to Ace's death, he would have felt immense guilt once he regained his memories. However, he was also somewhat wary of Jiang Zhe. After all, Jiang Zhe's intention behind helping him recover his memories was not purely to assist him or Ace. He had already investigated and found out that Jiang Zhe was not a member of the Whitebeard Pirates at all. So, Jiang Zhe's true motives were hard to decipher. After all, sinking Marineford was a thankless job, and there was no profit in just sinking it. A man with ambitions like Jiang Zhe would not undertake such an endeavor without deeper motives. Yet, he could not figure it out, which is why he remained cautious around Jiang Zhe. "I have a collaboration I want to discuss with you," Jiang Zhe said calmly, nodding in response. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Dr. Vegapunk, who had been pondering beside Sabo, looked up with interest at Jiang Zhe. He initially thought Jiang Zhe was merely a member of the Whitebeard Pirates, simply wanting to rescue Ace. However, after Sabo's explanation, Vegapunk realized that Jiang Zhe was far from ordinary. He must have some grand scheme in mind. If it weren't for Sabo's constant warnings, he would have invited Jiang Zhe to join their revolutionary army to fight against the world government together. But he was unsure what Jiang Zhe was here to trade. "What kind of trade?" Sabo asked warily, his eyes scrutinizing Jiang Zhe. "You all know that Ace is about to be executed, right?" Jiang Zhe said. Sabo and Vegapunk nodded. "Then the revolutionary army will definitely go, right?" Sabo nodded again. "I want you to hold off Sengoku for me. Just buy me some time." Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's request, confusion deepened in Sabo's eyes. "Mr. Jiang Zhe, I'm afraid we cannot agree to your request. No matter the conditions, I will not let my comrades be put in danger for me." Sabo's tone was resolute. Hearing Sabo's words, a rare smile appeared on Jiang Zhe's lips. "What if Luffy is also going to Marineford?" Sabo's expression turned anxious at Jiang Zhe's words. "What did you say?" "Don't rush, Mr. Vegapunk. I can guarantee Luffy and Ace's safety, as long as you help me hold off Sengoku for a moment." Sabo and Vegapunk fell silent. How could Jiang Zhe guarantee Luffy and Ace's safety? Even if the entire revolutionary army were to engage, they couldn't ensure their safety against the full might of the navy. Jiang Zhe claimed he could do it by himself. How could they believe that? Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Jiang Zhe knew they were somewhat swayed. "How can you guarantee it? I have my ways. You just need to say whether you agree or not. Besides, I won't let you work for free. I can provide you with enough supplies afterward." As soon as Jiang Zhe finished speaking, Vegapunk and Sabo exchanged glances and nodded in unison. "All right, we agree, but you must ensure Luffy and Ace's safety. Don't worry, I am a man of my word." After leaving the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Jiang Zhe floated on the sea, holding the life paper of Luffy that he obtained from Shirahoshi. Marineford, Fleet Admiral's office. "Kazan, this time we must annihilate the Whitebeard Pirates at Marineford." Sengoku excitedly turned to look at Kazan, clutching the intelligence in his hand. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Kazan was a bit curious. After all, Sengoku hadn't been this confident before. He had been worried about not being able to defeat Whitebeard, especially since they had hastily decided to execute Ace, and many of their forces could not be mobilized. They had initially planned to gather all available forces from the Four Seas and the New World. Taking the intelligence from Sengoku, Kazan carefully read through it. "I didn't expect that Whitebeard is seriously ill." At first, Kazan was skeptical about this news, but seeing that it came from CP0, he believed it to a large extent. After all, CP0 as a direct department of the Celestial Dragons, had unquestionable capabilities. Moreover, the intelligence mentioned that Whitebeard had not been seen on the deck for many days. This indirectly confirmed the reliability of the news about Whitebeard's illness. Based on their understanding of the Whitebeard pirates, once they announced Ace's execution, the Whitebeard pirates would do everything possible to rescue him, even if Whitebeard was seriously ill. However, this news still needed to be verified. Sengoku, don't get too excited. The authenticity of this news still needs to be confirmed. After saying this, Kazan gently placed his hands on Sengoku's shoulders and activated his ability to calm Sengoku's impatience. Under Kazan's calming powers, Sengoku quickly regained his composure. Slap! Sengoku slapped his forehead hard and turned to Kazan. Kazan, I'm glad to have you, otherwise I would have been blinded by this intelligence and lost my usual calm. I guess I'm really getting old. Hearing Sengoku's words, Kazan rolled his eyes. She was only 3 years younger than Sengoku. Was he saying he was old? But soon Kazan collected her emotions because she remembered another matter, that being Jiang Zhe. She had previously received news about Jiang Zhe appearing on Fishman Island and defeating Jack in 2 moves. Jiang Zhe's strength was growing a bit too fast. She could not forget the look in Jiang Zhe's eyes when he escaped from Impel Down. That gaze was scarier than the hatred that occasionally surfaced in Doflamingo's eyes. Previously, she thought Jiang Zhe was weak and not to be feared. But now, it was different. Jiang Zhe not only escaped from Kazuru, but also defeated Jack in 2 moves. It had not been long since he escaped from Impel Down, and his strength had grown so quickly. If left unchecked, he would surely become a troublesome problem for the Navy. Sengoku, I have something else to tell you. Hearing Kazan's words, Sengoku shifted his gaze from the intelligence about Whitebeard's illness back to Kazan. It's about Jiang Zhe. Hearing that name, Sengoku paused for a moment. He had been keeping an eye on Jiang Zhe's information because Jiang Zhe had caused him quite a bit of trouble. However, with the task of executing Ace and annihilating the Whitebeard pirates at hand, Sengoku had not followed up on Jiang Zhe, now that Kazan was being so serious. Did Jiang Zhe do something significant again? I want to remind you that Jiang Zhe's strength has been increasing rapidly. He just defeated Jack in 2 moves on Fishman Island. Sengoku was taken aback by Kazan's words. If this news were true, then Jiang Zhe's strength had indeed increased alarmingly fast. However, this was not the time to think about that. They needed to focus on how to completely annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 67. Finding a way to get Jiang Zhe to join us in Wano, Onigashima. Jack, why are you wrapped in bandages from head to toe? Jean was on his way to report the recent battle results of the Beast Pirates to Kaido when he unexpectedly encountered Jack, who was covered in bandages. His eyes filled with curiosity. Could it be that Whitebeard made a move? It was impossible for the entire Whitebeard pirates to go to Fishman Island and then ambush Jack. In a one-on-one fight, only Whitebeard could have injured Jack that severely. Upon hearing Jin's words, Jack first showed a look of disappointment, followed by a surge of fighting spirit. Brother Jin, I was defeated in 2 moves this time. Was it Whitebeard? It's good that you survived. Don't blame yourself. Jin was initially surprised by Jack's words, but then thought that if it was Whitebeard, it wouldn't be unexpected. He needed to comfort Jack properly. No? What? Jin had a certain understanding of Jack's strength. There were no more than 10 people on this sea who could defeat Jack in 2 moves. Did Jack encounter someone formidable? It was a guy named Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe? Isn't he the one who defeated Momonosuke and escaped from Kizaru? But how could he defeat Jack in 2 moves? Jin suddenly remembered the reason for coming to see Kaido and pulled Jack directly towards Kaido's cave. Inside the cave, Kaido was sitting on a chair covered with animal skins, pouring alcohol from a gourd into his mouth. On the table in front of him lay a dark wolf fong mace. Oil lamps flickered on both sides of the cave, illuminating it. A gust of wind blew, causing the flames to sway, and Kaido's shadow danced on the cave walls, resembling a giant dragon. Ugh, you two came at the right time. Come drink with me. Upon hearing Kaido's words, Jin and Jack didn't dare to be slow and quickly approached Kaido, picking up the nearby wine to drink. Speak. What brings you here? Captain Kaido, take a look at this. Jin pulled out a newspaper from his pocket. The headline occupied a large portion of the page. Whitebeard Pirate 2nd Division Commander to be executed live in 10 days. Kaido was stunned upon seeing this news. If he remembered correctly, the last person who was executed live worldwide was Roger, the Pirate King. How could a commander of the Whitebeard Pirates qualify for such an execution? Based on his understanding of Whitebeard, if his family was captured, he would definitely go to rescue them. Was the Navy planning to engage the Whitebeard Pirates in a final battle? That would indeed be interesting. Ugh, Kaido covered his eyes with his left hand, tears flowing from beneath his palm, soaking the lower half of his face. Then he grabbed his gourd with his right hand and stuffed it into his mouth, laughing loudly as the alcohol spilled out from both corners of his mouth, soaking him completely. Ugh, looks like the Navy can no longer hold back. Jean, how much territory have we taken? Kaido set down the gourd, moved his hand away from his eyes, and looked straight at Jean. Captain Kaido, here's the list of the territories we've occupied. Jean handed a piece of paper to Kaido. Not bad. Kaido set the paper aside and began to transform into his dragon form. Captain Kaido, there's one more thing. Jean hurriedly called to stop Kaido, knowing that once Kaido transformed and flew out, it would be days before he would see him again, as he would be busy seeking out others to spar or going on a drunken rampage. Jack encountered a very powerful person on Fishman Island, and I want to recruit him into our beast pirates. Do as you see fit. Kaido's expression darkened slightly, and after saying that, he transformed into a dragon and vanished from Onigashima. Brother Jean, thank you. Jack looked at Jean gratefully, knowing that if Kaido found out about his failure, he would definitely be trained again. Now that Jean had downplayed the situation to Kaido, he wouldn't have to report it again and wouldn't face Kaido's training. No need to be polite. Jean waved his hand, not taking it too seriously, as he was now thinking about how to get Jiang Zhe to join their beast pirates. Whole Cake Island, in the Pink Palace. In the middle sat a pink throne where Big Mom lay, one hand stuffing various sweets in her mouth while the other flipped through a newspaper on the table. Mama, it seems Whitebeard is really getting old. After putting down the newspaper, Big Mom stopped eating. Katakuri, I heard you failed this time? Big Mom's expression darkened, her eyes wide open, staring intently at Katakuri below. Yes, Mama. Seeing Katakuri's unchanged expression, Big Mom became a bit angry. Katakuri, do you want me to punish you? No, Mama. This time I brought you good news. Big Mom's expression shifted from dark to curious. What news could make Katakuri so confident he wouldn't be punished? Speak. What news? This time I went to Fishman Island and found Jiang Zhe, who is the one obstructing our acquisition of Fishman Island. Now, Fishman Island is already under Jiang Zhe's control. When Jiang Zhe was on Fishman Island, he defeated Jack in just 2 moves. 2 moves? Yes. Mama, that's fantastic. Big Mom's expression went from shock to excitement. So you didn't invite him to our country? I did, but Jiang Zhe said he's busy right now and will come later. Mama, since Fishman Island is already occupied by Jiang Zhe, then let him have it. After all, he will eventually be one of us in the Big Mom Pirates. Big Mom first showed a knowing expression, then seemed to remember something and paused for a moment. By the way, Katakuri, what do you think about the Navy executing Ace? Hearing Big Mom's words, Katakuri thought for a moment and then looked at her. I think this is an excellent opportunity, and while on Fishman Island, I tested Marco a bit, and based on his reaction, Whitebeard might really be nearing the end. According to the usual style of the Whitebeard Pirates, they will definitely go to rescue Ace, and at that time, the entire Whitebeard Pirates might be wiped out. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, Big Mom burst into laughter. Mama, Whitebeard, I didn't expect you would have this day. I think we can start preparing to take over the territory of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hearing Katakuri's words, Big Mom's expression shifted from contemplation to joy. Mama, Katakuri, go ahead and do it. Yes. Chapter 68. The Straw Hat Pirates during the day, on the sea. A small boat with a lion-headed bow is sailing. Luffy is sitting at the bow, staring blankly into the distance, looking troubled. Nami-chan, Luffy hasn't eaten for almost a day. What if something happens? A skeleton dressed in clothes, holding a cup of coffee, is speaking to a beautiful woman in simple clothing. Nami sighs. Brooke, I don't know either. Ever since Luffy rushed us back from Fishman Island, he's been like this, hardly eating anything, and he won't answer any questions. This isn't like him. At that moment, an intellectual-looking beauty walks out of the cabin, silently handing a newspaper to Nami. What? Nami rubs her eyes in disbelief upon seeing the content of the newspaper. After she regains her composure, she stands there stunned. Robin, where did you get this newspaper? I just found it. Nami looks at the newspaper in her hand, then at Luffy sitting at the bow. She seems to sense Luffy's pain and turmoil at this moment. Luffy, if you have something to say, just say it. It will feel better. Nami walks to the bow and stands beside Luffy. Nami, wah. Upon hearing Nami's voice, Luffy suddenly bursts into tears. Am I really useless? I'm too weak. I couldn't even save Ace. No, how could you be? You're our captain. You're the one who wants to become the Pirate King. Nami's voice grows louder, enough for everyone on the ship to hear. Soon, all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates gather on the deck. Watching Luffy cry while holding Nami, their faces showing expressions of comfort. After a long while, Luffy's crying finally stops. Let's go. We're going to save Ace. Nami gently pats Luffy's head and says loudly, MM. All the crew members of the Straw Hat Pirates wear smiles on their faces. It seems I came at the wrong time. At this moment, Jiang Zhe flies down from the sky and lands on the deck. Hearing the sound, all the members of the Straw Hat crew adopt a defensive posture. Robin clasps her hands together. Zoro and Brook draw their swords. Sanji slightly raises his foot. Frankie raises his right hand towards Jiang Zhe. Usopp hides behind Frankie, aiming his slingshot at Jiang Zhe. Chopper hides behind Usopp, peeking at Jiang Zhe. Luffy lifts his head from Nami's embrace, his expression changing from confusion to joy. It's Ace's circle-eyed friend. Luffy releases Nami and leaps to Jiang Zhe's side. Are you here to help me save Ace? Upon hearing Luffy's address, Jiang Zhe experiences a rare stir in his heart. Exactly. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Luffy's eyes start to sparkle. Once the Straw Hat Pirates members realize Luffy knows Jiang Zhe, they all relax their defenses. Usopp, Frankie, and Chopper even crowd around Jiang Zhe. Do you have a way to save Ace? After hearing Jiang Zhe's affirmative answer, Luffy starts to laugh happily. But you are too weak now. I can't guarantee you can save Ace. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Luffy's happy demeanor shifts back to disappointment, his head drooping down. Damn it, what are you saying? Seeing Luffy's dejection, Nami immediately rolls up her sleeves and tries to walk towards Jiang Zhe, but is stopped by Robin. No need to rush, he means no harm. Hearing Robin's words, Nami puts down her arms and stares intently at Jiang Zhe. But I can help you get stronger. Really? Hope rekindles in Luffy's eyes, growing brighter. But if you can't handle it, you might die. Receiving Jiang Zhe's confirmation, Luffy's mouth stretches into an exaggerated grin, and he raises his hands high. I'm going to become the Pirate King. As Luffy shouts this, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates all smile. Watching Luffy, Jiang Zhe can't help but feel a bit emotional. As expected of Luffy, he rallies quickly. He hopes Luffy can endure his special training. Throughout the journey with the Straw Hat Pirates, Jiang Zhe has been thinking about ways to enhance Luffy's strength. The gradual method like Rayleigh's is definitely not feasible. There isn't much time left. Ace will be executed in 8 days. He can only use Kaido's method. Tough love. Luffy is the child of destiny. As long as he doesn't die, he can be pushed to his limits. During their time on Fishman Island, Jiang Zhe saw that Luffy already has a budding form of haki, both armament and observation. Luffy's armament haki is thin, but it is indeed present. He can slowly track the trajectory of weapons, which is a sign of the awakening of observation haki. And me, please train me too. Zoro directly approaches Jiang Zhe and bows. Damn it, Mosshead, why are you jumping in front of me? Sanji, seeing Zoro run to Jiang Zhe, also rushes over, pushing Zoro aside and bowing to Jiang Zhe. Yo-ho-ho-ho, don't forget about me. Brook draws his sword and slowly walks to Jiang Zhe's side, bowing. Can you let me see? Can you train me too? Of course, don't forget about me. Usopp and Chopper look at Jiang Zhe with determination, then bow. Ha ha ha. Robin and Nami watch from a distance, laughing and smiling, bowing to Jiang Zhe as well. Luffy looks at his bowing crewmates, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Everyone, looking at the entire Straw Hat crew bowing to him. Jiang Zhe silently smiles in his heart. Truly, the Straw Hat Pirates have strong unity. However, teaching Luffy is one thing. Teaching the entire Straw Hat crew is another. Each member of the Straw Hat Pirates has their own destiny. If they weren't destined, following the main character would have likely led to their demise long ago. Since that's the case, he might as well train the entire Straw Hat crew together. He hopes they will truly make a difference in the Marineford War. So, are you all prepared to die? Jiang Zhe's tone is very calm, without any fluctuations, but to the Straw Hat crew, it sounds terrifying. They shiver as if they've fallen into an ice cave. I'm ready. Luffy is the first to respond, raising his hands high. Under Luffy's lead, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also react. We are ready, echoes throughout the Thousand Sunny. Inside the cabin, Robin-chan, what are you thinking about? Nami pushes the door open and sees Robin in deep thought. I'm thinking about what Jiang Zhe's purpose is. I asked Luffy before. Upon hearing Nami's words, Robin immediately becomes interested and turns to look at Nami beside her. Jiang Zhe just wants the Navy to feel pain. Feel pain? A charming smile appears on Robin's lips as she recalls her previous life on the run. Chapter 69, The Chambord Islands. Special training begins on a nameless island off the coast of the Chambord Islands. Mr. Jiang, why are we doing special training here? Robin looked around, a bit confused. In her view, they should choose a more advanced location for their training, one equipped with sophisticated instruments to monitor their vital signs in real time and provide rescue if necessary. Instead, Jiang Zhe had chosen an unknown small island. The main point was that there were hardly any people here, and they could even hear the roars of wild beasts. We only have about 7 days. After 7 days, the Navy will begin executing Ace, so we need to take an unconventional approach. That's why I had you all prepare for the worst. Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Usopp's legs went limp, and he fell to the ground. No way. I have a disease that makes me die when I set foot on the island. Usopp, what's wrong with you? Chopper rushed over to Usopp's side to examine him when he saw Usopp collapse. Feigning illness won't work, Jiang Zhe silently chanted, and he and the Straw Hat crew floated from the Sunny onto the shore. Seeing themselves floating, Luffy, Frankie, and Chopper all showed excited expressions, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Jiang Zhe. Once they reached the shore, Usopp reluctantly got up from the ground. What? Usopp's illness didn't flare up? After recovering from his shock of floating, Chopper became worried. He knew Usopp had a disease that made him die upon landing on the island. Yet, Jiang Zhe still brought him here. What would they do if Usopp really died? Hearing Chopper's words, Usopp sheepishly scratched his head. My illness suddenly got better. Is that strange? Upon hearing Usopp's words, Chopper hurriedly ran to Usopp's side, determined to check his health. I'm fine, I'm really fine. Usopp panicked and ran away when he saw Chopper pull out a huge syringe to draw his blood. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook laughed when he saw Chopper chasing Usopp with the syringe. Robin covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Nami placed her hands on her hips and laughed heartily. On Nine Snake Island. Shucky, I need to go back to the Shamboard Islands for a bit to make some money. Do you want me to bring anything? Rayleigh asked Shucky while taking off his clothes by the shore of Nine Snake Island. After realizing that the world government hadn't bombed the entire Shamboard Islands, Rayleigh wanted to return to live there. But Shucky said the situation was unstable and didn't want to run around. They could ensure their safety on Nine Snake Island while also protecting it. Everything was good on Nine Snake Island. There was food and lively young women. But he had no place to gamble and make money. He had thought about teaching the girls on Nine Snake Island how to gamble. But under the combined efforts of Shucky and Hancock, he gave up that idea. These days, aside from drinking, he had no other entertainment. It was driving him crazy. So now he wanted to go back to the Shamboard Islands, make some money, and have a good gamble. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Shucky felt speechless. You old man, are you going to sell again? Shucky, don't say it like that. If you don't have anything to bring, I'm leaving. After saying that, Rayleigh raised his clothes high and slowly walked into the sea. 2 days later, on a nameless island in the Shamboard Islands. Brook, since your physique cannot be strengthened anymore, you need to develop your devil fruit ability. The lookalike of Jiang Zhe said to Brook, you should know that the Yomi Yomi no Mi is not a weak fruit. I'm throwing you into the sea now. Try to use your fruit ability to let your soul float out of your bones. Brook looked at this guy who resembled Jiang Zhe and didn't know what to say. When he first arrived on this island, Jiang Zhe said he would arrange special training for them and that he couldn't handle it alone, so he would arrange for more coaches. Then Jiang Zhe conjured up 8 identical copies of himself, which startled him. After clarifying with Jiang Zhe, he learned that these were clones created by Jiang Zhe's clone technique, and they would be their coaches. For some reason, he was immediately chosen by this clone number 1, who claimed to have experience training bones. He thought that since all the clones were created from Jiang Zhe, they must be similar to him. The fact that the clone had chosen him at first glance was their destiny. He immediately agreed to let clone number 1 train him. However, the painful memories of the past 2 days were overwhelming. On the first day, he said that before training, he needed to ensure adequate nutrition. The best nutrition for bones was milk because it contained a lot of calcium. That sounded reasonable, but there was one problem. This island was remote, and there was nowhere to buy milk. Clone number 1 then said it didn't have to be milk. Other types of milk would do. With so many animals on the island, there must be some that were producing milk. So the two of them searched the entire island and found a nursing female gorilla, thinking that with their strength, it would be easy to get some milk from a gorilla. However, that female gorilla summoned dozens of male gorillas, none of which they could defeat. They were chased for an entire afternoon, nearly scattering Brook's bone frame. Last night, Clone No. 1 said that exercising bones was similar to blacksmithing. As long as they burned the impurities inside the bones and then forged them, the bones would become stronger. At that time, he was a bit skeptical, given his previous experience. But clone number 1 assured him it would work. So he believed it and placed his hand bones in the fire for 2 hours, only to realize he had burned them too much when they turned to bone powder. If Jiang Zhe hadn't summoned someone to heal his injuries, he would have been disabled. Today was even more absurd. Didn't he know that devil fruits become ineffective in the sea? If he went into the water and had to let his soul out, he might really be finished. How could he play like this? It was impossible. He had to change coaches. Otherwise, he would truly be done for. Thinking this, Brooke opened his legs and ran. Ha ha ha. You can't escape. Although I only have half the strength of my main body, I'm much faster than you. Come back. As soon as Brooke started running, a cheeky voice rang out behind him. Suddenly, Brooke felt someone grab his shoulder, and then he was lifted high into the air. Bubble sounds echoed on the surface of the sea. No, someone help me. I can't breathe. What does a skeleton need to breathe for? The cheeky voice came again, and Brooke realized that aside from being unable to move and feeling weak all over, he had no other issues at all. That's right. I'm a skeleton. I don't need to breathe. Yo-ho-ho-ho. All right, stop laughing and let's start training. Are you sure this will really work? Don't worry. It will definitely work. No. One gave a thumbs up and smiled slightly. Chapter 70 Special Training for the Straw Hat Crew, the other side of the island. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A huge rock suddenly exploded, debris flying everywhere, and several small black holes appeared on the ground behind the rock, emitting black smoke. Seeing the scene caused by a shot, Frankie was momentarily stunned, before finally snapping back to reality. So cool. Sooner. Frankie stood in a wide stance, raising his hands high and bringing them together in the air, exposing his teeth. A gust of wind blew, lifting his beach coat and revealing his lower half clad only in underwear. Not far from Frankie, on an open sandy area. It hurts. Usopp lay on the sand, his eyes covered with a scarf, his face bruised. I can't take it anymore. How about a disease where if I get up, I'll die? Really? Clone number 3 released its aura, thickening the surrounding air. At the same time, countless small stones swirled around clone number 3. Usopp, lying on the ground, suddenly felt the atmosphere around him turn dangerous. In a flash, he scrambled up from the ground, quickly twisting his body and running wildly across the sand. Whoosh, bang, whoosh, bang, whoosh. 3 consecutive sounds of air being sliced through rang out, followed by 2 dull thuds of hard objects hitting flesh. Clone number 3 nodded in satisfaction from a distance. It hurts so much. Even after being hit, Usopp did not stop. Having had plenty of experience before, he knew that if he stopped, more stones would come crashing down on him. This clone no. 3 was truly ruthless. On the cliff edge, Zoro was slowly climbing up the steep wall, pausing for a long time after grabbing onto something, as if confirming its stability. Beside him floated a figure clad in a blood cloud robe. A gust of wind blew, causing the flowers and grass on the cliff to sway, and countless pebbles to fall from the cliff. Startled, Zoro quickly pressed his body against the wall, gripping the sandy soil tightly with both hands. The sand he clutched was about to fall, but after a flash of black light, it firmly adhered to the cliff. Zoro sighed in relief and turned to look at the floating figure beside him, feeling proud. For the past 2 days, every time the wind blew, he would be blown off the cliff. Today, he finally managed to attach his power to other objects, as clone number 4 said. This ensured he could stick to the cliff without being blown off again. Suddenly, a stronger wind blew up, and Zoro felt the sand beneath his hands loosen even more. Zoro fell off the cliff once again. On the beach, Sanji occasionally looked back over his shoulder, his face showing a horrified expression, completely unaware that even his shoes had been lost, because he saw countless bearded men in dresses desperately chasing after him. Those bearded men shouted for him to stop and play with them. Clone number 5 stood on the beach, watching Sanji run chaotically around the sand, flames occasionally flaring up beneath his feet, nodding in satisfaction. Clone number 1's method was indeed good. It was efficient, yielded results, and wouldn't he get the original scolded. In the jungle, in a clearing, numerous boiling cauldrons were neatly arranged. In the center of the cauldrons, Robin sat on a chair, sweating profusely, eyes closed, breathing heavily, with her arms crossed. Countless giants made of arms stood around her, holding frying pans and cooking meals on the cauldrons. You need to do better and faster, or else if Luffy on the other side loses his food supply, he could accidentally get killed by the original. Hearing the voice, Robin opened her eyes with a glare at clone number 6, who was holding a whip. She knew Luffy wouldn't get killed. After all, Jiang Zhe might say to prepare for death, but she felt he had no intention of killing them. However, this clone number 6 was truly annoying. If her movements slowed down, he would whip her and say something like if she was slow, the Straw Hat Crew would suffer, forcing her to cook without a break. On the other side of the jungle, beside an arena, several large boxes were neatly placed, imprisoning numerous ferocious beasts. All the beasts looked fearfully at the man, shouting towards the arena. Chopper, you don't want to see the Straw Hat Crew torn apart in Marineford. Or watch Luffy despair and cry because he couldn't save Ace, right? Clone number 7 shouted from beneath the arena. In the arena, Chopper, now a giant moose, heard clone number 7's voice, and his previously dim eyes lit up again, as if a new strength surged through his weary body. I don't want that. With that, Chopper flipped over the gorilla that was pressing down on him and roared loudly at the sky. In a pile of rubble, stones were disorderly arranged, forming a tight stone formation, with only a narrow passage left between the stones, just wide enough for one person to pass through. The sharp edges of the stones all pointed towards the passage, with scattered bloodstains and torn clothing fragments on them. Nami stood at the starting point of the stone formation. Her wounds were bleeding continuously, yet her eyes were filled with fiery fighting spirit. She took a deep breath and charged into the stone formation. Outside, clone number 8 nodded, surprised that Nami, who usually appeared weak and afraid of difficulties, could endure so much when it mattered. Thinking about Nami's experiences, clone number 8 understood. At the age of 10, Nami had already gone to sea to earn 100 million berries, constantly stealing treasures from various pirate crews. It was hard to imagine how a 10-year-old child could survive at sea and navigate through ruthless pirate crews. On the other side of the beach, bang! A huge sound echoed, and a human-shaped pit appeared on the beach. After a while, Luffy slowly crawled out of the pit, his head drooping, his face dirty, with blood streaming down from the top of his head, his body stained with blood, but his eyes revealed an excited glow. He had already felt the power Jiang Zhe mentioned, that feeling of power surging through his entire body. I can feel it. Luffy raised his head, confidently looking at Jiang Zhe, placing his right thumb near his mouth. Fourth gear. In an instant, Luffy transformed into a gigantic balloon-like figure, his hair exploding, and faint black stripes covered his eyes, hands, and feet, with faint dark stripes on his body as well. Seeing Luffy's transformation, Jiang Zhe instantly burst into laughter. As expected of the Child of Fate, he had only explained the principles and power of Haki and beat him for 2 days, and he directly awakened fourth gear. Jiang Zhe was now very curious about what Rayleigh had taught Luffy during those 2 years. Whoosh! A huge gust of wind rushed towards Jiang Zhe. Bang! Jiang Zhe gathered his right fist and punched forward. Luffy was sent flying back into the original pit. Chapter 71, Groundbreaking Star. Group 3 days before Ace's execution. Sabaody Archipelago. Rayleigh held a wine jug in his left hand and tossed a money pouch in his right, walking down the street with satisfaction. He never expected to win money these past few days. When he first arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, he pretended to be a slave and sold himself, earning a sum of money from the buyer. He originally planned to lose the money he had exchanged for and return to Amazon Lily. Unexpectedly, he kept winning a bit instead of losing all his money. If it weren't for the thought of Shaki's face, he might have continued gambling until he lost everything. Remembering Shaki, Rayleigh suddenly paused, and the money pouch fell to the ground. What to do? He had told Shaki he would be back in 3 days at most. If he returned like this, he would definitely be beaten to death. Rayleigh suddenly recalled the pain in his waist when Shaki had hit him before. What is Shaki like? The beast meat from that small island. Rayleigh clapped his hands, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. On an unnamed small island in the Sabaody Archipelago, in a jungle. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed. Ha ha! Circle-eyed, you can't knock me out now. Luffy's upper body swelled up like a balloon, floating above the ground with a hissing sound of steam. His hair stood upright like seaweed in the ocean, waving in the air. A white cloud floated like a long scarf, passing through his armpits and hanging behind his neck. His hands also inflated like balloons, every muscle sculpted like marble clearly defined, and shining with a black glow. The black glow extended from his arms to his chest, resembling tattoos. His legs remained unchanged in size, but were covered in a dark glow. Seeing Luffy floating in front of him, Jiang Zhe couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the Child of Destiny, in just 7 days, he had completely transformed, directly developing Gear Fourth. In the original story, Luffy had trained under Rayleigh for 2 years before developing Gear Fourth. Jiang Zhe recalled the experiences of these 7 days, where Luffy was knocked out by him countless times. Yet, after the treatment of the Hell Path, Luffy would immediately bounce back. Countless times he fell, and countless times he stood up. In the end, Luffy even gained the strength of a rear admiral, able to withstand Jiang Zhe's 5% power. One could only say, truly the Child of Destiny. However, Jiang Zhe's aura continued to rise, with countless sands and stones gathering around him, eventually floating in the air. Impressive. Circle-eyed, are you also a Sansan fruit user? Jiang Zhe did not respond, pointing his right hand at Luffy, then clenched his fist. Countless black dots appeared around Luffy. Groundbreaking Star, group, at Jiang Zhe's gentle command. The black dots began to spin wildly, attracting the surrounding sands and stones to Luffy. Soon, numerous small black balls glowing with black light formed around Luffy, orbiting him. This was a new technique created by Jiang Zhe by combining groundbreaking star and heavy light rock technique. First, using the heavy light rock technique to select sufficiently hard object from the surrounding environment, drenched in armament haki. Then, utilizing the attraction of the groundbreaking star to gather them around the enemy. This was just the right way to compensate for his weakness in long-range attacks. Circle-eyed, is this your new technique? It doesn't seem particularly special. Luffy constantly examined the black balls gathering around him, filled with curiosity. Since your armament haki training is nearly complete, let's start training observation haki. With that, Jiang Zhe closed his eyes. The black balls surrounding Luffy began to stir restlessly. Feeling a faint sense of danger from the agitated black balls, Luffy's expression turned serious, abandoning his previous carefree demeanor. Suddenly, one of the balls shot towards Luffy. Bang! A huge sound erupted. Luffy was sent flying again, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The black balls that had been accompanying him continued to hover above the spot where he fell. As the dust settled, Luffy crawled out of the pit. His right arm hung limply, bright red blood flowing from his palm. Feeling the pain in his palm, Luffy brought his hand to his face, revealing a look of disbelief. He had clearly covered his hand in armament haki, yet he was still pierced by Circle-eyed. It seemed he had underestimated Circle-eyed strength. A smile crept on Luffy's lips. Now, he felt even more motivated. Come on, Circle-eyed. As soon as Luffy's words fell, countless black balls surged towards him. Before long, Luffy lay on the ground dazed, covered in various wounds, blood flowing from him, forming small red streams beneath him. Watching the pitiful Luffy lying on the ground, Jiang Zhe nodded in satisfaction, intending to summon the Hell Path from his storage scroll when a voice rang out. What are you doing? The voice was filled with boundless fury. Hearing the voice, Jiang Zhe abandoned the summoning action and looked towards the source of the voice. Rayleigh burst out from the east side of the jungle, his face serious and filled with rage. Rayleigh had missed the time he promised to return with Shaki because of gambling, fearing her blame or punishment. He planned to hunt some beast meat that Shaki loved on this small island. For some reason, all the beasts on this island possessed some armament haki. Perhaps because they could use armament haki, their meat was more delicate and delicious. Not only did Shaki enjoy it, but he also liked it quite a bit. It was perfect. He could apologize to Shaki while satisfying his own cravings. What would be better? However, as soon as he arrived on this island, he sensed a powerful aura and headed straight over. Upon arriving, he found Luffy defeated and lying on the ground, covered in blood. He could no longer hold back. After all, Luffy was the chosen successor of his captain, Shanks. The Captain will needed Luffy to fulfill it. The person who attacked Luffy was someone Rayleigh recognized. A lucky guy who had escaped from Impel Down, but who gave him the courage to beat Luffy like this. The clothes he wore were also familiar. Weren't they the same as the one who killed the celestial dragon before? It seemed he was also a restless character. Today he would clean up the seas well and restore peace. With that thought, Rayleigh slowly drew his sword from his waist. His aura continued to rise. Chapter 72. Jean Rayleigh in the jungle. Jiang Zhe looked at Rayleigh in front of him, a hint of joy rising in his heart. After all, when he was on Fishman Island, Jack's strength was insufficient to test how strong he was now. Katakuri was also very timid behind him, leaving him with no opportunity to continue testing his strength. Now that Rayleigh was here, wasn't he the best person to test his strength? Thinking of this, a rare smile appeared at the corners of Jiang Zhe's mouth as he raised his head and looked at Rayleigh with piercing eyes. An almost tangible aura stirred up swirling winds around them, lifting the surrounding dust and sand and swirling around Rayleigh. Rayleigh slowly opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of red light flashing from them. Just as he opened his eyes to their widest, the air around them suddenly stagnated as if hit by a heavy blow. Then, an invisible aura erupted from Rayleigh, charging straight toward Jiang Zhe. The momentum moved quickly, stirring the surrounding air and forming a fierce wind. In an instant, the small grass around them bowed down, the trees swayed, and the dust flew around, resembling the scene of a hurricane. Luffy, who was originally lying on the ground, seemed to sense something and opened his eyes groggily. But soon he closed them again, as the sand and stones blown by the strong wind made his eyes hurt. Before long, the invisible aura, wrapped in countless dust and debris, rushed toward Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe looked at the apocalyptic scene before him, showing no signs of distress, and gently parted his lips. Ground explosion star. A small black dot formed between Jiang Zhe and Rayleigh, spinning wildly. The dust and debris that were originally engulfed by the aura were drawn into the small black dot. In an instant, there was nothing in front of Jiang Zhe. Standing far away, Lei Li smiled faintly. The focus of his attack was not the dust and debris wrapped in the aura. The real focus of the attack was the Conqueror's haki contained within the aura. Whoosh! The invisible aura slammed into Jiang Zhe, causing his hair and the blood cloud robe he wore to flutter wildly. Soon, the smile on Lei Li's face froze. The scene he imagined, where Jiang Zhe was crushed to the ground by his Conqueror's haki, even fainting and losing consciousness, did not occur. Jiang Zhe stood there as if nothing happened, while the aura containing Conqueror's haki felt like a gentle breeze, tousling Jiang Zhe's hair and robe. Quickly, Lei Li's expression returned to normal, and a smile appeared on his lips. He didn't expect Jiang Zhe, this newcomer, to have such a good spirit. A decent newcomer. Then, Lei Li swung the sword in his hand. A huge white sword light formed at the edge of the sword. The powerful force compressed and distorted the surrounding air, causing the outline of the sword light to bend. Whoosh! A whistling sound erupted as the sword light shot out from Lei Li's sword. The sword light broke through the air, creating a hurricane that flattened the surrounding grass and trees. The sound of the slicing air and the sound of waves crashing against rocks from afar harmonized, like a symphony that was pleasing to the ears. Bang! A loud collision sounded. Jiang Zhe's hands turned dark as they collided directly with Lei Li's sword light. At the same time, to avoid being blown away by the sword light, Jiang Zhe firmly planted his feet on the ground. However, the immense impact still pushed Jiang Zhe back quite a distance, leaving 2 long plow marks on the ground that extended far away before breaking off at Jiang Zhe's feet. Feeling the pain in his arms, Jiang Zhe looked down at them. A deep knife mark appeared on his arms, dripping bright red blood onto the ground. It should be known that Jiang Zhe's armament haki had been cultivated to a high level, just 1 step away from the highest level, flowing cherry, which was only lacking the ability to flow. He didn't expect Lei Li's sword to injure his arms. Truly, as expected of an old master, his strength was formidable. But doesn't this just provide a better opportunity to test his strength? A smile appeared at the corners of Jiang Zhe's mouth as he slowly lowered his arms. The wounds on his arms began to heal at a visible speed. In no time, both arms were as good as new. If it weren't for the torn robe reminding him of the previous wounds, one would think these were arms that had never been injured. From a distance, Lei Li began to sweat slightly on his forehead. He didn't expect Jiang Zhe's strength to be so formidable, able to withstand a strike of 7 parts of his strength. It should be known that this was the maximum strength he could exert without involving his body's injuries. If he used more strength, his injuries would be affected, and he might be facing a short life. Moreover, Jiang Zhe also had the ability to heal himself, making it likely that winning through prolonged combat would not be a simple matter. But Lei Li turned to look at Luffy on the ground. Luffy was the heir to the captain's will. He must not die here. Captain Roger entrusted me to stake my life here and fight for your dreams. This is also a way to repay your kindness. Thinking of this, Lei Li's aura completely erupted. Seeing Lei Li getting serious, Jiang Zhe also became excited. Countless sands and debris swirled around Jiang Zhe. Ground explosion star, group. With a light shout, numerous small ground explosion stars formed around Lei Li. Seeing the scene, a slight smile appeared at the corners of Lei Li's mouth. Young man, relying solely on the abilities of your fruit won't work. Physical skills are the foundation of strength in this world. As soon as Lei Li's words fell, his figure disappeared among the group of ground explosion stars. So fast, Jiang Zhe's heart trembled. In a daze, a sword light appeared beside him. Heavy rock technique. Jiang Zhe shot straight up into the sky from his original position, then appeared behind Lei Li. At the same time, the previously formed group of ground explosion stars surrounded Lei Li again. Watching Jiang Zhe soar into the sky and the ground explosion stars appear, Lei Li's eyes widened in shock. He had only seen such a technique in one person before. That was the Golden Lion. Could it be that old lion is dead? Ha ha! Let this old ship from the old world carve a path for the new world. After saying that, Lei Li's aura became even more fierce. In the distance, Jiang Zhe raised his right hand and gently clenched it. The originally swirling ground explosion stars around Lei Li all shot toward him. Seeing the oncoming ground explosion stars, a look of disdain appeared on Lei Li's face. Boom! In an instant, the entire jungle was filled with sword light, and dust rose everywhere. When the smoke and dust cleared, what came into view were countless fallen trees, some cleaved in half, some cut at the waist. Aside from the ground where Luffy lay and Lei Li stood, the rest of the ground was filled with deep and shallow ravines. as if a child had driven a cow to plow the field in a chaotic manner. Jiang Zhe's snow cloud robe had become tattered, his body covered in deep and shallow wounds. The ground explosion stars that had originally surrounded Lei Li were now completely gone. Lei Li's robe remained pure white and unstained. If it weren't for the beads of sweat on Lei Li's forehead and his slightly labored breathing, one would think that the previous sword light storm had nothing to do with him. He was just an old man. Suddenly, Lei Li's eyes widened, staring intently in Jiang Zhe's direction. He saw Jiang Zhe's injuries slowly disappearing, wearing a smile as he looked at him. Chapter 73. Lei Li, you don't want to. After experiencing a brief shock, Jiang Zhe slowly began to recover from his injuries. He had a rough idea of his current strength level. While he might not compare to the likes of Lei Li and others in their prime, he could still hold his own against them in their old age. If he were a bit shameless and took advantage of their frail condition, he might even defeat them. Given that in the original work Lei Li and Kizaru had a back-and-forth fight, Jiang Zhe believed he could now contend with an admiral for a while. However, they were not like Lei Li. They were still in their prime, and if he fought for too long, he would definitely be defeated. Circle-eyed, Uncle Lei Li, what are you doing? Just as Lei Li and Jiang Zhe continued their standoff, a weak voice came from the ground. Luffy? Jiang Zhe and Lei Li both turned their gazes to the side, where Luffy was. While in a coma, Luffy vaguely felt that he needed to wake up quickly. It felt as if someone had been whispering in his ear, wake up, or you'll die. After struggling for a long time, Luffy finally woke up. To his surprise, he saw Lei Li and Jiang Zhe in a standoff, both looking like they would fight to the death. At that moment, Luffy, who was usually oblivious, suddenly became attentive and quickly deduced that the scene in front of him might have been caused by him. He hurriedly called out to stop Lei Li and Jiang Zhe. Cough, cough, cough. After a few coughs, Luffy spat out a mouthful of blood and felt much better. He quickly looked up at Lei Li. Uncle Lei Li, you misunderstood. Circle-eyed is just helping me train. I want to hurry and save Ace. Hearing Luffy's words, Lei Li was momentarily stunned. He never expected that what he thought was Luffy being bullied was just a figment of his imagination. Jiang Zhe was merely helping Luffy train. For a moment, Lei Li felt a bit embarrassed. At the same time, he shot a reproachful glance at Jiang Zhe, as if to say, why didn't you say that earlier? Cough, cough, cough. After relaxing, Lei Li finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and he coughed while leaning on his sword. Uncle Lei Li. Luffy looked up eagerly, wanting to see how Lei Li was doing. Upon seeing Luffy wake up and state the facts, Jiang Zhe knew that the fight could not continue. He felt a bit disappointed. Now, the main thing was to train Luffy's observation haki. Bang! With a light sound, the Hell Path was summoned by Jiang Zhe. Soon, under the treatment of the Hell Path, Luffy became lively again and began training observation haki with Jiang Zhe. Sitting cross-legged nearby, Lei Li was astonished to see Luffy fully revitalized under the treatment of the Hell Path, his eyes wide open. In his many years of sailing, he had never seen such rapid healing abilities. What kind of ability is this? Lei Li took the flask from his waist and took a swig. Then, Luffy directly used Gear Forth, and Lei Li was so shocked that he didn't even notice the wine spilling on the ground. It had been less than a month since he had last seen Luffy. Previously, Luffy didn't even have the basics of armament haki. He was just fighting with sheer enthusiasm. He had originally wanted to keep Luffy on Sabaody Archipelago to train, at least to master armament haki before letting him go to the Grand Line. Thinking that awakening armament haki would be difficult and might take a lot of time, Lei Li had given up on that idea. After all, hindering a good man's journey was not a good thing. But now, Luffy's armament haki had reached a proficient level, as if he had been practicing for 2.5 years. How did this happen? Lei Li turned to look at Jiang Zhe, his eyes filled with curiosity. Jiang Zhe was satisfied as he watched Luffy being continuously attacked by the Hell Path. Turning to Lei Li, Jiang Zhe suddenly had a good idea. Isn't Lei Li the vice-captain of the Pirate King? Isn't Ace the son of the Pirate King? What reason does Lei Li have not to save Ace? Just letting Luffy hold Carp for a while felt a bit insecure. If Carp disregarded everything to stop him, it would all be for nothing. Now that he saw Lei Li, wasn't his insurance right there? With that thought, Jiang Zhe walked straight toward Lei Li. Mr. Lei Li, do you know who Ace is? Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Lei Li was taken aback. His eyes filled with confusion, even putting down the flask that was at his lips. Ace, isn't he the captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division? Who else could it be? Wait, that name sounds very familiar. Isn't it the name of Roger's sword? He mentioned that his future son would be named Ace. Could it be? Lei Li turned to stare intently at Jiang Zhe, his eyes wide with shock. Seeing the change in Lei Li's expression, Jiang Zhe knew that Lei Li had already guessed Ace's identity. That's right, just as you think. How could it be? The wine bottle in Lei Li's hand fell to the ground, shattering with a loud crash, spilling the liquid everywhere. Yes. Uncle Lei Li, Ace is the son of the Pirate King. A weak voice came, followed by a scream. The Hellpath quietly walked to Luffy's side and began to treat him. Originally, Rayleigh had some doubts about Jiang Zhe's words, but now that Luffy had said it, he was convinced. But what does Jiang Zhe mean by telling me this now? Rayleigh looked up at Jiang Zhe. Mr. Rayleigh, you wouldn't want Roger to lose both his son and his heir, would you? Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Rayleigh's expression darkened. His earlier momentum returned. Jiang Zhe stared straight at Rayleigh, showing no signs of retreat. All right, you win. What do you want? Rayleigh's aura suddenly deflated, and he spoke to Jiang Zhe. Nothing much. I just want to make a deal with you. As long as you agree, I guarantee that Ace and Luffy will be safe. And I can also heal your injuries. Hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Rayleigh was stunned. His injuries? How did Jiang Zhe know about them? If he could heal his injuries, he wouldn't have to be so careful out of fear of a relapse. Speak. What do you want? After thinking for a long time, Rayleigh looked up at Jiang Zhe. Nothing much. I just need you to help Luffy and the others hold Carp during the war. How about it? Isn't that simple? Hearing Jiang Zhe's request, Rayleigh was a bit stunned. He thought Jiang Zhe's demands would be difficult, but it turned out to be this. Just right. This old body hadn't moved in a long time. As for the agreement between Roger and the Navy, there was no need to adhere to it. Luffy and Ace were about to be killed. Rayleigh recalled the scene where Roger had traded his surrender for the Navy to stop pursuing the other pirate crews. Ha ha ha. Fine. I agree. But you must keep your promise. Otherwise, even if it costs me my life, I won't let you go. But what is your purpose in doing this? I just want a Navy to feel pain. Feel pain? Rayleigh looked up at Jiang Zhe, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Chapter 74 Execution before 6 hours until Ace's execution. Sabady Archipelago. Yesterday, the world government had already set up live communication snail broadcasts at Sabady Archipelago. A large screen was placed in the biggest square of Sabady Archipelago, surrounded by naval soldiers on guard. Countless people gathered in front of a live screen, waiting for the execution to begin. Across the world, similar scenes unfolded in numerous squares. On an unknown small island in Sabady Archipelago. Jiang Zhe, aren't you leaving yet? Ace's execution is about to start. Luffy looked at Jiang Zhe, anxious. When Rayleigh brought the news that the live execution setup was ready, Luffy couldn't sit still anymore and kept urging Jiang Zhe. Don't rush. Let's wait for Zoro and the others. Jiang Zhe replied calmly. Right? I'll go hurry them up. Luffy grinned stupidly, scratched his head, and suddenly disappeared from Jiang Zhe's sight. Rayleigh watched Luffy's antics, took a swig from his flask, and laughed heartily. Moby Dick. Old man, we're all ready. Jaws stood excitedly in front of the crowd, looking at Whitebeard, who was covered in 4 drips. Behind him, Vista looked worriedly at Whitebeard. Gurara, since we're all ready, let's set off. We're going to bring Ace home. Okay. Just as Whitebeard's voice fell, 3 warships that had been monitoring around Moby Dick suddenly exploded. The flames shot up to the sky, illuminating the sea surface. The consecutive explosions excited the members of the Whitebeard pirates even more. Marco, come with me. Whitebeard feigned weakness and walked into his room. Marco followed closely. Inside the room. Marco, have you contacted Jiang Zhe? Old man, I got in touch. Jiang Zhe said I could go ahead. He'll catch up later. We just need to keep the 3 admirals busy. Hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard fell into deep thought. They still didn't know what Jiang Zhe's plan was. However, they had their own goal, which was to rescue Ace. So regardless of whether Jiang Zhe would come or not, they had to go. Gurara, then let's not worry about Jiang Zhe. We'll stick to our plan. I don't believe that with my current strength, the Navy can hinder me from rescuing Ace. Whitebeard tightly gripped his Naginata, excitement evident on his face. He couldn't wait to cause commotion, just when he had regained his peak strength. He wanted to test his abilities, but he had promised Jiang Zhe not to reveal his recovery before the battle began. He had been holding back, only daring to test his powers secretly in the dead of night. Indeed, just like when he was young. He was now eager to see the expressions on Carp and Sengoku's faces when they witnessed his strength. Gurara, Marine Forward, Admiral's office. All the generals above the rank of Rear Admiral sat in the office, looking solemnly at Sengoku. This is how the deployment will be. Do you have any objections? No. Good. Everyone return to your positions and prepare. This time, we must ensure that the Whitebeard pirates do not return. After Sengoku finished speaking, everyone stood up from their seats and slowly walked out of the Admiral's office. Oh dear, how terrifying. Don't you think so, Akiji? The lecherous Kizaru asked a tall man with a big afro, wearing a deep green eye patch and looking half asleep in Navy uniform. Akiji yawned widely, not paying attention to Kizaru. Oh dear, today's youth really don't understand respect for the elderly. Kizaru exaggeratedly expressed, not bothering Akiji further. Kizaru, you need to be more serious. Akainu said, taking the cigar from his mouth, looking serious. Relax, don't be too tense. Kizaru said casually, but his expression also turned serious. And even his previously laid-back stride became much more formal. In the office, only Sengoku and Tsuru remained. What's the situation? Is Carp still unwilling to leave Ace's side? Sigh. Hearing Sengoku's words, Tsuru sighed deeply. You know Carp's character, but what can we do? The world government has issued orders, and the main issue is that Ace is that man's descendant. I really don't know how Carp dares. We must trust Carp's justice. If I didn't trust him, I wouldn't have let him accompany Ace. After that, Sengoku and Tsuru fell silent, exchanging glances without a word. After a long while, have you verified the C0 message? It should be correct. In the photos we previously captured of the Whitebeard pirates by the 3 warships, Whitebeard was still attached to 4 drips. You know, if Whitebeard's health was good, given his character, he wouldn't be able to stand those things and would have torn them off long ago. What about the 3 destroyed warships? For justice. Hearing Sengoku's words, Tsuru fell silent again. Not far from Impel Down, on the sea surface, a huge raft. On the raft stood 5 people and a horse. Captain, I didn't expect we can't get directly into Impel Down now. What should we do? A man wearing a top hat, with 2 large round earrings, deep red lips, dressed in a flowery outfit and black suspenders, holding a cane, smiled at a big, dark, chubby man wearing a sailor's hat, missing a few teeth, and sporting a scruffy beard. Ha! Lafitte, don't worry. This is just a small part of the plan. We have other things to take care of. We can discuss this later. Hearing Blackbeard say this, Lafitte saluted and then stood beside Blackbeard with a smile. After comforting Lafitte, Blackbeard's expression turned gloomy. Damn Jiang Zhe. If it weren't for him, Impel Down wouldn't have fallen under the world government's control, making it impossible for them to infiltrate. He originally planned to recruit some powerful partners in Impel Down, just like he had always heard about rocks having the strongest partners in the world. Unexpectedly, after the world government took over Impel Down, it became so strict they could feel that someone was watching them before they even entered. Damn it. But they have other plans to execute and can only temporarily abandon the idea of recruiting more partners. Let's go, lads. To Marineford, in the Impel Down monitoring room. Sir, should we notify the Navy? What is there to notify? Isn't it normal for the 7 warlords to go to Marineford to assist the Navy in resisting the Whitebeard pirates? But there's no but. Just do your job. The world government has other arrangements. Chapter 75, Testing Strength Mariehua, Panga City, Hall of Authority. Saint Satan, do we have any plans to let the Knights of God assist the Navy in resisting the Whitebeard pirates this time? This time we don't need to worry. Lordum has given orders that we must not interfere. Hearing Saint Satan's words, Saint Nazashru fell silent. Could it be that Lord M is dissatisfied with the Navy? The Navy is becoming increasingly disobedient, and their power is growing. This time we need to weaken the Navy's strength. Disobedient dogs just need a lesson and to be starved a bit. Agreed. For on a small island not far from Impel Down, Captain Drago has clarified Luffy's whereabouts. They are on a small island in the Sabati archipelago, along with members of the Straw Hat Pirates, Rayleigh the Dark King, and Jiang Zhe. Should we go bring him? A cloaked figure looked at Drago. No need. How can we block the Brotherhood of Good Men? But Drago directly waved his hand to interrupt the cloaked figure's intention to continue, turning to look at Sabo beside him. Sabo, what do you think about this matter? Sabo, who was lost in thought, came to his senses upon hearing Drago's voice, turning to look at Drago with eyes full of emotion. Captain Drago, I really can't thank you enough. Seeing Sabo's expression, Drago knew what Sabo wanted to say and directly waved his hand to interrupt him. At the same time, a hint of disappointment flashed in Drago's eyes. He had high hopes for Sabo, nurturing him as a successor. Even comparing Luffy to Sabo, there was still a slight difference. After all, one is his son, and the other is the heir to his will. For someone like him, who is doing great things, what matters most is whether his will is passed on. His question to Sabo about this matter was not to make Sabo grateful to him, but to teach him something through this situation. How to let go of unnecessary things in a situation where loss is already destined. Unexpectedly, Sabo still did not grasp it. Sabo still needs time to grow. Drago shook his head, no longer looking at Sabo, his gaze fixed on the direction of Mariehua, Sabati archipelago, on an unknown small island. Jiang Zhe, I have brought everyone over. A loud voice came from afar. Immediately after, the bushes in front of Jiang Zhe were parted. Luffy quickly sprang out from the gap. Before long, the Straw Hat crew successively emerged from the gap. Each of them was covered in scars, but their faces were radiant. Rayleigh, who had originally been holding a wine jug, paused. He initially thought Jiang Zhe was just training Luffy. He didn't expect Jiang Zhe to train all the members of the Straw Hat Pirates together. But how did Jiang Zhe manage to train so many people alone? Moreover, from the aura emanating from each person, it was clear that they had made significant progress. He remembered when he first saw them. Although they were spirited, they did not seem like members of a pirate crew worth over 100 million. He was thinking that it would be a pity if such good juniors perished upon entering the new world, wanting to guide them a bit. But ultimately, considering the young people's adventures, he felt it was not his place to interfere and left it alone. Now, they seemed like completely different people. It had only been a few short days. Rayleigh turned to Jiang Zhe, the wine jug in his hand finally moving as he poured some into his mouth. Ha ha ha, Uncle Rayleigh, why are you laughing? Luffy, who was watching Rayleigh laugh, asked in confusion. It's nothing, I'm just a bit happy. Circle-eyed, can we set off now? After hearing Rayleigh's response, Luffy looked at Jiang Zhe with anticipation. Jiang Zhe ignored Luffy. His aura surged. An invisible force seemed to take on a tangible hand, lifting the dust and sand from the ground, forming a barrier of sand and stones around him. A gust of wind blew up, causing the surrounding grass and trees to sway. Let me test your progress. As soon as Jiang Zhe's voice fell, the Straw Hat crew quickly dispersed, taking different positions. At the same time, each of their faces wore a hint of eager smiles. Come on. In unison, their voices rang out loudly, startling the birds and beasts in the distant bushes. Seeing the Straw Hat crew's momentum, Jiang Zhe silently nodded in his heart. It seems the memories of the clones did not deceive him. The strength of all the Straw Hat Pirates members had grown significantly. Rayleigh quietly distanced himself from the battlefield, standing under a tree in the distance, holding his wine jug, smiling as he watched the scene. Earth Explosion Star. Group. Jiang Zhe lightly called out, raising his right hand. Gently gripping, small dots began to form around the Straw Hat crew. Just as the Earth Explosion Star was about to take shape, a voice came from Jiang Zhe's left side. Super. Firebird Exploding Star. A bird made of flames rushed towards Jiang Zhe. The one delivering this attack was Usopp, wearing goggles. I can already predict what your next attack will be. I just need to interrupt your spellcasting. A smug smile appeared on Usopp's face, revealing his shiny teeth. Unfortunately, the idea is correct, but once he work on me. Jiang Zhe raised his left hand, aiming at the incoming Firebird Star, preparing to use his ability to absorb it. Suddenly, countless arms sprouted from his left hand, trying to push Jiang Zhe's hand down. But it was of no use. Jiang Zhe's immense strength instantly tore the arms apart. Ugh! A soft cry of pain escaped from Robin's lips. Using the flower fruit to grow organs from her body at any position was correct, but came at a cost. She had to bear the feelings of those organs, as well as any damage they received. Just now, Robin tried to forcibly interrupt Jiang Zhe's skill using her power. Unexpectedly, her strength was no match for Jiang Zhe, and she was easily overpowered, resulting in her arm being torn apart. The pain surged through her body, prompting her to emit that cry of pain. Frankie, hearing Robin's cry, felt a sudden rush of urgency. He immediately raised his arm towards Jiang Zhe. Over these days, he had learned a lot of mechanical knowledge under Jiang Zhe's guidance, upgrading all his weapons. Now, most of his weapons were laser-based. Whoosh! A laser shot out from Frankie's left palm, heading straight for Jiang Zhe. Seeing Jiang Zhe standing still and not avoiding it, Frankie became a bit flustered. After all, he had been testing the power of the laser over these days. Even a massive rock could be shattered with a single strike. He feared that Jiang Zhe would be injured under his laser. Quickly dodge! Frankie exclaimed. Chapter 76. Satisfied Jiang Zhe. Before Frankie could finish his words, the laser shot out first, hitting Jiang Zhe in front of the Firebird. The imagined scene of Jiang Zhe getting injured did not occur. The laser hit Jiang Zhe like water flowing into the ocean, causing no ripples at all. Immediately after, the Firebird originally shot by Usopp also reached Jiang Zhe's front. Jiang Zhe raised his left hand, and a small black vortex appeared in front of it, absorbing the entire Firebird. Both the Firebird and the laser required energy, and Jiang Zhe's hungry ghost path was just right to absorb them. However, Jiang Zhe could roughly sense the attack power of Usopp and Frankie from the absorbed energy. It was at the level of a commander, enough to ensure self-preservation in the Marineford War, as long as they didn't provoke someone far stronger than themselves. Let's go together, Luffy exclaimed upon seeing Jiang Zhe absorb both the Firebird and the laser, realizing Jiang Zhe's strength was truly unfathomable. He had previously worried that they might injure Jiang Zhe by attacking together, but now it seemed there was nothing to fear. Hearing Luffy's words, the Straw Hat crew exchanged glances and nodded to each other. They also wanted to see how much their partner had improved. After all, they had made significant progress over the past 7 days. They believed in their partners as well. Fourth gear, Luffy shouted, immediately transforming into a balloon-like figure. Zoro silently drew his 3 swords. Sanji lifted his right foot, which shone brightly. Usopp quickly found cover and took out a mechanical ball from his backpack. Robin crossed her hands, and an angel made of arms appeared behind her. Chopper let out a roar, his fur growing thicker as his body slowly expanded. Yo-ho-ho-ho! Brook laughed and slowly drew his sword, with countless chills emanating from it. Frankie regained his combat power from a combined posture, opening his chest. Sooner, a huge beam of light shone from his chest. Nami ran to Usopp's side, taking a bunch of mechanical gadgets from his backpack and tinkering with them. Go, little ones! Luffy shouted, seeing his partners ready for attack. After shouting, Luffy's feet blasted with air as he charged directly towards Jiang Zhe. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates followed suit to attack. Seeing the attacks coming from all directions, Jiang Zhe was not flustered. Instead, a smile crept onto his lips. It seemed his efforts over the past 7 days had not been in vain. He believed the Straw Hat crew would definitely shock everyone in the Marineford War. However, he needed to show them the gap in strength, as they would need to help him sink Mariewa later. If they failed to recognize their own strength and died in the Marineford War, all his investments would be wasted. Feel the pain, Jiang Zhe murmured. At the same time, he activated the technique of light and heavy rock, slowly rising into the air with surrounding sand, stones, and dead branches flying up with him. Jiang Zhe was now like the eye of a storm, gathering not only everyone's gaze, but also everything around him. Earth Explosion Star, group, countless small black orbs gathered around. Boom, bang, crack. In an instant, various sounds of collisions, explosions, and falls mixed together. Fire, smoke, sand, and debris flew everywhere. It took a long time to calm down. Jiang Zhe slowly descended from the sky. The ground was filled with smoking black craters, scattered chaotically in various sizes. The surrounding flowers and trees were devastated beyond recognition. The originally lush green grass had either turned to ashes or was covered in dust. Delicate flowers were no longer vibrant, missing petals here and there, with some even falling to the ground, buried by dirt. Nearby trees were cut in half, lying on the ground, lamenting their destruction. In the distance, branches were broken, and leaves had fallen, no longer the lush green they once were. All members of the Straw Hat crew lay on the ground, suffering from varying degrees of injuries. Their faces no longer held the previous sense of pride. They finally felt the gap between themselves and Jiang Zhe. Even with their significant improvements, they were utterly powerless. Jiang Zhe's clothes were not even dirty. Rayleigh watched Jiang Zhe and the fallen Straw Hat crew, laughing. He understood Jiang Zhe's thoughts. After all, war was no joke, and if one could not adopt the right attitude, it was easy to die in battle. However, he had somewhat underestimated Jiang Zhe, as even he would not be able to remain so calm facing the current Straw Hat Pirates. It would probably take some effort to defeat them all. This also indirectly proved Jiang Zhe's extraordinary teaching ability. After Jiang Zhe landed on the ground and saw the changes in the expressions of the Straw Hat crew, he nodded in satisfaction. He then summoned the Hell Path to heal the Straw Hat crew. 3 hours before Ace's execution, aboard the Sunny. Uncle Rayleigh, are we really useless? Luffy leaned against the railing, looking at the distant sea. He felt no joy from his power increase, but rather felt a bit weak. Hearing Luffy's words, Rayleigh knew something was wrong. Jiang Zhe's power had intimidated Luffy. Ha ha, Luffy, your strength has already improved significantly. The main thing is that Jiang Zhe's strength exceeds yours by too much. You'll catch up to him sooner or later, so don't worry too much. After speaking, Rayleigh took a swig from his flask and smiled. Luffy, what is your dream? Hearing Rayleigh's question, Luffy instantly perked up. Yes, he was the man who would become the Pirate King. How could he back down here? I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy raised his hands high, shouting loudly towards the distant sea. The fish that had been following their ships scattered after that shout. Meanwhile, on the sea surface, a sky blue shark fin slowly submerged into the water. The Straw Hat crew, who were pondering all over the Sunny, smiled upon hearing Luffy's voice. They could all accept being defeated by Jiang Zhe. After all, they had never been able to defeat him. In just 7 days, they had improved significantly, but to surpass Jiang Zhe was still a bit far-fetched. But Luffy was different. He was the man who would become the Pirate King and had always wanted to be the strongest. So being defeated would certainly leave him feeling down. They had been worried about Luffy's mental state. But now it seemed Luffy was still Luffy. Thank you, Uncle Rayleigh, I understand now. Rayleigh raised his flask again, a smile on his face, looking at the direction the Sunny was sailing, lost in thought. Chapter 77 Departure from Marineford, Marshal's Office. Xiaohe, how is it? Have our people found any trace of the Moby Dick? Sengoku asked, looking at the crane that walked in from the door with concern. He glanced at Sengoku and shook his head. Seeing the shake of his head, Sengoku felt a bit disappointed. But soon he calmed down. Their navy had prepared everything, with no way to retreat. It would be good to understand the movements of the Whitebeard pirates, but if they couldn't, there was nothing they could do. This battle had to be fought. He had concentrated all the naval combat power together, and other forces did not dare to interfere. Even if 2 of the Whitebeard pirates came, they would be swallowed by the navy. Moreover, Whitebeard now looked like he was about to die. However, during the battle, he must remind Akiji and the others to be cautious. After all, a dying tiger is the most fearsome. He was afraid that Whitebeard might take a Marine admiral down with him before he died. That would be a huge blow to their navy and would be a bit of a loss. By the way, Xiaohe, what does the world government think? Sengoku suddenly remembered the attitude of the Gorosei when he went to request assistance from the world government before this battle. They were the ones who proposed the execution of Ace and the live broadcast. But when he asked for help, the Gorosei used various reasons to evade. He still wasn't willing to give up and wanted to seek help from others to the Gorosei. Or is it that the world government is too busy to spare any help? Hearing the crane's words, Sengoku sighed deeply. It seemed that the Gorosei still wanted to weaken the navy's combat power. Sengoku recalled what the crane had said to him before and looked up at her. The crane saw the expression in Sengoku's eyes and knew what he meant, nodding heavily. Sigh. Sengoku sighed deeply and then sat dazedly in his chair. Seeing this, the crane walked to Sengoku's side and quietly placed her hand on his shoulder. Let's go. Xiaohe, we are going to square. Under the crane's encouragement, Sengoku regained his energy. 1 hour before Ace's execution, Marineford Square. Sengoku stood on the high platform, looking at the neatly arranged navy soldiers below, a majestic aura emanating from his body. Let the world see his performance. After a moment of emotion, Sengoku grabbed the din mushi beside him. Everyone, take your positions. The execution is about to begin. In an instant, all the soldiers began to move, standing in their designated positions. Fufufu, Doflamingo, dressed in pink, looked at the orderly formation of the Navy soldiers and laughed loudly. Before coming to Marineford, he had received information from his spies that the world government had not sent any combat power to assist the Navy. One could imagine that after this battle, the Navy's combat power would undoubtedly show a significant decline. It was the best opportunity for him to expand his influence. He just didn't know if the Whitebeard pirates would be directly defeated here. If so, it would be the best opportunity for the Don Quixote family. On the high platform, a Navy soldier rushed to Sengoku's front. Marshal Sengoku, the Whitebeard pirates' main fleet, is approaching Marineford. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression turned serious. Have you seen a Moby Dick? No. The Moby Dick seems to have disappeared. Since the last monitoring ship was destroyed, there's been no news of it. Continue to observe. After the soldier left, Sengoku sighed lightly and then brought the din mushi's microphone to his mouth. Bring Ace out. After speaking, Sengoku directly sat down on the seat on the platform. Looking serious, seeing Sengoku's demeanor, Akainu pulled out a cigar from his pocket, lit it, and put it in his mouth, then walked towards the edge of the platform. Akiji lifted the eye mask covering his eyes to his forehead, yawned deeply, and followed behind Akainu. Wow, how terrifying. Kizaru smirked, his brows furrowed, and his voice sarcastic as he trailed behind them. Akainu, wait a moment. I have a task for you. Just as Akainu was about to step off the high platform, Sengoku stood up from his seat and called out to him. Akainu turned around, looking at Sengoku with confusion. Sengoku glanced at Akiji and Kizaru beside Akainu. The two understood and directly walked down the high platform. On the high platform, only Sengoku, the crane, and Akainu remained. Sengoku took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Akainu. What do you want me to do? After reading the information on the paper in detail, Akainu looked at Sengoku in confusion. I need you to sow discord with this big mom, preferably ensuring that he heavily injures Whitebeard. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, a flicker of indecisiveness flashed in Akainu's eyes, and he saluted before stepping down from the high platform. Why don't you give this task to Akiji? The crane stepped out from behind Sengoku and asked in confusion. Akainu is more suitable for this task than Akiji, and the Marine Marshal must maintain a good reputation. Sengoku sighed and explained to the crane. Are you sure this won't cause a problem? Upon hearing the crane's words, Sengoku knew what she meant. Originally, the successor to the Marshal was jointly decided by them and the Gorosei. But now, helping Akiji build a reputation while undermining Akainu's reputation was already a taboo. Crane, you can't be blind to the Gorosei's attitude towards us. Sigh. The Crane sighed and said nothing more. After a while, the prison gate behind Marineford was opened. A group of soldiers escorted Ace out. Carp, with graying hair, tear-streaked face, and a gloomy expression, followed closely beside Ace, attracting everyone's attention in Marineford. Shall he go bring Carp here? His appearance is damaging our Navy's image. Hearing Sengoku's words, the Crane rolled her eyes at Sengoku. Why don't you go yourself? You don't want to face Carp. Do you think I want to? The Crane's words made Sengoku's face awkward. After a wry smile, he followed behind the Crane. On the execution platform, Carp, come with us. Your appearance is damaging our Navy's image, Sengoku said awkwardly to Carp. Sengoku? Carp looked up at Sengoku, tears welling up in his eyes. But he quickly turned his head away to force himself to hold back. Is there anything wrong with a grandfather accompanying his grandson for the last stretch of the road? Carp's voice choked, and tears fell on the execution platform. Old man. Ace, kneeling, heard Carp's words, his voice choked, and then he broke down in tears. Sigh. We must believe in Carp's justice. The Crane pulled Sengoku's hand and directly stepped down from the execution platform. Chapter 78. The war at the top begins. Marineford Logistics Department. Leader Jiang Zhe, the Straw Hat crew, has already set off and is now heading towards Marineford. A man with short hair, gills on both sides of his face, a shark-like face, wearing a blood cloud robe, and carrying a weapon wrapped in cloth on his back, looked at Jiang Zhe with great respect. Jiang Zhe looked at Kisame Hashigaki and felt very satisfied. He hadn't expected Kisame to play such a significant role in this world, which is mostly ocean. Kisame could not only fight in water, but his ninjutsu allowed him to transform into a shark, helping to gather intelligence and scout ahead. Before preparing to cause trouble at Marineford, he had Kisame follow him and stay hidden in the water, to ensure the Straw Hat crew arrived safely at Marineford. He originally planned for Kisame to monitor them constantly, while he himself would sneak into Marineford alone to create chaos. Unexpectedly, Kisame transformed into several water sharks on the spot, which followed the Straw Hat crew's pirate ship. At that moment, Jiang Zhe realized he had underestimated Kisame's abilities. It should be noted that in Naruto, Kisame is akin to a high-level agent. Logistics and intelligence gathering are essential skills, not just combat. Therefore, Jiang Zhe, who initially only wanted to sink Marineford, immediately changed his mind. He not only wanted to sink Marineford, but also to empty it out before doing so. After all, if he wanted to establish the Akatsuki organization, he would need a large amount of resources. Moreover, he still owed the Revolutionary Army a food supply. Under the guidance of Kisame's summoned sharks, they quickly infiltrated the Marineford Logistics Department. Good. Kisame, go empty all the supplies in Marineford and bring them back to Fishman Island. Received. As for why he didn't let Kisame participate in the battle, firstly, Jiang Zhe not only restored Whitebeard to his peak, but also brought Dragon and Rayleigh to Marineford. The high-level combat power was indeed sufficient. Secondly, Kisame was not yet suitable to expose his whereabouts. He needed to gradually build Fishman Island into a fortress before revealing Kisame. Furthermore, the strength of the world government was still unknown. A kingdom that has existed for 800 years must have unimaginable foundations. Acting alone was not a problem. But if he brought along an organization with enormous potential that could threaten the world government's rule, then the world government would definitely not allow this organization to develop. Therefore, before Fishman Island had the capability to withstand the world government's open and covert attacks, Jiang Zhe would not let it be exposed to the world. Lastly, there was another important reason. Jiang Zhe's strength had already reached a level where he could contend with admirals. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape directly. There was no need to invest too much cost at Marineford. While Kisame went to gather supplies, Jiang Zhe had things to do as well. Since the destruction of his Azura path, he had not replenished it. During this war at the top, the world government had also sent pacifists to participate, so this was a good opportunity for him to act. Now that he had the strength, he could deal with Momonosuke before he reacted. He needed to create a puppet for the Azura path and acquire some advanced weapons. At Marineford Square, report to Admiral Sengoku. The Whitebeard Pirates fleet has already breached our first line of defense. Sengoku, sitting on the high platform, brightened up upon hearing the news from the Den Den Mushi and took the receiver off. Good. Raise the massive walls. However, we still have not seen the main ship of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Moby Dick. Just follow the plan. Yes. Sengoku hung up the phone and sat back down. The massive wall was the first line of defense set up against the Whitebeard Pirates, built underwater in front of Marineford's port, designed to rise and fall. The wall concealed the latest technological weapons of the world government. The original intention was to use the wall and long-range weapons to inflict the first wave of damage on the Whitebeard pirates' fleet to reduce losses for their navy. However, now that the main ship of the Whitebeard pirates had not appeared, it indicated that it would show up at Marineford in another way. The first line of defense could be breached by Moby Dick at any moment. His plan to inflict the first wave of damage on the Whitebeard pirates had fallen through. However, being able to hold off the remaining fleets of the Whitebeard pirates had already served its purpose. The question now was how Moby Dick would enter Marineford's port, through the sky or the seabed. Sengoku looked at the sky and then at the port behind the wall, rubbing his head. Just as he was about to turn to ask Saru for an analysis, a messenger rushed up to Sengoku. Can we start the live broadcast now? Open all broadcast channels. Yes. After a while, the huge screens hanging in Marineford lit up. At the same time, the live broadcast screens in squares around the world were also activated. The image on the screen showed the scene outside the massive wall in front of Marineford's port. An endless fleet covered the sea surface in front of the massive wall, instilling a sense of dread in anyone who laid eyes on it. The commander on the wall immediately gave the order. Begin the attack. In an instant, countless shells and lasers shot out from the wall. The entire sky was immediately obscured by a dense barrage of black shells. Among the black projectiles, several beams of yellow light threaded through them, as if trying to string together the black beads in the sky. Boom! A series of explosions, accompanied by flames, continued to erupt within the Whitebeard pirates' fleet. Wano country. Onigashima. Jean looked at the screen in front of him, momentarily silent. He had underestimated the foundation of the world government and the navy. The situation at sea was turbulent. Since the celestial dragons were killed, the world government chose a pacifist approach, which made him mistakenly believe that the world government and navy had fallen behind and that they could start causing trouble. Unexpectedly, judging by the current situation, the navy's strength was still formidable. Just this wall alone could block most of their members. Apart from a few officers, no one could breach it. Moreover, in terms of high-level combat power, the Beast Pirates could not compare to the navy at all. Jean thought about the 3 admirals and countless navy vice-admirals. Comparing them to the officers of the Beast Pirates made him shake his head in disappointment. The navy is still this strong. It seems Whitebeard won't be saved this time. Kaido took a swig from his sake gourd, feeling it harshly down his throat, and rubbed his right abdomen. He had originally planned to find Whitebeard, but was unexpectedly intercepted by Shanks. He didn't know what Shanks wanted to do, but it was none of his concern, so Kaido happily continued to drink. Chapter 79. The Whitebeard Pirates arrive Whole Cake Island, in front of the big screen. Big Mom is sitting on a pink throne, her left hand holding a cake near her mouth, her gaze fixed on the screen, filled with longing. Mama, I really want the Navy's weapons. Suddenly, Big Mom turns to Katakuri. Katakuri, is everyone in position? Mama, everyone is stationed around the Whitebeard Pirates. However, there are also Beast Pirates near some territories. Upon hearing Katakuri's words, Big Mom's expression changes from happiness to gloom. Damn that Kaido brat. Forget it, I'll go find him myself. Hera. As soon as Big Mom's voice falls, a white cloud floats out from behind her, gradually enlarging in front of her until it transforms into a black thundercloud slightly larger than Big Mom herself. Big Mom lightly jumps onto Hera. Hera is one of the 3 homies created by Big Mom using her Soru no Mi powers, originally taken away by Nami using the weather stick in the original work. Big Mom usually uses it as a mount and occasionally uses it to launch lightning attacks. Let's go find Kaido. Yes, Mama. Hera roars out. In no time, Big Mom and Hera disappear from Katakuri's sight. Red Force. Clang clang. You idiot Shanks. You've gone too far this time. How can you fight Kaido on the Red Force? Ben Beckman looks at his comrades who are fervently repairing the mast and the drinking Shanks, feeling a bit angry. Ha, it's fine. Shanks feigns indifference. Ben Beckman, who is only slightly angry, is now completely engulfed in fury. Smack! Beckman slaps Shanks on the head, producing a loud sound. Ha! The idiot captain got hit by Beckman again. All the crew members repairing the mast turn to look at Shanks, and the ship is once again filled with laughter. Shanks, are you really going to Marineford to join the battle? No, I just want to calm this sea down. Hearing Shanks' words, Beckman falls silent. He looks up, gazing out at the distant sea. You guys, hurry up. Don't delay Shanks from saving the world. Beckman turns to head towards the mast repair area. Watching Beckman, Shanks smiles slightly. To be honest, he really enjoys this kind of life, joking and laughing with his comrades, going on adventures and searching for treasures everywhere. But his special identity has determined that he cannot live such a peaceful life. Sigh. Shanks lets out a deep sigh. Mary Ahua, Panga City, Hall of Authority. A giant screen is displayed in the center of the hall. The 5 elders watch the scene of the Navy's weapons exploding on the screen with calm expressions. Saint Satan, isn't the Navy's weapon power a bit too strong? Saint Nasadro looks at the cannons on the high walls of Marineford, continuously spewing flames, feeling a bit troubled. Don't worry, they are just simple weapons. They can be effective in ground warfare, but in the face of top-tier combat power, they are merely toys. You can't say that. If the weapons are too powerful, more young Navy personnel will survive. The probability of them growing up will also increase. We need to do something to reduce their survival rate. As soon as Saint Vacheli finishes speaking, the other 4 elders show a glimmer of light in their eyes. Then let us cut the Navy's military funding next year. Saint Nasajuro suggests. Agreed, but the funding for the Scientific Research Institute must be guaranteed. Just as Saint Nasajuro finishes speaking, Saint Satan wants to rebut. He remembers Vegapunk's previous attitude towards him. This is the order of Lord Im. Saint Nasajuro interrupts Saint Satan's words. Upon hearing the name Im, Saint Satan has no choice but to sit down again. Marineford, on the high platform. Sengoku looks at the port in front of Marineford and the sky above, feeling a bit anxious. He cannot determine whether the Whitebeard pirates are emerging from the seabed or descending from the sky, or if they're planning to use their subsidiary fleet to exhaust the Navy's combat power first. Don't worry, Sengoku. Tsuru comes directly to Sengoku's side and activates her ability. Sengoku instantly calms down. Tsuru, it really is your washed fruit ability. Sengoku has calmed down multiple times through Tsuru's washed fruit. The world knows him as a wise general. But what they don't know is that a large part of his credit for possessing the title of a wise general is due to Tsuru's washed fruit. Tsuru's washed fruit has been developed to wash away certain conceptual things. Every time, Tsuru uses her washed fruit ability to help him wash away unwanted emotions and thoughts. He can immediately gain clear ideas and thoughts. This time is no different. After being cleansed by Tsuru, Sengoku instantly calms down. No matter where the Whitebeard pirates attack from, it is not a big problem for the now well-prepared Navy. Whitebeard is seriously injured and dying, and the Navy's combat power is abundant. The comparison between enemies and allies shows a huge gap. Sengoku really cannot understand how their Navy could lose. At the Marineford Square, near the port, a Navy soldier is yawning. He thought that being transferred from the branch to the headquarters for this battle would be very dangerous. Unexpectedly, half an hour into the battle, he hasn't even seen the shadow of the Whitebeard pirates' fleet. The entire Whitebeard pirates' fleet is completely blocked by the high walls. Indeed, his previous decision to join the Navy instead of becoming a pirate was the right one. The Navy is already incredibly strong. Suddenly, bubbles start to rise from the sea in front of him, accompanied by a loud, gurgling sound. What is this? It's the Moby Dick. Quick, notify the Admiral. Just as the Navy soldier is about to run, the massive wave caused by the Moby Dick's surfacing has already knocked him down to shore, and he is swallowed by the sea along with a few other Navy soldiers standing nearby. In no time, a gigantic ship bursts out of the water. It is surrounded by a thin, transparent membrane that separates it from the surrounding environment. The transparent membrane shines brilliantly in the sunlight, reflecting a rainbow of colors. On the bow stands a tall figure holding a naginata. On the high platform, when Sengoku sees the commotion at the port within high walls, his anxious heart finally relaxes. It seems that the Whitebeard pirates have taken the wrong path. However, there is still another wall at the port. This inner wall is much more powerful than the outer wall just now. It can definitely inflict heavy casualties on the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone, change formation. Sengoku picks up the microphone next to him and loudly gives the command. Chapter 80 Goodbye. War Peach Maru on the warship at the distant port of Marineford. Hey, old man Kizaru. Can you hear me? Oh dear, how strange. Where did I put my Den Mushi? Hearing the voice coming from the Den Mushi, War Peach Maru was momentarily speechless. He was well aware of Kizaru's habits. It seemed that Kizaru had once again mixed up the location of the Den Mushi. Since Kizaru was currently unable to give orders, War Peach Maru became the highest authority of the scientific defense team. He could take matters into his own hands. After all, his purpose for coming here was to test the performance of the pacifistas, not to participate in battle. War Peach Maru directly set down the Den Mushi and walked into the cabin. As the door to the cabin opened, countless pacifistas wearing bear ear hats stood neatly and orderly inside. Upon seeing War Peach Maru enter, all the pacifistas' eyes immediately lit up. In the dark cabin, it appeared a bit eerie. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air emerged as Jiang Zhe landed steadily on the warship. The location of this warship was found by the dried persimmon ghost shark. When he wanted to find a vessel for the Azure Path, Jiang Zhe first thought of the pacifistas. He remembered that War Peach Maru had brought the pacifistas to participate in the Marineford War. However, he did not know where War Peach Maru was before the battle began. Unexpectedly, the dried persimmon ghost shark found War Peach Maru's warship location through the spear shark. In the cabin, the sound of Jiang Zhe pushing open the door immediately alerted War Peach Maru. On this warship, he was the only one. Without his orders, the pacifistas would not move. War Peach Maru turned around and discovered Jiang Zhe in the cabin. "It's you again." As soon as War Peach Maru saw Jiang Zhe appear, he immediately became angry, his aura rising continuously. "Let's have another fight. This time, I will definitely defeat you." War Peach Maru lowered the axe on his shoulder, stood with his feet apart, and pulled back his hands, striking a fighting pose. Seeing War Peach Maru's stance, Jiang Zhe did not pay him any mind. He was no longer the same as before. Moreover, his purpose for coming here was not to fight War Peach Maru. Seeing that Jiang Zhe had ignored his intentions, War Peach Maru became furious. Aerial strike. War Peach Maru clapped his hands, unleashing a massive surge of energy that whipped up a strong wind, causing the surrounding curtains to flutter. Watching the scene created by his energy attack, War Peach Maru's mouth curled into a smile. Previously, he couldn't defeat Jiang Zhe simply because he had been careless. Plus, Jiang Zhe had unfairly been attacked by several people at once. That was why he had lost. Now, it was different. Jiang Zhe was alone. His strength had increased significantly. This time, he was determined to take down Jiang Zhe and wash away the humiliation from before. Let's see how old man Kizaru will mock him now. Just as the energy was about to reach Jiang Zhe, the figure of the hungry ghost path appeared in front of Jiang Zhe, firmly blocking and absorbing the energy. How is this possible? War Peach Maru was momentarily stunned. Hadn't he only seen Jiang Zhe just now? How could this puppet appear? Clone 2 slowly walked out from behind Jiang Zhe. "Let me play with you for a bit. The main body has other matters to attend to." After Clone 2 spoke, it stepped out from behind Jiang Zhe, accompanied by the Hell Path. Jiang Zhe did not pay much attention to War Peach Maru. Instead, he looked at the pacifistas in the cabin and the various weapons laid out on the ground. He then walked directly towards the pile of weapons. Seeing Jiang Zhe heading straight for the pile of weapons, War Peach Maru became anxious. His original mission was not to come to Marineford to fight, but to test the pacifistas and the latest weapons from the doctor. If Jiang Zhe broke these weapons, or took one or two, his mission would fail. Such a thing absolutely could not be allowed to happen. War Peach Maru disregarded Kizaru's earlier instructions. Pacifistas attack. At War Peach Maru's command, the pacifistas, who had originally closed their eyes, opened them again and widened their mouths. Beep. The sound of energy gathering in unison rang out, and countless light points lit up in the air above each pacifista, illuminating the entire dark cabin. All the light points aimed at Jiang Zhe, who was walking towards the pile of weapons. Seeing Jiang Zhe still carelessly walking towards the pile of weapons. Va Peach Mao Laukit. These pacifistas' laser weapons had been specially enhanced by Dr. Vegapunk. If Jiang Zhe thought that the abilities of these pacifistas were the same as when he studied on the small island, he would definitely suffer. After all, the laser attacks from the pacifistas now were something even he could not withstand. Whoosh! Laser beams shot out. However, the scene War Peach Maru imagined, where Jiang Zhe would be injured, did not occur. The hungry ghost path's body appeared between Jiang Zhe and the pacifistas, absorbing all the laser beams. How could this be? War Peach Maru exclaimed. The speed of this puppet had improved by an unknown amount compared to what he had seen on the scientific research island. According to its previous speed, this puppet would definitely not have been able to successfully intercept the lasers. "I told you, your opponent is me," Clone 2 said from the side. As soon as Clone 2's words fell, the Hell Path had already stepped forward, directly approaching War Peach Maru. Clang! War Peach Maru's hand turned to armament color, firmly blocking the blade of the Hell Path. On the other side, the pacifistas continued to attack. The hungry ghost path accepted all incoming lasers without hesitation. Truly worthy of Vegapunk, Jiang Zhe exclaimed as he integrated all the weapons on the ground. The craftsmanship of these weapons had risen several levels compared to those he had integrated on the scientific research island. If these were the modifications Vegapunk made after he left the research island, then Vegapunk's value in Jiang Zhe's eyes had increased by more than one tier. Is it possible to get Vegapunk on my side to develop high-tech weapons for me? This is definitely a top-notch high-tech talent. It can greatly enhance the strength of the faction. This would be a tremendous help in establishing the Akatsuki organization and making the world feel pain. However, there was no need to rush now. There were still important matters to attend to. That is to make the Navy feel pain. Jiang Zhe walked toward the nearest pacifista. Hungry Ghost Path, activate. Placing his hand on the pacifista, Jiang Zhe silently chanted in his heart. In no time, the pacifista lost all its energy and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Zhe quickly transformed it into the Azura Path. Main body, how should we deal with this guy? Clone 2 pointed to War Peach Maru, who had lost consciousness and was being held by the Hungry Ghost Path. Seeing Clone 2 so quickly deal with War Peach Maru, Jiang Zhe was a bit surprised. After all, during the Scientific Research Island incident, it took him and several puppets much longer to deal with War Peach Maru than this. It seemed that leaving the puppets to Clone 2 was a good idea. Let him go. Jiang Zhe looked at War Peach Maru, recalling War Peach Maru's relationship with Vegapunk. In the original story, War Peach Maru could betray Kizaru to protect Vegapunk. It seemed that War Peach Maru had a good relationship with Vegapunk. He would want to invite Vegapunk to join the Akatsuki organization in the future. Chapter 81. Whitebeard takes action at Marineford. Under Sengoku's orders, the naval soldiers quickly reacted, forming a formation suitable for combat in the inner harbor. Whitebeard, you finally appeared. Sengoku picked up the transponder snail beside him, his gaze fixed intensely on Whitebeard. Gururara, you want to execute my dear son? How can I not come? Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, your era has passed. Sengoku's words made Ace, who was originally kneeling on the execution platform with his head down, raise his head. Tears filled his eyes, wetting his entire face, his teeth clenched tightly. Dad! Carp, who was sitting next to Ace, also silently shed tears. There's no need for more words. If we're going to fight, let's fight. A fierce glint shone in Whitebeard's eyes. He was immensely eager for a battle, especially since he had regained his peak strength. If he didn't have to worry about delaying Jiang Zhe's matters, he would charge straight into Marineford and start a massacre. Dad! Marco jumped out from the cabin. Seeing Marco's appearance, Whitebeard's face was filled with anticipation. Marco whispered a few words into Whitebeard's ear, and Whitebeard's eyes brightened. Gururara, let me make a good commotion. After saying that, Whitebeard directly pulled out the 4-drip and oxygen tube from his body. Countless liquids flowed out from the needle, shimmering under the sunlight. Seeing Whitebeard's urgency, Sengoku laughed inwardly. Whitebeard's eagerness must mean his body couldn't hold on much longer. He wanted to end the battle quickly, which explained his behavior. Indeed, the news from C0 was correct. Whitebeard's body was really on the verge of collapse. After removing the 4-drip and oxygen tube, Whitebeard clenched his fists. Raising his hands to the sides, as if trying to grasp the air, a powerful aura erupted from him, seemingly solidifying and lifting his white coat high. Suddenly, small cracks appeared where he was grasping, as if the air itself was splitting apart. Crack! After a loud noise, Whitebeard stood up again, firmly grasping his Naginata. Gururara, let me greet you all. All the naval soldiers looked at Whitebeard's actions with puzzled expressions. In the distance, Sengoku smirked, now completely certain that Whitebeard was nearing death. Just now, Whitebeard's strike. He recognized it as Whitebeard using the power of the Tremor fruit to create a tsunami attack. He had seen it countless times before. Over the years, the power of this move had been continuously declining. Now, Whitebeard's strike surprisingly had the strength of his peak period. This indicated that Whitebeard was bluffing. He wanted to intimidate the Navy with such a display. This perfectly illustrated that Whitebeard had reached his limit. This further confirmed the truth of the news about Whitebeard's severe illness. However, the counterattack of a dying beast was indeed somewhat frightening. Fortunately, he had already told the 3 admirals not to overexert themselves. Even if they had to fight desperately, they should wait until Whitebeard had no strength left to resist. Sengoku glanced at Akiji, who was below the execution platform. Akiji, who had been yawning, noticed Sengoku's gaze and nodded in acknowledgement before continuing to yawn. Seeing Akiji's demeanor, Sengoku could only shake his head. If it weren't for the lack of heirs to choose from, he would never have selected a lazy guy like Akiji to inherit his position as Fleet Admiral. Sengoku looked at Akainu and Kizaru, who were sitting next to Akiji, shaking his head again, deeply sighing. The soldiers on the Marineford Square had been worried about what kind of devastating move Whitebeard would use. As a result, they waited for a long time without seeing any changes around them, and they began to lower their guard. Whoosh! A series of tidal sounds erupted. Listen, is there some kind of sound? A naval soldier tapped his companion. The soldier being tapped perked up his ears, listening intently. No way is it? It sounds like the roar of a tsunami. After saying this, The naval soldier turned to look at the large screen hanging above Marineford Square. Then he froze. "Oh my God, look over there." The soldier's voice startled many soldiers who were also listening intently. Everyone turned to look in the direction the soldier was pointing. They saw enormous waves crashing towards Marineford, as if it were the end of the world. Is this the power of the strongest man on the sea? This is terrifying. Who can withstand this? In no time, countless tsunamis surrounded Marineford from all directions. All the naval soldiers showed expressions of despair. "Oh no, this is truly frightening." Kizaru took out a nail clipper from his pocket and leisurely started grooming his nails, frowning and glancing at Akiji, sitting next to him. Akainu, with a cigar in his mouth, snorted and shot an annoyed glare at Akiji, who was meditating. It was unclear whether it was the tsunami that woke Akiji or Akainu's snort, but Akiji pulled his eye mask up to his forehead, yawned, and then vanished from the spot. "Ice Age," a voice echoed from the sky. Then, the tsunami that was about to descend and engulf Marineford slowly began to freeze, until the entire tsunami was solidified on the ocean surface. "Fantastic, the Admiral has made his move." Seeing Akiji freeze the tsunami instantly, the previously despairing naval soldiers erupted in cheers. "Gururura, Akiji brat." Whitebeard suddenly recalled his agreement with Jiang Zhe. Hold off the two admirals. Given his current strength, it should be no problem. With this thought, Whitebeard swung his right hand, striking the air in front of him, and a massive crack shot toward Akiji. "Gata!" As the crack reached Akiji, cracks began to appear on his body as well. Gradually, Akiji started to break apart. Countless ice shards fell from the sky. "Admiral Akiji." The soldiers on Marineford Square widened their eyes, looking at Akiji in disbelief. "Gururura." After Whitebeard's laughter, Akiji's body slowly reappeared on the ground. Phew! Seeing Akiji reappear, all the naval soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. They now remembered that Akiji was a Logia-type fruit user. Chapter 82. Jiang Zhe appears at Marineford Square. "Gulalala, Jiang Zhe, you finally arrived." After Whitebeard struck down Akiji's elemental transformation in one blow, he sensed another person beside him. "So how is it? Has your plan already begun? I can't wait to make a scene." "Don't rush. There's still a few others who haven't arrived yet." Upon hearing Jiang Zhe's words, Whitebeard's expression turned disappointed. He thought that once Jiang Zhe appeared, they could start fighting immediately. After all, he had been holding back for a long time since regaining his peak strength and wanted to showcase his power, to let the world see that Whitebeard was not old yet and still in his prime. He had promised Jiang Zhe before, and now he could only hold back. However, he wondered how Jiang Zhe's plan was progressing. Where did he hide the explosive rock? Were the others he mentioned members of the Revolutionary Army? Whitebeard had many questions he wanted to ask Jiang Zhe, but he dismissed the thought, realizing they were on the battlefield. On the high platform at Marineford Square, Sengoku noticed Jiang Zhe's arrival and curiously glanced at him. He didn't understand why Jiang Zhe's mere presence could calm Whitebeard down. However, Whitebeard being calm was definitely beneficial for them in the Navy. As for Jiang Zhe, at most, he had the strength of an elite vice admiral. How strong could he really be? Crane had previously said that Jiang Zhe could defeat Jack in 2 moves. 3 admirals, he, Garp, and Crane, could all do that. They didn't even need 2 moves. 1 move would suffice. Jiang Zhe's appearance had no significant impact on the battle situation. He should focus on trying to capture the Whitebeard pirates while minimizing casualties. After seeing Jiang Zhe's arrival, Akiji noticed Whitebeard had lowered his flag and sat back down in his seat with a pout. Kizaru paused, his fingernail clipper halting midair, his eyes flickering with an inscrutable light. "Oh dear, today's youth are truly frightening." Akainu's eyes seemed ready to burst with anger, his fists clenched, red flames emerging from them. The muscles on his cheeks bulging from clenching his jaw. As expected, he's an unruly guy, getting mixed up with the Whitebeard pirates so quickly. On the other side, Dragon asked, "Jiang Zhe has appeared. Should we go up?" Looking at the impatient Sabo, Dragon shook his head. He didn't expect Sabo to become so anxious after encountering Ace. Being loyal and righteous is a good virtue, but being bound by emotions and losing one's rationality is not a good trait for a leader. Cough, cough. "Sabo, I know you're anxious, but don't rush." Upon hearing Dragon's words, Sabo immediately calmed down, a hint of embarrassment coloring his face. Before coming, Dragon had advised him to remain calm in situations. But upon arriving at Marineford and seeing Ace bound and kneeling on the execution platform, he lost his composure. He felt he had let down Dragon's usual teachings. Seeing Sabo's reaction, Dragon understood that Sabo had grasped his meaning. Jiang Zhe only asked us to hold Sengoku back. They haven't even started yet, so we don't need to join the chaos. Once they really start fighting, we can help Jiang Zhe hold Sengoku back. And don't foolishly rush in trying to save Ace. After saying this, Dragon turned to Sabo. Hearing Dragon's words, Sabo clearly seemed a bit anxious. He immediately turned to Dragon, confusion in his eyes. Sigh. Dragon sighed. Don't worry. With the Whitebeard pirates here, Ace will definitely be fine. So when should we act? We'll act when Sengoku makes his move. In the waters not far from Marineford, a huge wooden raft. Captain, are we not going over? A scruffy man, looking weak and riding a sickly horse, asked listlessly. Ha ha ha. Poison Q. Don't be anxious. Even if Dad is seriously ill, he won't fall immediately. The power of the Tremor fruit is incredibly strong. Speaking of this, Blackbeard's face revealed a longing expression. But it will soon be ours. Ha ha ha. Hearing Blackbeard's words, the entire Blackbeard pirates erupted in laughter. But it's about time. Let's set off. On the battlefield in front of Marineford's high wall, a small boat with a lion's head swiftly approached the high wall built by the Navy, navigating through numerous large ships and cannon fire. What is that boat? Does our Whitebeard fleet have that ship? It doesn't look like it. Should we intercept it? Are you kidding? Did you see that man? He is the Dark King Rayleigh. Did Dad invite the Dark King Rayleigh to help? Brothers killed him. Our reinforcements have arrived. On the deck of the Thousand Sunny. Don't stop me. I'm going to break through this high wall to save Ace. Are you crazy? We need to sneak in. Nami punched Luffy on the head, causing a large bump to form. Standing at the front of the ship, Rayleigh looked at the Straw Hat crew's antics and smiled happily. He took a swig from his wine flask. After putting it down, Rayleigh, feeling the power within him. How long has it been since he used his full strength? You must be lonely too, my old friend. With that, Rayleigh slowly drew his sword from his waist. As the sword was unsheathed, a sharp light glinted from it. Rayleigh's aura began to erupt. The intangible momentum seemed to take on a physical form, stirring the surrounding winds. His long robe billowed in the wind. The Straw Hat crew, sensing the change in Rayleigh's aura, stopped their bickering and stared at him in awe. Swish! The sound of the sword slicing through the air. A massive white, crescent-shaped sword light erupted from Rayleigh's sword. Boom! At the moment the sword light struck the high wall, a huge crack opened in the wall, just wide enough for the Thousand Sunny to pass through. Countless boulders and weapons fell from the high wall, splashing massive waves on the surface of the sea. Seeing the scene before him, Luffy's jaw dropped to the ground. Usopp, Chopper, and Frankie all had admiration shining in their eyes. Zoro tightly gripped his sword. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. Robin wore an expression of as expected. Brook and Sanji exchanged knowing smiles. Looking at the scene he had created, Rayleigh smiled happily. His injuries had indeed healed. Previously, he was afraid Jiang Zhe was lying to him and didn't dare to use his full strength for fear of aggravating old injuries. He still had Shucky to take care of and hadn't had enough fun yet. Let us go. Rayleigh turned to the Straw Hat crew, his expression calm, but a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. Uncle Rayleigh is amazing. Luffy shouted loudly. Kids, set sail. We're going to save Ace. Chapter 83. The Straw Hat Pirates arrive at Marineford. A massive white sword light sliced through the high walls, cutting deep into the sea, even revealing the seabed. The sword light continued forward without losing momentum, heading straight towards the execution platform. Boom! A huge sound echoed in front of the execution platform. Dust and smoke billowed, enveloping the entire platform. As the smoke cleared, the dark-skinned carp suddenly appeared. In front of him was a deep scar, stretching from the high walls all the way to the execution platform, stopping just before him. It was like a red-hot knife cutting through cheese, leaving deep, smooth grooves on the surface. Rayleigh? Carp looked directly in the direction from which the sword light had come. He was already very familiar with the techniques of the Roger Pirates. After all, he had been chasing the Roger Pirates while Roger was still alive. The Navy soldiers slowly closed their mouths, their faces filled with joy. The sword light had just scared them, and now seeing Carp block it, they all began to cheer loudly. Great! Vice Admiral Carp has made his move. Vice Admiral Carp is a naval hero. On the command platform, Sengoku frowned. He could hear Carp's voice clearly. How could Rayleigh be here? Has Ace's identity been exposed? One of the reasons he only announced Ace's execution in the newspaper without revealing that Ace is Roger's son was to prevent the remnants of the Roger Pirates from coming recklessly to save Ace after knowing his identity. After all, the existing members of the Roger Pirates are not just old guys like Rayleigh. There's also Shanks, who has already become one of the 4 emperors. Moreover, an old guy like Rayleigh is not weak at all. If he really fights desperately, It would also cause the Navy to suffer a certain loss in combat power. The main thing now is to find out whether Rayleigh came alone or with a group. Sengoku picked up the Den Mushi beside him and called the commander outside the high walls. Report the situation. What just happened? Admiral Sengoku. The Dark King Rayleigh has charged in with the Straw Hat crew. We cannot stop them. The attack just now was launched by the Dark King Rayleigh. Let the Dark King Rayleigh through, hold the gaps, and try to prevent others from passing through the gaps. Understood. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief. Only the Dark King Rayleigh coming is good news. With Whitebeard and Rayleigh, the Navy can completely handle it. As for the Straw Hat crew, they're just small pirates, very weak. However, the Straw Hat Kid seems to be Carp's grandson. Thinking of this, Sengoku glanced at Carp in front of the sword scar and sighed deeply. I just hope that Akainu will take it easy later, at least leaving the Straw Hat Kid alive. Otherwise, I don't know what Carp will become. As for Akiji and Kizuru, Sengoku is not worried at all. After all, both of them have encountered the Straw Hat crew before. They know what to do. Ace, we are here to save you. Even before Luffy's crew appeared in Marineford, the voice was already heard. Luffy? Hearing the familiar voice, both Ace and Carp raised their heads to look in the direction of the sound. Ace's eyes were filled with tears. I'm such a useless person. I have to involve Whitebeard in coming to save me. And I have to involve Luffy in coming to save me. After saying this, Ace's entire face was wet with tears. Why? Why do both of you have to become pirates? Carp walked step by step to Ace's side, sitting down directly, tears brimming in his eyes. If you both became Navy, I could protect you. Carp's voice was a little choked. Oh man, Ace didn't dare to look at Carp at all. With a bang, Luffy jumped directly from the Thousand Sunny onto the Marineford square. The huge recoil almost flipped the Thousand Sunny, splashing a wave of water on the square. All the Navy soldiers saw Luffy arrive and immediately cleared a space around him. Gururara, is this Ace's brother, Luffy? Whitebeard looked at Luffy, who had just landed, and smiled. Yes, Dad. Ace is our family. We can't let Ace's brother steal the spotlight. Boys, go for it. As soon as Whitebeard's words fell, the entire Whitebeard pirates erupted, jumping off the Moby Dick and charging straight towards the Navy along the ice created by Akiji. Jiang Zhe, did you call Luffy and Rayleigh here? Whitebeard noticed Rayleigh standing on Luffy's ship and turned to look at Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe ignored Whitebeard and continued to observe Luffy's movements. Can we start? Whitebeard asked. Yes. Gururara. Receiving Jiang Zhe's affirmation, Whitebeard laughed loudly and jumped off the Moby Dick with his Naginata in hand. Seeing Whitebeard jump off the Moby Dick, Sengoku also became a little anxious. He didn't expect Whitebeard to join the battle so quickly. I wonder how Akainu's plan is going. Sengoku turned his gaze to Akainu on the execution platform. Noticing Sengoku's gaze, Akainu nodded. On the other side, just as Whitebeard knocked down a giant admiral trying to stop him, the Great Wasp Spider came to his side. Squirto, what do you want? Seeing the Great Wasp Spider approach, Whitebeard's heart tightened. Before the battle began, Jiang Zhe had already warned him that the Great Wasp Spider might be swayed, so he should be careful, but he would never believe that his family would betray him. Dad, I want to ask about Ace. Is Ace Roger's son? Are you planning to sacrifice all of us to the Navy in exchange for Ace? Hearing the Great Wasp Spider's words, Whitebeard showed a puzzled expression. Gururara, who told you this? Am I that unworthy in your eyes? We are family. After saying this, Whitebeard tightly embraced the Great Wasp Spider. Standing on the Moby Dick, Jiang Zhe watched the warm scene between Whitebeard and the Great Wasp Spider and shook his head. However, now it is time to start his plan. With Whitebeard and Rayleigh here, only Dragon is left. He doesn't believe that Dragon and the others haven't arrived. They must be hiding somewhere. He needs to force Dragon to show up. Jiang Zhe turned to look at Rayleigh, only to find him happily fighting Kizuru. Luffy was happily fighting Smoker. This won't do. Gravity rock technique. Jiang Zhe slowly raised his right hand and shouted softly. Luffy, who was happily fighting Smoker, slowly floated into the air. Circle Eye? Feeling a familiar sensation, Luffy looked towards Jiang Zhe. Whoosh! With a sound of breaking air, Luffy quickly arrived in front of Carp. When Luffy saw Ace right beside him, he immediately understood Jiang Zhe's intention and turned to look at him. Thank you. Circle Eye. Jiang Zhe ignored Luffy's words and used the same technique to package the entire Straw Hat Pirates and send them to Carp. Chapter 84. Sabo appears. What are you doing? Sengoku trembled as he saw the entire Straw Hat Pirates being sent to the execution platform by Garp. He firmly believed that no one could rescue Ace from Garp's side. But Luffy was different. Luffy was Garp's grandson. If Garp softened his heart, Ace would definitely be rescued. No, he had to do something. He couldn't let Garp make a grave mistake. Smoker, Gecko Moria. Sengoku looked around the battlefield and found that only Smoker and Gecko Moria were free to act. As Sengoku shouted this, Smoker and Gecko Moria immediately understood and rushed towards the execution platform. Dragon Claw. A voice echoed from above, followed by the appearance of a massive Dragon Claw's phantom, crashing violently into the ground. Boom! A huge cloud of dust erupted in front of Smoker and Gecko Moria. As the dust slowly settled, Sabo's figure emerged. You guys are up against me. Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. Gecko Moria took the cigar out of his mouth, looking at Sabo with an uncertain expression. Smoker, seeing Gecko Moria's serious demeanor, felt a bit confused. From a distance, Sengoku's heart skipped a beat upon seeing Sabo's arrival. He was familiar with Sabo, the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. The Navy had plenty of information about him. However, he had never heard of any connection between Sabo and Ace. Could it be that the Revolutionary Army was collaborating with the Whitebeard pirates? This was not good news for the Navy. Sabo was here, but he wondered if Dragon had come too. Sengoku began to scan the surroundings. You go first, Gecko Moria said, drawing 8 knives from his waist, looking solemn as he faced Sabo. Hearing Gecko Moria's words, Smoker didn't think much and transformed into smoke, flying over Sabo's head. I told you, your opponent is me. As soon as Sabo finished speaking, he appeared beside Smoker. Boom! Smoker was knocked to the ground with a single punch. Seeing Smoker knocked down, a trace of disdain flashed in Gecko Moria's eyes, with his long hair swirling. He lifted 6 long knives, plus the 2 in his hands, forming an 8-sword style. Gecko Moria moved his feet, creating a deep pit filled with cracks. By the time he looked again, his 8 knives had already struck Sabo. Gecko Moria's 8 knives were swung with precision, but Sabo was able to block each strike firmly. Seeing this, Sengoku could only sigh. Now, the only ones still available in the field were Akiji and Akainu. Akiji, you go. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Akiji stood up from his seat. He was shocked to see Luffy and Robin boarding Marineford, but looking at Robin's appearance, it seemed they had been doing well these days. They had indeed found the right partners. Akiji understood Sengoku's intention. He didn't want Luffy and the Straw Hats to suffer too much damage, especially since Akainu was itching for a fight. Akiji turned to look at Akainu. Oomph. Akainu, feeling Akiji's gaze, curled his lip in disdain. Sensing Akainu's emotions, Akiji said nothing and disappeared from the spot. Your opponent is me. An immortal bird engulfed in blue flames appeared in Akiji's path. Seeing Marco appear, Akiji frowned. He glanced back at the execution platform. Akainu, sitting on the high platform, could no longer sit still upon seeing Akiji blocked by Marco. He threw a cigar behind him and stood up. You 2 useless clods. With that, Akainu strode straight towards the execution platform. Crack! A crack filled with a destructive aura shot straight towards Akainu at high speed. Akainu, who was still walking forward, suddenly sensed a dangerous presence and immediately stopped. Whitebeard! Akainu coldly snorted and turned to face Whitebeard's direction. Gururara, that's the battle of the youth. You should not interfere. Your opponent is me, Magma Brat. Akainu's expression darkened. Although Ace was a priority, he hadn't forgotten the purpose of today's battle. Whitebeard, let me see how much fighting power you have left. Hellhound! Akainu shouted loudly. Instantly, his arms turned bright red, and the fiery magma began to flow over them. The magma dripped to the ground, sizzling. In an instant, Akainu's fists elongated like a volcanic eruption. The flowing, red-hot magma formed 2 gigantic dog-headed fists that charged straight at Whitebeard. The temperature of the magma distorted the surrounding air. Gururara, Magma Brat, this move has no effect on me. With that, Whitebeard lifted his Bicento, exerting force with both hands, causing countless veins to bulge as he expanded his forearm significantly. A white transparent air shield appeared at the blade's edge. Air slash. The ground beneath Whitebeard began to crack slowly, with countless fragments and sand rising in response to his momentum. Whoosh! After Whitebeard swung the Bicento, the surrounding air seemed to be struck by a massive force, coming to a halt. Following that, the stagnant air, led by the tremendous force, formed a giant gust that rushed towards the dark red dog head in the sky. Boom! After a massive sound, the dog head in the air exploded. Countless rocks, glowing with a dark red light, scattered in all directions. They smashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of black smoke, and when they hit the ice, a torrent of steam erupted with a sizzling sound. The people around instinctively moved away from the area of their clash. The yellow monkey, who was fighting Rayleigh, suddenly vanished in a flash, turning into particles of light. He reappeared in the air, slowly taking shape. Watching the scene caused by Whitebeard and Akanu's clash, he furrowed his brows, his lips curling to one side, his entire face scrunching up. Oh dear, this is truly terrifying. Sengoku, on the high platform, realized something was amiss. In his mind, Whitebeard should have been at his last gasp. That was why he needed to start with a massive tsunami of bluff. But now, after so long, Whitebeard showed no signs of weakening. Instead, he seemed to be growing stronger with each battle. Sengoku had witnessed this air slash before when Whitebeard was already on the decline. Now, despite being at his wit's end, the power of this technique was significantly stronger than before. Even bluffing couldn't always just be bluster. Was the information about C0 false? Chapter 85. The Straw Hat Pirates vs. Car Grandpa. Get out of the way, don't stop me from saving Ace, Luffy said as he put his right thumb in his mouth. Fourth gear. With that, Luffy's entire upper body inflated like a balloon, his hair standing upright. A circle of black around his eyes, his hands turning dark, and black lines spreading from his arms to his chest, forming a strange pattern. At the same time, his feet retracted, continuously stepping on the air, floating in the sky, making popping sounds beneath him. Luffy, what are you doing? Carp, who was initially saddened, was taken aback by Luffy's transformation. The degree of haki development was already comparable to that of most Navy vice admirals. Remember, when he saw Luffy in Water 7, Luffy couldn't even use armament haki. How long has it been? Luffy's armament haki had developed to this extent. Could it be that Luffy really has the potential to be a Navy king? Truly, he's my grandson. After being stunned, Carp wanted to laugh. But considering the current situation, he quickly suppressed his smile and wore a serious expression. If you want to save Ace, you have to get through me first. After saying that, Carp quietly sensed the strength of the Straw Hat crew, contemplating how much leeway to give them. He was startled when he sensed their strength. This was a completely different team from the one he saw in Water 7. The power had increased quite rapidly. Indeed, Luffy's companions were all exceptional little guys. Carp suddenly remembered Kobe and Helmeppo, whom he had brought to train, and realized there was no comparison. He must keep the entire Straw Hat crew and make them become part of the Navy. As for the boys' dreams, what are those? One Ace being executed is enough. He didn't want his other grandson to be executed. Luffy's friends, do you want to join the Navy? Carp's serious expression melted away into a smile. I am a Navy hero. Your sins can easily be wiped away by me. After saying that, Carp looked expectantly at the Straw Hat crew. Hearing Carp's words, Nami and Usopp smiled happily. Robin's face darkened. Zoro and Sanji looked at Carp thoughtfully. Chopper, Brook, and Frankie looked at Robin with concern. Stupid grandpa. You actually want to take my friends away. You're asking for death. Luffy's face was full of anger, with countless red steam billowing from his face. Whoosh! Luffy suddenly disappeared from his spot and appeared in front of Carp. Ha ha ha! You've made great progress, but it's still not enough in front of me. Carp picked his nose and dodged to the side, avoiding Luffy's attack from afar. After dodging, Carp coated his hand with a faint layer of armament haki and struck Luffy on the head. Bang! Luffy was sent flying. A large, human-shaped indentation formed beneath the execution platform. Luffy! The Straw Hat Pirates shouted in unison. How about it? There's no future following Luffy. Want to join the Navy? Carp scratched his head and laughed as he walked towards the Straw Hat Pirates. Seeing Carp like this, the members of the Straw Hat crew all took a fighting stance, vigilantly watching Carp. On the platform, Sengoku watched as Carp knocked Luffy away with one punch and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Carp upheld his sense of justice. As for Carp's suggestion for the Straw Hat Pirates to join the Navy, he didn't see it as a big deal. However, dealing with the demon child Nico Robin was a bit tricky, but if sacrificing one Nico Robin could ensure the safety of the entire crew, even making them part of the Navy, then the Straw Hat Pirates would likely be willing. On the execution platform, no, we refuse, except for Robin. All the members of the Straw Hat Pirates said in unison. All right, you truly have good judgment. Carp's words were cut off as he realized he seemed to have heard something strange. What are you saying? We will not agree to join the Navy. Even if it costs us our lives, we will not join the Navy. After saying that, everyone looked at Robin. Seeing everyone looking at her, Robin's eyes began to moisten. Everyone seeing Robin's expression, Carp understood what was happening. Demon child? Damn world government. Although your loyalty moves me, I will not allow you to take Ace away. With that, Carp assumed a full combat stance. Luffy climbed up from beneath the execution platform, flew back to the platform, and aside from a bit of dirt on his clothes, he wasn't injured at all. Back on the execution platform, Luffy glared angrily at Carp. Stupid old man, you've really pissed me off. I will definitely take revenge this time. He had heard the entire conversation between Carp and the Straw Hat Pirates from below. Damn old man. Not only does he want to steal my friends, but he even tries to sow discord among us. He had tolerated it before because he couldn't defeat Carp. However, now, after training, he felt he could definitely beat Carp. Just like that last hit in the past, taking that hit would have meant lying down for a long time. But this time, he felt nothing, not even pain. This gave him immense confidence. He had to get revenge for all the times he had been beaten by that old man. Luffy charged at Carp again. Bang! Another loud sound, and Luffy flew off the platform again. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates, seeing Luffy return unharmed once more, understood that Carp wasn't actually trying to hurt him. After all, Carp was a Navy hero, a legendary figure said to be several times stronger than a Navy admiral. They still vividly remembered how Aokiji had easily scattered their entire crew before. That kind of oppressive feeling was definitely not something they could withstand now, let alone someone stronger like Carp. And since Luffy could remain unscathed under Carp's attack, there was only one explanation. Carp didn't truly want to hurt Luffy, so they didn't need to worry at all. Moreover, since Carp was Luffy's grandfather, he was also Ace's grandfather. Rescuing Ace wouldn't be easy. This was a perfect opportunity to train their abilities. After all, when fighting against Jiang Zhe, he had been using lethal force, which had somewhat dampened their joy of becoming stronger. Now, Carp was just the right person to help them practice. Thinking of this, the Straw Hat crew exchanged smiles. Three-sword style, Demon Slash. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Hades Sword Song. Demon Wind Foot. Floral Chaos. Laser Cannon. Giantization. Firebird Star. Thunder Descends. In an instant, the sounds of swords clashing, impacts, and explosions filled the execution platform, with flames, lightning, cold air, ghostly energy, and flower petals flying everywhere. In the distance, after exchanging blows with Rayleigh, Kizaru flew back up into the sky, staring intently at the Straw Hat crew and Carp on the execution platform. Oh my, today's young people are truly terrifying. Rayleigh also stopped swinging his sword and turned to look at the execution platform. He hadn't forgotten that Jiang Zhe wanted him to hold Carp back. However, since the Straw Hat crew was doing well, he was happy to take it easy and have some fun with the lazy Kizaru. Rayleigh took a flask from his waist, glanced at Kizaru in the sky, and poured a mouthful of alcohol into his mouth. Don't mind me, feel free, Kizaru said with a sarcastic tone upon seeing Rayleigh. Chapter 86. The changes of Rayleigh and Whitebeard in the shadows. Dorag watched as the Straw Hat crew exchanged blows with Carp, and he couldn't help but smile. It seemed the old man was still quite gentle with Luffy. Could this be the affection of a grandparent? Dorag suddenly recalled how he had been brutally trained by Carp in the past, feeling a bit unbalanced. No, after this, he must take Luffy back and train him properly, letting Luffy experience what fatherly love is like. Dorag touched the tattoo on his face. However, it seemed that he didn't need to step in at the moment. Whitebeard was engaged in a fierce battle with the Kainu. Rayleigh was confronting Kizu. Marco was facing Aokiji, and the old man was entangled with Luffy's pirate crew. His target was Sengoku, but Sengoku was standing on a high platform, showing no signs of joining the fray. He wondered what Jiang Zhe was planning. He remembered Jiang Zhe mentioning wanting to sink Marineford. He had also prepared many explosive rocks. However, he couldn't see any signs of the explosive rocks now. What was Jiang Zhe trying to do? Dorag turned to look at Jiang Zhe, who was standing at the bow of the Maudibik, constantly guessing in his mind. On the execution platform, bang, 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 a series of collisions erupted, sending all members of the Straw Hat crew flying. Ha ha ha, you're still a bit weak. Let me take you all out in one go. Fistbone Meteor. Carp's legs exerted force, his leg muscles bulging, making his white pants fit tightly. Whoosh. With a push of his legs, countless white air waves generated beneath him, shaking the entire execution platform, yet the wooden planks showed no signs of cracking. A small black dot in the sky grew smaller, with countless exploding white air waves forming behind it, resembling a white tail. After a moment, the small black dot turned in the sky and fell straight towards the execution platform. You bastard Carp, what are you doing? Do you want to sink the entire Marineford? Sengoku, standing on the platform, shouted loudly towards the execution platform upon seeing Carp's move. Rayleigh, who had been watching from the side, immediately perked up. What a reckless old man. Rayleigh tightened his grip on his sword and reattached his flask to his waist. Old buddy, let us have a thrilling fight. With that, Rayleigh quickly headed towards the execution platform with his sword. Kizaru, floating in the air, watched Rayleigh's figure with a smirk. Oh dear, this is troublesome. Crossing his arms, he brought his middle fingers together, and light appeared between his fingers. Shaku KG. Countless bright points poured from Kizaru's hands like raindrops, covering the entire sky. Below, Rayleigh sensed the dangerous aura, constantly twisting and dodging to avoid the falling light rain. The light points struck the ground, causing a series of explosions and clouds of dust. Oh dear, today's elderly people are truly terrifying. Kizaru stopped firing the 8 Shakake G and watched Rayleigh, who was continuously darting about on the ground, scratching his head. He had fought with Rayleigh before. Rayleigh always had injuries and couldn't fight long before gasping for breath. What is going on today? Why is Rayleigh so strong? Without Kizaru blocking him, Rayleigh soon arrived at the edge of the execution platform. Looking at Carp, who was falling from the sky, Rayleigh smiled, a glint of red flickering in his eyes. Bang! A massive sound erupted. Countless wind pressures centered around the collision between Rayleigh and Carp spread outwards, raising a huge cloud of dust. All the true fighters nearby were knocked askew by the immense wind pressure, halting their actions and directing their gazes towards the execution platform. After a long while, as the dust settled, Rayleigh and Carp were revealed, their fists and sword clashing. At Rayleigh's feet, a massive, deep pit appeared, its surroundings neat and filled with countless cracks. In the pit, black-red sparks of lightning raged, emitting a crackling sound. Rayleigh, it seems you neglected your training. Carp's expression turned curious, and he forced Rayleigh's sword aside with his fists, jumping to the side. If I remember correctly, your injuries haven't healed yet. How dare you exert so much effort? Hearing Carp's words, Rayleigh's lips curled into a faint smile, his expression inscrutable. You guess. With that, Rayleigh raised his long sword and charged straight at Carp. Meanwhile, the execution platform had already turned into ruins from the earlier collision. Zoro crawled out of the rubble, excitedly watching the fight between Rayleigh and Carp. Is this the world's top combat power? I was really a bit ignorant before. Zoro's hands trembled as he held his sword. Oh no, why do I feel so weak? Hearing the sound, Zoro turned his head. He saw Luffy completely powerless, collapsed beside Ace, his right hand gripping the shackles on Ace's wrist. A wave of speechlessness surged within Zoro. Idiot Captain, those are sea stone shackles. Zoro smirked and walked towards Luffy and Ace. From the high platform, upon seeing Luffy pull Ace out from the ruins, Sengoku couldn't hold back. What are you doing? Kizaru, can't you even stop an old Rayleigh? Hearing Sengoku's words, Kizaru, floating in the air, made an innocent expression, spreading his hands to indicate he had tried his best. But he still flew towards the execution platform. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air rang out. A deep tear appeared in front of Kizaru. Gulalala, your opponent is me. Kizaru turned to look in the direction of the voice. There stood Akainu, his right hand hanging limply, blood at his nose and mouth, eyes filled with vigilance, staring defiantly at Whitebeard. Whitebeard maintained his sword-swinging posture towards Kizaru, a smile that couldn't be contained on his face. Kizaru raised his hand high above his head, looking lewdly at Whitebeard. Oh dear, this is truly terrifying. He then walked toward Akainu, stopping beside him. Oh dear, Akainu-chan, why are you so disheveled? Humph. Akainu glared at Whitebeard defiantly before turning to Kizaru. This guy Whitebeard seems to have taken some medicine today. He doesn't look at all like the sickly person from before. Perhaps the C0 intel was wrong. Seeing Akainu say so much, Kizaru looked at him in shock. It seemed Whitebeard was putting a lot of pressure on Akainu. Otherwise, Akainu wouldn't have talked so much to him. Could it be that Akainu was telling the truth? The C0 intel is wrong. Whitebeard, aren't you supposed to be dying soon? Gulalala, I could blow you both up without any problem. As soon as Whitebeard spoke, the expressions on Akainu and Kizu's faces turned grim. Chapter 87. The confusion of the warring states, the appearance of Dorag on the platform. Seeing Rayleigh and Carp fighting, and Whitebeard holding back 2 admirals alone, Sengoku felt a bit bewildered. What was going on? How did Rayleigh become so powerful? Wasn't he always injured? How could he be evenly matched with Carp? And, judging by their battle, Carp didn't seem to be acting. As for Whitebeard, was the intelligence from C0 wrong? Whitebeard didn't look like he was on the brink of death. Sengoku knew Akainu's strength. Even against Carp, Akainu wouldn't be this helpless. Could it really be that Whitebeard was fighting desperately, ready to take Akainu down with him before he died? But that seemed impossible. He had never seen someone who was exhausted and fighting for their life still maintain such composure and a loud voice like Whitebeard. And how long had Whitebeard been fighting for his life? Was he still not done? Could it be because of Jiang Zhe? Sengoku recalled Jiang Zhe appearing next to Whitebeard before the battle. Moreover, the Navy still hadn't figured out Jiang Zhe's fruit powers completely. However, even if Jiang Zhe's fruit powers could maintain Whitebeard's health, it probably wouldn't last long. Forget it. The situation can still be salvaged. Sengoku turned to the somewhat elderly Tsuru beside him and sighed. He would have to step it himself. Sengoku shook his head, took off his Navy Justice coat, and tossed it aside. Sengoku, you really intend to go in directly? Tsuru called out to Sengoku as he removed his coat. There was no other choice. Ace absolutely must not be rescued by anyone. Otherwise, where would the Navy's face go? Moreover, Ace's identity had not been revealed yet. If we can't execute Ace. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Tsuru fell silent, shaking her head and letting out a deep sigh. At the same time, Tsuru took out a din-din mushi from her clothes. This din-din mushi could contact all the commanders present. Now that the marshal was personally entering the scene, she needed to prepare for an escalation of the battle. Great Buddha impact! Sengoku shouted, and his body began to enlarge. In no time, a gigantic Buddha glowing with golden light appeared before everyone. The giant Buddha leaped high into the air and descended straight towards the execution platform. The surrounding air rapidly rubbed against the Buddha as it fell at high speed, producing a series of howling winds. A transparent air shield formed in front of the giant Buddha. Boom! A brilliant golden light illuminated the execution platform, and countless rays spread outward, resembling jellyfish drifting in the sea, gently unfurling their golden caps. Accompanying this was a tremendous sound. Countless fragments and dust scattered, enveloping the area where the giant Buddha landed. After a while, as the dust slowly settled, it revealed Luffy, Zoro, and Ace, who were all sprawled around a massive circular pit. The three of them displayed looks of fear, staring in disbelief at the figure slowly standing up from the circular pit. In the pit, Sengoku slowly rose, brushed off his clothes, and shook off the dust, looking disdainfully at the three people at the edge of the pit. What kind of courage led these little guys to cause trouble in Marineford? If it weren't for considering Carp's feelings, he would have directed that last attack straight at the three of them instead of hitting the ground beside them. Just surrender obediently. Don't make it difficult for me. After saying this, Sengoku glanced at Carp, who was locked in a fierce battle with Rayleigh. Seeing that Carp was oblivious to him, he breathed a sigh of relief. This further confirmed that Carp was not acting. His intense focus indicated that Rayleigh had truly recovered. This meant that something unexpected had happened between Whitebeard and Rayleigh. They had regained their strength. Sengoku recalled his previous speculations and turned to Jiang Zhe at the bow of the Moby Dick. Jiang Zhe? Uncle Gold Buddha, we are free pirates. We won't surrender. Luffy, who had initially been frightened by Sengoku's attack, had transformed into Gear 4th. The fear in his eyes had vanished, replaced by endless fighting spirit. Ace and Zoro, standing beside him, also displayed an indomitable fighting spirit. Ace looked at Sengoku, then at Luffy floating in the air, revealing a curious expression. Luffy, how did you become so strong? Hearing Ace's words, Luffy, who was glaring at Sengoku, showed a proud expression. It's all thanks to Circle Eyes. Not just me. Even my friends have gotten a lot stronger. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Zoro, standing nearby, cooperatively unleashed his haki. The three-sword in his hands and mouth turned pitch black. What? Ace looked incredulously at Zoro. If he remembered correctly, when they were in the Alabasta Kingdom, Luffy and his friends were still quite weak. How did they become so strong in just about a month since he was captured? This was impossible. Circle Eyes? Ace desperately tried to recall if he knew anyone by that name. He was well aware of Luffy's habit of giving people nicknames. If he referred to someone as Circle Eyes, then that person must have circular eyes. What Circle Eyes? If Jiang Zhe hears this, you're going to get beaten up, Zoro said, somewhat speechless, upon hearing Luffy refer to Jiang Zhe as Circle Eyes. Luffy never learned his lesson. Every time he called Jiang Zhe Circle Eyes, he would end up getting taught a lesson. Jiang Zhe didn't need to say anything. His actions had already proven everything. Ha ha ha. Circle Eyes isn't that petty. Luffy, seeing Zoro speak about Jiang Zhe like that, turned around with an indignant expression. Zoro shook his head helplessly and ignored Luffy, turning back to look at Sengoku with a face full of fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Ace fell into deep thought upon hearing Zoro mention Jiang Zhe. Sengoku, initially a bit angry seeing Luffy and the others ignore him and start chatting, suddenly realized upon hearing Jiang Zhe's name. Everything was orchestrated by Jiang Zhe. However, with the Straw Hat Pirates being so weak, what kind of impact could they have? He wasn't Carp, and he wouldn't go easy on them. Jiang Zhe, huh? Once I take care of these three little brats, I'll come find you. Sengoku cracked his knuckles, exuding an imposing aura as he approached Luffy and the others. Feeling Sengoku's pressure, the originally carefree expressions of the three instantly vanished, and they looked at Sengoku as if facing a formidable enemy. At that moment, the sky began to darken, and countless dark clouds gathered over Sengoku and the others. Sparse raindrops fell from the clouds, landing on Luffy's face. Huh, why is it raining at a time like this? Luffy curiously touched his face, feeling the coolness. It seemed like a terrifying figure had arrived. As Sengoku's mutter faded, a howling wind swept through Marineford, causing all the Justice Cloaks to flutter wildly. Rayleigh, Whitebeard, Carp, and the three admirals seemed to sense something and turned their gazes towards Sengoku. In an instant, a figure cloaked in black appeared beside Sengoku. Boom! Thunder rumbled overhead, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds, illuminating the previously darkened sky. At the same time, it also revealed the face beneath the cloak, the grid-like tattoos on his face appearing even more sinister under the lightning. Dorag, what are you doing here? The expression on the face of the warring states darkened. The thing he feared the most had happened. Chapter 88. The Battle of Dorag versus Sengoku. I'm just here to hold you up at someone else's request. After saying this, Dorag glanced at Luffy beside him. Sengoku immediately understood the meaning behind Dorag's gaze. He was caught in the act of attacking someone else's son, which was somewhat embarrassing. However, the situation seemed to have escalated. If it was just Sabo fighting before, it could be considered as personal action. But now that Dorag had appeared, it was basically confirmed that Whitebeard and the Revolutionary Army were collaborating. Things were getting a bit troublesome. It was likely that this was no longer something the Navy could handle. Hopefully, the Gora CI would see the live broadcast and send reinforcements in time. Sengoku cast a regretful glance at Ace, who was standing next to Dorag. A terrifying aura erupted from Sengoku, making the surrounding air thick and heavy. The uniform on Sengoku and the braided mustache on his chin billowed without wind. The surrounding sand and debris seemed to tremble on the ground, as if moved by an invisible force. Soon, Sengoku's hands began to darken. Dorag, standing opposite Sengoku, felt the invisible pressure and battle intent emanating from Sengoku. Instantly, Dorag's fighting spirit was also ignited. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, lifting Luffy and the others away from the confrontation area between Dorag and Sengoku. Seeing Luffy safely sent out of the battle zone, Dorag let out a sigh of relief. He lifted the hood off his head, revealing his true face. Dorag, let me see if you've regressed recently. Sengoku's aura and spirit reached their peak as he stared intently at Dorag. It had been a long time since he had seen Dorag after he defected from the Navy and formed the Revolutionary Army. Sengoku had once regarded Dorag as his protege, training him as a successor. Who would have thought that Dorag would betray the Navy and establish a revolutionary army, specifically opposing the world government? Dorag had often sparred with him during his time in the Navy. It was just uncertain how much Dorag had progressed over the years. Had he reached the expectations Sengoku had for him? Come on, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. It's been a while since I fought with you. After saying this, Dorag's hands shaped into claws. At the same time, he exerted strength in his legs, leaving a deep pit full of cracks on the ground. Boom! A loud crash echoed. In an instant, the area where Sengoku and Dorag were fighting was filled with raging winds and sparks flying everywhere. Ace, did you hear that? That person's name is Dorag. It seems he is the father that the old man mentioned to me. As soon as Luffy spoke, Ace was instantly stunned. The Navy soldiers who were preparing to come over and pick up the pieces were also taken aback. On the other side, Rayleigh, who was fighting Carp, burst into laughter upon hearing Luffy's words. He finally understood why Jiang Zhe had induced Luffy to come and rescue Ace. He also realized why Jiang Zhe believed he could make the Navy feel pain. By simply luring Luffy to Marineford, he had entangled Carp, and now he had brought the Revolutionary Army into the mix. To be safe, he had even forced himself to deal with Carp. What a scheming young man. Carp's grandson. Dog is son. Rayleigh's mutterings made Carp's expression turn gloomy in an instant. Mary Geos, Panga City, Power Hall. A huge screen was lit up in the Power Hall. The five elders looked at the big screen with varying expressions. I think we should support the Navy. When the Pirate King Rayleigh appeared, Saint Satan anticipated that the situation had exceeded his expectations. At that moment, he ordered C0 to cut the live broadcast signal, leaving only one signal for them to observe. As he had thought, the battle at Marineford was increasingly beyond their control. Not only had Rayleigh appeared, but Whitebeard's strength was also not as C0 had investigated earlier. It was clear that Whitebeard had returned to his peak state and had been keeping it from them. One could only say that Whitebeard's secrecy was well executed. However, they firmly believed the Navy could handle things. After all, the Navy's strength was still not weak. They had always been wary of the Navy growing too powerful and breaking free from their control. But now that Dorag had also appeared, the Navy truly might not be able to withstand it. They only wanted to weaken the Navy and gradually regain control over it, not to uproot the entire Navy. If the Navy were gone, the world government would lose an important force to control the world. Many heavenly golds might not be recoverable. Even if they could rebuild the Navy, they would have to tighten their belts for several years, which was something they did not want to see. Therefore, the Navy must not be completely wiped out or severely weakened. Another crucial reason was the clothing on Jiang Zhe. According to C0's recollection, this clothing was the same as that worn by the killer of the celestial dragons. They were afraid there was an organization specifically targeting the world government behind them. This was something they could not tolerate. For the safety of the celestial dragons and for the world government's control over the world, they had to capture Jiang Zhe and interrogate him about the true situation of their organization. I second that. But who would be the best to send? Let the Knights of God take action. Saint Satan nodded and took out a din-din mushy from his pocket. Gallant Saint, come to the power hall. Has Saint Battleship made contact? Upon seeing Saint Satan put down the din-din mushy, Saint Nezashiro seemed to suddenly remember something. No. A look of anger appeared on Saint Satan's face. He had originally wanted to find some faults with Vegapunk during the peaceful test. Unexpectedly, that guy Battleship hadn't followed their orders to lead the peaceful people into battle at all. They couldn't even get in touch with Battleship. On the other side of Marineford, in a dark corner, a swirling black mist was rising. Captain, are we going up? Bagus, dressed like a wrestler, looked at Blackbeard beside him with a face full of battle intent. Hearing Bajus's voice, Blackbeard snapped out of his daze. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had the audacity to kill Sachi and seize the Yami Yami no Mi. One reason was that he had been lurking for a long time for the Yami Yami no Mi, and another reason was that he had sensed Whitebeard was aging. His injuries were no longer as invincible as before. He could serve as a stepping stone for him to become the emperor. But what did he see today? Whitebeard was single-handedly holding off two admirals. Akainu had even been injured by him. It was known that when he first fought Whitebeard, Whitebeard had never been this ferocious. Could it be that Whitebeard has recovered? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Blackbeard shook his head, dismissing his ridiculous thoughts. Bagus, don't rush. Old man Whitebeard should be experiencing a moment of resurgence. We need to wait for him to weaken. After saying this, Blackbeard laughed again, seemingly reinforcing his own thoughts. Chapter 89. Anxious Sengoku, seeing Drago appear, Jiang Zhe rarely showed a smile. Now that Drago had appeared, his plan was already half successful. As long as Kisame moved all the supplies, he could start to detonate Marineford. Kisame, how's it going over there? Captain Jiang Zhe, I've collected all the supplies, and I'm about to head to Marineford. Hearing Kisame's words, Jiang Zhe breathed a sigh of relief and hung up the din-din mushy. At the same time, he took out another din-din mushy. Morgans, I'm ready on my side. Jiang Zhe knew the bad habits of the Navy and the world government. Once he sang Marineford, they would definitely concoct various reasons to shirk responsibility. This would reduce his shock value significantly. Shock value was the best way to quickly enhance his strength, and he couldn't afford to waste it. Therefore, before coming to Marineford, Jiang Zhe contacted Morgans to prevent the Navy from shutting down the live broadcast and distorting the facts, which would lead to a decrease in his shock value. Sure enough, just as he had anticipated, after Rayleigh entered the scene, the Navy shut down the live broadcast. This was the perfect time for Morgans to make his appearance. Not long after Jiang Zhe hung up the din-din mushy, an albatross equipped with a din-din mushy appeared beside him. Seeing the albatross in position, Jiang Zhe raised his hand. An invisible momentum emanated from him, lifting the hair at his temples. Earthquake star, group. In an instant, small black dots began to appear at various locations in Marineford where Jiang Zhe had buried the explosive rocks, slowly rotating. Each small black dot stopped after rotating a few times, perfectly aligned as if a time pause button had been pressed. After an unknown amount of time, the small black dots began to rotate in reverse, and their speed increased. As they accelerated, a strong wind swept through the surrounding space, blowing everything towards the black dots. The small black dots, like the center of a black hole, mercilessly drew everything around them in. Before long, countless large earthen balls appeared in various corners of Marineford, each with a regular circular pit beneath them, as if they had been dug out of the ground. Sensing that all the earthquake stars and explosive rocks were in place, Jiang Zhe's mouth curled into a smile. Now to the square. Jiang Zhe's gaze burned with intensity as he looked at the crowd in Marineford Square. Super Earthquake Star. A massive earthen ball appeared in Marineford Square. The surrounding people, confused by the appearance of the earthen ball, began to move away. Some vice admirals even launched attacks against the earthen ball. However, Their attacks were like throwing mud into the sea, causing not a single ripple. The earthen ball continued to rotate, absorbing soil and rock from the square. Watching the suddenly appearing massive earthen ball above Marineford, Sengoku felt an ominous premonition. He could now basically confirm that all of this was orchestrated by Jiang Zhe. Whether it was Rayleigh or Drago, they were summoned by Jiang Zhe. Whitebeard's body and Rayleigh's body were restored by Jiang Zhe. The strange massive earthen ball Jiang Zhe summoned must have some purpose. Brulu. Sengoku watched Jiang Zhe and the massive earthen ball above Marineford with vigilance. His din mushi rang in his arms. What is it? Report to Fleet Admiral Sengoku. There are many large earthen balls appearing all over Marineford, and they cannot be attacked. If attacked, they will explode with tremendous power. Hearing the soldier's report, Sengoku fell into deep thought. After a long time, he raised his head to look at Jiang Zhe, who was standing on the Moby Dick, holding up his right hand. No matter what your scheme is, as long as I capture you, the mastermind behind it all, any conspiracy will fall apart. Sengoku pushed off the ground, leaving a deep crack pit behind. In the air, a golden figure rushed toward Jiang Zhe. Boom! A huge sound echoed in the air. Drago? Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Your opponent is me. You can't get past me. What do you want, Drago? Sengoku glared fiercely at Drago, who blocked his path. Seeing Sengoku's expression, Drago smirked. I don't know exactly what we're doing. You'll have to ask Jiang Zhe yourself. After saying that, Drago moved aside, allowing Sengoku to see Jiang Zhe directly. Seeing Drago's stance, Sengoku realized he could not get past Drago to attack Jiang Zhe today. However, he had to figure out Jiang Zhe's intentions. Jiang Zhe, what exactly do you want? Originally focused on maintaining the earthquake star, Jiang Zhe turned to look at Sengoku upon hearing his words. His expression was flat, and he slowly spoke. You destroyed my hometown, so I will destroy your headquarters. It's very reasonable. Feel the pain, Navy. After saying this, Jiang Zhe ignored Sengoku again and turned back to continue maintaining the earthquake star. Destroy the headquarters? Sengoku was stunned by Jiang Zhe's response. He then raised his head and looked at Jiang Zhe with disdain. How could you possibly destroy Marineford? Marineford is so large. As if realizing something, Sengoku stopped. Explosive rock. These three words suddenly appeared in Sengoku's mind. He was still curious about Jiang Zhe's purpose in stealing explosive rocks from the scientific island. Now it seemed that Jiang Zhe intended to use the explosive rocks to destroy Marineford. Sengoku glanced over at Carp, who was fighting Rayleigh, and the Yellow Monkey and Akainu, who were held back by Whitebeard, as well as Akiji, who was entangled with the Whitebeard pirates executives in the air. A cold sweat trickled down. Now, all the combat power capable of quickly defeating Jiang Zhe was tied up. If Jiang Zhe was allowed to unleash his power, coupled with the explosive rock's might, Marineford could indeed be destroyed by Jiang Zhe. Everyone, stop Jiang Zhe at all costs. Sengoku's voice echoed through the air of Marineford. The Navy soldiers, who were originally engaged with their enemies, turned to look at Sengoku, their eyes filled with confusion. The Yellow Monkey and Akainu, having forced Whitebeard back, also looked at Sengoku with confusion. Oh my, the young people these days are really terrifying. They want to retaliate at the slightest disagreement. After saying that, the Yellow Monkey looked at Jiang Zhe, who was standing at the bow of the ship with a lewd expression. Marineford is not so easy to destroy. Sengoku had become old and timid. Akainu, with blood all over his face, took the cigar out of his mouth and threw it to the ground. He then forcefully pulled his already drooping right arm back into place. Feeling his right arm regain strength, Akainu raised both hands high. His arms transformed into flowing magma. Falling star volcano, Akainu shouted loudly. Immediately, a massive black rock spewed from his hands, shooting toward the sky. Kewalala, little magma demon. I told you your opponent is me. Whitebeard made a feint toward the sky. Before the black rock reached its highest point, countless cracks appeared on its surface. The originally hard rock instantly shattered into countless small pieces, falling from the sky. Chapter 90. Interception. Seeing that his meteor volcano had not produced any effect yet, he was intercepted by Whitebeard. Akainu looked at Whitebeard with a gloomy expression. Damn it, Kizaru, go take care of Jiang Zhe. I'll hold off Whitebeard. Akainu said fiercely. Oh dear, can you really do it? Kizaru looked at Akainu in disbelief. You were just beaten badly. Kizaru's words made a hint of awkwardness appear on Akainu's face. Stop talking nonsense, just go. All right, I'm off. As soon as Kizaru finished speaking, he transformed into a beam of light. Laser Brat, I already said your opponent is me. Whitebeard became angry when he saw Kizaru trying to bypass him to attack Jiang Zhe. The Conqueror's haki, mixed with armament haki, surged out. The air around became sticky, and his coat billowed with the momentum. Even the white mustache under his nose was lifted high by an invisible force. Red and black lightning quickly spread out from Whitebeard's center. The ground in the square began to crack rapidly under the influence of this power. Countless stones and dirt were lifted high by the invisible force. Kizaru, who had transformed into light, suddenly felt himself locked onto by a powerful aura. If he continued forward, he would definitely be attacked. Oh dear, this is terrifying. Kizaru returned to Akainu's side, his form reappearing, raising his hands in a fearful manner, his expression still lewd. However, there was a hint of caution in his eyes. Akainu, who had initially planned to hold off Whitebeard alone, was now sweating profusely. Whitebeard, how did you become so strong? Gururara, this is my true strength. Sweating profusely now, you two brats. After saying that, Whitebeard raised his Tsongyun cut high, spinning his arms, pulling the Tsongyun cut behind him, and exerting force. Countless dark blue veins bulged on his forearms, making the entire forearm look fierce and terrifying. At the same time, the muscles of the entire forearm quickly filled with blood and expanded, becoming a whole circle larger. The bulging muscles pressed against the tight skin, appearing angular and showcasing a sense of beauty and power under the sunlight. Countless forces gathered on the Tsongyun cut, first forming a transparent air shield, followed by numerous black and red lightning bolts. The black and red lightning resembled a trapped dragon, constantly searching for a way to break free, yet being pulled back by an invisible force, unable to escape. It could only let out furious roars to vent its inner anger. Zizizizi, the trapped dragon's anger finally reached its limit and was about to break free. Whitebeard swung the charged Tsongyun cut in a massive black-red, incredibly brilliant slash filled with endless power, and roaring erupted from the blade of the Tsongyun cut. Crash! The ground along the path was lifted, and countless stones turned to dust without flying up during the slash. The entire world seemed to turn black and red at that moment. Kizaru's previously lewd expression completely disappeared, replaced by endless seriousness. Akainu also retracted his angry gaze, his face pale. After exchanging glances, the two reluctantly activated their armament haki, completely covering their arms. They could feel the world-destroying sensation in Whitebeard's slash. If they dared to transform directly into elements, they would definitely be harmed by the armament haki contained within the slash. It was better to enhance themselves directly with armament haki and withstand Whitebeard's slash. This way, their injuries might not be so severe. Boom! The roaring massive slash quickly engulfed Kizaru and Akainu. The originally entangled Akiji kicked Marco away forcefully. Marco wanted to continue entangling Akiji, but unfortunately, his wings were frozen and could not be waved. He could only watch helplessly as Akiji rushed towards Jiang Zhe. Jiang Zhe, be careful, Marco called out. But Jiang Zhe seemed to have not heard Marco's voice, still raising his right hand, maintaining the ground exploding stars. Whitebeard, who was using all his strength and gasping for breath to recover, wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. A look of apology appeared on his face. After all, he had promised Jiang Zhe to hold off the three admirals, but he didn't expect Marco to let Akiji slip through. This made him a bit embarrassed. If only he hadn't thought of using all his strength earlier, he might have had the energy left to stop Akiji. I hope Jiang Zhe can't survive. After separating from Marco, Akiji directly used the moonwalk to reach the sky. Looking at Jiang Zhe standing at the bow of the ship, a smile appeared on his lips. I'm really sorry, but I can't just stand by while you blow up Marineford. Akiji recalled the incident where his Demon Slayer fleet destroyed Jiang Zhe's hometown. A hint of regret flashed in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by determination. Blizzard! Akiji shouted. A bird beak-shaped block of ice quickly formed in his hand, exuding cold air, looking fierce and terrifying. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air quickly rang out. The bird beak-shaped block of ice shot rapidly towards Jiang Zhe. Just as the ice block was about to hit Jiang Zhe, a tall figure appeared beside him. Ha! 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 The sound of freezing came from the tall figure. Soon, the tall figure was covered by the ice block. Seeing Akiji's attack blocked, both Whitebeard and Marco breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't seen Jiang Zhe's puppet for a long time and thought he had given up on it. Unexpectedly, Jiang Zhe had not given up, just hidden it more secretly. However, while maintaining the ground exploding stars and controlling the puppet, it was likely that Jiang Zhe would have a hard time withstanding Akiji's attack. What should we do? Whitebeard looked around Marineford and found that his sons were entangled with the Navy and the 7 warlords. He could only sigh helplessly. Jiang Zhe, hold on a bit longer. I will help you as soon as I deal with Akainu and the others. After saying that, Whitebeard's aura became even more terrifying. Hearing Whitebeard's words, Jiang Zhe did not pay much attention. He had not placed all his hopes of blocking the three admirals on the Whitebeard pirates from the beginning. After getting off the battleship of Zhan Tao Wan, he arranged for Clone Number 2 to ambush near the Modibic ship with several puppets, precisely to prevent the current situation. Just as Agony in the sky was trying to quickly approach Jiang Zhe using the moonwalk, countless lasers shot out from the crowd. There was a person resembling a big bear with numerous laser gun muzzles appearing on his body, smoking. It was the Shura Dao that Jiang Zhe had brought from Zhan Tao Wan's battleship. Agony in the sky could only quickly elementalize and dodge the incoming lasers. When he reformed his body, Agony looked curiously at the Shura Dao in the crowd.